because his eyes felt a bit off. This young man decided to visit Dr. Zhao's ophthalmology clinic for a checkup. Across from him, Dr. Zhao polished his glasses doubtfully, wondering if the patient before him had stumbled into the wrong clinic. Looking at the gaunt and dazed Zhang Yu, he was certain it had to be drugs. Zhang Yu began to describe the recent symptoms he'd been experiencing. His eyes were uncomfortable. Sometimes, when it flared up, his eyes would become bloodshot. Everything around him would turn a deep crimson. And strangely, some kind of status bar, like in a video game, would appear above the heads of living creatures. Right now, Dr. Zhao's was at 18%. Dr. Zhao asked for Zhang Yu's age, which startled him into asking back. "Are you asking for my age?" Dr. Zhao was annoyed. What else would he be asking for, the size of his radish? He wondered if this guy really had come to the wrong clinic. With his gaming experience, Zhang Yu guessed the status bar was a health bar, like the system in the solo-leveling Manhwa. But if it was at 18%, the guy was about to kick the bucket. "Do you drink, Dr. Zhao asked?" Zhang Yu scratched his ear, still lost in thought, which made Dr. Zhao tremble with anger. Zhang Yu shook his head to clear it. Dr. Zhao clutched his head in defeat and finally just took out a penlight to examine his eyes. Zhang Yu opened his eyes wide by him following Dr. Zhao's instructions. After observing them, the doctor was puzzled. Zhang Yu's eyes looked perfectly fine. This kid must be high on something. Zhang Yu was kicked out, and he used his eyes again. The entire hospital corridor was covered in a dark red hue, and above everyone's head was their remaining health bar. Zhang Yu smirked. Why bother treating pink eye anymore? This is clearly a God-given ability. But what can I even do just by seeing health bars? Zhang Yu left the hospital. On a bulletin board was a recruitment notice from the Xunyesi organization. In the year 99, the entire city faced a great disaster, but they successfully built a safe haven. The hordes of aberrations fled one by one, and hope had smiled upon them. Zhang Yu wasn't interested in news about the Xunyesi. He just wanted to go back to his den first. Oh wait, first he had to tie his shoelaces. As Zhang Yu bent down, suddenly everything turned a dark, gloomy blue. The bustling street suddenly became desolate, without a single soul in sight. The sun also took on a strange blue hue, a desolate scene like the apocalypse. A girl zipped past Zhang Yu, battling an aberration. It wasn't just her. Many others were also fighting different kinds of aberrations. The bloody scene before him left Zhang Yu stunned, especially as the sun was gradually being eclipsed before his eyes. Now, Zhang Yu was starting to feel a chill. Shimmering droplets fell from the dark sky, simultaneously waking Zhang Yu back up to the reality of the bustling street where he was standing in the middle of the road. The Xunyesi was still broadcasting propaganda about the city's safety under their protection, but Zhang Yu's perspective had changed. Was this place really safe? Or was it all just an elaborately constructed lie? A hand landed on his shoulder. It was a street vendor selling medicine, wearing a white Muslim turban. He licked his lips and started his pyramid scheme pitch. My brother, want to buy this 99% authentic Indian shaman's medicine? Zhang Yu picked his nose jokingly. A great disaster is happening, and this guy still has the mind to sell medicine. If it's a miracle cure, then maybe I'll consider it. The medicine seller immediately opened his stash. Zhang Yu scratched his head. Is it free? The man turned away in annoyance. If you're not buying, then get lost. What monsters are you talking about? You psycho, Zhang Yu! Quickly pulled him back. Just kidding. You're so hot-tempered. He wanted to buy a bottle of medicated oil. On the way back, Zhang Yu was still salty that a tiny bottle of oil cost 3,000 yuan, more blood-sucking than any capitalist. Looking at the peaceful street, Zhang Yu wondered if he was going crazy. How could the city possibly be destroyed by the Ye Wang? The bus stopped at a station, and suddenly the space around him once again turned that dark blue color like before. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes, and his surroundings returned to the peaceful scene from earlier. He really needed to visit the psychiatric ward tomorrow. Zhang Yu touched his chest, not knowing why it had suddenly started hurting a while ago. He'd have to apply some medicated oil when he got home. Zhang Yu's place was in a rundown apartment building. Inside the bathroom, as Zhang Yu was changing, he freaked out when he saw the sore spot on his chest had a pattern on it. Zhang Yu vaguely recognized the shape. It was the culprit that had fallen from the bookshelf and hit him on the head before. Who would have thought that damn book would give Zhang Yu a badass glowing tattoo on his chest? The pain flared up again, forcing Zhang Yu to the ground. A stream of dark blue energy swirled around his body, feeling both hot and searing. Zhang Yu quickly sprayed water all over himself, and everything cooled down, making him feel more comfortable. Zhang Yu's eyes met his own reflection in the mirror. His health bar was at 100%, proving he wasn't kicking the bucket anytime soon. After his shower, Zhang Yu was about to leave the room when he suddenly realized he had no shadow. A simple but not so simple fact. Zhang Yu jumped around everywhere there was light, looking for his shadow, and finally found it on the wall. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But he'd seen so many weird things today that losing his shadow wasn't even surprising. After just a short shower, Zhang Yu already felt sleepy. He stepped out and opened his door, and a pitch-black shadow loomed before his eyes, scaring the hell out of him. Zhang Yu tilted his head to one side to get a better look, and it tilted to the opposite side. Zhang Yu looked down at his feet again. There was no shadow. With his experience as a longtime writer, he understood the situation. Zhang Yu pressed the pattern on his chest. Although the pain made it difficult, his shadow remained standing there. The good news was his shadow hadn't run away, but the bad news was it had come to life. That night, Zhang Yu practiced with his shadow. He ordered it to raise its left hand, then its right leg, and the shadow obeyed perfectly. Suddenly, Zhang Yu let out a devious smile. Seriously, his depraved expression made even the shadow speechless. "Do the fan dance!" Zhang Du ordered, and the shadow immediately complied with 7749 different dance moves from that pretty boy online. Zhang Du was starting to get a headache. He suddenly had a new shadowy servant in his house. All of a sudden, the crest on Zhang Du's chest lit up, flew to the ceiling, spun around rapidly, and then stopped on the information section. The shadow's attributes appeared, and he eagerly tapped to view them. It possessed all of Zhang Du's memories and had synchronized strength with him, but it couldn't think for itself. Zhang Du glanced at the pitch-black shadow that was still diligently fan dancing. How completely mindless. The shadow had no physical form, looking more like a spirit, and he was starting to get a little creeped out. Zhang Du handed it a pen and a calculus problem, but the shadow only wrote one word before stopping to look at him. Staring at its gibberish answer, Zhang Du angrily tried to smack it on the head with a book, but unfortunately, it wasn't solid. Possesses all my memories. My awe. This problem. I could solve in 2 minutes, but maybe the problem was just too hard for a creature with no thinking ability. So, Zhang Du tested it by ordering the shadow to copy the manuscript for Shattered Firmament. The shadow cracked its knuckles and started writing faster than a typewriter. Zhang Du was satisfied. At this rate, he could copy and sell books without any fear of losing money. Sooner or later, he'd have a whole factory for bootlegging books. Freaking amazing. Zhang Du checked the attribute panel again to see if there were any other tricks. He tapped on Shadow Devour. It was an ability that allowed him to gain shadow points from any darkness to strengthen himself or break down dead animals to harvest shadow points. Shadow Devour. So I devour things in the dark. But how do I actually do it? Through contact or what? Zhang Du looked left and right, then walked over to a corner where his shadow was cast, raising his hand to try and devour the darkness. But it didn't work as he expected. He got annoyed. What kind of system gives the main character a power without a single instruction manual for beginners? Fine. He'd move on to the remaining ability, Shadow Eye. It allowed Zhang Du to see the dark side of the world, and he could choose between observing and entering it. Zhang Du immediately understood that must have been what he experienced when he was wandering the streets and had those hallucinations this morning. But what was that ability even for? Well, he'd just figure it out as he went. Zhang Du looked at the shadow and told it to do some push-ups. The shadow nodded, and it stood up, its entire body sinking into the ground, disappearing completely. Zhang Du was confused. He told it to do push-ups, and it just sank into the floor, leaving him without a shadow. He looked for it, calling for it to come out and serve its master. A black hole appeared in the middle of the room, and the shadow leaped out in front of him. He immediately asked where it had disappeared to. It answered on a piece of paper. To the dark side. What were you doing there? Zhang Du asked. It replied, push-ups. Zhang Du realized that training on the dark side of the world must be more effective. So, he allowed it to go back down and continue its workout. Zhang Du sighed. A long day was over, and now all that was left was crunching for his deadline. The next morning, Zhang Du was still having a sweet dream at his desk mumbling, "Burning passion. Quick, hand me a pen, I can still draw more." Jiang Du groggily opened his eyes, his back aching from sleeping slumped over the desk. At this rate, his life was going to be as bent out of shape as his spine. "Jiang Du! Open up!" a familiar voice called out, the same one he heard every day. He went to open the door. It was early, but his childhood friend, Yao Yao, was already there to see him. Jiang Du was puzzled. Why was Yao Yao's health bar suddenly at only 93%? A moment later, he realized it was just that time of the month for her. Yao Yao teleported straight into his room, her eyes still glued to her phone. She was a huge fan of Burning Passion, and Jiang Du happened to be, the one who drew it. Last night, Yao Yao saw him trending online, saying a new chapter was coming out, so she came over to his house to pull some strings and get a sneak peek at the manuscript. Suddenly, a loud noise made Yao Yao, "Oh, jump!" she yelled. "You jerk! Even if you don't want to let me see it, you don't have to slam the door." The door had a crack in the corner, and even Jiang Du was stunned by his own action. "Yao!" Yao's mouth twitched. Only now did she notice his different physique, a far cry from his usual malnourished look. Now, Jiang Du was totally ripped. Just looking at him was drool-worthy. Yao Yao thought he must have started working out, but she immediately dismissed the idea. A lifelong weeb like Jiang Du who never exercises. How could he get a body that hot overnight? Yao Yao's eyes narrowed. "You didn't touch something you shouldn't have, did you?" Jiang Du quickly denied it. "Bullshit. I just started exercising recently, that's all." Turns out, when his shadow trained, he reaped the benefits too. Yao Yao lifted his shirt to check, and the sight of his rippling 8-pack abs made her drool. But she couldn't ignore the main issue. Yao Yao had seen some of the cases Jiang Du's dad worked on, and she suspected he'd gotten his hands on some strange artifact. "Shut up, you talk too much." Jiang Du couldn't argue and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Yao Yao grabbed his arm. He panicked and screamed, thinking she was about to pull out some kind of weapon and blow his brains out, and just as he thought, she did. Yao Yao pulled out a watch and strapped it to his wrist. It was a contamination index meter. Anyone who acquires an artifact that creates new resentment is subject to a certain level of contamination before turning into an aberration. If not cleansed in time, the accumulated contamination will cause a person to degenerate and mutate. Jiang Du smirked. His power came from the notebook on his chest. So how could there be any contamination? That's what he thought, but his body was already reacting. He glanced behind him and saw Yao Yao holding a gun at the ready. Was she really going to blow his brains out? Jiang Du gritted his teeth. In this life-or-death situation, he had to stay calm and not let her find out. He needed to control the abnormal power inside his body and make it stop. Finally, the watch returned to normal. Yao Yao nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Du smiled in relief. "See, I told you so. Why did you pull out your gun so fast?" Yao Yao was taught by her father to be careful about everything. She could go anywhere but always had to carry a gun for self-defense. Jiang Du quickly changed the subject. He had just drawn some character designs for a hot-blooded manga and asked if Yao Yao wanted to see them. She immediately got excited. A complete change from her scary expression from a moment ago. The power of a fangirl is truly something else. After giving her the drawings and shooing Yao Yao away, Jiang Du lay on his bed, relieved. He opened the log system to see a series of notifications about the activities of the shadow appeared. Jiang Du was petrified. No wonder he had transformed overnight. It turns out his shadow slave had been training all night. Now, Jiang Du focused on releasing his furious energy. He dripped some liquid, creating a mysterious black area. Jiang Du raised his hand and transformed it into a human figure. He was ecstatic and satisfied with the result. "Very good. I have received the fruits of your training from last night. But just doing push-ups isn't enough. We have to keep increasing the difficulty." The shadow excitedly clenched its fist, affirming its determination. Seeing this, Jiang Du joyfully exclaimed, "Good!" Right after that, he smugly instructed, "The exercises: branch rank 1-finger push-ups, tiger bends into branch poses, human flags." Jiang Du growled energetically, slamming his fist down. Pistol squats to further increase the difficulty. He performed spider crawls and other unpredictable movements, lever dragon flags. At the same time, Yao Yao was outside, secretly eavesdropping. After listening, she sighed in relief. It seems like he's really exercising. Looks like I was too suspicious. Yao Yao was reassured. This next mission is just making me worry for nothing. Luckily, he's okay. Let's go. Time to head home and watch some shows. After some time. Cataclysm calendar, May 20th, 99. The first day of getting the shadow. The shadow trained all night, and I didn't feel a thing. Yet I unconsciously became stronger. This method of getting stronger is truly shameful. How could someone as prideful as me be satisfied with this situation May 21st, the second day? I arranged even more training exercises for the shadow, and the effectiveness increased dramatically. The me of right now could probably kill Yao. Yao, no, it's time to work hard. Today, Uncle Lee came for a visit. He also works for the Night Watch division, so he probably won't notice anything strange about me. Smiling, he teased. You little devil! What took you so long to open the door? Uncle Lee is old and has lost an arm. I figure I could kill 3 Uncle Lees and 2 Yao Yaos with a single blow. May 23rd, gotta work hard. Damn, life can't just be this easy anymore. Having received an extraordinary superpower, I should be more diligent myself. To forge good steel, you need a strong hammer. I can't just lie around here. The 24th of the month, the shadow trained while I reaped the rewards. The 25th, the shadow trained. I reaped the rewards. The 26th, very good. I proactively did 10 push-ups today and continued reaping the rewards. A few days later, Zhang Du looked at the system panel with a strange, confused skepticism. The growth rate of the shadow points is too slow. After all these days, I've only gained 8 points. Looking at the detailed stats, he thoughtfully read them over. Attributes. Shadow points 8. The form requires 10 shadow points to unlock the Shadow Devour and Shadow Eye abilities. Zhang Du closed his eyes and wondered, if I continue at this pace, when will I ever accumulate the 10 shadow points needed to unlock the form? He quickly came up with a bold idea. Maybe if I enter the shadow plane, I can speed things up. Zhang Du stepped into the layer of shadow, closing his eyes and focusing on teleporting. In the blink of an eye, his body completely vanished. He swam through the strange atmosphere, and as soon as he arrived, Zhang Du slowly opened his eyes. He saw a familiar yet dark scene and blankly observed his surroundings. This is the shadow plane. It looks exactly like my room. Jiang Du set foot on the desolate ground and looked outside at the gloomy, deserted landscape, standing frozen in place. After a painstaking search for an exit, Jiang Du sighed in joyful relief. Immensely! I'm finally outside! A second later, he thoughtfully assessed the situation. It was then that Jiang Du was stunned to realize he couldn't actually leave his room or the apartment building here. He scratched his head and came up with the most viable solution. The only way is to enter the shadow plane from outside the apartment building in the real world? In the vast and silent space? Jiang Du remarked in amazement, but this place is just like the real world. Just as he was assessing the scenery, noting it was just a bit gloomier, something suddenly shot out like a flash. It didn't hesitate. Aiming straight for Jiang Du, looking at the blurry figure, he blankly wondered, is that the shadow? Jiang Du arrogantly turned to greet it. You here to pick me up? As soon as the words left his mouth, the apartment demon opened its maw and roared as if to devour him whole. It raised a sharp scythe, flashing in front of him. Jiang Du froze solid and cursed. Although panicked, he was quick-witted enough to dodge the attack. Seeing this, the apartment demon's eyes glowed as it stared intently. It showed no mercy, and continued with a flurry of slashes. Terrified, Jiang Du dodged and cursed like Jin Mo Ri from the Manhwa god of high school, and facing imminent danger, he quickly activated his skill. Shadow Eye. Jiang Du held his breath, made a frog-like pose, and dove. Into the layer of shadow, he used all his strength to swim back to where he came from. In just a few minutes, Jiang Du returned to his starting point. He rubbed his pale behind, panting and sighing. That was close. Jiang Du gasped in terror, wondering, that scared me to death. What was that thing just now? Why did it appear in front of the apartment building, and why did it suddenly attack me? He checked his body for injuries. Jiang Du smirked, proudly reassuring himself. Luckily, these past few days of training have made me much more agile. Satisfied. He grabbed onto a chair. That thing couldn't even touch me. Jiang Du hoisted the chair onto his shoulder, determined to pay back. The debt? That stupid ghost dared to block me in front of my own building. There's no way I'm letting this go. After that, a long series of battles began. The 28th, my first time fighting a ghost. Apartment building. I was unfortunately ambushed and couldn't fight back. On the 29th, second match, my revenge failed, and I took a blow to the chest that nearly broke a rib. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. On the 30th, my butt got slashed with 3 claw marks. These past few days have been tough, but I've managed to chip away 6% of its health bar. Keep going. Jiang Du grumbled again. Heck, finally. On the 31st, I was resting at home, and Zhao Zhao was carefully applying ointment to my butt. Seeing all the crisscrossing wounds, she asked curiously. Have you been getting into street fights these past few days? Jiang Du proudly boasted. You wouldn't. Understand, scars are a man's medals of honor. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao sarcastically pressed on a wound. Medals on your butt, huh? His eyes widened as he let out a pained shriek. Ouch. She blushed and questioned him sternly. You can still feel pain. The moment you feel better, you get all cocky. Just then, Jiang Du thoughtfully changed the subject. Anyway, there's only 1 month left. What are your plans? Zhao Zhao looked surprised, not understanding. What's... In 1 month, Jiang Du sat up and reminded her sternly. The warrior exam, of course. Did you forget during the years of the Great Cataclysm, most professions became unpopular, especially those related to culture and the arts? People working in artistic fields became the lowest class in society. Humanity no longer cared about simple pleasures and entertainment, focusing instead on grave national issues. Warriors fighting on the front lines, like the Tuan-Ye-Si, were followed by everyone, becoming national idols. To get into the Tuan-Ye-Si, you must pass the National Warrior exam. As long as you pass the test, your life will be anything but ordinary. At that, the two of them fell silent, their faces unreadable. She hesitated, then revealed her true feelings. I don't actually want to take it. Zhao Zhao pursed her lips for a moment, then frankly admitted, I actually want to study music. Hearing this, Jiang Du shrugged and suggested, if you want to study it, then study it, right? Don't tell me Mr. Luke won't allow it? He understood the implication and sighed to himself. Of course he wouldn't agree. After all, Miss Luke is a high-ranking officer in the Tuan-Ye-Si. It's like a general's son wanting to be a street performer, instead of a public servant. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao's hands suddenly froze. She quickly clarified, It's not that my dad won't let me. Jiang Du was surprised and asked curiously, Then what is it? She resumed treating his wound and sadly revealed a secret. Don't tell anyone, but the policy has changed. This year, anyone whose aptitude meets the standard is required to take the professional level warrior exam. Du asked in stunned disbelief. Didn't they used to respect everyone's personal choice? Students with average aptitude were allowed to take the general level exam. She sighed sadly, confiding in him. The pressure from the Tuan-Ye-Si is getting heavier every day, so if nothing changes, I'll definitely have to take the warrior exam. And he heard this and thought in a panic, is that so? That device Zhao Zhao used on me the other day? Almost went off. Jiang Du helplessly recalled the terrifying scene. With all that sophisticated testing equipment, there's no way I can hide it, and then the people from the Tuan-Ye-Si will shoot me dead on the spot. He anxiously wondered, this unreliable handbook didn't classify me as an aberration, did it? A second later, Jiang Du had a sudden realization, and he quickly and urgently asked, By the way, can that testing device of yours detect aberrations? Zhao Zhao flatly denied it and explained thoroughly. How could it? That device is only used to test for aberrations in superhumans. If you run into a real aberration, run if you can. If you can't, just remember to call the emergency number before you die. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Jiang Du blankly repeated, superhumans. The two of them just stared blankly at each other for a long moment. Then, she gently announced, Your wound is all treated. I'm going to head home now. Jiang Du cleared his throat, stopping her with, An offer. Do you have any basic books about superhumans and aberrations at your place? Can I borrow them for a look? Zhao Zhao looked at him suspiciously and asked, I thought you weren't interested in superhumans and were planning to take the general level exam. Jiang Du gave a weak smile and offered a reasonable excuse. Well, like you said, the warrior exam is mandatory this year, so what if I have some hidden talent? I should probably read up on it first. She frowned, looking at him with suspicion, and leaned in close. Really? Jiang Du flinched and quickly defended himself. Of course. But more importantly, I was planning to add some stuff about superhumans and aberrations to my hot-blooded story. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao got excited and urged him on. For real quick, tell me about it. He hesitated, thinking to himself, I just pulled that out of thin air. Why is she so into it? Jiang Du thought for a moment, then began to lay out his captivating plot. The basic idea is about a frail young man named Bin who gets bullied at school all day long, but he always maintains a kind heart. Thanks to the help of his adorable deskmate and his gentle, kind-hearted teacher, he gets selected by the Tuan-Ye-Si to join their super soldier program. Thanks to his incredible willpower, Bin successfully undergoes a transformation, injecting the super soldier serum, and becomes the mighty Captain Bin. However, the Tuan-Ye-Si has no plans to send him to the battlefield. Instead, they constantly have him attend high society gatherings, putting on a show and getting acquainted with wealthy heiresses and noble ladies. That is, until one day an aberration invades the city, a powerful one called the Ping Skeleton, carrying a blue cosmic ruby. The two of them were lost in their own joyful world, laughing together. The scene shifts, and she says with a bright smile, "Come on in. The current location is on the same floor as Jiang Du at Lu Yao's house." Zhao Zhao calmly told him, "Wait here. I'll go to my dad's room to get the materials." Her room was decorated in pink and filled with cute things. Just then, Jiang Du's gaze drifted to something else, and he found himself staring blankly at a comic series on her bed. Jiang Du, without hesitation, he suspiciously read the cover. No, Destiny. Is this a comic about brotherly love? I can't believe you're reading this. Zhao Zhao shyly snatched the book back and quickly tried to explain. A friend left it here. I would never read this. She warned him in a stern voice. Just sit still and don't touch my stuff. Zhang Yu casually sat on the chair and gestured, "Go on." He chuckled to himself, thinking she's still the same, completely letting her guard down. Zhang Yu looked around the room, fondly recalling old memories, and it came to mind. She's loved music since she was a kid, and she couldn't bear to throw away her old things. Back then, she'd always pester me to listen with her, even though I didn't like music. He pressed a button on the radio, and then the music quickly started playing. Old memories suddenly flooded back. "I'll help you catch the goldfish." Oh, a ghost so scary. While he was lost in his imagination, Zhao Zhao suddenly asked, "Since when did you start liking music?" Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes and woke up groggily. She leaned in close and teased him softly. "You couldn't even recognize musical instruments before." Seeing the object Zhao Zhao handed him, Jiang Yu became excited and bewildered, and asked, "Found it," she stated firmly. "It's all in there. See for yourself." Without another word, he immediately put the device on his head. The next second, the machine lit up and activated. It transported Jiang Yu into another world. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into a spatial gate. Then, Jiang Yu groggily woke up in a daze. Faced with the image of thousands of eyes, he was stunned by the sight. At the fantastical scene. Is this place the Abyss? Wow. This feels so real. The Abyss. He then quickly discovered an unidentified restricted zone, filled everywhere with taboos and dangers. It was the source of the Great Catastrophe, a mysterious space where aberrations were born. They mercilessly slaughtered, endlessly consuming and destroying our world. Looking at the abnormal images, Jiang Yu was stunned and exclaimed, "So these are aberrations. Could this be what I saw at the hospital that day?" He quietly came to a clear realization. Between the wall of our world and the Abyss, there is a plane called the Shadow Plane, or the dark side of the world, which is a projection of the real world. Before the Abyss cracked open, aberrations snuck into the real world through this Shadow Plane. Both entry and exit are strictly controlled by the Night Watch division, but some still managed to slip through the cracks. Jiang Yu weaved and dodged a glowing circle, quickly moving to another spot. Afterwards, Jiang Yu thoughtfully deduced that the Shadow Plane resets every month to copy the layout of the real world. At this time, the number of aberrations also increases and needs to be cleared out promptly, but entering the Shadow Plane will greatly reduce a human's combat power. It's not recommended for experts of rank 4 or higher to come here. The field of vision in the Shadow Plane is from 3 to 5 meters, and visibility increases with one's strength. In the Shadow Plane, there is a massive amount of contamination. If a human stays here for too long, they will turn into an aberration. The Shadow Plane is also strangely contaminated. Before, when I entered the shadow, I didn't feel anything. Just then, an aberration suddenly appeared right behind him. Jiang Du was startled and quickly turned around. But before he could defend himself, a brilliant golden energy suddenly struck it. In an instant, the aberration was immediately vaporized along with the golden orb. He closed his eyes to protect himself. Zhang Yu frowned. Affirming the mandatory condition to deal with aberrations, one must possess a power equivalent to them, becoming a superhuman. Witnessing such an extraordinary event firsthand, he was so thrilled he nearly drooled. So cool. Is that a superhuman? They look so awesome. If I pass the test, I'll also have a chance to become a superhuman. Right. However, the system revealed the truth in a somber tone. The essence of a superhuman is to possess an aberration within a human body. Along with controlling that power, comes the corrosion from that power. Superhumans must constantly resist the contamination of aberration. After death, the rate of turning into an aberration is even higher. Therefore, as a superhuman, when you realize you can no longer live on. Zhang was speechless with shock after hearing this. Finally, the system cautiously reminded him, "Please use all of your strength before you die." As soon as it finished speaking, the screen suddenly went black. He shot up from inside, screaming in panic. Zhao Zhao asked with concern about his condition. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. "I'm fine, it was just too much information to process all at once." He then casually made a request. "Come over here and give me a back massage." She narrowed her eyes and angrily yelled, "Say that again." Zhang Yu quickly made a tempting offer. 3 pages of super clean original art, any content. "You want?" Zhao Zhao was satisfied and decisively agreed. While Zhao Zhao was massaging his shoulders, she asked doubtfully, "Why are you so stiff?" Zhang Yu smirked and boasted proudly, "Well, I've been training so much that even my abs are showing now." "Zhao," Zhao asked in astonishment. "You have a six-pack already," he confirmed smugly. "Of course, want to touch?" Without hesitation, she quickly lifted his shirt and began to feel them one by one. Just then, Captain Lu suddenly opened the door, with an extremely furious look in his eyes. Zhang Du stammered in confusion. Uncle Lu." Sometime later, the 3 of them were eating a meal together. He silently focused on chewing his food. Suddenly, Zhang Du made eye contact, which made the man so angry he could have crushed bones with his teeth. Jiao Jiao gently tried to de-escalate the situation. "Dad, it's a misunderstanding." Captain Lu didn't believe her and questioned in a loud voice. "A misunderstanding, I saw it with my own 2 eyes." "How could I be wrong?" She hesitated, trying to find the right words. "It's not..." Jiao Jiao blushed and turned to urge him. "Zhang Yu, say something." Zhang Du, with a serious face, awkwardly took the blame. Uncle Lu. "There's nothing to say. I'll punish myself with 3 glasses." Without waiting for a reply, he raised his glass of alcohol and downed it in one go. "I'm done. You all can do as you please." Seeing this disrespectful act, the man flew into a rage. Thunderous rage! This cannot be happening! Captain Lu flipped the dining table and roared in anger. "You've got some serious nerve, kid. Where's my blade?" She panicked and quickly tried to calm him down. Dad, please calm down." Meanwhile, a terrified Zhang Du scrambled to run away while making excuses. "Uncle Lu, you're mistaken. You've got it all wrong." The story flashes back to a memory from the past. Although Yao Yao and I were childhood sweethearts like Kun and Bam from Tower of God, our personalities were nothing alike. You see, I was the mischievous brat people always talk about, and Yao Yao was the smart, polite daughter of a wealthy family. But for some reason, ever since we were little, Yao Yao loved playing with me. Zhang Du would often coax her into doing crude things, which a naive Yao Yao would copy. "Can you pee farther than me? Who's scared of who? Maybe it was because I had helped her once. You stinking brats! Get out of the way. Come at me if you've got the guts." Or perhaps she was drawn to my cool and heroic demeanor. Yao Yao always cheered her heart out. "Go, little Zhang, go!" She was even willing to play pretend beggars with me. Because of that, he often got spanked and threatened by Captain Lu. "You're already swindling people at this age. Ouch, be a good girl and don't play with him anymore." Okay, but Uncle Lu never wanted his daughter to play with me. He was always on his guard. At that moment, he sternly took a lighter from his pocket. Captain Lu flicked the lighter open, preparing to light a cigarette. Seeing this, Yao Yao immediately frowned in displeasure. She quickly stepped forward and snatched the pipe away. His face darkened as he asked sternly, "So what exactly were you 2 doing when I got home?" Zhang Du quickly gave a clear report. "We were looking at documents about special abilities and the supernatural." After hearing this, Captain Lu glanced pensively to the side where a mischievous Yao Yao stuck out her tongue and giggled. He smiled and sighed. It seems I've spoiled you way too much. Then, Captain Lu seriously called the kid. Over, he asked frankly. Zhang, do you know why the government doesn't let students get involved with this stuff so early? A flustered Jiangdu answered honestly. Not really. Captain Lu calmly explained in detail. When there is abnormality in the human heart, it gives birth to evil. Despair can drag a person into the abyss, and there are some things that are not suitable for public knowledge. Hearing this, he focused, absorbing the information. He continued to emphasize the danger. Not everyone's will is strong enough. Even the smallest crack in one's heart can create a precious opportunity for the aberrants. That is why an aptitude test is required before the official martial arts exam takes place. Only those who meet the standards in both physique and willpower are qualified to access the supernatural world. The path of the supernatural is incredibly dangerous every step of the way. Captain Lu regretfully stated the painful reality. Even with the support of therapeutic equipment, unfortunate incidents still happen year after year. That's why I don't encourage you to look into these things. Do you understand, realizing the value of the advice? Jiangdu smiled and thanked him sincerely. I understand. Thank you. Uncle Lu? He calmly and optimistically accepted the reality. But this year, everyone has to be tested anyway, so there is no escaping it. Besides, it is better to rely on myself than others. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. I just need to stay relaxed. He sighed helplessly. Jiang, you really are something else. Just then, the phone rang. Captain Lu answered it. Hello? The person on the other end reported urgently. Captain Lu, Shadow Layer, urgent mission. He nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I am on my way. Before leaving, Captain Lu did not forget to give a warning. I am heading out on a mission. You better behave, Jiangdu, or if I catch you again, I will drag you to the patrol myself, he obediently promised. His words made Yao Yao choke and spit out her drink. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Yao Yao and I won't do anything that crosses the line anymore. She and he pinched each other's cheeks, arguing angrily. What do you mean anymore? We have not done anything yet. You did that on purpose, did not you? The scene shifts to a bustling street at sunset with people walking around excitedly and noisily. It is so cold today. Do you feel cold? Are you coming tonight? Candied hawthorns? Cold candied hawthorns? It is so late and you have not even gotten off work yet. A little boy was happily enjoying a snack. Jiangdu looked regretfully at the sign that read Sunset Night Patrol, protecting the security of Yunhai. He had wanted to read more materials, but in the end, he only got to see some basic information. After that, he went into a supermarket to pick up a few necessary items. Jiangdu let out a helpless sigh, lamenting to himself, with Uncle Lu's personality, those documents are definitely hidden away. I am afraid I will not get to see them in the future. Just then, as he was about to pay, his phone suddenly rang. An annoyed and hesitant Yao Yao gave him instructions. Jiangdu, damn it, buy me a carton of eggs, a carton of milk, and that is all. Speechless. He walked over to the feminine hygiene aisle. If you wanted me to buy you 2 packs of pads, you should have just said so. Why be all shy about it? Jiangdu held the packs in his hand and flashed a mischievous smile. After completing his mission, he carried the bags home, deep in serious thought. There is still 1 month until the school year starts, and the effectiveness of my shadow training is diminishing day by day. Tensely, Jiangdu made a firm decision. It seems training alone is not enough. I have to get more real combat experience. A second later, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Jiangdu observed his surroundings and pondered. Come to think of it, there have been more and more propaganda posters about fighting aberrants. Lately, he turned his head, acknowledging the abnormality. Moreover, this year's martial arts exam has a mandatory increase in enrollment. Jiangdu subconsciously looked up at the sky. Looking at the dark sky, he thought with a sense of unease. I have a bad feeling that something terrible is about to happen to this world. Just then, Jiangdu warmed up his arm muscles and softly reassured himself. Whatever. Overthinking is tiring. I will just find an aberrant to fight and blow off some steam. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he squinted and scanned his surroundings. Seeing no one around, Jiangdu decided to summon his shadow ability. He closed his eyes to feel the energy around him. In the blink of an eye, Jiangdu was teleported to an illusory space. Just then, A health bar suddenly appeared with 14%. In the silent space, he growled in shock. "Who's there?" However, only silence met his eyes. And at that moment, a man stumbled out from the corner. Duke Bao dragged his heavily injured body forward. His entire face was lifeless and cracked. Seeing the man slowly approaching him, he instinctively stepped back in fear. Jiang Du exclaimed in panicked surprise, "Don't you live in my building? What are you doing here?" Before he could answer, the figure of Duke Bao suddenly collapsed to the ground. Not understanding what was happening, Jiang Du stood there dumbfounded. He nervously assessed the situation, and although he watched for a long time, the man remained completely still. Then, a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared, slowly approaching with a health bar of 24%. Jiang Du instantly realized who it was and locked onto the target with rage. "You." Jiang Du gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, flashing back in time. Duke Bao was wearily complaining, "I'm dead tired. The workload at the Night Watch division just keeps piling up. I originally thought working in the civilian sector of the Night Watch division meant good benefits and an easy life. Who knew I'd be working overtime every day? If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken the combat exam." Just then, a desperate scream suddenly rang out. Help! 2 children were crying in terror in a dark corner. "Save me! Help!" He was stunned by the unbelievable sight of a variant. It was dragging people into a shadow dimension. That can't be right. Aren't variants supposed to sneak into the real world to cause destruction? This whole thing about dragging people into the shadow dimension has never happened before. The 2 terrified children reached out their hands, pleading for help. Without hesitation, Duke Bao leaped straight in. He kept his composure and reassured them loudly. "Don't be afraid. Just hang on." Duke Bao managed to grab the children's arms, but he was pulled into the other dimension along with them. Duke Bao gritted his teeth in terror. His eyes widened in shock as he stepped into an otherworldly dimension. The 2 children sobbed and cried out, "Mommy, where are we?" Realizing the danger he was in, Duke Bao cursed himself. "I'm screwed. I got dragged in here too. I'm just a civilian employee, and one who just got off his shift. So I don't have any of my anti-contamination gear? Isn't this just a death wish?" At that moment, a sharp blade suddenly flew towards them. He panicked and spun around to dodge the attack. Duke Bao smacked the sharp blade aside, not giving it a chance to recover. He then stomped on it, shattering it into pieces. After scanning his surroundings, Duke Bao was shocked to discover the rift from before had vanished. It seemed there was no way back. He pursed in his lips and slowly assessed the situation, faced with lurking dangers. Duke Bao thoughtfully analyzed the details. This place is crawling with variants, and they could launch an attack at any moment. Besides, I've been working a desk job for too long. I've nearly forgotten all the combat skills I once had. And to make matters worse, there are 2 kids here with 0 combat ability. At that moment, the 2 kids burst into panicked sobs. "I want my mommy!" He frowned and pressed a button on his bracelet. The only option is to send a distress signal and wait for rescue. A second later, the signal transmitter immediately activated. Duke Bao gently comforted the 2 children. "Don't cry anymore, take this. It can provide temporary protection from the contamination. I'll figure something out. I'll get you home soon." He thought with despair. "I'm pretty sure I'm a goner, so I might as well give this to the kids. Whether they survive or not is up to fate." Hearing this, the child, Nitho, asked with a glimmer of hope, "Really, you'll take us home?" Duke Bao nodded and instructed them, "You 2 go hide over there for now." He then turned away, as if on a mission. "I've got some business to take care of." Duke Bao then recalled a critical moment from his past. At 18 years old, I passed the combat exam and was accepted into the university's supernatural combat department for my freshman year. I diligently studied the fundamentals, hoping to become a frontline fighter. In my second year, with the professor's guidance, I defeated a level 0 variant. But the joy was short-lived as he faced another reality. But just that would never be enough. In a world of superhumans, hard work means nothing in the face of true talent. Duke Bao lamented his own futile efforts. He was crushed by his cruel fate. Even if I refuse to believe in fate, even if I struggle with all my might, I can't break free from these chains. In the end, I had no choice but to transfer from the combat department to liberal arts, becoming just an ordinary office worker. Back in the present, Duke Bao solemnly wrapped his hands in bandages. He breathed steadily, shifting left and right to warm up his muscles. The apartment demon growled and approached cautiously. Looking at its form, Duke Bao, silently, assessed it. 4 eyes, 4 limbs, a mid-rank stage 1 hybrid beast type. Without warning, the apartment demon lunged forward. He took a deep breath and assumed a ready stance. Duke Bao punched, its tongue clean to the side. The enraged apartment demon swung a scythe-like limb towards him. Duke Bao was forced to pivot back, but he skillfully delivered low, leaving the creature too stunned to react. Duke Bao shouted in exhilaration, "Awesome, this familiar feeling is coming back to me." At the same time, his eyes shot wide open when he suddenly spotted a long hand flying in from nowhere. Duke Bao was slammed down by the force, and the apartment demon swiftly retracted its hand. He gritted his teeth, thinking frantically, "Damn it, my mind is screaming to move, but my body won't obey." Seeing Duke Bao's distraction, it shrewdly lunged in for an attack. However, thanks to his years of grueling training, he swiftly dodged every move. Feeling his body go numb, Duke Bao desperately tried to flee. "My body feels so heavy. It's like my entire being is being pierced by countless needles." He changed tactics, circling in another direction. Duke Bao clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. "I can't drag this on any longer. I have to end this fast." Enduring it, he focused all his power into his fist. Duke Bao unleashed a finishing blow straight into the enemy's core, the power of the shadow user causing blindness. The apartment aberration roared and charged forward to attack, but it was sent flying by a powerful punch from Duke Bao. He wearily exhaled a mouthful of toxic air, frowning as he assessed his body. The corruption has gotten worse. Every time a superhuman uses their power, it leads to an accumulation of corruption. Someone like me, with low aptitude and a weak will, definitely can't use too much power. Luckily, since I started the office job, the number of times I've used my powers can be counted on one hand, so the corruption has been kept in check. Just then, the aberration refused to give up, letting out a piercing shriek and charging forward. As they fought, Duke Bao gritted his teeth and thought, "But if I don't put my life on the line today, then it's all over." However, at that very moment, the aberration suddenly dodged to the side, a triumphant and cunning look in its eyes. A slash across the stomach made Duke Bao cough up blood. He fell back in pain from the momentum, skidding back dozens of feet before he could stabilize himself. Duke Bao clutched his side and struggled to sit up. "Damn it, I can't believe it adapted to my power so quickly. It's just a tier 1, mid-rank at that. Any student from the combat division at school could easily kill it with one hand. But I never thought it would be this hard for me. This is the gap in talent. I know it's difficult." But he still charged forward, unable to win. But even so, as a member of the Night Watch, I absolutely cannot retreat. The only thing I can do now is stall for time and wait for the Night Watch division to come and save those 2 kids. A spray of blood erupted amidst the fierce battle, and Duke Bao's eyes widened, unable to hide his horror and shock. It was a slash that cut right across his shoulder. The aberration with its scythe-like arms had completely defeated Duke Bao. The young man's vision began to blur, and only despair remained in the depths of his eyes. Am I about to die at this very moment? He remembered his past. At 15, he witnessed his family die at the hands of aberrations. At 18, he awakened and chose the path of a warrior. At 20, after his second year of college, he was forced to leave the combat division. At 21, he came to the Night Watch division for an office internship, and it's been 4 years since this is my life. Though it had many ups and downs. To this world, I'm just an ordinary person living an utterly ordinary life. Humanity's 100-year war against the aberrations isn't as safe and peaceful as people say. If anything, it's just a series of consecutive losses. When the dark clouds block out the sun, who can still see hope? Duke Bao suddenly let out a self-deprecating smile, his hand slipping into his pocket to find something. Death is the normal state for a superhuman. He took out a blue pill and swallowed it. But before I die, a burning light suddenly appeared in Duke Bao's eyes. I need to take someone down with me. He gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You mongrel! His body sat up, erupting with a sudden burst of power. Duke Bao gave a grim smile as he looked at the enemy. Act 2. The effects of the pill had started to appear on his body. It's starting? Duke Bao got into a ready stance, preparing to receive the apartment demon's next attack. He shouted to psych himself up, preparing to counter. The demon unleashed countless powerful slashes, forcing Duke Bao to jump high into the air. But immediately, he counterattacked with a kick straight to its face. The apartment demon lost its balance and had to retreat, so Duke Bao seized the opportunity to quickly close the distance. He readied his fists, preparing to strike back. It was pummeled by Duke Bao, repeatedly, crying out in pain non-stop. He kept reminding himself, "Hold on, just a little longer." However, Duke Bao's vision started to blur. His body was losing strength, swaying as if he was about to collapse just a little bit more. Duke Bao clenched his hand, which was surrounded by a strange purple aura. Just a little more and I can do it. But his limbs had now gone limp, his head was spinning, and the apartment demon seized that moment and landed a powerful punch on Duke Bao. He had no strength left to defend himself and was immediately sent flying. The impact was so strong that it kicked up a thick cloud of dust. With blood streaming down his head, Duke Bao silently scorned himself. "I can't see anything anymore. In the end, I still suffered a backlash from my own power. I can't win no matter what. I'm so pathetic." He gritted his teeth in agony. Is this the end, my boring, ordinary life? But then, a look of surprise flashed in Duke Bao's eyes as if he saw something unexpected. Right near him was Jiang Du, carrying a bunch of bags, while complaining. "You useless animal! Why didn't you wait at the entrance to the complex? What are you doing all the way out here?" Duke Bao looked at the person before him, puzzled. Is he from the Night Watch? No, his voice is too young, and his way of speaking isn't like someone from the Night Watch either. Could he be a superhuman? That's even more impossible. A normal person wouldn't even be able to get here. Jiang Du walked over, helped him up, and reassured him. "You just rest here for now. Leave the rest to me." He gave a confident smile. Besides, the entrance to the shadow side is strictly guarded by the Night Watch division. Not just anyone can get here, unless he's some mysterious powerhouse who lives on the shadow side. Before he could even act on that thought, Jiang Du was hit with a painful blow from the apartment demon. Just like Duke Bao before, he was sent flying about 10 feet. His jaw dropped as he thought, so damn weak. The demon tried to attack while he wasn't paying attention, but a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slapped it so hard its face was distorted, and then followed a continuous barrage of powerful attacks that made the demon's health drop non-stop. After beating the living daylights out of it, Jiang Du panted, looking furious. He held up the bottle of sauce he just bought and pointed it straight at the demon's face. "You beast! Your opponent is me!" In the gloomy shadow space, the battle raged on intensely. Jiang Du nimbly dodged the apartment demon's attack. At the same time, a glass liquor bottle rang out from the rubble. He used it as a weapon to send the aberration flying. The apartment fiend, refusing to give up, raised its scythe again. However, Jiang Du had vanished, nimbly slipping behind it with ease, using a broken bottle to strike the apartment fiend painfully. He dodged its attacks while smirking triumphantly. "It's useless. After our last few fights, I've figured out your moves. Besides, right now you're severely injured, so your speed and strength are much weaker. The advantage is mine." Just like that, Jiang Du continuously taunted it with the glass bottle, making the apartment fiend roar in pain and fury as it hastily retreated, keeping a great distance from him. Duke Bao watched in astonishment, not knowing whether to call this fighting style strong or weak anymore. It clearly followed no rules, but it always managed to suppress the opponent in a miraculous way. He then angrily lunged forward. "You scratched my butt the other day, so today I'm gonna shred your back, drop dead." Suddenly, Jiang Du's eyes widened as he noticed something unusual. It was the aberration, suddenly whipping its tail and sending him flying, causing Jiang Du to lose his balance and slam his back painfully against the wall. He coughed as he sat up. "Careless of me. I only attacked its back, so it started to guard against it." Seeing the apartment fiend menacingly charging at him, Jiang Du frowned, wondering what to do. If I take 2 more hits, I'm a goner. If I want to play it safe, I can leave the dark side first, wait a few days to recover, and then come back. But doing that would be like leaving someone to die, and that's not my style. With only 20% of my health left. Like hell, I'm scared of you. I'm seeing this through to the end today. Just then, Duke Bao shouted, "Its right ribs are the most injured! Attack there!" Jiang Du smiled, already charging forward with a plan. Got it. The apartment fiend saw this and suddenly felt a sense of danger. But he had already seen through its movements and flashed a triumphant smile. Jiang Du skillfully feinted to trick the aberration's eyes. "Your left side is wide open now." The sharp shard of glass struck its flank, causing the apartment fiend's health bar to drop to 18%. It shrieked in pain and turned to retreat in a panic. He was a bit stunned. It's running away already. But unexpectedly, the aberration dashed past Duke Bao, whose face paled as he turned to look at it. That's not right. So, the apartment fiend's target is those two kids, Duke Bao cried out in horror when he saw it open its toothy maw. It wants to heal itself. The monster charged straight for the children. It opened its bloody, fang-filled mouth wide. The trembling older brother still tried to shield his little sister in his arms. Just as it was about to succeed, a voice shouted, "Stop right there, you bastard!" Jiang Du clenched his fist, veins popping on his arm. He held a can in a ready stance, his eyes filled with rage as he stared at the apartment fiend. Then, without hesitation, he forcefully threw the object in his hand. The can flew through the air in a perfect straight line, heading directly for the aberration. Startled, it turned and saw something flying towards it, hastily tilting its head to dodge the can, yet by a hair's breadth. At the same time, Duke Bao also rushed in. He had somehow leaped high into the air, descending with a powerful kick aimed at the apartment fiend. This kick was packed with all his strength, and was as precise as it could possibly be, causing the aberration to lose its balance and fall backward. Its health bar dropped directly to just 15%. Duke Bao also coughed up blood and pain from the overexertion. The apartment fiend roared in fury, "I'll bite you to death." In the critical moment when it was about to swallow him whole, a strong hand appeared and grabbed its head. Jiang Du had arrived, a confident smirk on his face. He bit down hard directly on the aberration's neck, causing its health bar to drop to 14%. Jiang Du furiously grabbed the apartment fiend's fur and slammed it to the ground, sitting on top of it while hitting and cursing. "You're an aberration, right, you—" "Animal, keep barking." This time, its health bar finally dropped to just 11%. "You were about to eat someone, weren't you? I'll give you something to eat." Suddenly, a bright orb lit up on its chest, making Jiang Du pause. "This is—" He immediately gritted his teeth, forming his hand into a spearhead. Then, without hesitation, he thrust it straight into the spot on the aberration's chest. Jiang Du stabbed directly at the glowing orb. Enduring the explosive aura, he roared fiercely, "Die!" In an instant, the energy around Jiang Du threw the scene into chaos. Along with the pained screams of the aberration, finally, its entire body exploded, its head flying off, leaving him alone and covered in blood. Panting heavily as he wiped his face, looking at the incredibly messy surroundings, Jiang Du then used his power to connect the darkness with all things. He controlled the disheveled furniture, arranging it neatly again, and the fragments on the walls returned to their cracks on their own. In the end, only Duke Bao and the two children remained, all exhausted and unconscious. Jiang Du stretched his aching, blood-soaked body, but a smile played on his lips. "I finally got revenge for my butt." In his vision, everything was gradually blurring. Finally, Jiang Du felt his body stagger and fall forward in his last moments of consciousness. He only saw his own blurry shadow. And then he completely passed out, his vision turning to pitch black. In a city filled with smoke and a sea of flames, the bodies of innocent people were everywhere. Fires raged throughout the entire city. Jiang Du was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. This is a rendezvous point. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, he quickly turned around, feeling a sense of unease. Unbeknownst to him, a dense horde of aberrations had already surrounded him. Jiang Du watched in horror as they rushed towards him. Aberrations, all of them reaching out their hands as if they were fighting over prey. Before he could even understand what was happening, he was swarmed, completely overwhelmed by the dense horde of aberrations, unable to resist, like a deep black hole, completely swallowing. Jiang Du. In the desolate ruins of that city, there was only the stench of death. The sun has set. The dark side of the world, a transcendent being like Lai Mat Bang, an incomplete territory, a weak essence fire. There is... Some revel in luxury and debauchery, while others scream in the pitch-black night to fight and die in silence. This is Dai Chao, the true face of Dai Chao, known to many, yet unknown to more. In a daze, Jiang Du heard someone call out, "Wake up! Hurry and wake up!" The person shook him frantically. "Are you still alive?" He coughed and sat up. "Still alive." Jiang Du sighed in relief, realizing, "Thank goodness, it was just a dream. After killing that aberration, I couldn't remember anything." He placed a finger on its head and used the skill Shadow Devour. The dark energy from the aberration's body was quickly absorbed by Jiang Du. Duke Bao watched and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Why aren't you saying anything?" He quickly replied, "I'm here." Looking at his 10% health bar, Jiang Du thought that this guy's situation seemed pretty bad, but according to the system's standard health levels, he could probably still be saved. Based on the system's assessment, 70% health is a light injury, and 50% is a moderate injury. 30% is a severe injury, and 10% is near death, pre-cataclysm. The survival rate for this kind of injury is 30-70, maybe even 20-80. At 5% health, you can barely leave some last words, or maybe not even that. The man suddenly stood up and patted his shoulder, startling him. Duke Bao explained, "Give me a hand, help me lean against the wall." The two of them finally caught their breath, leaning against a safe, hidden corner. Duke Bao suddenly asked, "Brother, you're not from the Night Watch division, are you?" Jiang Du was secretly surprised. He didn't recognize him. "We live in the same building, but it seems he can't see anymore. It's understandable that he wouldn't recognize me." So he just went along with it and replied, "I'm not." The man actually turned and scoffed. "Just as I thought. I knew it. Struggling that much against a single rank 1 aberration. A scrub like that definitely isn't from the Night Watch. It's not like everyone in the Night Watch is that strong." Jiang Du felt like he was about to cough up blood. "Does this guy even know how to talk and to think I just saved his life?" Duke Bao laughed teasingly. "Just kidding, you're pretty impressive yourself. Taking out an aberration with a soy sauce bottle? That's a first. I've never seen that before." Suddenly, he coughed violently, startling Jiang Du. "Are you okay?" He couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He can still laugh while being this injured. Are all the people from the Night Watch in such good spirits? Duke Bao asked curiously. "Little brother, what school do you go to? What year are you in?" Jiang Du stammered out a lie. "North Capital Academy? A sophomore?" He figured it was best if fewer people knew his business, so he just made something up. But the man heard this and got excited. "What a coincidence! You're my junior! What's your major, non-combat or combat?" Jiang Du screamed internally. "Please stop asking, just stop!" Duke Bao answered his own question. "Probably the combat major. A non-combat major couldn't handle a mid-tier rank 1. Little brother, got any meds?" He didn't quite understand. Meds. Then Jiang Du took out a box of biscuits. He only had Pocky. And the man didn't refuse. "Biscuits are fine too, thanks." But to his surprise, he took one stick, broke it in half, and then offered one of the halves to him. Duke Bao grumbled, "This kid is so damn stingy." Jiang Du pointed to the ground. "I had a lot more, but they all fell on the ground during the fight. You want some, I can pick them up for you." The man was exasperated. "If you want to eat them, you can eat them yourself." And so, the atmosphere between the two gradually fell silent. Suddenly, Duke Bao spoke up. "By the way, is this your first time killing an aberration by yourself?" Jiang Du was evasive. "I guess you could say that." The man's eyes seemed to go distant as he looked up at the sky and then confided, "Sometimes I really envy you guys. The combat major, combat exams, the battle track, you're all natural-born talents, not like me, with my poor aptitude and weak will, just like the sky of this place." His aura was somber, without a shred of hope, even eating a Yao Wang, something that can greatly boost combat power. Wouldn't help. He quickly tried to change the subject. "Hey, maybe we should stop talking and conserve our energy until rescue arrives." Duke Bao gave a faint smile. "It's fine. I just wanted someone to chat with. The willpower of us office workers is like cotton thread, even if you have a lot of it. It's still just cotton. When the corruption comes flooding in, how can it possibly hold it back?" Jiang Du couldn't help but ask, "Do you regret it? You could have chosen a normal, non-combat major, and besides, for an office worker like you, why did you come to the dark side? Unexpectedly." The man suddenly clenched his fists. Duke Bao gritted his teeth in anger. "Regret hell yeah, I regret it. Me, an office worker, I could have been coasting at my job, chatting with the girls, happily training the cute little rookies of the Night Watch. Isn't that life sweet? I must have had a screw loose, jumping into this on a whim. Now look at me, I can't even get out." After his outburst, he clutched his mouth and coughed, frightening him. "Big bro, calm down a bit. If you keep this up, you won't last until help arrives." He paid no mind. The rescue signal was sent out a long time ago. Help should be here soon. Jang-do nodded, about to leave. Then I'm relieved. Well, I'll be... They didn't notice the glowing bracelet in the child's hand. Duke Bao pulled him back. Don't you go running around. If you run into another aberration with those half-baked skills of yours, you wouldn't even be a decent appetizer. Come here and chat with your big bro for a bit while we wait for rescue. Jang Du broke out in a cold sweat, desperately wanting to run. Big bro, please spare me. You're more torturous than an aberration. And so, in the small alley at the foot of the building, laughter echoed continuously. Let me tell you. Duke Bao tirelessly made Jang Du listen to his bragging. I was so strong back then, one move took care of everything. He heard it so much his ears went numb. In a flash, he looked as if he'd found a soulmate. If you go back to the academy, please help me apologize to Director Chow of the Combat Major's Superhuman Skills Department. Tell him I've failed his expectations, that I couldn't even defeat a mid-tier rank 1 aberration. Jang Du. He clutched his head, trying to suppress his feeling of helplessness. Duke Bao was still rambling on, thanking the vice chair of the Pollution Studies Department in the Superhumanities faculty, saying thanks for her guidance, and also advising her not to act like she's going through puberty in class anymore, always going on about passing on the new harmony for the eternal survival of humanity. It's so cringe. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Bro, how about you wait for me to get a notebook to write this down? Or wait until you're better and tell them yourself? Unexpectedly, that made Duke Bao pause, sighing and shaking his head. These words have been bottled up inside me for too long. I just wanted to find someone to tell everything to. He clicked his tongue repeatedly with regret, his mind drifting to the old days, his gaze growing dimmer. The North Capital Defense Academy. It would be nice to go back to that time. Are there any more cookies I'll have? 2 more sticks! I want the spicy ones! Jang Du was utterly exasperated. The guy's taste was something else. Besides, you couldn't find spicy Pocky sticks anywhere in this world. Duke Bao's hand also went limp and fell to the ground, as if he understood but still had to ask. Well, that's how it is. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance caught their attention. Duke Bao raised an eyebrow. It seemed the people from the Night Patrol Division were here. Hearing that, he immediately stood up. Good, he's saved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Someone had finally arrived. He picked up his bag of things and started to leave. The man called out, a bit confused. Aren't you coming with me? Jang Du smiled and turned his head. No need, I'll go on my own. It seemed Duke Bao understood he couldn't stop him and chuckled softly. He looked up and gave his blessing. Go, and have a safe journey. He didn't seem to realize if this man was truly blind. But that didn't stop Jang Du's steps. Duke Bao silently lowered his head, waiting for him to get far away, as the Shadow Path totem appeared at Jang Du's feet. Before leaving, he turned back to check the situation. The Night Patrol team had arrived, finding a member of the Night Patrol Division with 2 children beside him. They tried to administer first aid, checking for vital signs. But the strange thing was, Duke Bao didn't react to them at all, and the Night Patrol members signaled that he was already dead. Jang Du now realized something was very wrong. The health bar of Duke Bao had somehow dropped to 9%. He was stunned. How the health bar was gradually decreasing. How could this be? With current medical technology, they could definitely save him. Jang Du saw a stream of gentle energy enveloping him. The Night Patrol member stood solemnly before Duke Bao as his body faded. A Night Patrolman saluted. And then, finally, Duke Bao's health bar hit 0. His body gradually disintegrated into a wave of fragments, yet even at the very end, there was a smile waiting on his lips. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. Wait! But once the return path from the Shadow Realm was activated, it couldn't be stopped. In the end, Jang Du's hand could only grasp at empty air. The ordinary people around him looked on in confusion. They whispered curiously, "What is this guy doing? Is this some kind of performance art?" The sorrow on Jang Du's face was impossible to hide. On a large billboard, a voice said, on Superhuman, remember this. The voice echoed in his ear, making him understand. The person advised, do not give up, even at the very last moment. If you are aware that your own chances of survival are very low, When you drink the potential enhancer, the mortality rate reaches 90%. Once used, it means you are in a perilous situation where normal combat methods cannot help you escape. Please use Compound Number 3, Farsight, burn your life force, and illuminate Daijo. We will remember the sacrifice of those who bravely advance until they are exhausted, eliminating all threats, standing on the ground, looking up at the stars, patrolling the night in heaven's stead, gazing into the future, rooted in the mortal world yet transcending it, performing superhuman feats with human bodies. We are all watching. We are the Night Patrol Division. The elevator slowly ascended. Jiangdu, covered in blood, stood waiting in silence. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. That guy was dead. Jiangdu trudged out of the elevator step by step. He was lost in thought. The man had been talking and laughing normally just before, but thinking back, he just wanted someone to confide in before he died. No flowers, no applause, just a quiet departure like any other ordinary person. Jiangdu silently made a vow, but no matter how ordinary he was, I will remember him forever. He clutched his head in exhaustion and couldn't help but sigh. Jiangdu threw his stuff onto the table. All right, it's been a long day. I'll just take a quick shower and go to bed. I'm tired just from walking, yet my health bar is still over half full. I thought it was only at 20%. Still in shock, he mumbled. That guy only had 10% left and acted like nothing was wrong. I'm still so far behind him. It seems just training my muscles isn't enough. As he spoke, Jiangdu grabbed some food. My willpower needs to be strengthened too. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Where are the eggs? Zhao Zhao was lying on the sofa, pouting. I couldn't reach you by phone. I couldn't find you either. I told you to go buy eggs. Did you go collect them from the chicken coop yourself, Jiangdu? Quickly made an excuse. Isn't the new year coming up? Do you know how long the lines were? It was such a long wait. Then he suddenly remembered and asked, how did you get a key to my place? Zhao Zhao jumped down. You never cook and always order takeout. Uncle Lee told me to take care of you, so he gave me a key. She eyed Jiangdu suspiciously. What's with this look? Did you go out and get into a fight? He tried to change the subject again. It's getting late. You should go home and sleep, or Uncle Lou will get the wrong idea. Zhao Zhao didn't give up. Turn around. Jiangdu panicked and tried to leave. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go make some instant noodles. But Zhao Zhao was too quick and grabbed him. Don't run! Then her eyes widened in shock, and she screamed in horror. How did you get so injured? Jiangdu tried to escape. I forgot to buy eggs. That's enough. Of course. Zhao Zhao wasn't letting it go. Get back here! Where in the world did you just go? Jiangdu miserably resisted, saying he didn't go anywhere. Let go of me, she demanded. He refused. I won't, unless you tell me the truth. Jiangdu had no choice but to make up a story. On my way back, I saw a mugging and stepped in to help. I might look like this, but you should see the other guy. He's way worse off than me. When the police arrived at the scene, they could barely recognize that he was a person. Seriously, you have no idea how fast I am. A punch with the left, a slap with the right. I hit him high and low, beat him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Couldn't even tell if he was a man or a beast. As he was talking, suddenly, Zhao Zhao reached out her hand and touched my face. Pity was written all over her face. Jiangdu stared dumbfounded at the worried girl before him. He gaped in shock. She didn't actually believe that ridiculous story of mine, did she? Zhao Zhao sympathetically caressed Jiangdu's cheek, her face clearly unhappy, and asked, Does it hurt? He scratched his head and replied shyly, It doesn't hurt. You should go home and get some sleep. Seeing this, she also blushed, in embarrassment over her own actions, immediately turning away to say, I'm telling Uncle Lee about this. You getting up in the middle of the night to get into a brawl with people. Jiangdu panicked and pulled her back. It wasn't a brawl. Whoa. It was upholding justice. Oh, for crying out loud, don't go. Zhao Zhao paid him no mind. I'm still going. He had to resort to a cheap trick, his whole body aching. I'm not feeling so good. She turned back in alarm. Are you okay with those wounds? You need to go to the hospital. Jiangdu immediately refused. There's no need for all that trouble. The house is full of medicine Uncle Lee brought back from the night watch. It's way better than anything at the hospital. Zhao Zhao furrowed her brows, seeing right through him. You just want me to put the medicine on for you, don't you? Jiangdu grinned. I'll have to trouble you then, Dr. Liu. After that, he immediately learned what torture felt like, screaming, Ow! Ow! Oh, Now I asked you to apply medicine, and you wrapped me up like a mummy. This is a bit much. She slapped him on the shoulder. Are you going to show off again next time? Jiangdu quickly yelled. No, next time I definitely won't get involved in the fun anymore. Zhao Zhao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Swear it! He resisted again. I won't. Getting involved is just human nature. At most, I'll just watch. I won't jump in. But she certainly, wouldn't let it slide. What did you say? Say that again? Jiangdu quickly defended himself. I said I'll just watch. I won't do anything. Zhao Zhao huffed coldly and left. That's more like it. I'm leaving. He reached out his hand, asking, huh? You're leaving already. Why don't you stay the night? My bed is really big. She turned back, made a face, and taunted, as if. Then she decisively slammed the door with a loud bang, leaving Jiangdu all alone. In the living room, he mumbled, That guy asked me to pass on a message. The Beidou Guard Academy. Huh. Then, Jiangdu suddenly remembered something else. He shot up in alarm, muttering, Wait a minute! That guy never told me his name. Jiangdu's body gradually absorbed the dark energy of the aberration, and it seemed to glow brighter and brighter. The system also displayed information. Humanoid Aberration Phantom. Type. Umbral Shadow. Rank 1. Mid-tier. Introduction. A low-level abyssal aberration of the umbral shadow type that can unleash immense power in the darkness. If you are targeted by it, be careful of what's behind. Ew! Note. This aberration seems to be more than meets the eye. Price paid a broken arm. Shadow Devour Harvest. Obtain the Shadow Strike ability. Shadow points increased. This aberration has been absorbed. The price has been waived. He was a little surprised. So, killed aberrations are registered in the system's codex, or rather, they need to be absorbed by Shadow Devour to be registered. Jiangdu's body quickly converted the energy. From it, a new skill appeared. Shadow Strike. When an enemy attacks from the shadows, you can more easily grasp their weakness. The first attack will deal massive damage. He fell into thought. Well, I'll check out the new skill first. So, Jiangdu unsteadily got up from the chair, lowered his stance, and tried to activate the Shadow Strike ability. However, the only response he got was a cold breeze? Jiangdu's embarrassment turned to anger. It had no effect at all. Is this system messing with me? Suddenly, he had a thought. Wait, maybe it's because there's no target to activate the skill. Jiangdu gave up wearily. Well, I'll try again later when I have the chance. He then opened the system to check his information. It clearly stated name Jiangdu, attribute Shadow, Shadow points 14 out of 14, title The Mysterious One, unlocks the abilities, Shadow Devour, Shadow Eyes, Shadow State, The Mysterious One. An assassin in the dark. You are a natural-born assassin. When hiding in the shadows, you are like a fish in water. Mystery in the dark, hunting. In the dark. Jiangdu raised an eyebrow in disdain. Why is this crappy golden finger using gaming terms hunt in the night? Shouldn't it be hunt in the light? Then, out of curiosity, he tapped on Shadow State. Is this a new skill too? The system explained. In the Shadow State, you have the following characteristics. 1. When training in this state, you will gain unexpected benefits. 2. Your aura will be further concealed, allowing you to merge with the darkness without being observed. Your physical constitution and self-healing abilities are greatly enhanced. 3. When in the shadow dimension, you can use this state without any cost. In reality, it consumes shadow points to use this ability. 4. You have no vital points. Even if you are decapitated, you will only lose a lot of blood. Instead of dying instantly, his eyes lit up. This is the power of a golden finger, especially the fourth one. It's totally invent. Before he could finish, he saw the fine print if decapitated. Your health will drop by 99%. Not an instant death. Jiangdu roared. A 99% health drop? How the hell is that supposed to save me? I might as well just drop dead. Still, despite his complaints, the ability was quite good. Let's test its effects first. Shadow. Come out! Instantly, a plume of dark energy rose from the ground. It gradually formed a reflection of him. Jiangdu tried using his finger to control the shadow, and it immediately repeated the gesture of raising his finger. The two finally made contact, and the shadow merged directly into Jiangdu's body. The black color gradually spread across his face, while Jiangdu was still confused. It had already merged with him. Eventually, his entire body turned the black color of the shadow. Jiangdu looked at himself in astonishment. This was the interesting shadow state. He took a deep breath to test the feeling of his new body state, then leaped high into the air, his whole body zipping around. Jiangdu moved relentlessly around the room like a flash of lightning. He could feel the change in his body, the speed, and then Jiangdu decisively lifted the bed with one hand, continuously raising and lowering it like he was lifting weights. Then, he pulled a 100-kilogram hammer out of nowhere and didn't hesitate to smash it right into his own face. His defense. Jiangdu let out a cold laugh. This shadow state was truly insane. The downstairs neighbor, woken up in the middle of the night, yelled, "Are you having a war upstairs? Keep it down!" He quickly stopped, thinking, be humble, and deactivated the shadow state. Jiangdu looked at the system's persona menu, the mysterious one, and was curious. It could be unlocked. What did it mean to unlock this persona? It explained, "You already possess a part of this persona's authority but have not officially awakened it. After unlocking, this persona will be fully awakened. No one else will be able to awaken any part of this persona's abilities. It will be exclusively yours. At the same time, this action carries a certain risk. Agree to unlock. Note that sometimes risk can turn into opportunity." Jiangdu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Unlock a new persona. It seems pretty good. The system highlighted the word risk in red, so choosing no might be better. But he thought the risk might be worth the reward. Unexpectedly, before he could even finish thinking, the system automatically chose yes. He jumped in shock, shouting, "Hey, wait a minute. I wasn't sure I wanted to choose that yet." A shadowy aura immediately enveloped Jiangdu and causing the items on the floor to vibrate. Inside the only lit room in the city, something earth-shattering was happening. He had just broken out of the cocoon, his entire body covered by the shadow. It was a new state, the hunter. If you don't erupt while hunting, you will die. While hunting, you are a natural-born hunter. Attacks are guaranteed to inflict damage. New terminology, Note 1, excludes external attacks such as guns, bows and arrows, and poison. Note 2, a hunter hides in the shadows. The more mysterious you are, the more widely your fearsome reputation will spread. You will be able to gain more unexpected rewards. Note 3, even a god cannot escape. Jiangdu muttered in a daze. Attacks are guaranteed to inflict damage. Even a god is no exception. The system explained. After activating the shadow state, your kill/slash ability will be strengthened to a certain degree, reducing the health threshold required to activate kill/slash. It seemed to be describing the scene when he used the state to explain kill/slash. When the prey's health reaches a certain limit, the health bar will turn bright red. You will be able to see the prey's death point. By attacking this spot, you can trigger a kill/slash, completely annihilating the prey. The amount of health required for a kill/slash is influenced by factors such as the strength, abilities, and personas of both parties. Jiangdu stood thoughtfully, rereading the information carefully. He suddenly remembered kill/slash. Could it be the red dot that appeared on the monster? Last time Jiangdu mumbled guaranteed damage plus kill/slash. Then he couldn't help but laugh. It seems like He excitedly pointed to the sky, declaring himself invincible. Then suddenly, Jiangdu paused, thinking of something. He laughed and removed the bandages wrapped all over his body, fumbling to touch his skin. Strange. Didn't it say there was a risk? It seems like nothing bad happened. And the wounds are almost healed. The medicine's effect isn't this fast. Jiangdu directly ripped off the newly formed scab on his wound. Excitedly, he realized. Could it be because I just activated the shadow state? This healing ability is too powerful. The next day, Bao Kuang asked, Zhao Zhao, did you see what Jiangdu posted on his social media last night? Is it real or fake? He posted that last night. I was like a brave soldier. I didn't even blink after being stabbed 88 times by thugs. Tutu also said that Jiangdu messaged her privately last night saying he ran into a human trafficker. The guy was holding a watermelon knife and went on a killing spree from one end of the street to the other without batting an eye. Bao Kuang was startled. So he's really hurt. Should we go visit him? She shook her head in disbelief and explained, Don't listen to his nonsense. He was just chased by a hunting dog. Her two friends were surprised. Really, Zhao Zhao thought. That idiot Jiangdu is bragging all over the place again, returning to his house at that moment. She put her hand on the lock. If you don't believe me, you can go inside and see for yourselves. Zhao Zhao took out Jiangdu's house key to open the door. Her two friends asked curiously, "Why do you have a key to his house?" She calmly turned her head and explained, "Jiangdu's uncle shoved it into my hands." After saying that, Zhao Zhao entered the house and called out, "Jiangdu, are you home? Everyone's here to see you." In the bedroom, he was hugging, his arms slumped over. Jiangdu clutched his painful wound. "I was too careless. I really shouldn't have picked the scab." A voice called from outside. "Jiangdu, are you okay?" Zhao Zhao rushed over. "Your bandages. Where are they?" "Why did you take them off?" Jiangdu replied. "I thought the wound had healed, so I took them off." His two friends discussed among themselves. It seems what he posted on his social media last night was true. I think so, too. Then they walked over to Jiangdu, surprised. "When did you get all these muscles? No wonder you dared to fight a human trafficker. So cool." Zhao Zhao immediately pulled them back. "All right, stop staring. Go to the living room and sit down. We haven't even teased you yet. We get it. Stop pushing." As soon as she pushed them out, she slammed the door shut. Bao Kuang asked suspiciously, "Are those two dating? Tutu confirmed. 80% sure they are." Afterward, Zhao Zhao had to help Jiangdu reapply medicine to his wound. "Ouch!" She glanced at him suspiciously. "Stop whining. I know for a fact this medicine doesn't hurt at all." Jiangdu cried out in pain, but his eyes were already wandering up Yao Yao's thighs. She was still nagging him. "Did a donkey kick you in the head? Why did you have to peel off the scab from a perfectly healing wound? Then?" Yao Yao noticed Jiangdu's gaze, and she sighed unhappily. "Kids these days are so crude. I'll just get the fatty to put the medicine on for you." Jiangdu quickly stopped her. "No way. He's too clumsy. It won't work." Yao Yao's eyes were clearly filled with disbelief. She pinched his cheek hard. "I think it's been a while since Uncle Lee dealt with you," he thought to himself. "Even if Uncle dealt with me 800 times, it would be useless." Yao Yao puffed her cheeks and pouted. "What on earth were you doing last night? Anyway, don't tell me you were out mugging people. Do you think I believe that Jiangdu immediately defended himself? I was really being a hero for justice." She gave a cold smile. "Such a smooth talker. Not a single word you say is true." Jiangdu was helplessly thinking to himself, "What else am I supposed to say? That I went to the Shadow Realm to carve up an aberration and had a deep talk about life with someone from the Night Watch. You'd totally believe that for sure." Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, what time did Uncle Lou get back last night?" Yao Yao was confused. "He didn't come back." "Why do you ask?" Jiangdu said with a hint of sadness. "I just suddenly feel that the people of the Night Watch have it really tough. They work during the day and pull overtime at night. And what's more, it's also very dangerous." His words made her pause, her mood sinking. He glanced over at her. "Lu Yao must worry about Uncle Lou a lot," Yao Yao said softly. "Very few people in the Night Watch get to live a peaceful life. Uncle Lee lost an arm, and Lin Mo died when he was just over 20 years old. Even someone as strong as Uncle Lou was once severely injured, which affected his foundation, and for the rest of his life. There's no way for him to advance any further. If you pass the combat assessment, will you join the Night Watch division?" Hearing her words, Jiangdu didn't rush to answer. It seemed like he wanted to dispel the somber atmosphere, so he slowly and deliberately opened his mouth. "I don't know. Does the Night Watch division have a lot of pretty ladies?" Annoyed, Yao Yao directly pinched Jiangdu's cheek to shut him up, making him yell, "Ouch, stop pinching, go a little easier, what kind of girl acts like this?" She yelled. "You've never seen one before, then let me broaden your horizons today." Jiangdu's cries echoed out. "Stop, don't." Outside, Bao Chang wondered what the two of them were doing. Xiao Xiao was also stumped. "You guess?" Finally, Jiangdu finished applying the medicine, got dressed, and came out. He said awkwardly, "Why are you guys here?" Bao Chang helplessly said that. "After hearing the wild tall tales you told yesterday, they came to see how you were doing." Xiao Xiao asked with concern, "Are you okay?" They saw the unusual red marks and misunderstood. "Is that a Hickey Lu? Yamo is really energetic." Jiangdu casually sat down. "Don't worry, I'm not dead. Come on, have a seat. You guys have no idea. At that time, I had just bought a bottle of soy sauce and some other random stuff from the supermarket. I was walking home when suddenly a man rushed toward me, holding a bag in his arms." Yao Yao snorted coldly. "You're lying again. Jiangdu, I'm going to the supermarket. These two shirts are torn, so I might as well throw them out." He waved his hand dismissively. Just toss them. At that moment, 80 big, dark, and scary dudes jumped out of the woods, and I was swinging my knife left and right. But in the middle of his bragging, Jang Du suddenly thought of something, and he rushed forward to stop her. Wait, there's still something in the pocket. But the item had already fallen out of the jacket. It was a pack of sanitary pads lying right there on the ground. Yao Yao's face paled as she asked suspiciously, "Why are you carrying this around?" Jang Du said shyly. "Didn't you have a stomachache last night? I was at the supermarket and kindly bought you a pack. I wanted to surprise you." His two friends watched gleefully. This is the kind of thing only devoted couples do. This drama needs to be shared with the whole class. He placed the pack of pads in her hand. "Here, take it. Just tell me if you need more in the future." For some reason, Yao Yao got angry and crushed it. She blushed furiously, yelled, "I don't want it!" Then threw it right in Jang Du's face and stormed out. He clutched his red, swollen forehead and pouted. Why is she mad now? How weird! His two friends quickly got up to follow. "Well, we'll get going then. Good luck. Bro, we're rooting for you two." These words left Jang Du bewildered. They're all gone. Now no one will bother me. So he used his skill, Shadow Eye. A black totem array appeared under Jang Du's feet. An ominous aura gradually enveloped his body. The darkness. It slowly crept up to cover his entire face. Jang Du muttered to himself with satisfaction, "Time to start a fun training session." Jang Du used his ability to quickly enter his shadow state, then went directly into the Umbra. He looked at his body curiously. Strange. This place should be filled with corruption, but I feel incredibly comfortable. This feeling is like someone who has lived in an industrially polluted environment for a long time suddenly arriving in a vast and boundless grassland. Good, good. The pain in my stomach is gone, and my blood is regenerating very quickly. Jang Du satisfyingly held out his hand. All right, let's begin. His whole body lay flat on the ground. His hands gently pushed off to gain momentum. Then he leaped into the air, slammed into the ceiling, and was sent bouncing back down to the floor with a thud. Jang Du got up excitedly, feeling as if his whole body had a current of inexhaustible power. The system explained, upon entering the shadow state and accessing the shadow realm, you feel your entire body has been completely liberated and is incredibly free. You begin to try training. During training, Shadow Devour is activated. You have devoured the darkness in the shadow realm. Shadow points slightly increased. Physical constitution slightly increased. It seemed the shadow state on Jang Du's body was changing. It would recede and then spread throughout his body again. It seemed to be gradually analyzing the changes in him. The system's calculation algorithms were constantly increasing. Jang Du was satisfied. 1,000 planks were completed with ease. He looked at his room, which was still a bit cramped. Guess I'll train outside. Zhang Yu ran straight to the park, musing to himself that if this were the real world, all those rich tycoons would be lining up one by one to ask him to be their master. He reached up and grabbed the horizontal bar above his head, performing several flashy spinning maneuvers. He decided he might as well go win a gold medal in the World Championship for the horizontal bar first. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Night Watch Division, a group of elite-looking individuals entered. Their destination was the meeting room, where Captain Lu was also seated at the table. One of them read from a report, stating that the scope of the recent disturbance in the shadow plane was large, with abnormal fluctuations. The corruption index had skyrocketed, far exceeding the regional limit. Squads B3, B7, and A2 in the north, south, and east District 1, have discovered traces of suspicious cracks. This disturbance was highly unusual. Judging from the battlefront maps, its range was concentrated in residential areas, which made their expressions turn grim, rather than being randomly distributed as before. The atmosphere in the Night Watcher's meeting room was extremely tense. Captain Lu frowned, thinking that the aberrants had been getting increasingly active lately. In the past 2 days alone, there had been 4 consecutive incidents of people being dragged into the shadow plane. On top of that was the report concerning Dabao and his death. He frowned. It might not seem like many, but who knew if the aberrants would become more skilled next time, causing even more severe damage. Compared to the aberrants from the shadow plane, the abyss rifts were far more dangerous. If the shadow plane aberrants were like ferocious wild beasts, then the things that crawled out of the abyss rifts were like Godzilla. Just then, Junguang spoke up. All right, Alright, everyone pull yourselves together, he continued. It's only a suspicion for now. There's no need to act like the sky is falling. Besides, haven't we been well prepared for a fight for a long time now? His words seemed to steady everyone. Both Captain Lu and the others managed smiles of relief. Sun Guang then prompted the presenter, Alright, please continue with your report. The aide responded crisply. Next is the list of recent casualties. After the meeting, Captain Lu stood alone by the glass window. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket. He lit one to relax. Captain Lu grumbled wearily. Of course, all this trouble has to pop up right before the new year. But then he suddenly realized something was off. The thing Captain Lu was holding wasn't a cigarette. He frowned. It was a cookie stick. That little brat swapped my cigarettes again, he thought. Just then, a pack of cigarettes was tossed his way. Captain Lu caught it effortlessly without even looking. Only then did he lift his head and look to his side. Sun Guang teased. Don't look so glum. He already had a cigarette in his mouth. Want one. But surprisingly, Captain Lu put the pack down. He calmly nibbled on the cookie stick instead, then leisurely replied, Nah, I'm afraid of getting lung cancer. Sun Guang burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke. You're afraid of that. Captain Lu frowned. Cut the crap! You stayed behind to find me for a reason, so spit it out. Hearing that, Sun Guang exhaled a thoughtful cloud of smoke, slowly flicked the ash off his cigarette, and replied, The higher-up sent down another notice. Captain Lu's eyes widened in shock. What notice? Sun Guang didn't answer right away, instead taking a slow drag from his cigarette. Captain Lu's expression tensed as he seemed to understand. It's that time again. His body swayed, and he had to lean on a table, clutching his head wearily as he asked, Oh, so soon? Are you sure about this? Sun Guang shrugged. You've probably already received it on your computer. Only then did Captain Lu turn on the computer on his desk. He asked, Have you chosen a path for your little girl yet? The Martial Department or the Transcendent Liberal Arts Department? Captain Lu shook his head. Not yet. We'll decide after she finishes her aptitude test. On the computer was an urgent notice for all Tier 2 superhumans and above. It stated that, barring special circumstances, all of their children must enroll in a major within the superhuman system after completing their aptitude tests. He asked again, Don't just talk about me. What about your boy? I think he's, not the sharpest tool in the shed. Are you enrolling him in spirit tech, aberrant studies, or superhuman physiology? But Sun Guang fell silent, fiddling with his cigarette, before stating firmly, None of them! Captain Lu was taken aback. Don't tell me you're putting him in the Transcendent Liberal Arts Department. He shook his head. I'm having him study regular liberal arts. Captain Lu laughed in disbelief. Are you kidding me? He hasn't even taken the aptitude test. What if he's a match? You know that if his aptitude meets the requirements, he'll be forcibly enrolled in a superhuman department. But Sun Guang decisively stubbed out his cigarette. He turned, put on his jacket, and began to leave, saying, He's not taking the test. Captain Lu quickly called out, Hey, what do you mean by that? But Sun Guang offered no further explanation. Just take your time with your duties. I'm going out for a stroll. A female aide then entered the room timidly. Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. Captain Lu nodded. What is it? Go on, she reported clearly. This is a dispatch that just came in from the shadow plane. He opened it, and upon reading the contents, was left completely speechless. It was a report on a new aberrant type, designated D29527. Nickname, the Shadow obsessed with practicing the Azure Whale Claw. Description 1. The subject is a jet black entity that exists like a shadow. The target was first discovered in the central garden of the Than Nuit residential complex. It is presumed to have entered this residential area by accident. Description 2. The target is tireless, thus it shows immense interest in physical training and knows how to use exercise equipment. It has a low propensity for aggression. Description 3. When our reconnaissance personnel approached, the subject ceased its training and performed the Azure Whale Claw. Observation time was 2 hours and the threat assessment is quite low. The recommendation is to temporarily refrain from capture or extermination. The female aide summarized. Our observation team discovered a new type of aberrant in a nearby residential complex. Since there's no record of it in our database, they are requesting your assessment. But Captain Lu was just as baffled. What in the world was this bizarre aberrant? Meanwhile, back in the shadow plane, Zhang Yu was recording a video of an aberrant. Look here. In front of us is a spider. A spider's body contains a large amount of protein, several times more than, with an equal weight in rice. The spider meat is fresh and juicy. If you burn off the hair on its surface with a flame, you can easily peel it, take a bite, and you'll find it's not like beef, nor is it like goat meat. So what's it like? It's like spider meat. I can't believe the landscape photos from the Shadow Realm got so many likes. At this rate, I'm going to become a top idol. It turns out, besides me, there are still a lot of people making videos about supernatural stuff. This kind of content was supposed to be censored and blocked from being uploaded before. Just then, the system window popped up, startling him. Jiangdu frowned as he read Shadow Attribute, Mysterious One's status. A hunter who doesn't go berserk while hunting will die in the hunt. To not hunt is to die. Awakening this status, you feel unusually joyful. You know that only by constantly hunting can you extend your own life. Go and enjoy the process of every hunt, becoming a fearsome hunter until you ascend. Annoyed, he slapped it away. You're gonna pop up and scare me over something like that. But then, something even more important appeared. Remaining lifespan 100 hours. It was like a bolt from the blue for Jiangdu. My lifespan is only 100 hours. Jiangdu's face paled as he looked at the data. What's going on? Why is the system showing my lifespan is only 100 hours? Could this be the risk I have to bear for unlocking the hunter's status? You call this a necessary risk. Calm down. Don't panic. There must be a way to put out this fire. From this introduction, it seems a hunter is forced to constantly hunt to extend their lifespan. In other words, as long as I kill aberrations, I can extend my lifespan. He reread the information. Item 1. Life and death are the hunter's right. You either stand amidst endless slaughter to achieve immortality, or... Jiangdu speculated based on this text. It seems hunting can even lead to immortality. Item 2. Because hunters are special, even if their flesh perishes, they can exist in another state. He was confused. But what does it mean to exist in another state after your flesh perishes? And what's this about awakening? This status makes you unusually joyful. I've only got a few days to live. Joyful my foot. When the time comes that I can't kill a single aberration, I'll even have to ask Uncle Lee for help. Looking at the spider aberration, Jiangdu thought, it seems the only way is to kill this thing to earn some lifespan and figure things out from there. So, he turned on his phone to record. A rare opportunity. Filming a video while I'm trending as an idol. Anyway, this is a secret account Uncle Lee got from the Night Watch division. I'm not afraid of anyone tracing it back to me. Immediately, Jiangdu activated his form, the Shadow. The phone's camera also quickly captured that moment. It turned out he had started a live stream. Welcome everyone to my channel. Hey everyone, I'm Little Do, and today I'm taking on a giant spider aberration all by myself. First, we need to be quiet and slowly approach our target, then give it a good whack. We're getting closer and closer now. Next, I'll stay silent to avoid startling it. After that, Jiangdu took out his weapon, a special steel club that cost him several 100,000, with a few unnamed metal pieces embedded in its head. Just then, the monster scented its prey. However, just as it lunged forward, he dodged aside. The aberration turned around, but Jiangdu had already leaped behind it. His heart was trembling and pounding non-stop, but it was as if he was in a blind spot, leaving the aberration confused, Jiangdu thought with interest. It can't even detect me when I'm this close. This shadow state is really convenient. Next, I just need to use my killing skills to find its weak spot. Right after that, he slipped right underneath the aberration's body. Jiangdu's eyes lit up. This is the spot. He grinned, raising his weapon. Time to give you a treat. Half an hour earlier, from the spider's perspective, I've been in this world for a while now, and I've come to really like this place. It's not suffocating like the abyss, and there are no terrifyingly huge brats around. Just a little caution is enough for a little lowly like me to survive. I just fought with a really ugly member of my own kind, although I got slightly injured. It also gave me a hearty meal. It happily laid its head down. A little more sleep and I'll be recovered. Its multiple eyes were drowsily closing when suddenly, its spider sense made it jolt up. What bastard dares to approach me? The aberration was bewildered. Where is it? I can clearly sense it's right near me. Forget it. This place doesn't feel safe anymore. Finding another spot is so hard. But before it could leave, it felt something was wrong. Something stabbed straight into its abdomen, making the spider shriek in pain. Jiangdu satisfyingly felt his formidable power. For a moment, it felt like pixels were pouring out. So this is what it's like to unleash my full power only when fighting an opponent. Good. its health bar is down to 40%, just 2 more hits. But before he could do anything, a claw shot out. Sending Jiang Du flying backward, he sat up from the rubble in a daze. Ouch, that didn't hurt. But the spider aberration was about to go insane. My rear end? Jiang Du gave a wicked smile. Excellent. That steel club was stuck in its weak spot, causing it to continuously lose health. So, he seized the opportunity and quickly got back up! A great power swirled around Jiang Du's body as Shadow Dive activated. He then used the skill's momentum to sink into the ground. Jiang Du's entire body submerged into the earth as if he were diving. He was a bit surprised. So this is Shadow Dive. I didn't expect it to be like a mystery hiding in the darkness. I don't have to fight aberrations head on. I just need to be like a hunter hiding in the forest, waiting for an opportunity, then deliver a fatal blow to the prey. Watching the struggling spider, Jiang Du murmured, "Supernatural aberration." A triumphant smile appeared on the hunter's face. The prey. The hunt has begun. A girl was bored, scrolling through live streams. Sunset and the Night Watch. Your safety is protected by the Night Watch division. Hello everyone, I'm an employee at the Night Watch. Today, I'll be introducing you all to the species. A low-level aberration. She boredly switched to another live channel. Hello everyone, I'm la 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 la. Today, I'll take you to a restaurant deep in an alley. The bad guy is me. I am Jian Damong. Hello everyone. I'm going to perform an extremely dangerous stunt for you all. This lighter. Hey fam, watch me smash it. Shouty scoffed. What is all this? Crap, have streamers run out of things to do these days? Boring. But then, Xiao Di's eyes suddenly widened in shock. It was Zhang Yu's livestream. My name is Yu from Beidou. She wondered what this place was. In the video, a series of aberrations flashed across the screen. Xiao Di shot up in surprise. Was that thing just now an aberration? Oh my god, for real, that can't be special effects, can it? Zhang Yu was introducing it? This little toy is called a patterned shadow insect, an ancient demonic bug, first tier, mid-rank, a low-quality aberration from the abyss. The comments started flooding in. Brother Yu is so handsome, so cool. Oh no. I'm falling for him. I want to buy a house for you. Zhang Yu, but I can't afford it. I want you to buy me some spicy stir-fried pork, no spice. He continued to share his knowledge. The patterns on its body can emit mental corruption. Low-level individuals cannot look at it directly for a long time. Xiao Di read the comments unhappily. A bunch of simps, posting all your cringy show-off comments online for your parents and friends to see. I hate shameless people like you the most. Then, she couldn't help herself and typed out a similarly thirsty comment. Zhang Yu, I'm available. A moment later, Zhang Yu in the video sank into the ground. Her eyes lit up. No way. Could this streamer be a superhuman? Xiao Di smirked excitedly. This is getting more and more interesting. At that moment, inside the Shadow Realm, Zhang Yu was facing off against the spider. He was actually aiming for the staff on its body. A swift kick made the aberration scream in pain. It retaliated by striking out with force towards Zhang Yu, but he had already quickly escaped. This left the aberration confused, wondering where its enemy had gone. It furrowed its brow, looking at the spot it had just missed, only to see a finger poking its body. As it dazedly and obediently turned around, Zhang Yu held up 2 fingers in a friendly greeting. I'm over here, Zhang Yu continuously taunted the spider. Yet it couldn't land a hit. You have 8 legs and can't hit me once. You're such a noob. Watching this, Xiao Di couldn't help but gasp. She was mesmerized. So fast, so handsome. This streamer is both good-looking and fast. Just then, in the video, the spider spat a huge amount of venom at him. A wave of poison spread across the ground. Zhang Yu completely vanished within that wave. The spider gloated arrogantly. You dare fight me? But unexpectedly, his voice rang out. You think covering the ground with acid means I can't do anything to you? Zhang Yu had reappeared on a tall building nearby. He smirked and said, Shadows are everywhere. Zhang Yu's body shot forward like a flash of lightning. The aberration hurriedly spat out another barrage of venom, but he vanished again, and I can move freely within the shadows. Zhang Yu's figure flickered in and out of existence, teleporting at will, phasing through walls. His feet lightly emerged from a wall, I am the hunter from the shadows. He took out another staff-like weapon, appearing beneath the spider. Endless slaughter has made me lose my memories. I only vaguely remember my name. He easily pierced the aberration's body with one strike. Zhang Yu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. My name is Yu. His body was shrouded in a deadly poison. Finally, the battle ended in an overwhelming victory. He began the process of absorbing the aberration. Shadow Devour. The dark power of the abyss slowly floated into Zhang Yu's body. He took a deep breath, absorbing all of that energy. A white coat fluttered and appeared gently. Zhang Yu donned the coat like a hidden god. Hunt completed. The live stream exploded. Is this a superhero movie? Is this for real? It's not CGI, is it? He's so handsome, right? Brother Yu, I love you. Meanwhile, Xiao Di, on the other side, couldn't help but clutch her phone. Her eyes shone with excitement and happiness. So thrilling. It's been so long since I've seen something this exciting. Xiao Di didn't hesitate to press. Follow! 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 I have to follow. Where else can you find a blogger who's both cool and a little crazy? Afterwards, she even sent a private message. Hello, wanna be friends? I highly rate that assassination mission just now. The system explained. Name Striped Shadow Spider, Ancient Demonic Type, Rank First Tier, Mid-Rank. Introduction. A low-level abyssal aberration of the Ancient Demonic Type. The patterns on its body represent its strength. The more patterns it has, the stronger its ability to cause mental corruption. Please do not look at it directly for a long time, unless you are willing to become its prey. Abilities Acid, Silk Spinning, Ancient Demonic Corruption. The price for Assassination is the disruption of the 5 senses. Shadow Devour Collection 1. Ability, Shadow Silk acquired. 2. Number of shadow points increased. The above aberration has been collected. Price waived. Zhang Yu sighed regretfully. Just a first-tier, mid-rank small fry. I thought I'd defeated a powerful enemy. In terms of raw power, I'm still far weaker than that monster, but I just took advantage of the shadows at this moment. The viewer count reached 1.5 million. He was shocked. So many viewers, I'm famous. So, Zhang Yu smiled brightly and said, that's all for today's live stream, leaving a little suspense to stimulate the viewer's interest. Tisk. He noticed something on his hand. Is this black line? Shadow Silk Zhang Yu shot a thread towards a tall building, and his whole body was pulled up like he was web-swinging. He couldn't help but shout in amazement. Then, acting like a total kid, he role-played. I'm Spider-Man unexpectedly. He couldn't control it and slammed face first into the wall. As he fell, Zhang Yu quickly grabbed onto a pole. Lamppost. Stumbling, he steadied himself. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I really need to practice with this shadow thread more. He checked his status. Remaining lifespan 7 days. Zhang was disappointed. Only an extra 3 days of life. That's less than I thought. He pondered. Even though I have 7 days left, aberrations aren't always easy to find. What if I can't find any? Just then, the system displayed a note 3. As a slayer who lurks in the shadows, your infamy spreads far and wide. You will gain even more unexpected rewards, because your infamy has spread, unlocking the Slayer's authority. Mark. You can mark your prey, easily identifying its weaknesses, and simultaneously strike those weak points. Prey marked by you will develop negative psychological states like panic and fear. The effect is determined by the power difference between the two of you. Single target, short duration. The mark can only exist for 1 second. Increase your infamy or status to enhance this ability. Please note, activating mark will consume a certain amount of stamina. This ability also has a chance of revealing your position and startling the prey. Please use it with caution. The hunt. When pursuing a marked prey, you will gain increased agility and strength. Upon a successful hunt, one of your attributes or abilities will be enhanced to a certain degree. Please note, the hunt has no cost. This ability's duration is the same as mark. Please kill the prey during the hunt. Increase your infamy or status to enhance this ability. Zhang scratched his head in confusion, because my infamy spread. I unlocked this authority. When did my infamy even spread? He suddenly realized, could it be from that live stream earlier, killing aberrations, editing videos, gaining fame, unlocking new abilities? It's a whole chain of events. Both my copy ability and my superpowers are leveling up like crazy. With that, He stood up excitedly. All right, guess I'm working overtime tonight. Jiang Du activated his hunt ability, and the tracks of an aberration immediately appeared in his vision. Found you. He launched himself from the top of the lamppost, then pounced straight down to slay the aberration, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his lips. After a full night of fighting, Jiang Du returned home, only for Zhao Zhao to press a cotton ball soaked in alcohol firmly onto his wound, making him clutch his face and cry out in pain. She raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Couldn't you just stay home and behave? Who did you go out and fight with this time? Jiang Du hesitated, unsure what to say, then vaguely explained, Easy there. I was out being a hero if you don't understand it. Don't say anything, Zhao Zhao said disdainfully. Is that so? Have you ever seen a hero who gets covered in injuries every day? You have no real skill, yet you act so tough, Jiang Du muttered in frustration. These wounds, if I used my shadow form, they'd heal in a few minutes. Isn't it obvious I left them on purpose so you could treat them for me? She frowned suspiciously and asked, What are you muttering to yourself? Jiang Du quickly denied it. Nothing. Are there any interesting movies out lately? We should take some time to go see one. Zhao Zhao scrolled through her phone. They're all just trashy movies, nothing good to watch. However, recently there's this really interesting blogger. He paused, then curiously turned to ask about the blogger. She turned on her phone to show Jiang Du. Look here. On the screen was a video of the shadow figure. Yuzi, my name is Du. I am an amnesiac assassin from the Umbra. This made him jump and spit out a mouthful of water. Zhao Zhao was startled too. What's wrong? Why so worked up? Jiang Du quickly tried to distract her. No, it's nothing. You've been watching this video lately, she confirmed excitedly. Of course, it hit the trending charts in just 2 days. This guy named Du is the hottest supernatural blogger right now. He scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. Is that so? He's pretty good, huh? But isn't it illegal to publish this kind of supernatural knowledge? Jiang Du secretly worried that he was getting famous too fast. He wouldn't get targeted by the Night Watch. Would he? At that, Zhao Zhao turned to him, a little surprised. She calmly explained, You're not allowed to publish core knowledge. Everything people can see now is just the most basic of the basics. It doesn't have a big impact. Look at this. This is a video of him in a real fight with an aberration. Zhao Zhao moved closer, linking her arm with Jiang Du's to bring them nearer, and happily showed him her phone. Aren't you really interested in the supernatural? You could follow him and see. Look, there's another video about him here, but it's a re-upload by someone else. Zhao Zhao's happy expression made him smile unconsciously, because her joy was so pure and innocent. Suddenly, she asked, Hey, do you think I could make videos and post them online? Maybe I'd get famous too. Jiang Du disagreed teasingly. What would you film dancing around in the shadow realm wearing a schoolgirl uniform and white stockings? Zhao Zhao hugged herself angrily. Get lost. Can't I just make videos explaining supernatural stuff? He then changed his tune. Don't think that just because you've seen a little bit of material, you can compare yourself to those experienced Night Watch veterans, right? Also, don't wear outfits like this outside next time. You'll attract creeps. Last time, I had to lose one. Hearing that, Zhao Zhao's face went pale. Lose one. She slipped behind Jiang Du and raised her gun, deftly pressing it into his side, her words full of menace. These injuries all over you, they aren't from stalking some girl in a uniform and getting beaten up, are they? He panicked and quickly raised both hands. I was just kidding. Zhao Zhao didn't believe him, tapping the barrel of her gun. Who knows if that's true or not? Jiang Du had no choice but to plead. Spare me. Officer Liu, she angrily punished him by making him cook dinner. After the meal, Jiang Du sighed in relief and collapsed. Onto the couch! He grumbled as he checked his phone. Finally saw that little rascal off. To his surprise, he had tons of messages. Are you there? Who are you? What was your purpose in uploading this video clip? Are you really from the North Capital? Sir, are you a night watchman? Is this scripted? Are there any more photos of that aberration? You sure it's not photoshopped? How to make braised pork belly? Shave the hair off the pork belly? Chop the bones into pieces and prepare the onions. Jiang Du was surprised. He'd gotten so many private messages in such a short time. Looks like I'm really famous now. But just then, something else caught his attention. A series of messages tagged Jiang Du tumor. Authentic exposed you. Go watch his video. Dude, you got exposed by Authentic. Is it true Garbage Tumor faked the video? Who the hell do you think you are? Exposed serves you right. So many night watchmen risk their lives. You got famous by splicing and editing. What gives you the right to be compared to them? Show your face and stop playing dead. You coward who only knows how to edit videos. Come out and face the music. He was confused, wondering what they meant by faking the video. Jiangdu clicked the link everyone sent, which led to another vlogger. Hello everyone, I'm Authentic. Today, we're not checking out stores, I'm taking you all to a fight. A bald old man was speaking. You've all seen this video, right? Some guy named some kind of aberration. Is he that kind of guy, the shadow plane? Amnesiac assassin. Aberration. See for yourselves if this video looks real. First, let's watch the video. We'll use a computer to review it frame by frame. Everyone, look at these two screenshots. You can see there's no seamless transition. It's clearly been edited. Now look at the background. It's obviously been post-processed. The real scenery has been blurred. Jiangdu muttered angrily. Isn't this vlogger a food reviewer, always checking out restaurants? Why is he trying to get famous off me now besides? I only cut out the parts where I looked bad, and for that he exposes me, the old man said. Why am I exposing this guy today? Everyone. Look here, I'm a real unofficial night watchman. When we were young, the number of aberrations we killed was countless. So I can spot a punk like him from a mile away. That's all I'll say. I advise a certain someone to clean up their act. He then clicked to see the comments below. This is clearly a real scene. The shadow plane and the aberration are both real. How did it become a fake video? Then why edit it? The background is all blurred, which proves he has ulterior motives. So what if it's edited? Editing doesn't prove the video is fake. I think some of the camera angles are very problematic. That guy has no real power. He's just deceiving everyone. That's right, Authentic is the man. He's the real veteran knight. Watchman! Jiangdu scratched his head in frustration. Let them expose me. Even my own comics were once misled by a bunch of tasteless fools. The truth is, only when the tide goes out do you see who's been swimming naked? Fine. If they say my video is fake, I'll just go kill another aberration and earn some more lifespan. But before that, I need to set things straight with that Authentic guy. He posted a summary, owe us an apology. The fake superhuman vlogger is trending. Du has a side like this. The expose feels a bit off. Du's video isn't that simple. Who is Du really? He's definitely not an ordinary person. Just a passerby. But let's get the story straight. It's edited and scripted. A natural-born hunter. A nightmare that terrifies his enemies. Jiangdu jumped back into the shadow plane. This time, he brought a mini camera instead of his phone. Jiangdu clipped the camera to his left chest pocket. He looked around, sensing that the numbers were even lower than yesterday. The shadow plane gets rearranged every so often. At first, there were a lot of them. Then suddenly, his hunt skill lit up. Jiangdu saw one hiding. It seems like a master ambusher is here, waiting to attack another aberration. Let me show you what a real master ambusher looks like. He prepared to charge without hesitation. The hunt begins. Jiangdu stuck his leg out over the edge of the building's rooftop. But looking at the terrifying height, he gulped and decided to take the stairs instead. Calm down, don't get cocky. Instead of a powerful assassin hunting his prey, it's more like a rookie superhuman taking a stroll. That's more accurate. At that moment, the aberration was hiding and searching for prey. But it didn't notice that danger was also approaching. Jiangdu appeared right in front of it, and a mark instantly appeared as the aberration entered. His target range, Jiangdu was delighted it worked. The marked creature felt an inexplicable fear for a moment. He thought, this thing looks a lot like that scythe monster from before. Has it evolved? He wasn't afraid either. So what I've evolved to? Instantly. Jiangdu attacked from below with the Master Ambusher's Staff Art Rising Dragon Staff. The monster's health bar dropped straight to 45%. He didn't hesitate, bending his knees to pursue the aberration, launching an attack from midair. Jiangdu's eyes were sharp, seizing the opportunity. Activate Hunt, the system immediately reported. Mark is effective. Hunt activated. Strength and agility increased. Duration 1 second. Killing the target within this time will yield extra rewards. He once again appeared right in front of the monster. However, the aberration quickly dodged the blow. Jiangdu was a bit surprised by its speed, but he didn't hesitate to leap up and charge toward the aberration. It sensed the danger, and immediately turned into flee. But Jiangdu quickly blocked its path, at which point the aberration finally revealed its trick, its tentacled mouth opening to attack. A shockwave of invisible force shot towards him. Jiangdu was startled and blocked it. I'm so dizzy, this thing can even launch mental attacks. Then 2 sharp slashes struck him, causing Jiang-Du to cough up blood. He quickly retreated to stabilize himself, collapsing to the ground and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's insane! It dropped my health by 34% in an instant." Through the cloud of dust, the aberration appeared. It was becoming clearer. Jiang-Du frowned, thinking this thing was a high-attack, high-agility assassin with a ton of health. He wiped the blood from his mouth. "I have to use a strategy." Jiang-Du used his ground-hiding skill again. "Try and hit me now." He shot forward, nimbly dodging its attacks, but the enraged mutant relentlessly pursued him. It lunged forward, swinging its scythe towards Jiang-Du. Then suddenly the mutant froze, stunned and bewildered. It turned out its 2 scythes had been caught by his shadow. He landed a direct punch on its body. Jiang-Du smirked coldly. "You idiot. You fell right into my trap." His feet moved with lightning speed. Jiang-Du rained blows upon it. "So what if you have high attack and high agility? Now you can't fight back or run away. In this place, I'm the one in charge. There's no escape for you today." The restrained mutant was unable to move, causing it to roar in fury. Annoyed, he kicked it directly. "Don't even think about pulling that move." Just like that, Jiang-Du punched and kicked the mutant in the face. The mutant was at its weakest. He raised his hand to deliver the fatal blow. But suddenly, Jiang-Du's hand stopped right in front of its face, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. How can this be? The mutant's face had been replaced by Duke Bao's. "You're that night patroller." Jiang-Du couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Wasn't he taken away by the night patrollers? How did he turn into this, and why is he here unexpectedly? The mutant took that chance to break free. It immediately fled in a panic, startling him. "Stop! I have something to tell you." "Stop!" Jiang-Du chased it to a tall building before stopping. His breathing was ragged, but he frantically kept searching. Jiang-Du could only sigh in frustration, as he had likely lost the mutant's trail completely. The system announced, "Entering the shadow plane. You have discovered prey bearing the mark of a hunter. You are incredibly excited for the upcoming hunt. You have already begun to anticipate the scene of your successful kill." Jiang-Du walked slowly, step by step, ignoring the words ringing in his ears. It immediately reminded him, "You were about to succeed in the hunt, but you unexpectedly let the prey escape. Unfortunately, this is a failed hunt. Warning, if you fail hunts consecutively, your strength will be weakened, even shortening your lifespan. You know deep down that only by constantly hunting, increasing your notoriety, and leveling up can a hunter gain more power over life and death. But now your heart is filled with rage, feeling that life is meaningless. You won't hunt anymore." The voice was like a demonic whisper in his ear. "Then just wait for death." He angrily punched the system panel, his brow furrowed in frustration. "That's enough. Stop rushing me." After venting, Jiang-Du helplessly lowered his hand. He clutched his head in pain. A hero who sacrificed himself to save people, only to end up looking like this. Suddenly, Jiang-Du froze, his whole body stiff. He looked at his reflection in the glass. If I die, Jiang-Du couldn't help but imagine, will I also turn into a monster? He clenched his fists tightly. There's no turning back now. I have to keep hunting without stopping. Afterwards, Jiang-Du went to the Van Hai assembly point, East District 1, Huang Wasteland. He looked around. This is the place. The news said mutants often appear around here. I shouldn't have to worry about finding one here. Jiang-Du opened a passage, shadow portal, and instantly, a portal appeared on top of a tall building. He jumped out of it. This speed was almost like teleportation. Jiang-Du observed his surroundings. Indeed, the number of mutants here was much higher than back where he was from. However, they were quite cowardly, all hiding inside buildings without showing their faces. Then he noticed something in the distance. Jiang-Du was a little surprised. There's one on the roof. It's not hiding. He immediately understood something about this one. Jiang-Du silently confirmed, this one is very strong. However, its leg seems to be badly injured, and its health is also low. A great opportunity. I won't let it slip away this time. A shadow stealthily approached the rooftop. Jiang-Du's shadow hand emerged from the ground. He crept quietly closer to the mutant, but just that was enough for it to sense something was wrong. The moment it turned around, Jiang-Du immediately sank back into the ground, as if nothing unusual had ever been there. He was a bit shocked. So sharp. The mutants here are much more vigilant than the ones in my neighborhood. This one seems to have a very keen sense of smell. And the red spot on its body has weakened a lot. Is it because it's in a state of alert? No. I have to make it lower its guard. First, be patient. Wait for it to drop its defenses. At the moment, the mutant turned back to bite into its meal. Now's my chance. Jiangdu activated his hunt and marked another location at the Liu family's apartment building. Zhao Zhao saw someone enter and immediately scolded, "You're back so late. Where did you run off to? Hurry up and help me with this." Uncle Lai, Tuan Quang's father, asked with a smile, "Are you cooking for Jiangdu again?" Captain Luke shrugged. "I told him to stay here. The kid I raised has become part of your family." She shyly turned her head away. "Dad, don't talk bad about me." "But why are you off work so early today?" he replied casually. "There was nothing to do at the station, so I left early. It's rare for us to get together. Let's go out to a restaurant for a meal." Zhao Zhao immediately refused. "No need. I'm already halfway done cooking." Tuan Quang shamelessly sat down. "Let's do it another day then. Today I'll get to taste Zhao Zhao's cooking. It's a rare opportunity. I guess I'm benefiting from little Du's good fortune." Hearing that, she became flustered with anger. "Uncle Lai," he asked curiously, "where's little Du? Is he not home?" Zhao Zhao shook her head. "I don't know. He probably went out to play." Tuan Quang sighed in disappointment. "Seriously, this isn't right. I'm out having a good time while my daughter is at home cooking for him." Just then, Jiangdu walked in, covered in wounds. "Where's the food? Where's the food? Where's the food? Cook! I'm starving to death. Zhao, today!" "What delicious thing are you making? Let me see. I'm in a good mood today, so I bought you the lollipop you like. You have no idea. I was chased by a dog the whole way. It almost bit me to death. Also, why did you send me so many messages? Miss me?" But as soon as he saw the two adults in the room, Jiangdu froze. He gulped hard. Without hesitation, he immediately put the lollipop away. Then forced an awkward laugh. "I was chased by a dog like crazy the whole way, so my head's a little fuzzy. It's all a misunderstanding." Tuan Quang waved his hand. All right, it's rare for us to get together for a meal. Don't say such downers. Come sit here. Du got into a fight. Huh. What young man doesn't get into fights? If you don't fight, can you even call yourself a young man?" Captain Liu nodded. "That's right, it's like when we were young. Getting jealous over a girl we liked. A little scuffle is normal." "Oh right, I saw you walking shoulder to shoulder with a little girl in a dress a while back. What was her name again? Zhao Zhao. Remind me, Du Cho Ni." He acted as if he just remembered. "That's right, that's her name. That girl is quite pretty, very delicate, with a slender figure. If I had met a girl like that when I was young, I'd also be willing to get all beaten up for her." "All beaten up for her. Come on." Uncle Liu raises a glass. "Here's to your success." Jiangdu held back a laugh, looking at the annoyed girl. Uncle Liu really says all the wrong things, and right in front of Luke Zhao Zhao too. "Zhao Zhao," Tuan Quang reminded him. "What are you spacing out for? Offer Uncle Liu a drink." He quickly raised his glass of water. "Uncle Liu, I'll have a drink with you, while sweating bullets inside. These two old guys have teamed up to lecture me." "To lecture me?" Jiangdu quickly downed his glass, even though it was just soda. The man raised an eyebrow and gave a mysterious smile, as if to say, "Let's see you be smug now." He quickly tried to smooth things over. "Come on, Uncle Liu, eat up. You've been out all day. It's rare to eat a meal personally cooked by Zhao Zhao." Captain Liu agreed this time. "That's right, it really is rare. But unexpectedly," Jiangdu said. "When you're at home, Zhao Zhao must cook for you often, right? No wonder her cooking is so good." "No wonder her cooking is so good." This one sentence made the man freeze, completely knocked out. Captain Liu turned to look at his daughter. "Cook? My foot? Normally at home, I always order takeout. But she's so enthusiastic about taking care of little Du. She eagerly runs over here, coming up with new ways to serve this brat every day." He smirked triumphantly, thinking, got one back at him. And so, they had a very cheerful meal. "Come on, little Du, offer your Uncle Liu a drink." "Uncle Liu, I'll drink to you. You've worked hard. Dad, I'll drink to you too." After the meal, the uncle and nephew saw the father and daughter off. "Uncle Liu, Zhao Zhao, get home safe. Old Liu, come again next time." She waved. "See you tomorrow, later, while cleaning up." Jiangdu casually asked, "Want a soda?" Uncle Tuan Quang refused. Then he sat down on a chair, his expression serious. While the boy was drinking water casually, Tuan Quang was strangely silent, only speaking up after a long while. "Hey, I need to ask you something. Jiang Du turned. Yes, but unexpectedly. His uncle asked directly. You've awakened your ability, haven't you? The almost certain statement made him freeze. Jiang Du turned away, playing dumb. What ability awakening? Tuan Kuang stated firmly. I've been a night watchman for 20 years. What about those wounds on your body I can tell with one look? Speak. Seeing he couldn't hide it, he had no choice but to face the music. Then he confessed, over half a month ago. His uncle asked again, how did you awaken? Jiang Du turned, annoyed. Are you interrogating me, Uncle? Tuan Kuang took out a cigarette. No need to be so tense, just talk. So he told a vague story. How did I awaken? I'm not really sure myself. Anyway, I just suddenly awakened. His uncle was a bit surprised. A natural awakening that's extremely rare. Only a few people a year? Jiang Du waved his hand and shrugged. Something like that, I guess I'm just naturally gifted. But unexpectedly, when he turned, he saw Tuan Kuang's serious expression. Uncle Lee. He shuddered at the thought. Did Uncle Lee just use his ability? Use his ability. His uncle was suddenly silent for a moment, then finally spoke. This year, if you're tested to have superhuman potential, as long as your willpower isn't unacceptably weak, then you have to take the combat exam. Jiang Du nodded. Yes, Zhao Zhao already told me. Tuan Kuang sounded a bit reproachful. That girl knows too, that old Lu. For the past few years, the pressure on the Night Watch department has been immense. The number of casualties increases every year. I can pull some strings for you. You won't. He stared, stunned, as pull some strings, Jiang Du thought in a panic. Is this something you can just say out loud? His uncle held the cigarette and said decisively, those universities, you can pick any you want. Don't you like drawing comics? You can get into the art department, or if you want another major. That's not a problem either. The boy's jaw dropped. Holy crap, so his uncle was this cool. Jiang Du found it a bit funny and decided to tease him. Can I just get the diploma without going to college? Tuan Kuang directly smacked his nephew so hard he could have flown to the moon. You want to fly? Go to Lamdung University. The academic atmosphere there is good. After you graduate, I'll arrange a stable job for you. Then you can live a peaceful life with Zhao Zhao. But the boy's face darkened and he spoke seriously. Uncle Lee. His uncle seemed to understand what his nephew meant and looked over tensely. As expected, Jiang Du still said, I still want to try becoming a superhuman. Tuan Kuang loudly objected. No way, you have to listen to me on this. After shouting, he was startled by his own outburst and froze. Still, holding his pointing finger, unsure how to react. Unexpectedly, Jiang Du said firmly, Nope, if you pull strings for me, I'll report you to the Night Watch department. Tuan Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Dare to believe it! Report me! Tuan Kuang looked sternly at his nephew. He said, I'm not joking with you. The superhuman world is far more dangerous than you can imagine. You should just focus on your studies, and I'll take care of anything that comes up. But Jiang Du was resolute. Uncle Lee, I'm serious too. Danger is everywhere. Besides, you can't look after me for my entire life. Can you? The atmosphere between them fell silent once more. After a while, Tuan Kuang sighed. Fine. Let's see if you regret it after you truly understand. In short, if you want to back out before your third year, you can come find me anytime. Seeing his uncle was about to leave, he reminded him, Hey Uncle Lee, you should stop taking those shady shortcuts. What if you end up in jail? Tuan Kuang waved his hand dismissively. You little brat. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. But then Jiang Du called him back. Wait, last time, I was reading the documents Zhao Zhao gave me, and it said, a superhuman must expend all their power before death to prevent what corruption and mutation into a variant. So, is it possible that even if you're dead and your power is completely depleted, you can still turn into a variant hearing these words? Tuan Kuang's gaze sharpened. He explained, Of course. If there are special abilities involved or interference from an external object, the situation you described is possible. The boy nodded as he listened. I see. But Tuan Kuang was curious. Why do you ask? Jiang Du scratched his head and replied with a laugh. No reason, just curious. Before leaving, his uncle advised him, choosing the martial exam means you'll have to deal with these things sooner or later. Get some rest, and stop going out to pick fights. The boy quickly acted obediently. Yes, I'll listen to everything you say, Uncle Lee. Suddenly, Tuan Kuang turned back. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. The martial exam is early this year. The test will start right after the new year. Jiang Du was taken aback. That soon? His uncle waved his hand. Just make sure you're well prepared. The boy obediently replied, yes. That night, over on Xiao Di's side, a notification popped up. The blogger Do You Follow has uploaded a new video. Her eyes lit up as she smiled. An update. But as soon as she opened it, she saw countless negative comments trashing the video. The real heroes are the Night Watch who fight variants. To the death, you're just a clout chaser who fakes videos with editing. I knew it all along. This guy will probably be doing live stream PKs and selling merch soon. It's disgusting. Xiao Di was furious and cursed. Damn it! There are more and more of these brain-dead haters lately. They're obviously just jealous of my dude's talent. I swear I hate you guys to death. I'm so pissed. She immediately started firing back at them. You people don't know anything and just run your mouths. You're just plain jealous. But even so, Xiao Di had her own doubts. She mumbled sadly. Brother Du? He's not really a fraud, is he? Please, don't let there be an apology video. But the first line of the video's title was Hunt or Be Hunted. Xiao Di stared, stunned, at the dark footage he'd filmed. This is insane. She was absolutely certain that this scene was filmed on location. Suddenly, Jiang Du leaped off a building, and the camera view descended into chaos. Wait, don't tell me he's going to... Xiao Di realized he was plummeting straight down. She couldn't even bring herself to watch, squeezing her eyes shut and screaming. It wasn't until she felt it was safe that she opened her eyes, only to see he was recording while using a thread to swing between buildings. Xiao Di was even more captivated. So cool is this what a superhuman is like. Suddenly, the camera shook as a figure lunged at Jiang Du, knocking him down, and she witnessed it all from a first-person perspective. The detailed form of the variant appeared clearly on the screen. A variant. It's a real variant. She then saw Jiang Du reach out his hand and shoot a spider thread, instantly giving him the leverage to escape its grasp. From this point of view, Xiao Di was completely mesmerized. So handsome. Through the mini-camera, Xiao Di felt like she was witnessing it up close. She watched as Jiang Du directly kicked the variant away. Even though he took a counterattack in the process, she felt like she was part of the battle. This is mind-blowing. So this is what a fight between a superhuman and a variant looks like. It's so realistic. There's no way this is fake. How could it be? Just then, he jumped up to dodge the variant. His reaction speed was so fast the monster couldn't believe its eyes. The moment Jiang Du completely defeated the monster, Xiao Di was convinced he was truly an assassin from Bay 2. He calmly stood up from the variant's slimy corpse. Jiang Du raised his hand and fearlessly absorbed its corpse. Shadow-devoured Xiao Di grew curious. He absorbed the variant. Was he able to shoot spider threads because he absorbed a spider monster before, so does that mean now he can get a new ability? Back with Jiang Du, he had returned home after the battle. He grimaced as he touched a wound on his face. That actually hurts. The variants in that area are really strong. If it hadn't been seriously injured, I might not have won. Just as he was bandaging himself up, a new notification popped up. It was a video from that bald old guy. Hello everyone, I'm Dai Dao. That fake superhuman punk named Du posted another video. This time, even though it looks very real, it can't fool my eyes, so I'm calling it out in this video. As you all can see, the variant in this video was already heavily wounded. This kind of variant is very weak. A normal person with a bit of training could take it down, if he were a real superhuman. Why would he only pick on weak opponents? Jiang Du angrily shut off the video, disgusted. He thought, this guy is like a lingering ghost that just won't leave me alone. This Dai Dao is so annoying. He cursed, this is pissing me off. Jiang Du wearily sat down on the sofa to rest, thinking to himself, however, my core abilities really aren't strong enough yet. I struggled just to deal with a single level 1 variant. I still need to get stronger. So strong that no one can ever doubting his own strength. Jiang Du crossed his arms in thought. However, his current level was definitely not enough. He still needed to get stronger. Through a few battles, he had also accumulated some combat skills. First, regarding the shadow points. At first, he thought it was an experience bar. But besides that, it was also similar to an energy bar, using shadow threads. Would consume about 3 points. Activating shadow pupils consumed 1 point, and slate, mark, and hunt. These skills all had different consumption levels. He looked at the energy gathering in his palm, and Jiang Du waved his hand. The consumption for maintaining a state like the shadow form depended on the environment. For example, in the shadow dimension, the consumption was 0. In the dark of the real world, consumption was low, while under the bright sun, consumption was high. And soon, the aptitude test would be held. Jong-do slowly walked out onto the balcony, gazing at the night sky and muttering his calculations. Someone with extraordinary talent was roughly equivalent to his level when he had 1 to 3 shadow points. Assuming he didn't get any stronger before the official test, his strength would still be enough to scare them. The reason the gifted are easily targeted is that the consequence of excessive boasting is being coveted by many parties. So this daddy should be humble. Yeah, right. This daddy is going to show off big time. Besides, with Uncle Li Baoji around, who is this daddy afraid of? His loud laughter echoed down to the apartment below. Jong-do said cheerfully, "Hurry up and make this daddy happy." The old man downstairs was helpless. That idiot upstairs is acting up again. However, the next morning, he had to wait at the mall, with Bao Chong sitting next to him drinking a soda. Jing-do grumbled as he watched the two girls shopping. Scammers! Didn't you say just 1 hour? It's been the whole morning. Wasting my life like this, I don't have many days left to live. Bao! Xiang reminded him. The new year is almost here. Don't joke like that. It's bad luck. He muttered dejectedly. I'm not joking. If I can't hunt, I'd rather be dead. These words startled him. What did you say? Jong-do quickly changed the subject and sat up. It's nothing. They're coming out now. The two girls were discussing lunch. What should we eat? A salad? They didn't notice something approaching, and he even laughed. What's so good about eating grass? I'll take you to a place that's super suitable for students. Then Jong-do took them to a grilled and steamed oyster restaurant. Jiao Jiao was about to explode. This is the place you said was super suitable for students. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth, holding back, smiled. A perfect match, especially for the male student. Jang-do didn't find it strange. He'd been getting injured constantly lately and needed to replenish his strength with some pan-fried buns, soy sauce fried rice, egg drop soup, and stir-fried vegetables. Only then did she seem to be appeased. A bit. What turns out he's just ordering normal dishes. I thought he was going to order. To her surprise, he actually started ordering. We don't need any of the dishes I just mentioned. Just give us one of everything else. As for the oysters, pick me the big ones, and they have to be fresh. The waiter quickly brought out several plates. Your orders are all here. Please enjoy. Jong-do tried to placate her. Don't be mad. Here, this one's for you. But Jiao Jiao was extremely adamant. I'm not eating. While they were bickering, she suddenly received a notification. It stated that the early martial arts exam would begin phased testing on the 17th of the month, with testing expected to be completed by the 20th. And on the 25th, the special training camp would officially open. Xiao Xiao also saw the information. No way, the early martial arts exam is mandatory too. Bao Chang was shocked and broke out in a sweat. And we have to take the aptitude test after the new year. It's getting more and more troublesome. Jong-do patted his shoulder. Don't worry, your aptitude will definitely not pass the screening, Bao Chang said with disgust. Thanks a lot. You guys know, when I was 7 years old, I was followed by a small aberrant creature. By the time the aberrant was eliminated, I had already been infected and also developed psychological trauma, Jong-do immediately boasted. If that were me, I would have definitely fought it on. The spot, Jiao Jiao retorted scornfully. You think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? Avoidance psychology, the ostrich effect. Most people have this kind of mentality, even if they seem fine. The psychological trauma that the aberrants leave behind still exists. Those words cast a pall over the meal, and everyone lost their appetite thinking about the aberrants. Seeing everyone so tense, Jong-do got a little flustered and quickly raised his glass. All right, don't be so gloomy. Let's toast. Just as Jong-do reached out to invite them, a loud bell rang, causing everyone in the room to jump up in shock. Jiao Jiao's face turned pale as she realized it was the alarm from a contamination detector. An aberrant had infiltrated the shopping mall. The warning bell blared loudly. Throughout the shopping mall, someone suddenly screamed, "Run!" As if a switch had been flipped, all the civilians rushed out. Get out of my way! Move you in the front! Hurry up! Do you want to die? The aberrants are here! The aberrants are here! It's so loud, be quiet for a second! Bao Chang broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad, there are too many people, we can't push through at all. Xiao Xiao was also scared. Then what do we do? Jiao Jiao reassured them. Don't panic, everyone quiet down a bit, we can get out. But suddenly, Jiangdu's calm voice was heard. Get in! He had, at some point, broken through a wall, which even made her stunned by how cool he was. Jiangdu took control of the situation and urged everyone, what are you spacing out for run? While the two girls helped Bao Qiang out, he scanned the surroundings. A panicked civilian ran past. The aberrant is here. It was a massive monster with arms like sharp scythes. Jiangdu gritted his teeth. There are too many people here right now. If I make a move, I'll be seen. So he grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand and pulled her along. The four of them weaved through the crowd to escape first. She calmly assessed the situation. Logically speaking, the surrounding. There should be protective measures around the mall, so how did an aberration get in? Jiangdu reminded them. It's too late to talk about that now. We need to get out of here. Luckily, it took a while for it to emerge, or else it would have slaughtered everyone in this entire mall. He pointed forward. Quick, we can get to the next floor that way. But just then, another tremor rumbled through. Jiangdu quickly told his friends, be careful, it's about to collapse. Hold on to me. And just like that, all four of them fell into the collapsing pit. Holy crap, no! Screams echoed through the thick cloud of dust. Help me! After the fall, Jiangdu, covered in dust, felt a sharp pain. He was also worried about his friends. Is everyone okay? Zhao Zhao and Xiao Xiao, looking disheveled. We're fine aside from some scratches. Bao Chuang grimaced, gritting his teeth in agony. It hurts so much, my leg is pinned. Everyone rushed over to him worriedly. Jiangdu knelt to help. Don't worry, I'll help you lift this rock. He used all his strength to lift the slab. When Jiangdu moved the rock off Bao Kuang's leg, severely injured, he tossed the slab aside and Zhao Zhao took out a white medicine box, then handed it to Bao Kuang. A painkiller. Just crush it with your teeth. He took it and chewed on it while asking, where are we? Why did it suddenly get so dark? She also tensed up, frowning. I'm not sure. I've never encountered a situation like this. Jiangdu touched the ground to feel it out. His eyes widening in surprise. The floor is still the mall's. We must still be on the same level as before. Suddenly, black smoke swirled around his hand. Jiangdu frowned in surprise. No way. This familiar and intimate feeling. He looked at the hazy floor enveloped in smoke. The entire building has been dragged into the shadow plane and another group of people had fallen and were trapped under concrete. My leg. Dad, I'm so scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. The night watch is nearby. They'll be here soon. Jiangdu watched everyone intently. This is bad. There are still so many people trapped here. There's no transportation in the shadow plane. It'll take the night watch a lot of time to get here. He turned back to his friends. If we wait too long, we'll be attacked by aberrations. The corruption here is lethal enough. We have to get everyone out quickly. Jiangdu pointed to his own wrist and asked, Zhao Zhao, aren't you wearing the watch Uncle Lu gave you? Hearing that, she happily remembered. That's right. I was in such a panic I almost forgot. Bao Kuang and Xiao Xiao were overjoyed as Zhao Zhao pressed the emergency button. She explained, this watch can send out a signal. The night watch should be able to track us down quickly, Xiao Xiao exclaimed happily. Zhao Zhao's always the quick-witted one. We're saved this time. Jiangdu glanced over silently. I'm not sure if they can get here quickly, but at least this watch can resist the corruption here. From now on, we could be ambushed by aberrations at any moment. We can't let our guard down. Suddenly, the giant shadows of aberrations appeared in the space, causing everyone to panic. Monsters. There are monsters. He looked at them with a hint of anger. They're here. A loud noise suddenly erupted from beneath everyone's feet. Even Jiangdu broke into a cold sweat facing this scene, as something landed hard on the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Zhao Zhao lowered her head wearily, coughing lightly. She slumped to the ground and struggled to call out, Xiao Xiao, Bao Chuang, Jiangdu. Xiao Xiao immediately hugged her, reassuringly. I'm here, from within the rubble, Bao. Kuang managed to speak up. Where are you guys? I can't see. Zhao Zhao seemed to not hear or care, continuing to call out, Where's Jiangdu? Where are you? She suddenly noticed something, and quickly cried out, Zhao, look at this! Zhao Xiao pointed at a large crack in the floor, guessing. Jiangdu. He didn't fall down there. Did he elsewhere? Xiao Di, her face covered in wounds, painfully looked up. She tried to push herself up from the wreckage. It hurt so much. Her clothes were torn and her body was covered in wounds. She unconsciously whispered, What happened? In her panic, fragmented memories returned. She was strolling through the mall with Xiao Ya, then the alarm went off, and the two of them ran with the crowd. Suddenly remembering, she shot up and shouted, "Xiao Ya, where are you?" Her hand touched a puddle of strange liquid. She turned to look and froze. Before her was a person so badly injured they were unrecognizable. Xiao Di trembled, stammering her name in despair. Xiao Ya, suddenly, behind her, a massive aberration appeared, with tears streaming down her face. She turned to look at it in absolute terror. The aberration lunged, and only a single thought remained in her mind. Am I about to die? Xiao Di thought as she cried. I can't believe something you only see in movies is happening to me. If I were the main character in a movie, a hero would probably come and save me right now. She mumbled, but in reality, that's impossible. No one is coming to save me. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately awaiting her imminent death. In the real world, there are no heroes. Just then, suddenly a slash tore through the darkness, sharp and decisive. A few drops of red liquid dripped onto the ground, spreading into crimson streaks that stood out against the ruined scenery. In front of her, a mysterious figure stood guard. Xiao Di slowly opened her eyes, her face still scratched and flushed. Her expression stunned by what had just happened. A mysterious young man had rushed in to block the aberration's attack aimed at her neck. Zhang Du simply flicked his hand, sending the aberration tumbling to the ground. Xiao Di couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, You are... A system notification rang out. Shadow Claw form. An ability gained by devouring a predator. Greatly increased damage, combined with high mobility. To her amazement, he leapt high into the air. Zhang Du put all his strength into a downward strike, aiming straight for the aberration's head. With a single kick, he sent the aberration tumbling to the ground. After being knocked down, it slammed its weapon on the ground and struggled back to its feet. The aberration panted heavily, filled with pain and indignation. Meanwhile, Xiao Di was incredibly excited. No way! Am I dreaming Du is really the assassin? Zhang Du was startled, not understanding what was happening as she continued to speak non-stop. I'm your biggest fan. I've watched all your videos. You're super handsome. I like you so much. Come here and give me a kiss. He was stunned and didn't know what to do. Miss, your white stockings are snagged, and your skirt is torn too. Xiao Di pouted and said, Jerk brother Du, where are you looking? He was rendered speechless, thinking he was just being nice and pointing it out to her. She then suddenly changed her expression and shamelessly said, But if you like it, brother Du, I can go home and change into a new outfit for you. For some reason? Zhang Du found himself staring intently at her legs and couldn't help but gulp. He asked excitedly, Really ripped black stockings too? She replied, Forget ripped stockings. I'd even wear shredded fishnets for you. The aberration, seeing it was being ignored, roared to get their attention back. Zhang Du finally turned around and said, We'll talk about ripping things later. He was now ready for a new hunt. Now, the hunt begins. The aberration looked around in confusion, wondering where Zhang Du had disappeared. While it was distracted, a thread of power suddenly appeared from behind and whipped straight at the aberration. It was him using his silk thread skill to fling it into the air. Sharp claws slashed across the aberration's body as he spun around and landed gracefully. While the aberration behind him was still screaming in pain, Zhang Du glanced over and said regretfully, My strength and accuracy are still a bit lacking, otherwise that would have been an instant kill. Not waiting for the aberration to recover, he swung his arm and continued his assault. Again, Zhang Du keenly sensed the aberration was also preparing to counterattack. He quickly raised his hand to block its attack. He didn't expect it to be so strong. Zhang Du gasped for breath, with a sheen of sweat on his forehead. Two more aberrations suddenly appeared, grinning smugly at him. Zhang Du grimly licked the blood from his claws. Two more have arrived. This is going to be a little tricky. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Xiao Di cheered loudly, Go, brother Du. If you win, I'll let you see my black stockings in an instant. All his fatigue turned into fighting spirit, and he immediately flushed at the thought of the black stockings. Seeing the aberrations preparing to attack again, Zhang Du clenched his fists and leaped gracefully into the air, easily dodging their punches. Suddenly, another aberration flew at him from behind. Damn it, while airborne. There's no way to dodge! He swung his arm, shooting a stream of power straight at it. With its arms suddenly locked by Zhang Du, The aberration couldn't make a move. With a ripping sound, he flicked his hand and shot out a wave of power that tore through the space in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangdu lunged forward and slashed through its body, annihilating the aberration in an instant with his sharp claws. He lowered his head, his lips curling into a smug smile. It's not that easy to kill me. The moment Jiangdu lost focus, an aberration seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Caught by the surprise attack, he couldn't defend in time, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. Jiangdu sprang back, quickly retreating from the aberration. He clutched his injured arm, not expecting these aberrations to know how to coordinate their attacks with each other. 2 to pin me down, 1 for a sneak attack. Fighting like this isn't a good plan. I need to find a way to isolate one of them. Jiangdu shot a thread of dark light from his hand. You! Get over here! The aberration suddenly tilted its head, dodging the projectile. A cold sweat broke out on Jiangdu's face in disbelief. It saw through it. At that moment, all 3 aberrations charged at him simultaneously, attacking from 3 different directions, leaving him no room to escape. Jiangdu barely withstood the aberration's attacks. Damn it! They're not giving me any chance to slip into the shadows. He was continuously attacked, causing his health to drop non-stop. At this rate, I'm toast. Jiangdu stood his ground defensively as the 3 aberrations continuously circled and attacked. The relentless barrage made it impossible for him to counterattack. And he thought to himself, maybe I should intentionally leave an opening to bait one in. An aberration struck Jiangdu from behind, causing his health to drop significantly in an instant. He spun around, and a ray of light shot from one of his eyes, marking it and activating the hunt. The aberration was hit by the ability. After his last video was posted, his infamous reputation had grown. The marking ability's duration had been extended to 3 seconds. During that time, the marked target, due to the fear effect, would temporarily lose its ability to think. At the 8-second mark, the aberration was hit by the ability, and a thread appeared, binding it tightly. 2 seconds later, Jiangdu was now holding the thread while the other aberrations prepared to strike from behind. At the 12-second mark, he swung the thread in his hand with all his might, sending them flying. Jiangdu then used his full strength to kick off the ground and launch himself high into the air. At the 22-second mark, he flew towards the aberration and relentlessly slashed at it, causing its health to drop rapidly. At the 26th second, he gathered a massive ball of energy in his hand. Finally, when it reached 30 seconds, Jiangdu slammed it into the aberration, executing it. All sound seemed to vanish in that instant. Beneath his feet was the disintegrated aberration, and a system window popped up with a notification. The hunt is determining a successful hunt. Hunt successful. Shadow form has been enhanced. When using this ability in the real world, the number of shadow points consumed will be reduced, and while in the shadow form state, you can absorb shadows at any time. This replenishes shadow points and increases self-healing speed. Activating this form will also grant a threat and double experience buff. The wound on Jiangdu's back began to heal. He then raised his hand tauntingly. Now it's your turn, you 2 little punks. The aberration seemed to have started to fear Jiangdu, and he smirked at them. What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant a moment ago? Why are you scared to attack now? Then Jiangdu fearlessly charged. If you won't come, I will. But in that moment, there was a sudden flash of light. He turned back in surprise, wondering what was happening. There's light in the shadow dimension. Then, Jiangdu suddenly felt a strange urge. Why do I feel a compulsion to rush over there? But the 2 enemy aberrations had already dashed toward it, even fighting each other to get there first. And that light source was the eternal flame, which, when used, could emit a gentle light that dispels darkness, considered a beacon of hope. And the one holding the flame was none other than Kan-On. He used a skill, preparing to strike the aberrations. However, Jiangdu realized the attack was actually aimed at him. He panicked and shouted, I'm on your side. At the same time, an aberration sneakily crept up behind Kan-On, but he easily redirected his skill and annihilated it. Jiangdu broke out in a cold sweat. 1 shot, 1 kill? This is the power of a nightcrawler. If that hit me, I'd probably be toast. So he grabbed one of their hands and said with a smile, My friend, if you all had arrived a little later, the fight would have already been over. Good thing you guys are here. The bewildered nightcrawler said, Sorry we're late. You are? Jiangdu pointed toward Tiu. Ditch! Who I am isn't important. The girl over there is lightly injured. Please look after her. She dazedly protested. Huh. Wait, didn't you say you were taking me home? He gave a salute. That was a joke. I'm a member of the Nightcrawler Bureau, and I always put my duty first. I'm entrusting her to you. Then he vanished, leaving Tudich stunned. Wait, Brother Do. Kanan frowned and asked, Does our bureau have someone like him? A subordinate explained. There's a really popular blogger on the platform recently. His ability is likely a branch of the Shadowmancer class. He's not very strong, probably around level 1. These words made him even more suspicious. Level 1. Because I clearly have the flame in my hand, so where would any shadows come from? Plus, he vanished right in front of so many of us. Is that something a level 1 can do? Looking at Tudik throwing a tantrum, Kan-An ordered, All right, take this girl home first. Then investigate this do guy thoroughly. Zhao Zhao shone her flashlight down on the Yao dead bodies littering the ground, calling out worriedly, Jiang Du, where are you? She took a fearful step forward. Answer me. Blood was splattered everywhere. You better not let anything happen to you. Jiang Du suddenly raised a hand, startling Zhao Zhao. I'm over here. He was pinned under a giant boulder, calling out with difficulty. Come here and give me a hand. Min Min felt a tightness in her chest, finding it hard to breathe, and she rushed over. Hang in there, I'll help you move these rocks. Jiang Du grabbed her arm urgently. It's no use, just pull me out. Being squeezed so tightly made her panic. Don't pull me, how can I pull you out when you're pinned like this? Unexpectedly. With just one hand, Zhao Zhao lifted him into the air, then pointed helplessly at the pile of rocks. These rocks weren't even pinning. You... Were they... Jiang Du chuckled awkwardly, trying to save face. I guess I could have gotten out myself. The fear must have just temporarily paralyzed me. Zhao Zhao looked at his back with concern. Why is your wound so long? Did you get hit by the rocks too? Jiang Du forced a smile. I don't know either, but it's nothing serious, though he cursed inwardly. It wasn't from rocks, it was from an aberration slash. As if remembering something, he asked, Hey, where are Tiu Tiu and Bao Kuang? She happily reported. The Nightcrawlers came to the rescue. They were injured, so I let them go first. Jiang Du's eyes flickered for a moment. So you stayed behind just to find me? Zhao Zhao blushed and turned away, crossing her arms and pouting. What else was I supposed to do if something happened to you? How would I explain it to Uncle Li? Jiang Du froze, looking at her blushing face. His eyes welled up as he softly called her name. Zhao Zhao. Without warning, he suddenly rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Zhao Zhao stiffened, the warmth spreading through her, making her face burn. She tapped his head repeatedly, both embarrassed and annoyed. What are you doing? Let go! Jiang Du leaned in closer with a mischievous grin. I saw so many aberrations with huge cleavers, slashing everywhere, and they were so ugly. He continued his act, burying his face deeper into her chest. I was so scared. Let me hug you for a bit. Zhao Zhao helplessly snapped. Get off! A sudden voice shattered the intimate atmosphere, startling them both. Tweet spoke up shyly. I heard a noise earlier. Is everyone okay? She forcefully pushed Jiang Du away, stammering, We're fine. He sighed in defeat. Young people these days. Tweet looked at them helplessly. As long as you're okay, follow me. I'll lead you two out. Jiang Du shouted. Oh, okay. Zhao Zhao shot him a disdainful glance. What is it now? He gave a bitter smile. Nothing. But inside, he was screaming. I forgot to devour those aberrations. My precious shadow points. The clear blue sky and golden sunbeams streamed through the windows of the Nightcrawler Bureau. Under the desk lamp, Li Ai's voice broke the silence. Full name. The heavy handcuffs had just been removed. Jiang Du. She held a pen, her eyes glued to the file. Age. He sat up straight, his eyes gazing indifferently in her direction. 18. Li Ai started the recorder. Taking the college entrance exams this year, Jiang Du nodded. Mm-hmm. Suddenly, her tone became serious. The impact of this incident is significant. As per procedure, anyone who has experienced this incident must undergo psychological counseling, and the treatment will last for about a month. The owner of this captivating voice and seductive figure was a Nightcrawler. Li Ai sat up straight, facing him directly. If you take the martial arts examination during this time, your aptitude and willpower scores will drop significantly. Hearing this, Jiang Du broke out in a cold sweat. I consider myself to be mentally very healthy. Can I skip the treatment? Li Ai looked at the report disapprovingly. The contamination from the aberrant species is deep-seated and dangerous. It will be too late by the time it fully manifests. Receiving treatment is necessary and mandatory. He was startled and flustered. The martial arts exam is in just over 10 days. Wouldn't that create a conflict? She smiled, pulling from the stack of, reports a piece of paper. Don't worry. There's a precedent for this. The Night Watch has suitable policies for such cases. The person in question can apply to take the test early. Looking at the paper, Jiang Du asked for confirmation in surprise. An early exam. Li Ai placed it in front of him. Contact your guardian and have them sign the consent form first. Seemingly noticing the confusion on Jiang Du's face, she smiled. The early exam is held at the Night Watch headquarters. The results are entered into the system. The procedure and testing equipment are identical to the regular exam, and it is fair, open, and just with safety and, all other aspects guaranteed by the department. Hearing that, a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. My guardian is my uncle. He works here at the Night Watch. Li Ai wasn't surprised. Could you please specify which sector your uncle works in, as well as his position and full name? Jiang Du scratched his head. I think it's the main headquarters, Sector 1, just a regular office worker named... She shot up from her seat, her voice trembling when she heard the name Li Tuanquang. Li Ai's eyes lit up. Are you talking about the Li Tuanquang? Jiang Du was completely baffled by her urgent and excited demeanor. I leaned on the table and asked again, are you sure he's just a normal office worker? A confused and bewildered Jiang Du scratched his head. He suddenly jolted. Wait a second, don't tell me he was fired. And put under investigation? I haven't even reported him yet. She jumped to her feet, waving her hands frantically. Of course not. What are you talking about? A report. Li Ai grabbed the file and turned around. Let's do this, I'll take you. To see him right now. Please follow me. She led Jiang Du to the vast main hall of the Night Watch. This was the department's Center for Research and Experimentation on Weapons, Personnel, and Future Technologies. He couldn't help but gape at the advanced products displayed here. This is the main headquarters. It's really something else. Suddenly, the conversation of two employees walking by reached Jiang Du's ears. Perhaps all that he's not a member of the Night Watch. The other staffer nodded. We've checked all personnel files and there are no records related to anyone named Du. He was startled, his eyes darting around anxiously. Li Ai noticed his strange reaction and asked, What's wrong? Jiang Du scratched his head with an awkward laugh. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tense since it's my first time here, he thought to himself anxiously. This is going to be a problem. They've apparently started investigating me. Li Ai gently opened a door. Don't be nervous. You can rest in here for a moment while I go find Commander Li. Stepping inside, he saw the people inside. To Jiang Du's surprise, Zhao Zhao and Xiao Di were both here. Suddenly, one of them slammed the table and stood up. Seriously, you have a crush on that assassin. Du Xiaodi placed her hands on her hips, beaming. Of course, he even saved my life. Jiang Du was surprised to see Xiaodi chattering on and on. Why is she here too? What a coincidence. Zhao Zhao pointed to the empty chair beside her. Oh, you're here. Sit over here. She then turned back to the other girl, eager for more gossip. So, continue your story. What did Du do next? The girl gestured animatedly, unable to hide her excitement. I saw him fight. 10 aberrant species. I just saw him calmly and brutally slaughtering them, cutting one down in the blink of an eye, right when the aberrants were killed to the point of being unable to resist. The Night Watch arrived, and Big Bro Du just vanished into the shadows, his great deeds hidden from the world. The corner of Jiang Du's mouth twitched. Hey, don't just make things up and exaggerate. Even as he thought that, his gaze was fixed on her legs, and he was practically drooling. The thin white stockings were covered in alluring tears. But since you're wearing white ones, I'll let it slide. Zhao Zhao rested her chin in her hand, wondering. But who exactly is this Du person anyway? His identity. From your story, he doesn't sound like he's from the Night Watch. Xiao Di looked knowledgeable. I'd say there's an 80% chance that Big Bro Du is a student. Around our age, Zhao Zhao asked skeptically. A student. How would you... No, she confidently swept her hair back. It's obvious from his words and actions, plus my woman's intuition. Most importantly, he He likes to stare at girls' legs. He just keeps staring. Without even trying to hide it. Just like... Xiao Di cunningly pointed towards Jiang Du, exposing him. This guy right here. He jumped, his face contorting into a pained, forced smile. Huh. Zhao Zhao looked angry enough to grab his head and smack him a few times. Jiang Du really never learns. He could only stammer, I... Suddenly, a man burst in, startling them both. She looked slightly surprised, and called out softly, Dad? Captain Lu looked at his daughter with concern. Are you all right? I heard you were dragged into the shadow dimension. Jiao Jiao shot a cold glare at Jiang Du and pinched his cheek hard. I'm fine. And this brat is fine too. He just needs a good smack. He chimed in with a goofy grin. And I'm hungry too. The captain sighed in relief. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. You two, come with me. The three of them sat around a table, their faces... serious? Zhao Zhao spoke first. Dad, is what happened this time very serious? Captain Lu replied grimly. Of course it is. After all, this is the first time in history that a part of a large area of the real world was dragged into the shadow dimension. The exact number of casualties is still being tallied, but this has nothing to do with you kids, he said while lighting a cigarette. Right? You two probably already know that because of this incident. You'll have to take your aptitude test earlier. Seeing the cigarette, she cleared her throat, causing Captain Lu to fall silent with a grim face. Hem! He stubbed out the cigarette on the table. I'll keep it simple. The test is divided into two parts. One is an ability test and the other is a willpower test. The ability test is also known as an awakening. The first time, students will be subjected to preliminary corruption to awaken their abilities. This test has no risks, and its main purpose is to assign majors based on the characteristics of your abilities. After that, we'll conduct the willpower aptitude test. The object of measurement is the intangible spirit and will, and this test is the key factor in determining whether you can become a superhuman or not. Zhang Yu spoke up and asked, So willpower is the key. Does that mean the more resilient someone is, the better they are? Uncle Lu shook his head. Not necessarily. Some people can endure the pain of a severed arm, but their aptitude is just average. While others who are carefree all day might have top-tier aptitude. Willpower isn't just about the ability to endure pain, it also includes benevolence, resistance to evil thoughts, and enduring corruption. In short, it's a complex standard. His eyes lit up as he raised his hand. So does one's moral compass affect willpower? He frowned. Moral compass? Why do you ask? Zhao Zhao coldly. Cut in! For example, if someone's mind is only filled with thoughts of girls' legs, Zhang Yu looked embarrassed. Are you still mad about that? Uncle Lu didn't mind and explained, it does have an effect, but the positive impact of an upright moral compass on the test results isn't significant. However, if your morals are twisted and your heart is full of negative emotions, the test scores are usually very low. He looked bewildered. Why his gaze sharpened, evil thoughts will drag a person into the abyss, and extreme negative emotions are a form of corruption themselves, which, if accumulated over time, can become even more deep-seated and ingrained than the corruption brought by aberrations. Therefore, if you have any negative emotions, you must vent them in a timely manner. Bottling them up will only push a person to the point of collapse. Zhang Yu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Negative and dark emotions, do they count? This won't do. Later, I have to go to the club and admire some legs to purify my tainted soul. After explaining, Uncle Lu shooed them away. All right, go on now. Someone will come to take you two to the test. Ma Xiao Yu. Your Uncle Lee is out on a mission and probably won't be back. I've already signed all your test documents for you. He smiled and thanked him. Yes. Thank you for your trouble. Uncle Lu. He advised, don't force yourself too much. Just let everything happen naturally. Zhang Yu smiled and waved. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Zhao Zhao also obediently replied. I understand. After leaving the office of Uncle Lu, Xiao Di was already waiting. You're back! She was the only one on the floor at the moment. Zhao Zhao sat down and looked around. Where is everyone else? Xiao Di pointed towards the elevator. They went to complete the procedures with their families, she asked curiously. Has your family not arrived yet? She waved her hand. My parents are business people. They just left Yunhai City so they couldn't make it. I just called them so they could sign remotely. Just then, someone returned. Is everyone here? Bao Qiang, sitting in a wheelchair, said with a laugh. This is freaking magical. I just sprayed some medicine on my leg, and guess what? The pain is completely gone, Zhang Yu asked worriedly. You still have injuries on your body and you have to take the test. Are you going to be okay like this? Bao Chang smiled casually. Don't worry, they said it won't affect the test results, Xiao Xiao teased. Don't be fooled by his relaxed face. He was crying in a corner earlier. He flinched. I did not cry. Just as they were chatting, the door to the room opened and a group of people walked in. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and no one dared to say another word. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Why does everyone look so down? Zhao Zhao sighed. You don't understand. They just want to live a normal, peaceful life. After today, the rest of their lives might never be peaceful again. Li Ai spoke up. All right, everyone is here now. Let's get to the main topic. This test is divided into two parts, the ability test and the willpower test. The ability test will be comprehensively evaluated on aspects such as development potential, destructive power, and the cost of using the ability. The results will be divided into 4 ranks: low rank, mid rank, high rank, and top rank. As for the willpower test, it will be based on the ability to resist mental corruption, divided into 6 levels from level 1 to level 6, corresponding to the colors white, green, blue, purple, red, and orange. In previous years, those with level 1 talent were not allowed to participate in the combat assessment, but this year is different. As long as you reach level 1 white, participation is mandatory. The judgment of a superhuman's true strength is based on a combination of both ability and willpower. With enough willpower, even if your ability is weak, you can still make a comeback. Conversely, no matter how strong your ability is, if your willpower isn't up to standard, you can only take on a non-combat role. That's the gist of it. If there are no questions, then follow me. Everyone was led to the waiting room. Zhang Yu leaned curiously against the glass door, peering inside. Beyond it was a large room, and inside was an object covered by a cloth. The person in charge called out a name, their voice ringing out clearly. Xiao Xiao. She jumped and replied, Here! Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, hearing a reassuring voice. Go on in, no need to be nervous. She nodded to her friends, then took another deep breath. I'll go first then. Right now. Xiao Xiao was standing inside with Sunming, while outside the door, many people stood silently, watching intently. The cloth suddenly flew up. To reveal what was underneath, it was a stone that continuously radiated power. Holding the cloth in his hand, Sunming said, All right, let's begin. The light on the entrance door was still in a blue, then it suddenly turned red. The crowd outside was super curious and started murmuring. What are they doing? Do they need to turn off the lights for a test? It looks like they're doing a willpower test. Seeing this, Zhang Du thought worriedly, I've already gotten used to this level of darkness in the shadow plane. He frowned, looking at the scene inside. His leg seems to be tied to a stone slab that's glowing. From his posture, it looks like he's facing some kind of immense resistance. Is it coming from that black crystal? A brilliant light flashed from the stone, blinding the crowd outside. Then, Xiao Xiao walked out, and Zhao Zhao immediately ran over. How did it go, Bao Kuang, who was in a wheelchair, also came closer. Are the results in... She shook her head and replied, Too bad. I don't have any talent for willpower. All that willpower training I did before was a waste. Hearing that, he cried out in annoyance. What? So you wanted to apply for the supernatural division all along and you even did special training? Xiao Xiao replied shamelessly. That's right. And I got slapped in the face for it. I hope you're happy. The voice on the speaker announced again. Next. As Bao Chuang wheeled himself away, he muttered, Please don't be supernatural. Thank God. Please don't be supernatural. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Feng Xiaoxiao watched him, exasperated, and said, You don't need to pray. There's no way you are. The light above the doorway was still red. Bao Kuang wheeled himself out, his face dark, and then, he said in a daze, Passed. I passed? Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao was thunderstruck. What? Afterward, the two of them sat around sulking, complaining that the one who wanted to pass failed, and the one who didn't, passed. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao quickly comforted them. I guess that's just fate. The voice on the speaker rang out again. Next, Zhao Zhao. Hearing her name, she let out a sigh. Zhang Du, who was behind her, saw this and smiled. Zhao Zhao then turned back and said cheerfully, I'm heading in. See you in a bit. Zhao Zhao looked extremely focused as her body began to emit streams of deep crimson energy. The main source of that light phenomenon was likely the stone at her feet. Jiangdu observed the scene and quickly realized the stone was emitting a red light. When the big guy's stone was tested earlier, it was green. I remember that willpower levels from 1 to 6 correspond to different colors. Red is... After thinking for a moment, he was surprised to realize that's level 5 when it was over. A commotion erupted, Xiao Xiao asked curiously. How'd it go? You passed. Zhao Zhao seemed a little flustered and mumbled, uh-huh. Seeing her state, Jiangdu was even more amused, that tired. You can barely even breathe, Zhao Zhao shot back. You'll see when it's your turn. Jiangdu excitedly puckered his lips to tease her. You're making me a little scared now. How about some motivation? Give me a kiss, she shouted angrily. Get lost. Just then, the announcement was made. Next, Jiangdu. Hearing that, he quickly headed over. That's me. I'm going, leaving Zhao Zhao standing there, who let out a sigh. As her face flushed with embarrassment, she mumbled, Good luck. Jiangdu blushed, feeling touched. Thanks. Soon after, he stepped into the testing room. The proctor inside asked sternly. Jiangdu, he answered. Yes. Tan Min looked at the file. Have you awakened your ability yet? Jiangdu nodded. I have. The man then instructed, Take the medicine. But then Tan Min was startled and froze. What, you've already awakened? Jiangdu nodded blankly. Yes, it was a natural awakening. The proctor broke into a sweat and pointed behind him. Well then, I won't ask any more about your ability. We'll now begin the willpower test right away. Go ahead and put on the gear. Jiangdu followed the proctor's instructions and put on the equipment right away. He could feel a dense, dark aura around him, along with strange sounds. Tan Min approached, placed a hand on Jiangdu's shoulder and reassured him. No need to be tense, just walk forward and follow your gut. Since your ability has already awakened, you will feel your consciousness start to drift away from your body. Pay it no mind. Just keep moving forward. With that, the proctor gave him a strong push. Go! Jiangdu hurtled forward as if he were weightless. He couldn't help but mutter in bewilderment, My body is flying. Jiangdu felt as if he were free-falling through a distorted space. His soul plunged into a pitch-black void, then gently landed on the surface of the water just outside the city. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe, This is incredible! I can't feel the presence of my physical body, but I can still clearly sense the connection to it. His soul leapt up lightly as if in zero gravity, and his physical body back in the room swayed cheerfully. This is fun. This is so much fun, Tongbao had to remind him. Stop messing around and take the test. He quickly replied, I got it. Jiangdu ran towards the test stone. Isn't this just a walk in the park? Too easy, right? At that moment, he felt his body starting to sink, until the water rose past his nose. What is this? My body suddenly feels heavy, and it's getting hard to breathe. Something is messing with my emotions. Jiangdu's soul felt as if it were sinking into a river of despair, sorrow, and rage. I can't let these feelings get to me. Suddenly, Tuan Quang appeared behind him. Xiaodu? He was baffled. Uncle Li, why are you here? The man spoke coldly. Xiaodu, your temperament is not suited to being a supernatural. You will only bring harm to others and even to yourself. Hearing this, Jiangdu quickly dismissed it. No, this is wrong. It's an illusion. You aren't Uncle Li. But then another voice spoke from a different direction. It was Tuan Quang, covered in blood. You should know you have no talent in this field. Rivers and mountains. Daizhou has shattered. Aberrations are on a rampage, and dangers are piling up. You know all of this perfectly well in your heart. You could have lived a peaceful life. Why must you pursue the path of a transcendent, the thing that helps? A transcendent escape mortality has never been power, but a strong will. All of his illusions pointed in one direction in unison, but can you, Jiangdu, truly be like them, where one falls and another rises? To take their place, the aberration in the illusion viciously destroyed everything. It grew larger than a high-rise building, and Jiangdu was forced to witness all his loved ones die before his very eyes. He watched them fall like rain, dissolving into the water. Jun Guang's illusion mimicked the action of flicking a lighter open. He coldly exposed the truth. This is the fate of a transcendent. Do you really want to become one of them? A blood-soaked illusion appeared again. Stop deceiving yourself. The words were like hypnosis. You actually just want to show off. Jun Guang relentlessly tried to persuade Jiangdu. That's right. Just like countless ordinary teenagers who fantasize about becoming superheroes, You like to sleep in, don't want to wake up early, hate studying, love to play, and like pretty girls. You dislike your parents' nagging, want to be different, think you have your own unique perspective, are eccentric, and always feel that you're not like others in many ways. You love to boast, wanting to be known by many, yet you have no real skills but still believe you can surpass others. In reality, you know you're not special at all. You're just like most of your peers. A brilliant red flame suddenly flared up in the gloomy void. A strange man in a night watchman's uniform appeared. You know full well that the dark side of this world isn't just the shadow plane. You also know that no matter how brightly the sun shines, there will always be dark corners it cannot reach. Their voices were chillingly cold. The world of the undercurrent has never been as beautiful as it is in fairy tales. That person vanished, and the lone torch fell straight into the water. The image of thousands of aberrations appeared in the smoke. This is the great calamity. To become a transcendent, you will have to face the great calamity directly. The voice questioned him. Now, let's return to the first question. Can you become a transcendent? Zhangdu's face was filled with tension. Meanwhile, his physical body was also immersed in the illusion. Just then, Zhui Shui from the inspection team walked in. She raised her hand in greeting and curiously asked about the situation. How's it going? Songbao shook his head. Not good. He's just going in circles. Zhui Shui wasn't surprised. After all, the Moyuan stone comes from the abyss. Its level of corruption isn't something just anyone can withstand. He agreed. That's right. Only those with great potential can resist the pressure. Stepping further forward, he saw the boy was still struggling endlessly in the illusion. Songbao said regretfully. It looks like this Zhangdu fellow has no hope. But just then, Jixi noticed something unusual, exclaiming as she looked at the illusion totem. Look, it's turning red. Hearing this, he turned back excitedly. What? Sure enough, a stream of red light gently enveloped Zhangdu. The crimson glow on the stone was getting brighter and brighter. Songbao was shocked. No way, he's still so far from the Mo Yuan stone. To reach level 5 at this distance, doesn't that mean? Zuishu was intrigued. Do you think he can reach level 6? He replied, sounding a bit helpless. I don't know. After all, in all of Daizhou, only 15 people have reached level 6 in the past few decades. But then, the stone tied to Zhangdu's leg lowered. Songbao was stunned. What's going on? The light is fading. Quick, check his wristwatch for any abnormalities. She went closer to check. There's nothing. All the data is normal. He became even more confused. Impossible. The closer he gets to the crystal, the stronger his willpower should be. It's getting weaker instead. What is this? But Zhangdu continued to move forward and was even about to touch the surface of the Mo Yuan stone. Songbao couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? He wants to touch it? Even someone with level 6 willpower couldn't do that, let alone him. Yet he actually touched it, and it emitted a brilliant golden light, as if the Mo Yuan stone itself was responding enthusiastically. Inside the illusion, Zhangdu's consciousness was being distorted. Go away! Don't even think about becoming a transcendent anymore. Think about your friends and family. An illusion of Zhao Zhao appeared. Think about the person you cherish most. She was smiling sweetly, holding her hand out to him. Zhangdu couldn't help but take that hand. Junguang's voice echoed. That is where you belong. But then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Enough! The illusion of Zhao Zhao completely shattered before him. Zhangdu looked disgusted. All you do is nag in my ear. Is this paltry temptation all you've got? At least give a guy a whole harem. Zhangdu approached the illusion of Junguang, shrugging his shoulders. To be honest, you really scared me for a moment there. I even felt like I'd hit a dead end. It's true. At first, I wanted to be a great hero, the kind that just shows off for no reason. But in this world, there are no heroes who fall from the sky, only brave mortals who stand up. It is thanks to their silent sacrifices that we have the peace and stability of today. Zhangdu reached out his hand towards the night watchman. I have already enjoyed that peace once. His firm hand grasped the hilt of the man's weapon as if receiving a torch. He said with determination, This time, I don't want to hide behind someone else's protection anymore. I want to become that undying flame. Light shone in the man's eyes as if he was slowly understanding. Zhangdu's face was filled with the determination to illuminate the darkest places. The water's surface in the illusion grew calm and quiet. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the 6th Squad was hearing a report about reality collapsing into the shadow plane. This time, regarding the 234th floor of the shopping center, the 5th floor hasn't completely collapsed into the shadow plane but has been affected. The number of people affected is around 850. Among them, 700 people were trapped in the shadow plane. So far, 650 people have been rescued. The rescue operation is still ongoing. The 30 students about to take the martial arts exam will be divided into groups for a preliminary check, after which they will immediately undergo treatment to eliminate minor contamination. He frowned and asked, "What did the contamination assessment department say?" The assistant replied, "They've already produced the results. The images have been sent." "To you, sir." A confidential file was quickly transferred through the computer, clearly stating the aberration type, code name, scouting wraith, and a contamination level of high grade 1. Regardless of analysis from its morphology, skeletal structure, or other parts, all indicate that these 3 wraiths are extremely similar. Furthermore, the traces of human origin on the wraiths are quite significant. It's as if they are the result of human mutation. Another assistant gasped in shock. Impossible. Not to mention that every individual is different. The level of contamination suffered during mutation and the direction of the mutation are also different. Mutating into 3 identical aberrations is practically impossible. Captain Lu couldn't help but light a cigarette to calm himself. Standing by the window in deep thought, it seems that thing from Beidou was a research subject, then created someone lurking in the shadows. Can't sit still anymore. Just then, a dazzling light erupted from the opposite side. He was so startled he dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Over there is... He couldn't believe his eyes! The supernatural testing room. Captain Lu's footsteps hurried over. "Excuse me, let me through." His expression was tense. "Sorry. Make way, please." Captain Lu frowned in disbelief. The highest willpower test only ever emitted an orange light. A golden light like this has never appeared before. He pushed open the door to the testing room. What on earth is going on? Inside the room, there were also many people gathered. Songbao saw him arrive and quickly reported, "Inspector Lu, there's someone named Zhang Yu. He frowned. "Zhang Yu?" A sudden gust of wind swept past Captain Lu, followed by a burst of golden light. The dazzling light shone, and then Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, leaving the illusion. He looked up at the scene around him. A whole crowd was witnessing the test from outside the glass window. Afterwards, Captain Lu took Zhang Yu to rest. He handed him a soda. "Here, have a drink," he replied, startled. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." "Where are Lu Jiaojiao and the others?" Captain Lu explained. "While you were still in the test, they were taken to the break room. They probably don't know what just happened." Young Du, you really gave me a huge surprise this time. Grade 5 is one thing. Grade 6 would at most shake the entire Night Watch department, but you went and produced an unprecedented golden light. He puffed up his chest with pride. "So doesn't that mean it's the legendary golden light, even more amazing than grade 6? He pondered. "Perhaps. But there's no precedent for it, so it's hard to say for sure. You might even be taken away for dissection and experiments." Zhang Yu spat out all his water. "Huh. No way. Mr. Lu, don't scare me." Captain Lu raised an eyebrow. "This is enough to scare you. And you're the one with the legendary golden light, although we won't take you for experiments. Someone will be here later to document your case. Your file will be sent to all the major Night Watch departments for research, and you'll also be classified as a subject of high-priority surveillance." Hearing this, he felt uneasy. Seriously, is it that complicated? He comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll teach you how to handle it later. Just follow the procedure." But Captain Lu didn't know he was thinking his chance to show off had arrived. Later, Zhang Yu was questioned, full name, age. He answered honestly, "Zhang Yu, 18 years old. What are your usual hobbies?" He stated briefly, reading and exercising. The other candidates watched this scene with curiosity. Is he the kid who emitted the golden light during the test? He looks so ordinary. I can't believe he's a rare genius. However, just because it was a golden light doesn't necessarily represent high talent. What if the equipment malfunctioned? Songbao's father asked. During this willpower test, what did you see? A group of high-ranking officials was also observing Zhang Yu. I saw countless members of the Night Watch raising their torches and marching forward. one after another, fighting against the aberrations. He inwardly sighed with boredom. This is too bland. Mr. Liu prepared all these lines for me. I'm the legendary Golden Light, yet here I am just following a script. Captain Liu continued with the procedure. When you saw those things, what were your thoughts? Zhang Yu answered exactly as he was taught. At that moment, I was very excited because I was about to step into the supernatural world. I felt the weight of responsibility on my shoulders. After saying that, he suddenly stopped. Bowing his head in silence, he grew worried and urged him, "What is it? Keep talking," not knowing what Zhang Yu was thinking. He suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Then instead of answering, he asked, "A question back, Mr. Liu, there's a map hanging on the wall of your office, right?" Captain Liu was stunned and replied, "Yes." With that, he excitedly stood up, planting his foot on a chair and striking a dramatic pose. 10 survival zones. We're lucky to remain. Now there are only 5. Perhaps our situation is not as simple as it seems. Nothing is as good as we imagine. Sometimes, knowing the truth is a kind of pain. He was speechless, thinking, "What is this little brat improvising? What are you trying to do?" Zhang Yu was seen orating, "I hope the youth of Daju can escape from indifference, always moving forward, dedicating themselves with all their might. Even if there's only a faint glimmer like a firefly's light, I will do my best to make it shine." After speaking, he changed his pose again, looking extremely proud. "The light of truth, of justice will shine. If there are no more torches in the future, then I will become the only light." These words plunged the interrogation room into an awkward silence. Captain Liu said embarrassedly, "My apologies, this kid, Jiangdu, he likes to joke around sometimes." But unexpectedly, Tong Bao was incredibly moved. Never imagining the kid's level of ideological enlightenment was so high, Shuai was also moved to tears, certain that in the future he would, become the most outstanding talent in our Night Watch department. This reaction horrified Captain Liu, who couldn't believe they actually bought it. The candidates outside also reacted positively, saying no wonder he could emit a golden light. Is this the enlightenment of a genius? Without a doubt, his talent is unprecedented. That's right, all of us combined can't even compare to him. Hearing these words, the high-ranking officers looked at each other with satisfaction. Jiangdu pouted, thinking to himself, "Can we wrap this up so I can go home? I still want to hit the clubs." Seeing how things were going, Captain Liu realized, there was no need to act anymore. "All right, that's all for today. Go home and wait for the announcement," Jiangdu asked in confusion. An announcement. The captain stood up and closed his laptop. He already knew the results without even needing to see the notice. His brows furrowed as he gave his instructions. "That's right, it's about the special training camp." In a daze. Jiangdu sat on a high wall, deep in thought, his brows knitted as if contemplating something serious. He recalled Captain Liu's earlier warning. "Didn't I tell you to be a little more humble? Well, look at you now, you're practically a celebrity in the Night Watch department." Jiangdu replied sheepishly, "Sorry, I caused more trouble for you." The captain sighed and rubbed his neck. "I really don't know how I'm going to explain this to old Li. He never wanted you to get involved with the supernatural. He's probably going to be furious this time." "Well, what's done is done. You should go home for now. Remember to show up on the 25th of the month for the special training camp," Jiangdu asked, bewildered. Special training camp, Captain Liu explained that it was for those with qualifying aptitudes to gather for a few months of training. And after the special training concludes, there will be another evaluation through a combat exam. When you get home, it's best you don't mention a single word about what happened today, including to Lu Jiao. Remember, the 25th of the month, back in the present, he checked his system lifespan, 20 days. Jiangdu sighed. It starts at the end of next month, and the special training lasts for several months. My lifespan isn't nearly enough. I have to keep hunting, but I wish I could just get enough lifespan in one go. Just then, something caught his eye, startling him. It was an aberration with a health bar of only 27% running past. Overjoyed, Jiangdu used Shadow Step to give chase. I've hit the jackpot this time. The aberration seemed to sense the danger and turned its head, but it was immediately caught by him as he used his marking skill, and then with just 2 moves, Jiangdu took it down. Massacre hunt, the system chimed in. This was a heavily injured aberration, so pitiful, frantically trying to escape. It only wanted to live. That was all. But clearly, its life was over. It would never see the sunrise of a new day, nor would it ever hear the whisper of the gentle wind again. Pursuing heavily injured prey that does not belong to you. This is certainly not a glorious hunt. Remaining lifespan increased. You now have 22 days. Combat skills slightly increased. Shadow points +4. He felt his luck was pretty good. Although snagging a bargain like this was a bit shameful, it would have been a waste not to. While he was collecting the aberration's corpse, someone yelled, "Where the hell did you come from?" Only then did Jiang-Du notice someone had been chasing from behind. Huh! The person was covered in dust with his face concealed. Where's my aberration? He was stunned, realizing he had apparently stolen someone else's prey, and he looked back awkwardly at the corpse that was almost fully absorbed. The mysterious person shouted, "Thief, give me back my prey!" Jiang-Du asked in confusion. "Thief, you!" He angrily picked up the stick. "Are you still playing dumb with me? You're shameless enough to rob a scrap collector." The boy was startled by the sudden attack and quickly backed away cautiously. But unexpectedly, the other person had just arrived. Closer, he froze in his tracks. His charging feet screeched to a halt right in front of Jiang-Du, and then he calmly walked over, leaving Jiang-Du bewildered. He suddenly took off his hood, and it was unclear what he intended to do. Jiang-Du awkwardly watched the person get close. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the man grabbed his hand excitedly. "Holy crap, you're Brother Du, right? I can't believe I'm meeting the famous blogger. Doer, I'm a huge fan. A super loyal fan of yours. I watch every single one of your videos. Come on, give me a smile, cheese. Oh, right, let's split that prey from earlier 70-30, according to the old rule." But Jiang-Du had no idea what he meant by scrap collector. What old rule? Seeing his expression, the man misunderstood and froze. Then he excitedly started typing a post. The famous blogger, Assassin Du, is actually bullying a scrap collector. He stole the prey and refuses to admit it. Jiang-Du yelled in frustration. "Hold on, what scrap collector? Admit what, explain yourself clearly." He then used a skill to pull the man closer to him, causing the man to stumble and fall, dropping his phone. Jiang-Du grabbed his head in annoyance, demanding a clear explanation. The man gave in and scratched his head, replying, "As you command, Brother Du. Scrap." Collector is just our slang. Officially, we're called freelance agents for the Night Watch department. You just need to reach mid-rank, level 1 to register. Jiang-Du was a bit surprised. "Freelance agents. What's the pay like?" The man quickly replied, "It's not that much. About $6,000 to $7,000 per kill." Hearing this number, Jiang-Du's jaw dropped and he yelled, "6 or 7,000 isn't a lot." As soon as Jiang-Du heard this, he was beyond shocked, his entire body radiating resentment. He gritted his teeth in frustration. $7,000, gone in a flash. That's almost my entire monthly salary. Danko didn't see it that way. It's not that much, and there's no insurance. Dangerous. With no housing fund support, no benefits, you just make money by risking your life. To put it bluntly, it's like scavenging scraps in the shadow plane. That's when he noticed the remains of the corpse. Jiang-Du asked curiously. "So, who do you sell the killed aberrations to?" Deng Qua explained. "The Night Watch department, universities, or some companies that purchase materials will announce missions to acquire aberrations, and they'll even send you the aberration's location." Hearing this, he happily said, "They tell you the aberration's location, that's super convenient." So he took out his phone and said, "Come on, give me your WeChat QR code so I can add you. Then I'll send you the 7,000 yuan for the aberration." Deng Qua was stunned. "Huh, 7,000 yuan. Let's do a 70-30 split. Just give me 4,900 yuan. Jiang-Du put an arm around his shoulder, looking generous. "How can I do that? I've never taken advantage of anyone before. Besides, I want to discuss a partnership with you." This made the man break into a sweat with surprise. A partnership. After that, he took Dong Qua on a continuous monster-killing spree. He easily and gently subdued a cat-like aberration. The system notification popped up. Blood Shadow plotting species. Blood Shadow. A murderous glint appeared in Jiang-Du's eyes as he softly spoke, "Shadow Guard." Instantly, the monster was defeated, collapsing weakly. He even controlled the absorption, trying to only swallow the essence within its body to keep the corpse intact. Otherwise, he couldn't exchange it for money. "Once done," he announced. "All right, pack this one up and let's go." Dang Ko ran over joyfully. Yes, sir. You're really a good guy. You clearly did all the work, but you're still willing to split it 50-50 with me. Jang Du smiled and replied, You're not idle either. You have to filter and locate the aberrations, and you also have to bring their corpses back to the Night Watch department. The man didn't think so. Actually, you could totally do this job on your own. You just need to register as a contract employee, right? Jang Du made an excuse. About that, I want to maintain a bit of mystery. He also thought, what would happen if the people from the Night Watch department found out my identity? Dang Kwa didn't hold back his praise. You're seriously amazing. You killed 4 aberrations in one day without even breaking a sweat. Jang Du smiled smugly. Forget 4. If I had enough time, even 100 wouldn't be a problem. But he was also a bit down. Although I just absorbed several of them, I didn't get much stronger, so continuing to hunt these mid-tier rank 1 monsters doesn't seem very meaningful anymore. So he suggested, Dang Kwa, help me find some high-tier rank 1 monsters tomorrow. The man was startled. High-tier rank 1? Are you serious? You probably don't understand, even though they're both rank 1, a high-tier strength is enough to crush a mid-tier. They're extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Jang Du let out a soft, confident smile. I know. His eyes held a hidden ambition. Experience and money. I want it all. It was late at night when Jang Du returned to the dormitory building. He tiredly reached out to flip the living room light switch, walking in wearily. Finally home. I'm dead tired. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's voice spoke up. Crawling back late again, huh? I waited a long time for you. There are cookies I made on the table. Help yourself. Feeling hungry, Jang Du didn't hesitate to grab one and eat it. Then he shyly sat down beside her. Where's Uncle Lou? She replied calmly. He went on a mission, he asked, a bit surprised. Is he coming back tonight? Zhao Zhao shook her head. He's not. What a pervy look appeared on Jang Du's face. So tonight, you can stay here. She immediately gave him a punch and crossed her arms in annoyance. I didn't get a chance to ask during the day. Did you pass the test? Jang Du clutched his aching head in pain. I passed. Okay, what's wrong? Zhao Zhao was surprised. You passed what rank? He hesitated. Probably rank 3. He thought to himself, it's actually the legendary gold rank. But Uncle Lou told me not to say anything. She leaned in closer, asking, what about your awakened ability? What is it? Jang Du stammered, making something up. My ability, Shadow Pupil. You've probably heard of it. Right, Zhao Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay. It's a branch ability of the Shadow type, with average capabilities and potential. Leaning towards a support role, so you won't have to face danger on the front lines. Her words touched him. Were you waiting for me because you were worried about me this whole time? Then Jang Du asked, in return, what about you? What's your ability? Hearing this, she smiled confidently and explained softly. Soul Suppression, a branch ability of the Spirit type. Its potential is rated at the highest level. And although my combat power is a bit weaker than yours in the beginning, I'll definitely be stronger than you later on. Jang Du was speechless. So you waited all day just to show off in front of me, he flicked Zhao Zhao's forehead. Then you better be careful. Don't go and die in the early stages. She didn't hesitate to retaliate, covering his mouth. Jinx it. Will you? The physical contact made Jang Du blush, and the atmosphere between them became ambiguous. He quickly pulled away and changed the subject. By the way, what are these Shadow type and Spirit type users? Zhao Zhao frowned and replied. I don't really understand it either. I just know that these names correspond to the aberrations. For example, your Shadow type corresponds to the Shadow species among aberrations, and my Spirit type corresponds to the Spirit species. Killing aberrations and absorbing their corruption is one of the ways for superhumans to become stronger. If you kill a corresponding aberration, the efficiency is much higher. But killing other types of aberrations will just be a lot of effort for little reward. Jang Du couldn't help but feel intrigued. That's interesting. Your soul suppression ability sounds pretty powerful. Use it and let me see. She was a bit flustered. How do I use it? There are no aberrations here for me to activate my ability on. He winked and pointed at himself. You can use it on me. Don't worry, with my physique, you can't kill me. Zhao Zhao's face turned beet red as she shouted, It's soul suppression! As in, to calm down. After that, Yao Yao also demonstrated her skill as a stream of light gathered in her hand. Then she shyly extended her hand towards Zhongdu. A blue light gently pulsed from her palm. Yao Yao snapped her fingers, and instantly his eyes went blank, his face dazed. Seeing him collapse startled her. "Are you okay?" Zhongdu. He groaned softly. "It hurts. Hurry and massage my head before it explodes." Zhao Dao had no choice but to comply. Yeah. She gently placed her hands on his head to massage him, asking shyly, "Like this." He relaxed and gave instructions. "Not like that. Press from the forehead backward, and from the top of the head down to the sides. Rub gently." The innocent Zhao Dao did as he said. Like this, Zhongdu was in heaven. "That's it. Curve your hands, gentler. You were incredible just now. I was clearly on guard, but your attack still hit me without leaving a single trace." Pleased with the compliment, she couldn't hide her joy. "Our powers originate from aberrations, so it's normal for them to be weird. Besides, true spirit is a form of psychic attack anyway." He was amazed. "That's so powerful. You'll definitely stand out at the special training camp." "Huh," Zhao Dao retorted. "I don't like to show off like you. Plus, I heard that top students from other bases are coming as well." Zhongdu felt a bit of pressure hearing that. "Won't the competition be fierce then?" She reassured him. "Don't worry. Everyone at the special training camp is from the Martial Arts Academy. You like massages so much. How much money have you spent at the Starlight Club at the district entrance? Zhongdu played along. "Not much, just a few thousand." Zhao Dao's expression turned wicked as she cracked a devilish smile. She then used her skill. You like massages?" "Huh. How about a few more soul shocks?" He panicked and tried to run. "Hey, don't do it! Help me!" The following night, Zhongdu returned to the area to find the aberrations from the day before. He was a bit surprised. "Is this the grade 1 aberration we were looking for?" Dang Kuo confirmed. "I even picked one you've fought before, so just stay calm." "Need my help?" Zhongdu refused and charged in alone. "I don't need it." When Dang Kuo turned back, the man was gone. He only saw a beam of light descending from the sky onto the aberration's head. Leaping down from above, he easily overpowered the monster. He pulled his sharp claws from the aberration's lifeless body. The system announced that the target hunt was successful. Shadow Thread has been enhanced. A new ability has been acquired. The new ability, Shadow Orb, enhances your shadow control, allowing you to compress shadows and release a shadow orb. When the orb detonates, it fires numerous highly penetrative shadow threads in all directions. On a high floor, he stared wide-eyed and shouted, "Brother Do is so cool on a screen." A superhuman was showing off his power. Below him, a massive horde of aberrations appeared. However, with just a single bolt of lightning, he completely annihilated them all. This was a recorded battle video distributed for the other candidates to see. Zhao Zhao, who was also watching, was shocked. "This is the strongest war general in all of Dai Chao," Luke Doi explained. "Among superhumans, the rate of awakening as a soul spirit user is quite low. Your soul shock ability is considered top tier among them. Before, there was once a war general who awakened a similar ability. This USB drive contains a record of his training experiences. Study it carefully during this time and don't let anyone know about it." She was a bit confused. "Dad, with your rank, you probably couldn't get this right." He nodded. "That's right, your Uncle Lee gave it to me. He's very close with those war generals." Hearing that, Zhao Zhao grew even more suspicious. "That's weird. They could have just given this to Zhongdu, so why give it to me?" Meanwhile, in Tuan Kuang's office, he stood by the window, smoking with a thoughtful expression. Behind Tuan Kuang was a report on his desk. The file cover was stamped with 2 words in red top secret. It contained all the information on aberration serial number B14256, which descended at a location 200 kilometers west of Bokdo in year 90 of the Great Catastrophe. It was surrounded by a white aura, levitating in the air with an indeterminate form. It appeared to be on the verge of death. Prolonged direct observation leads to mental corruption, turning the observer into its fanatical follower. It possesses immense power and potent self-healing capabilities, has no blood as humans understand it, is immune to most restricted substances, and has complete immunity to psychic-type superhuman abilities. 2 division commanders were killed in action, 3 war generals were critically wounded, and 300 night watchers were either injured or killed. It was captured and imprisoned, and the file was sealed as top secret. Through long-term research, It has now been discovered to have the following traits cannot be observed directly. Its specific form is indescribable, and it cannot be killed. After a thorough review, it was designated as a deity. Back with the aberrations. At this time, Jiang Du was stealthily concealed. He then burst from the ground, shooting a bolt of lightning at the monster. To his surprise, the attack landed but dealt no damage whatsoever. It even counterattacked, sending him flying with a single punch, off to the side. Dang Qua was filming and cheering. You can do it. Brother Du Jiang Du's health bar dropped to 66%. He calmly got up and wiped his mouth. Just then, he saw the aberration aggressively charging at him. He took something out, put it in his mouth, and said confidently, "Get ready." As the bar snapped in his mouth, Jiang Du quietly whispered, "Detonate." The confused aberration had no idea what was happening, but it felt uneasy. In an instant, a huge explosion erupted right where it stood. The system explained that the shadow orb releases a small projectile that can explode in midair or attach to an enemy and detonate. The damage is limited, but if it manages to get inside an opponent's body, the instantaneous explosive force is terrifying. Dang Qua showed him the video of the final moments. "You look so handsome here, brother. Du so awesome, I'm telling you. When this gets broadcast, it's going to be a massive hit." Jiang Du was also pleased. Great camera work. After that, Dang Qua busied himself with collecting the aberration's corpse, while he checked his status. Shadow point 78 out of 78. Remaining lifespan 47 days. Jiang Du was secretly pleased. Excellent. At this rate, lasting until the special training camp begins will be no problem at all. Then, he smiled enthusiastically. Large. Dang Qua, give me the location of the next target. He immediately replied, "Roger that." But just then, an aberration with a giant eye appeared, directly firing a beam of energy at them. Zhang Yu keenly sensed something was wrong. He reacted instantly, yanking Dong Qua behind him and raising his guard to protect him. "Who's there?" It wasn't until the smoke cleared that a blood-red pupil was revealed, followed by its entire body, a giant eye with dozens of tentacles. Dang Qua screamed in terror. A level 2 ocular fiend Zhang Yu was startled when he heard that. A spirit species. He recalled Zhao Zhao's words. My spirit user abilities correspond to the spirit species within aberrations. He immediately charged forward to attack. I can't let it activate its ability. But just as Zhang Yu attacked, a golden streak of light shot past him, striking the aberration right in the center of its pupil, causing it to, fall in agony, completely immobilized. A foot gently stepped on the monster's head. A large figure emerged from the shadows, grabbing the spear that had just pierced the monster's head. He looked on in amazement at the mysterious person who had just saved him. "Who are you?" But the man turned and left without hesitation, before anyone could react. Suddenly, a yellow piece of paper fluttered on the wind into Zhang Yu's hand. He dazedly took it. And read the words on it. It said, "Are you worried about not reaching your full potential? Do you want to be the envy of everyone? Studying arts or martial arts? Which future path should you choose? How about this, the Shu Yang Corporation? The best corporation recognized in Yunhai City." Zhang Yu was bewildered. Shu Yang Corporation. The next morning, Zhang Yu went straight to the Shu Yang Corporation. He stood in the crowded plaza. Looking at the large statue erected at the entrance, Zhang Yu had come here exactly as instructed on the piece of paper, back to yesterday. Dang Qua had explained. The Shu Yang Corporation is the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai City. If you become a temporary employee there, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Zhang Yu was confused. Was that guy earlier a pioneer hired by Shu Yang? He nodded. Probably. Judging by his combat suit. Zhang Yu frowned suspiciously, saying, "Pioneers are only at level 1, but that guy just now killed a level 2 ocular fiend in, an instant." Dang Qua laughed and said, "You probably don't know this, right? The potions made by Shu Yang specifically enhance the combat power of superhumans. They also cooperate with the Knight. Watch. And it was with their help that the communication network was expanded. If you want to get stronger quickly, Shu Yang is considered a pretty good shortcut." Zhang Yu probed. "So you want to try joining Shu Yang?" "Huh." He calmly replied, "I'll pass. It's better to rely on yourself than on others." Back in the present, at the Shu Yang Corporation, Zhu Yuan was introducing a potion with the product number 1928 called Sweet Dew. It was developed by Dr. Beidou 30 and his team over 10 years of research. It effectively enhances brain development, thereby strengthening one's psychic sensitivity. Zhang Yu, bored, crossed his arms, thinking it sounded like an IQ tax. Do they really have a potion that enhances abilities here? The female MC then said, now, let's invite a member of the audience up on stage to try this potion for themselves. As soon as she finished, Dang Qua, from the back of the crowd, jumped up and shouted, "Me pick me." He skeptically watched the guy eagerly downing the potion on stage. Zhang Yu was exasperated. Didn't you say you'd rely on yourself after drinking it? His eyes lit up, feeling his mind become much clearer in an instant. The female MC immediately seized the opportunity. The original price is $888, but today we have a special price of $1,888. First come, first served. The excited crowd swarmed forward like ants. Sell me a bottle, I want one too. He felt secondhand embarrassment for them. This crowd is a lost cause. Later, Zhang Yu toured the corporation, seeing things like a blue steel saber broken in half and a tattered suit of armor. There were also ancient scrolls, now only half remaining, and a large photograph of a 4-person team. In a moment of glory. It was inscribed, "This picture is dedicated to the founder, Mr. Zhao Shu Yang." He muttered in surprise. Zhao Shu Yang, the founder of the Shu Yang Corporation, was actually a member of the Night Watch. Someone next to him replied, "That's right. He was one of the very first Night Watch members. It's a shame that so few people remember him now." Zhang Yu was startled to realize it was the captain of the Night Watch who was always investigating his identity. Kan An explained. 50 years into the Age of Calamity, aberrations were everywhere in Daizhou. Mr. Zhao Shu Yang went deep into the desperate lands alone, leading the masses out of enemy territory. To protect everyone, he didn't hesitate to burn his own life force, perishing along with the aberrations. The sight was so magnificent that it was etched into his memory. Kan An continued. In the end, he burned away the very last spark of his life, leaving not even his bones behind. Fortunately, the next generation developed the Shu Yang Corporation that he founded, continuing to contribute to the cause. To be honest, you and Mr. Zhao Shu Yang are very much alike. Zhang Yu, stunned, pointed to himself and asked again. Oh, he smiled and nodded. That's right. That day at the Night Watch headquarters, you said you wanted to become the only light in the darkness. Remember? Zhang Yu scratched his head sheepishly. I did say that, he thought to himself. I just said that on a whim. You actually believed it. Kan An looked, with an admiring look, as expected of General Li's descendant. Your mindset is quite advanced. These words only confuse the boy more. General Li. Who is that? He couldn't believe it, turning to look. It was, of course, General Li. Jun Guang. He recalled the man's foolish actions and was dumbfounded. What? He's a general. His mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a chicken egg. The strongest fighting force in Daizhou? Cho? Kainan scratched his head in confusion. Didn't he tell you? Zhang Du immediately replied. No, I always thought he just had a normal civilian position. He then explained he does hold a civilian position, but he has a lot of real authority, which isn't normal at all. A headache washed over him. No wonder the old man said he could pull some strings for him and even help arrange his school. He had thought the man just knew some influential people, but it turns out he's one of them himself. Kan An wasn't surprised. It seemed General Li had been keeping it from him, probably for his own good. Right. My name is Tong Kan An, and I'm the training officer for this special training camp. Zhang Du was confused. Training. But he then whispered, Good luck. I have high hopes for you, so I'll be training you. Very seriously. Then he immediately left, leaving Zhang Du standing there all alone and bewildered. He felt a sense of unease, a bad feeling about this serious training. Just then, the painting on the side began to emit a strange, dark aura. Zhang Du's sharp senses made him gasp, Who's there? But when he looked again, there was only the painting. Suddenly, a huge aberration leaped out of it, roaring. The moment Zhang Du saw the aberration, he quickly gave chase. He was horrified. It's a wraith. How did it appear here? Zhang Du hurriedly followed it to the emergency exit, frowning in thought. There are so many guards outside. How on earth did it get in? But the aberration moved incredibly fast, and Zhang Du had to struggle to keep it in sight. At that moment, the system spoke. System introduction. An alien entity residing in the abyss. A shadow-type aberration capable of unleashing superpowers in the dark. If detected by them, exercise extreme caution. Be aware. This type of aberration is not easy to deal with. He frowned defensively. Not easy to deal with. This same warning appeared for the first wraith I killed, so the guidebook had already detected that something was wrong. However, Jiangdu didn't give up and continued to chase it. He wondered if this was related to the recent appearances of aberrations. Suddenly, he reached a turn that made him stop and stare. The dark hallway was completely empty, with no sign of the aberration. He frowned warily. This is the basement of the Sojung group. Strange. Why is there nothing here? Suddenly, a voice spoke. Said, "Number 9 has returned. Come in." Jiangdu was startled. There was someone there. But when he turned around, he couldn't see anyone speaking. Jiangdu wondered if they had hidden downstairs the Morning Sun Corporation before the... Up to so. He used his shadow form skill? Jiangdu moved through the ground and walls. A sudden clattering sound made him instantly alert. In front of Jiangdu were rows of glass tanks containing something. His eyes widened in horror. This is... Jiangdu got a clear look at the things in the tanks. Aberrations. What the hell is the Sojung group doing? He secretly moved closer to a hidden corner to eavesdrop. 2 people came out from inside. Dr. Oh, the cultivation of the wraiths is on the right track. The plan to nurture the predators is also underway. Director Zhao came to see me this morning and said we must first control the bloodworms. The younger man asked hesitantly. Doctor, oh, do you have a way? The doctor smirked slightly. Aberrations are difficult to tame. After all, the 3 wraiths that roamed the shopping center last time caused a lot of negative impact. If we insist on using blood types for experiments, I'm afraid it will cause even greater losses. Thien Min was confused. But isn't using our own flesh and blood to control the blood types effective? Dr. Oh shook his head. No, just relying on the flesh and blood of aberrations can't completely tame them. Our ultimate goal is still to research a way to control aberrations to help the Night Watchers. And to do that, we still have to start with the 4 main types. You could say that these spirit aberrations originally evolved from the soul types. Jiangdu, watching from the side, broke into a sweat as he saw the monster in the tank. Doctor! Oh, whispered softly to the aberration. Hello there. Number 9. Inside the tank. The aberration reacted slightly, its mouth full of teeth parting. Thien Min was terrified. Be careful. Doctor. The doctor calmly reassured him. Don't worry. You just need to take good notes. How's your body feeling? Are the eyes I gave you working well? Number 9 responded, slowly raising its massive claw and tapping against the tank 3 times as if reporting, Doctor. O was pleased. Very good. Your emotions are becoming more and more stable. The next step is to clone number 9 and have aberrations fight aberrations. Quickly. Bring a few soul-calming stones for number 9. Thien Min quickly replied, Yes, sir. Behind them. Jiangdu felt a little uneasy. Did it see me? It's different from the wraiths I've seen before. It's not aggressive, and it even knows how to communicate simply. He pondered. It feels like it has individual consciousness. At this point, Thien Min asked again, Doctor, if we continue like this, couldn't it escape our control and become difficult to handle? The doctor agreed, but didn't seem concerned. You have a point, but I believe we'll find a solution. He took out his glasses and whispered, Or perhaps we could try a more certain method? Dr. O frowned, not understanding. A more certain method? Thien Min's eyes suddenly turned cold. For example, replacing human souls with those of aberrations. The doctor furiously grabbed him by the collar and shouted, Nonsense, that's no different from abandoning all morality, Thien Min. I advise you to get rid of that thought, or else... The man pretended to pat the doctor's back. I'm sorry, I was just casually talking. Don't take it seriously. The doctor disagreed. You can't even say that casually. This is a taboo. Just then, Dr. O's eyes widened, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. On his chest was... A sharp knife was stabbed into him by his own assistant. Dr. O gasped in pain, trying to look at him. Thien Min adjusted his glasses. Aberrations, humans, night watchmen. I'm sorry, doctor, but the research can only go this far. He completely revealed his true, wicked face. I come from the fire seed! An extremely powerful energy gathered in Thien Min's hand, and his eyes glowed with a brilliant purple as he smiled with extreme malice. Suddenly, Thien Min clenched his fist and unleashed his power. Instantly, countless objects around the room flew chaotically into the air. At the same time, numerous cracks appeared on the containment tanks, causing the monster number 9 to burst out of its tank. The security system blared. Warning, aberration from room 035 has escaped. Threat level red. All research personnel quickly evacuate. Following that, not only it but other aberrations also broke out of their tanks. Meanwhile, the people in the lab below also received the warning. Room 035, that's where they keep dozens of aberrations. Security, get security over here. What are you standing there for? Run. From above, Thien Min watched the researchers struggle, crying, "It's too late, help me." His human facade shattered, revealing a gleeful smile. Then, Thien Min's body emitted a powerful pressure. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the chaotic floor. His health bar started to drop, all the way until it reached 0%. Just then, Jiang Du emerged from the ground. Frowning at the corpse, he was confused. A student kills his teacher, then self-destructs. What's that all about? That Du Lin also used the chaos to escape. Just then, from within, the wreckage. A hand reached out. "You! Come here!" It was Dr. O, who was surprisingly still alive, but his breathing was weak. Jiang Du exclaimed, "Sir, don't move, I'll call a doctor right now." He struggled to speak fire seed. Before drawing his last breath, he tried to say that he was a fire seed. Jiang Du was stunned. Fire seed, but then Dr. O's eyes rolled back and his life came to an end. Seeing this, Jiang Du could only cry out in despair. "Wait, fire seed, can you please be clear? Do you have to pull this stunt on me every time we get to a crucial moment?" But then, feeling an unusual aura, he quickly turned to check. Jiang Du stood up to face number 9, deciding to put the matter aside for now. Lightning sparked from his claws. "I'll kill it first and figure this out later." And so, Jiang Du charged into attack number 9, easily taking it down in an instant. Just then, 2 more aberrations appeared, and he didn't hesitate to dispatch them immediately. As he landed, Jiang Du suddenly realized he was standing in a pool of blood. He frowned at the mess, red covering the entire floor. It turned out there were countless bodies lying all around. Jiang Du tensed up. "This is bad. Those aberrations have escaped into the real world." At that moment, out in the main hall, a presentation for new medicines was still underway. Suddenly, several claws and a skull dropped down from the ceiling as 3 aberrations simultaneously lunged towards the female MC, causing everyone there to flee in terror. "It's an aberration. Run, run for your lives, help." Dang Qua tried to calm the situation. "It's a blood fiend, don't run around." They specialize in picking off stragglers. Try to stick together in a group. However, at that moment, one of them had already noticed him. "Don't run around! Come over here!" It lunged towards Dang Qua as if it was about to enjoy a delicious meal. But suddenly, a punch flew in and sent the aberration flying. Jiang Du made a powerful entrance from within the cloud of dust. Dang Qua was shocked. "Brother Du." "Z, how did you get here?" Jiang Du quickly said. "Never mind how I got here, we need to save these people first." Dong Qua gestured to the chaotic scene. "It's no use, they're all just running around like crazy." "No one is listening to me?" Just then, Jiang Du saw someone about to be attacked and crying for help. He didn't hesitate and rushed forward, sending the aberration flying with a single kick. This scene inadvertently caught everyone's attention, Jiang Du shouted. "Stop running around if you don't want to die! Gather over here! Watch the shadows and don't give the aberrations an opening to get in!" A few people there recognized him. "You're Du!" Z, the famous amnesiac assassin from TikTok. It's really him we're saved. Listen to Brother Doozy. Huddle together, watch the shadows, and report anything you see. Don't push. Let the women and children through first. Seeing the situation stabilize, Jiang Du let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he heard someone scream, "Help! We're trapped in here. Is anyone there?" He looked, at the situation. "It should be fine here now. Next is upstairs." So Jiang Du said, Dang Hua, you lead them out of here first. I'm going upstairs to check things out. He immediately replied. Yes, sir. In the room, yo. That was on fire. A woman pleaded. Is anyone there? Help us. A little girl was crying. Mommy, it's so hot. I want to get out. Suddenly, a dark figure kicked the locked door open. The woman thought she was being rescued and called out. Over here, I'm over here. But to her surprise, she froze as fear began to well up inside her. A giant, roaring aberration appeared to attack them. The terrified woman hugged her daughter. No, the little girl screamed. Mommy! But before the aberration could attack, it found itself unable to move. An energy whip grabbed it and threw it into the air. Jiang Du had appeared just in time, pulling the aberration. Back. He sent a punch straight through its body. Finally! He twisted and pulled his arm out, causing the aberration to lose its balance and fall as the monster was completely consumed by the flames. The woman hadn't even had a chance to express her tearful thanks. Jiang Du hurriedly patted out the flames on himself. So hot. My body is supposed to be fire-resistant. Why am I still on fire? Then he quickly composed himself. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you too. The little girl couldn't stop crying. This is even scarier than the monster from before. The mother comforted her. Don't be scared. He's a super-powered person here to save us. He's just a little ugly. After that, Jiang Du. He caught the mother and child, holding them tightly. He smashed right through the building's glass window to get them outside. Luckily, a fire truck was already waiting below to provide aid. Jiang Du landed gently on the ground, his body incredibly stable. The fire truck also began spraying water in time to put out the blaze in the building. The mother and child were lucky to escape safely. Although they were still terrified, the mother was moved beyond words. Thank you. Thank you so much. The little girl also chimed in dazedly. Thank you, Mr. Monster. Quite a few people recognized him. Look, that's Du Tu. He saved that mother and child. The crowd cheered as he turned to leave. You're amazing. Du Tu is saving people again. Go for it. Du Tu. Jiang Du thought to himself that he needed to hurry. His shadow points in this world were depleting rapidly, and he didn't know where the other Night Watch members had died. Reinforcements should have arrived by now, but just at that moment, a golden ray of light exploded from within the building. As he entered, he couldn't help but break into a terrified cold sweat. It was utter chaos inside. The Night Watch members had already been brought under control. Could this chaos have been planned? A powerful hand rose, gathering energy. It was Kan On, who was surrounded by 3 aberrations. He didn't hesitate to attack them, firing 3 energy beams at once that completely obliterated the aberrations. The other superhumans were also battling them, and although many aberrations lay defeated on the ground, their numbers were still overwhelming. Countless explosions erupted, nearly demolishing the entire building. Jiang Du realized with horror that on the other side was the Soduong Industrial Park. It seemed that was the aberration's real target. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. With the Night Watch nowhere in sight, he opened his system window. He could only rely on himself now. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he rushed to rescue more people. He's back. He appears again. Everyone watched in admiration. This time he brought out 3 people at once. Jiang Du even carried out an innocent animal. He's so handsome. Go. Du Tu. Meanwhile, Kun An had also noticed him rescuing people. He didn't know it was Jiang Du, only recognizing him as that mysterious assassin. He had just landed with a young man on his back. Seeing the man was unconscious. The crowd murmured anxiously. Is this the last one? Are you all right? Our hero doesn't look so good. He's hurt. Someone call an ambulance. Jiang Du braced himself on his knees, panting for breath. So tired. I guess being a hero is this exhausting. I wanted to look cool, but I don't even have the strength to get up. Shaking off his exhaustion, he managed to smile, but looking at the safe and cheering crowd, he felt it was all worth the exhaustion. Suddenly, an old woman started wailing, "My granddaughter! Have you seen my granddaughter? She's about this tall and has braided hair." Another person asked, "I can't find my son either. Have you seen him?" "My daughter's gone too, and my grandson, he's only 7 years old." Jiang Du froze and frowned. The missing people are all children. He looked up at the most intensely burning floor. Jiang Du frowned as he spotted something dangling from it. A little girl was crying, held captive by an aberration. "Daddy, I want to go home," she cried. Jiang Du clenched his jaw. Damn it. What the hell are these aberrations up to? Why kidnap children? Just then, he got a call from Zhao Zhao. Jiang Du answered it. What's up? She got straight to the point. Are you at the So Duong Enterprise building? He asked in surprise while running. How did you know? Don't worry about how I know. Just get over here now, Jiang Du chuckled softly. No need to rush. Just wait until you finish making dinner. Some beef soup with tomato scrambled eggs sounds good. Zhao Zhao heard this and was about to yell at him. Just you wait. But he had already hung up, running directly toward the building where the children were being held. She frowned in frustration at the cold dial tone. Meanwhile, Jiang Du was pushing his limits. His health and shadow points were nearly depleted. If he kept this up, he might not survive. Right at that moment, a man appeared holding a megaphone. Captain Luke appeared and announced through it. Attention! All superpowered individuals in the area. In accordance with Article 113 of the Superhuman Powers Act, unauthorized use of superpowers in public by non-certified individuals is prohibited. You are to cease using your abilities immediately and submit to an investigation. This is your final warning. Cease all use of your powers now. We will not hesitate to take legal measures. The soldier beside him raised a special issue rifle as a warning. Jiang Du raised his hands in surrender. All right, I get it. He thought about backing down. It's better to let the Night Watch handle this. They're more professional than me. They can rescue those kids. But behind him, the old woman pleaded through her tears. Lam Lam, my sweet granddaughter. Seeing this, Jiang Du couldn't help but grit his teeth and make a decision. He turned to Captain Luke and said, "Follow me." The captain was stunned and confused by his words. Without further explanation, Jiang Du ran straight for the building. Two soldiers raised their rifles, ready to fire at him, but Captain Luke stopped them, much to the soldiers' confusion. Captain. He watched Jiang Du's retreating figure and said, "Let's follow him up and see." Countless aberrations swarmed the rooftop, each carrying a kidnapped child. He frowned and followed them stealthily. Where in the world are these things going then? Jiang Du watched as they herded the children into a portal. He was stunned to realize they were entering the shadow plane. Jiang Du stealthily followed the aberrations into the shadow plane. He frowned, deep in thought. This is weird. Blood fiends are normally driven by a primal instinct to slaughter. Yet here they are, kidnapping people with a clear division of labor, like an organization. The So Duong Corporation, the Fire Seed, the experimental subject. It seems I've gotten tangled up in something. It's too late to back out now. I just have to see this through to the end. Nearby, a group of children were crying, guarded by an aberration. Suddenly, the creature noticed a rock that had been was thrown in front of it. But when it turned to look, there was no one there. The silence was so strange that even the monster became suspicious. It turned its head to look at the still crying children when suddenly another stone was thrown, making the monster quickly turn its head. But seeing no one made it doubt itself. Suddenly, the monster noticed something was off. It wondered, wait a minute, has the number of children decreased? The monster jumped around looking but couldn't find any of the children. Then it suddenly sensed movement and turned around. It saw Jiang Du carrying 3 little ones and running away. He calmly looked at it and smiled, having been discovered. Immediately, several monsters leaped out from the surroundings to pounce on him. But in a flash, a net directly captured the whole group, causing the monsters to scream in a furious rage. Jiang Du led the children down the stairs slowly. Stick close to me. He quickly made a phone call. Is this the Night Watch? There are over 10 children at my location. Just then, an explosion shot out and blew the phone to pieces. He quickly covered his face to dodge the hot residual dust. A figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. He had a deformed face and said with a smile, I didn't expect to track you here. I thought you were from the Night Watch, but it turns out to be our internet celebrity. Du Tu? Jiang Du warily looked at the man before him. Who are you? The man flicked his snake-like tongue. Take a guess. Hua Sun casually waved his hand, shattering the nearby wall. Fortunately, Jiang Du managed to escape the blow in time, he thought, in shock. This guy is also a superhuman. Jiang Du quickly shot a line to the rooftop and moved hastily, wanting to separate the battlefield from the children. But as soon as he landed, a series of iron rods stabbed down at his position. Luckily, he still managed to jump away. The man also appeared and said, Not bad, Just like in the videos, your movements are very agile, but your overall strength is only level 1. Basically not even worth mentioning. Jiangdu frowned and asked, "Are you from the Soduang Corporation?" Hua-sun raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Do I look like it?" Jiangdu was almost certain. "Then you're from Huacheng." The man decisively launched an attack. "A dead man doesn't need to know so much." He quickly leaned to dodge the attack, but it seemed to have a mind of its own and turned back to strike, causing Jiangdu to be caught off guard and hit by the explosion. He was thrown far amidst the spreading smoke and dust. Just then, 2 more energy orbs shot towards Jiangdu. The explosive scene seemed to have no effect on Hua-sun. He thought with boredom, "How dull. I thought I could play a little longer." On top of the building, the terrified children were watching the situation, unable to hold back their sobs. "That big brother won't die. Will he down? Below?" As the smoke and dust cleared, a surprising scene was revealed. Hua-sun also frowned slightly in disbelief, because in front of him was just an empty patch of rubble. "Where did he go?" Hua-sun frowned, observing the situation. Around him, Jiangdu emerged from the ground behind him, swiftly leaping up to launch a sneak attack on Hua-sun. A dark shadow swept through the space like a storm. Hua-sun sensed it and tilted his head to dodge, but it still left a scar. Not giving up, Jiangdu appeared right behind him again, a confident smile on his lips. He raised his hand, lashing out with a move that the man almost failed to dodge. Jiangdu quickly hid himself the moment he saw Hua-sun about to strike. The man furiously tried to catch him as he was about to disappear. "You rotten rat!" Before vanishing, Jiangdu quickly threw out a dark sphere. Hua-sun watched cautiously as it exploded in midair. Thinking the dark sphere couldn't harm him, he suddenly stared in shock, because from that explosion, countless thread-thin tentacles emerged to attack Hua-sun. He had to use his own body to block the lashes from them. Hua-sun licked the blood from his face. "An ambush from the shadows is indeed a bit tricky to deal with, but I have a way to handle you." He swung his arm and threw a strange energy orb. It actually flew back towards the building where the children were. The little girl in the lead had no way to dodge this attack. She screamed in terror and despair. The shadow brother immediately appeared right in front of the little girl. Jiangdu appeared and blocked the massive energy orb, gritting his teeth as he endured the toxins invading his body. Hua-sun appeared right behind him. "Ah, I got you." Jiangdu couldn't help but fall for the trick and turned around in shock. But the man had already gathered his powers in his palm, directly attacking Jiangdu's back. This caused Jiangdu to suffer painful internal injuries, and he was knocked down by this powerful blow, falling into the pile of rubble at the base of the wall. Hua-sun laughed maliciously. "Still want to hide in the shadows? You've lost your chance." He laughed maniacally while punching Jiangdu, his terrifyingly heavy fists raining down relentlessly. He was both in pain and bewildered. "What's happening? My shadow form is shattering, and the shadows within my body are also becoming chaotic. I can't use my skills." Hua-sun forcefully grabbed Jiangdu's head like a toy and slammed it down, shattering the ground itself. A part of his shadow form crumbled, revealing his face. The man licked his lips and clenched his fist. "Come on, let me see who you really are." Just as Hua-sun raised his hand to finish Jiangdu off, rocks were suddenly thrown from above, hitting his head. The children angrily shouted, "Let him go! We'll beat you, you bad guy!" Hua-sun was enraged. "You little brat! Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Just as his attention was on the kids, he had also sat up, and his shattered shadow form began to reappear. Jiangdu grabbed Hua-sun tightly. "Your opponent is me," he thought to himself. "Thanks, kids." Jiangdu bent his knees and leaped up. "Shadow pupil!" Instantly pulling the man into the illusion of 1,000 eyes. Hua-sun furiously gritted his teeth. His eyes rolled back as he gathered his strength, directly exploding with power to throw him off. "Get lost!" Seeing Jiangdu stagger to regain his balance, the man laughed. Luckily, his shadow managed to recover just in time. Hua-sun taunted him relentlessly. "Do you think dragging me into the darkness can stop me after I kill you? I'll take care of those brats who helped you too." Jiangdu frowned. "So you were the one controlling those blood types after all, but why capture children?" The man laughed maliciously. "That's obvious. Children's souls are purer. I'm sure you've heard of it." A greedy glint appeared in Hua-sun's eyes. The Soul Seed Technique. Jiang Du recalled the previous laboratory. Hello? Number 9. The Soul Seed Technique from the So Duong laboratory. He then noticed the aberrants he had encountered on his way here. Have I satisfied your curiosity by calling them out? Then I'll leave you to it. Huasan snapped his fingers to signal the attack. Go die! The controlled aberrants roared and shrieked endlessly. All of them lunged at Jiang Du, but he just gave a strange, confident smile and said, I've been waiting for you all. Jiang Du couldn't hold back a smile, as if he had achieved his goal. Countless aberrants were swiftly and completely absorbed by him. Thank you for this generous gift. Seeing the monsters that were nothing but prey for him, Jiang Du simply waved his hand. Come to me. He used his mark and pursue skill, ensuring none could escape and were completely subdued. Into an energy orb in his hand, Jiang Du devoured them all. Shadow Devour, Shadow Points plus S. Shadow Points 81 out of 90. Huasan was horrified. Damn it, he can absorb aberrants. Jiang Du slowly levitated into the air, merging into a whirlwind of power. All surrounding aberrants were consumed by his Shadow Devour. The man realized with horror that he had made a disastrous mistake. Huasan frantically rushed forward to interrupt. This kid couldn't be. But his punch did nothing to the whirlwind, and Huasan was even painfully thrown back. His eyes widened in fury, turning bloodshot. Huasan gritted his teeth. Damn it! He's using the blood types that I nurtured? At that moment, Jiang Du was encased in energy like a cocoon! The man trembled and stammered, watching as the strange energy converged into nerve-like tendrils. Huasan roared in frustration. He leveled up, without hesitation. He turned and fled. Damn it, you win this round? But his mind was filled with suspicion. So weird. Superhumans level up through training? Leveling up by devouring aberrants like him is something I've never seen before. Suddenly, Huasan froze. Wait a second, isn't that how aberrants evolve? A look of terror flashed in his eyes, and his fleeing footsteps came to a sudden stop, because in front of him was a massive spatial gate. As the dust settled, it revealed a familiar dark figure. Jiang Du's body seemed to have ascended to a whole new level, the smirk on his face growing even more arrogant. Well then, hey. Now it's my time to hunt! Wielding his twin swords, Jiang Du slowly advanced on Huasan. He took a deep breath, savoring the moment. Jiang Du could feel it. This was the second realm, the feeling that his whole body had been freed from its shackles, casting off all restraints. With just a slight twitch of his sword hand, the aura around him erupted. The world in his eyes changed dramatically. He could see all auras vividly, and he could even feel the man's fear. Jiang Du couldn't suppress an amused smile. Let's play for a while. Then his figure vanished into thin air in an instant. Huasan's eyes widened in horror. He's in the shadows. Wait, this time he's completely gone. He quickly summoned his underlings. Damn bastard, trying to sneak attack me. Stop him for me. But with just a few flashes of light, Huasan watched his aberrants get cut down before his eyes. He hastily shielded himself with energy but still took a slash across the chest. Huasan clutched his wound in pain, completely unable to see the attack. He's too fast. What kind of monster is he? How can a normal second realm user be this powerful? Meanwhile, Jiang Du was having a blast. Interesting. I was right in his face and he couldn't see me. I can hide much deeper in the shadows now, almost like a separate existence. He then landed several more slashes on the man. In quick succession, impossible to dodge. Huasan stared at the new gash on his face with pure hatred. You bastard! How dare you play with me like I'm an animal? Huasan couldn't help but scream. Damn it! If you're gonna kill me, then just do it! Stop playing around! He yelled, as if trying to hold on to his last bit of pride. Bring it on! Jiang Du appeared directly behind him. Fine, I'll grant your wish. But just as the Azure Shadow sword was about to end him, Jiang Du suddenly sensed something flying towards him, forcing him to leap back and parry. He stared in confusion at the object caught on his blade, a brick. From the darkness, a figure emerged. What the hell are you doing? Huasan, I've been waiting half the day for you. The boss is going crazy. Huasan's face lit up. Dongfan, did the boss send you? The man smirked. The plan is about to begin. Go take the child. I'll take care of this. Hwa-sun didn't hesitate. Fine, I'll leave this psycho to you. But Jang-do rushed to block their way. You're not going anywhere near those kids. Just then, a brick shot out and blocked his sword. Dong-than attacked Jang-do with raw physical power, not one to stand still. Jang-do nimbly leapt up to dodge the blow. Jang-do instantly used his phantom form to sink into the ground. Just then, the ring on Hwa-sun's finger lit up, and a thread of aberrant energy transformed into a rope and tied him up. Hwa-sun gloated. Trying to disappear again. It's not that easy. Dong-than charged in, sending Jang-do flying with one punch. Hwa-sun excitedly cheered for his partner. Well done. Kill him! But a flash of light sliced the man into 4 pieces. The life slowly drained from Shu-sun's eyes, never expecting to die at this moment. He finally collapsed onto the cold ground, his legs already severed. The one who acted was Jang-do. He wanted to eliminate him before the man could touch the children. Dong-than praised him. Nice moves! You're not a night watcher, are you, kid? Why are you meddling in our affairs? He roared in fury. Cut the crap, you bastards! You're kidnapping children to conduct variant experiments on them. You think I can just ignore that? The man was a bit surprised, saying, So you're acting on your own. Think you're the embodiment of justice, trying to be a hero. The shadow sword propped him up as Jang-do used its support to stand, suppressing his exhaustion. I am not a hero, and I've never thought about being one. I just act on what I believe is right. That's all. Hearing this, Dong-than suddenly burst out laughing. What's right? You say, if saving these children leads to the end of all humanity, would you still think it's the right thing to do? Jang-do stammered in confusion. What are you saying? You mean kidnapping these kids is to save the world? What kind of joke is that? Dong-than spoke coldly. You know it too. The war between humanity and mutants has been going on for 100 years. Humans have relied on a tiny glimmer of hope to resist until today. But the human body has many limitations, while the variants do not. The strength of humanity is like the light of a firefly. It simply cannot stand against the darkness of the abyss. Instead of dying a painful death clinging to false hope, it's better to find another way out. If the darkness cannot be defeated, then proactively embrace it and adapt to it. Bury hope deep in the abyss. Wait and hide until we become the last ember, extinguishing all of humanity's hope. He gave a cold laugh. You're clearly traitors, yet you still pretend to be righteous. If you people are called embers, Jang-do's entire body flared with power. Then let me extinguish you all? The man clicked his tongue in annoyance, as expected. Talking to people like you is truly meaningless. His body radiated a terrifying pressure. Let me open your eyes a little. He charged forward, raising his sword to strike. But this downward blow from Dong-than was blocked with just his bare hands. He even managed to push back with enough force to make Jang-do fall. He leaned against a wall to stabilize himself, then attacked again, but despite his great speed, he was blocked by him. Suddenly, Dong-than clenched his fist, turned, and with just one hand, unleashed a ball of energy, forcing Jang-do to quickly raise his sword to defend. But that sphere exploded, like a bomb, illuminating the entire sky. Despite such power, the man showed no signs of fatigue, while he, on the other hand, was sent flying into a corner by the aftershock. Jang-do clutched his wound and coughed up blood. This guy is really strong. Jang-do looked down angrily. The wound wasn't healing. What was that just now? Dong-than slowly approached him, his face dark as he explained. Supernatural skill. Hellfire Slash, that's my ultimate move. Jang-do became even more vigilant, watching his enemy. Supernatural skill, he sneered. You can't even beat me. So what makes you think you can take on the abyss in the face of overwhelming power? Resistance is truly meaningless. It all ends here. Go to heaven. Then, Jang-do suddenly broke into a grin. I guess it's time to end this. He activated a skill on Dong-than, Mark of Fear. He couldn't react in time and was hit by the skill. Damn it! Dong-than found himself completely trapped. Falling into a space of darkness, he suddenly felt terrified. How can this be? How did I end up here? No, save me. I don't want to die. Jang-do's whisper echoed in his ear. See it now, the fear hidden deep within your heart. Saving humanity is just an excuse. The fear of the abyss is the real reason you betrayed everyone. You people aren't embers at all. His shadow sword emitted a brilliant flash of lightning. Jiang Du tightened his grip, exposing the truth that you're just cowards who only know how to run away. This time, Dong Than was completely provoked. Grinding his teeth in fury, he charged forward to attack, filled with rage. Shut up, just shut up. He swung his sword using the hunt. The shadow sword pierced through Dong Than's body. He couldn't believe it as he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. What? Only then did Dong Than see Jiang Du's face, so it was just a mere kid after all. As he fell helplessly to the ground, his mind was filled with thoughts. No wonder he wasn't afraid at all. I used to have that same indomitable spirit as you, Dong. Than's eyes glinted with a sad nostalgia. He was afraid. That fearless spirit that feared neither heaven nor earth had long been shattered by the abyss, and you'll be the same. Sooner or later, you'll be consumed by the abyss. I just won't be around to see that day. Jiang Du frowned and muttered. You guys, what in the world are you? Dong Than's body gradually dissolved, turning into a small, weak flame, an ember. Outside, a reporter was broadcasting. Hello viewers, I'm your host, Tweet Tweet. As you can see behind me, this skyscraper is the Soduong Corporation. 1 hour ago, the Soduong Corporation suddenly erupted in a massive fire, and at the same time, many variants rushed out. The lower levels of the skyscraper are now completely burned. Over there are the traces of a battle between superhumans and variants. One victim being interviewed said, Du Tucha, it was Du Tucha who saved me. The reporter explained, according to our findings, many people trapped in the fire at that time were saved by a person famous online known as Du Tu Cha. After learning that many children were missing at the scene, this Du Tu Cha immediately went to rescue them. Currently, there is still no definite news about him. Let's pray he and the kids can return safely. Just then, a citizen shouted joyfully, Jiang Du! He's back! It's really him. Look over there. This is great. Jiang Du had returned with the missing children. He was startled to see everyone waiting so enthusiastically and knelt down to pat the children's heads. Go on, this is as far as I'll take you. The rescued kids now absolutely adored Jiang Du. Thank you, big brother. The night watchman quickly helped return the little ones to their families. The gentle sunlight shone down, as if it were rejoicing with them. Afterward, he, covered in dust and exhaustion, finally made his way home. To his surprise, even though it was late, Yao Yao was still up waiting for him. Her face was full of worry, and she couldn't hold back her tears when she saw him. The dinner she had prepared was completely untouched. Jiang Du suddenly felt both touched and guilty. He took out a carton of broken eggs from his bag. Sorry, I'm so sorry I'm late. I even made a special trip. To the supermarket to buy some eggs, but something came up on the way and I got delayed. However, Yao Yao didn't fall for his light-hearted excuse at all. She cried resentfully. You're lying to me again. Do you think I'm a child? Jiang Du sighed and put his hands on his hips. What's wrong? Did you think I was dead? Yao Yao shouted petulantly. It would be for the best if you were... But he caught her small fist in his hand. Startled, her embarrassment quickly turned to anger and said, Let go of my hand. Jiang Du pulled her closer to him. I won't let go. Under the warm light of the chandelier, the atmosphere grew intimate. He lifted Yao Yao's chin. You've never tried it before, right? She stuttered. Tried what? Jiang Du reassured her. Don't be scared. Once we've tried it, we won't be kids anymore. Yao Yao blushed beet red with shyness. What haven't I tried? Jiang Du pinned her against the wall, speaking suggestively. I've never tried it either, he said, a lecherous look on his face. So how about we give it a try? Yao Yao was completely swept up in the moment, her body going weak. What are you saying, Jiang Du? Snap out of it! But he gave her no chance to resist, leaning in to kiss her until their soft lips gently touched. The astonishment on Yao Yao's face was impossible to hide. She panicked and shoved him away. What do you think you're doing? Startled himself, Jiang Du became flustered. It's nothing. I was just thirsty and looking for something to drink. Yao Yao covered her lips, her face burning red. Thirsty? He quickly changed the subject. Are you hungry? I'll go heat up the food, he said, then immediately fled to the kitchen. Jiang Du hurriedly put the plates into the microwave. He tried to calm his racing heart, thinking how tense that was, I thought I was gonna die, but I actually did it. I just lost my head and kissed her. I really thought Zhao Zhao was gonna kill me, but man, her lips were so soft. He gesticulated excitedly, thinking of it as a reward after that huge battle. Totally worth it. Jiang Du had no idea she was secretly watching him, a foolishly happy and shy expression on her face. Once the food was hot, the two of them sat down to have their late dinner. Zhao Zhao kept stealing glances at him, blushing, unable to forget the scene from moments ago. He pretended not to notice, quickly stuffing his face. Suddenly, he wondered how much his abilities had improved. The status window appeared. Jiang Du. Attribute Shadow. Shadow points 105 out of 150. Skills Stalker, Hunter, Stalker, Shadow Devourer, Shadow Pupil, Shadow Dive, Form. Shape. Shadow Blade. Hunter's Mark Killing Spree. Remaining lifespan 80 days. Evaluation. You've acquired some real strength. You're a big fish in a small pond. Shadow Dive. You can freely sneak into the shadows and move at godlike speed. Shadow Blade Form. Your arms can transform into razor-sharp swords. The damage is extremely high, but be warned, in this form, your agility will be hindered. Killing Spree. Continuous attacks generate overwhelming, storm-like pressure. Your attacks will build up killing intent, and their power will grow stronger with each consecutive strike. But if an attack fails or your combo is interrupted, the killing intent will instantly reset to 0. Killing intent can enhance your assassination skills, boosting your ability to enter the shadows and allowing you to, move seamlessly between the layers of shadow. Enhanced Hunter Ability. Your ability to identify health bars has been upgraded and refined, Jiang Du thought to himself. Shadow Dive must be that skill for freely entering and exiting the shadow dimension. That's quite useful. Killing Spree is also really strong, but you have to keep hitting the target for it to work, which is a bit demanding. He closed his eyes and recalled the colors. Red must be for enemies. During the last fight, Jiang Du recalled that blue was for allies, and when it was all over, white was for bystanders. Suddenly, his eyes shot open and he stared at Zhao Zhao, who was caught off guard by his gaze, startling her. Her embarrassment turned to anger as she snapped, "What are you looking at? I'm warning you. Don't get any funny ideas." But Jiang Du was just stunned. Why is there a pink one? A smile spread across his face. I get it. Pink means she likes me. Zhao Zhao frowned and muttered. What kind of perverted thing is this guy thinking now? Suddenly, a flash of light outside caught his eye, and she turned her head in surprise too. To see? They went out onto the balcony together and looked up at the sky, slightly amazed. Countless fireworks were exploding in the darkness. They stood in silence, enjoying the rare, beautiful sight. Suddenly, Jiang Du asked, "By the way, do you know about an organization called the Fire Seed?" Zhao Zhao raised an eyebrow quizzically. Fire Seed, where did you hear that from? He was taken aback. She knew of them. Zhao Zhao nodded. In my father's documents. There was some basic information that mentioned the Fire Seed. Unlike the War faction or the mainstream research faction, they are a group of bizarre and contradictory lunatics whose bodies have been, mutated, classifying them as aberrations. They are a heretical organization that has betrayed humanity. Oh. And if you manage to capture a Fire Seed member, you must turn them over to the Night Watch for a reward of 500,000 in cash. Jiang Du was stunned after hearing that. 500,000. She was confused. What's wrong, but how could he dare to tell the truth? It's nothing, he said, while his heart was bleeding. 1 million just gone like that. Then, Jiang Du probed. So, besides the Fire Seed, are there any other strange organizations, the kind with rewards? Zhao Zhao said decisively. Nope. Why you wish there were? He scratched his head shyly. Well, I was just thinking if I could rely on this to get rich. Hearing that, her eyes grew thoughtful as she recalled something, then explained. There are indeed strange organizations, but they don't offer rewards. For example, the Dawn. Jiang Du heard the strange name. The Dawn! Supernatural energy flickered in Zhao Zhao's hand. It's a contradictory organization. One faction is pro-war, but they're different from our mainstream pro-war faction. Another faction is adamant that humanity is doomed to fail and is always looking for a way to escape this land. For example, by leaving this planet to find a new dawn. He was startled and said, That's too far-fetched. This isn't a sci-fi movie. We can't just build a spaceship or something. She shook her head. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on technology. The alien species in the abyss don't have any technology, but they can still come to our world through the abyss rifts. If we could master that method, then the Dawn faction's wish could actually be possible. The days passed quietly, and the cheerful spring festival gradually came to an end. People went back to work, and students prepared for the new semester. Ever since he reached the second level, the lifespan and shadow points gained from hunting level 1 aliens were just a drop in the bucket. Sometimes a whole day of work would only increase his lifespan by 3 days. The talent program for the final year had ended, and students began reporting in batches to the special training camp. Bao Cheng had already left, and Zhangdu was the last one in his batch, set to leave tomorrow. But on the night before his departure, Tuan Kuang returned from the northern capital. As soon as he got back, he asked, "I heard you produced a golden light in the will test and even made waves in the night patrol. You're pretty impressive, you little brat." He turned around, startled. "Uncle Lee, aren't you supposed to be in the northern capital? Is your work there finished?" Tuan Kuang wearily rubbed his neck. "No, the night patrol is quite busy this year. A bunch of troublesome things have popped up. For example, regarding the aptitude test, besides you getting the golden color, there was also a misty cloud phenomenon." Zhang Du asked curiously. "Misty cloud phenomenon, what kind of level is that? Is it even better than mine?" He shrugged. "Who knows, everyone here is very vague about it." But Tuan Kuang thought to himself, "Still, it's strange. I observed this kid very carefully before, and his body showed signs of contamination. I thought he would definitely fail the aptitude test, but I never expected the result to be a pass at level 6. But why doesn't this kid look like a superhuman to me? Was there an error in the test?" Zhang Du remembered something and said, "Oh, right. Uncle, I met someone named Song Ching'an earlier. He said something about you being a war general. Is that true?" The man's face darkened, not expecting to be exposed like that. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Tuan Kuang had to nod. "Yes, it's true." He couldn't contain his excitement. "What? You're really a war general? The legendary one of the 5 strongest generals of the Great Chu?" He sighed nostalgically and said, "That's right, I used to be. Anyway, I'm over 40 now and retired from the front lines long ago. Back then, I was just like you, full of passion to be a war general for the Great Chu. I fought countless powerful enemies. My thinking was simple back then, just kill all the alien species, and the Great Chu will be safe. But the alien species were endless, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 years passed. In the end, my wife died from alien species contamination. I got old and lost an arm. The once invincible war general is now a half-crippled wreck. Moreover, this time in the northern capital, an even stronger alien species appeared. So, you..." Zhangdu cut him off directly. Stop. You're trying to persuade me not to become a superhuman, right? I will absolutely not give up. And what's more, I also want to become a war general of the Great Chu, just like you." Hearing this, Tuan Kuang didn't intend to dissuade him any further. He stood up. "All right, the higher-ups are paying attention to you now. Since they're interested, I can't stop them." He then took out a pendant. "Take this and wear it." Zhang Du took it in a daze. "What is this, a pendant, Tuan?" Kuang explained. "It's a cursed item, the Whisper of the Night. When worn behind the ear, it transmits the whispers of those dragged into the abyss. Wearing this for a long time can train your will and hone your fundamentals, but it can also amplify a person's negative emotions. Therefore, after wearing it for an extended period, you must wait 3 days before wearing it again. In addition, it can also be used to activate your superhuman energy, releasing the power of contamination. For a short time, the user's combat power will be greatly enhanced, but it can only be used one time." He caught the key point. "The power of contamination. This item is from the abyss." The man smiled with satisfaction. "You're pretty sharp. That's right. It was indeed brought from the abyss. These cursed items are all concentrations of contamination, and using them comes at a great cost. Moreover, this pendant is a bit special. The price of using it is related to your aptitude and will. As long as your will is above level 5, you can wear it. But the most special thing about this pendant is that it chooses its owner." Zhangdu couldn't help but get excited. "How interesting. I'll try it on." Tuan Kuang also curiously observed, "How is it? Can you feel anything?" He paused for a moment. "Strange. It seems there's no sound at all." The old man nodded. "It seems your willpower can completely resist its influence. In that case, I can rest easy. When I get back, I'll get you the file on this pendant's previous wearer. You can look it over when you have time. Jiang Du obediently replied, Okay, goodbye, sir. As night fell, he fell into a deep sleep. The moonlight from outside the window gradually shone on the pendant. Then it reacted. A stream of strange energy spread out, its aura expanding wider and wider, slowly enveloping Jiang Du's body. In his dream, he rubbed his eyes in confusion. Where is this place? Am I lost? He groggily looked at the dark space around him. Suddenly, a series of bubbles floated toward him, and inside them were people. A young girl who once wore the necklace was screaming. Stop it. Stop talking in my ear. Jiang Du realized other people were screaming too, but there were also some who had gained power from it and gone mad. They were in constant misery. It hurts so much. Just kill me, save me, I'll never wear it again. This is a curse. A curse. I don't want it. I don't want to be your master. Stop! He broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing could this be the pendant's memories? A gentle voice whispered in his ear. Master. From within the darkness, something seemed about to appear. The vehicle carrying the last batch of ability users headed toward the camp. Zhao Zhao couldn't help but let out a big yawn. Jiang Du asked with concern. Didn't you sleep well? She rubbed her nose. It was my first day at the special training camp. I was so nervous I couldn't sleep all night. What about you? He chuckled. Of course, I slept very well, but I have a vague feeling I dreamed about something last night. But I can't remember what. Was it because of the necklace? I think I even heard it talking. Jiang Du gently touched Zhao Zhao's shoulder. If you're tired, you can lean on me. And sleep, she angrily yelled. No way, don't even think about taking advantage of me. He reassured her. Don't worry, I swear I won't try anything funny. But when she turned back, she saw Jiang Du puckering, his lips at her. Captain Lu sighed, watching them joke around. Zhao Zhao, there are a lot of people at the camp. You need to stay away from those with bad intentions. You hear? She obediently replied. I know, Dad. He heard this and flinched. Are you talking about me when you say bad intentions? The man continued to instruct. Also, once you get to the camp, you must follow the instructor's arrangements. If anything happens, find an instructor first. If you can't find one, call your dad, Zhao Zhao said shyly. Dad, you've been saying this the whole way. Jiang Du proudly puffed out his chest. Don't worry, sir. As long as I'm here, no one will bully her. Captain Lu silently fumed. It's precisely because you're here that I'm not at ease. Then the vehicle stopped in front of the station. We're here. Zhao Zhao waved. Dad, we're leaving now. Goodbye. He nodded. Remember to call. After that, he saw the two of them intimately holding hands as they went inside. When Captain Lu saw this, he let out an annoyed, cold snort. He gritted his teeth. You little punk, I'll teach you a lesson once you're in the camp. At that moment, Zhao also pulled her hand away. Are you trying to get killed? If my dad saw that, he'd beat you to death. Jiang Du paid it no mind. What's there to be afraid of? The next time we see him will be in half a year, and by then we'll be at the same university. Captain Lu will see us even less. She shyly turned away. Who wants to go to the same university as you? The crowd of candidates from this batch gathered together. The train is here. Let's get on. He followed the crowd, stepping onto the path to the camp. All around him were young teenagers. Jiang Du looked around. So this is the train to the special training camp. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. Attention all trainees. The train to the Yunhai Special Training Camp will depart at 10:30 Beijing time and will not make any stops along the way. The entire journey is expected to last 20 minutes, Jiang Du exclaimed. Wow, so many people. Zhao Zhao wasn't surprised. Of course, people from all the gathering zones are here. Everyone in this car has the best aptitude. From this round of testing, some have high-level willpower, others have special supernatural abilities. They just need a little training to be able to handle Tier 1 aberrants. He feigned surprise. They're that amazing. Then we won't have to be scared if we run into aberrants in the future. But inwardly, he scoffed. With my current strength, even Tier 2 aberrants are no problem. She, of course, didn't know his thoughts. Don't think it's that simple. Even if your aptitude is good, it's all for nothing if you can't pass the training. Get some rest for now. Once we get to the training camp, you'll see, Jiang Du said relaxedly. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be fine. The train sped along the tracks to the camp, then went deep into a pitch-black tunnel. Yao Yao shook the person next to her. Wake up. Stop sleeping. He groggily opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. What's wrong? She pointed to the clock in the train car. Didn't they say the whole trip would be less than 20 minutes? It's already been almost 40 minutes. And the train is still moving. Jiangdu frowned strangely. It was still bright outside when we left. Why did it suddenly... He was startled and turned to look out the window. There's fog. The other people on the train also found it strange. Something's not right with this fog. One of them tried to reach out and touch it. Then he recoiled in horror. Don't touch it. It's like it can feel me. This unusual scene threw everyone into a panic. Suddenly, the speeding train screeched to a halt, causing everyone to stumble and fall into each other. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. We have arrived at the Yunhai training camp. Please. All passengers disembark from the left side doors. Everyone stood bewildered at the carriage door. What happened? Weren't there supposed to be instructors here to greet us? I don't know, just then from in the crowd. Jiangdu pushed his way out, becoming the first person to step off the train. Zhao Zhao, who was behind him, was startled and horrified by the sight. She rushed forward and shouted, What are you doing? Get back, here. But Jiangdu's eyes were firm and searching. I won't. His dark pupils quivered slightly. Why? Because you're stepping on strange bloodstains. Zhao Zhao covered her face in fear and backed away. This is... Jiangdu squatted down to examine it closely. He confirmed that the blood was fresh. The others were terrified. Blood? Are you kidding? Could it be that the people in the special training camp have been killed? No way! The special training camp has instructors who could possibly touch them. Jiangdu ignored them and gave his answer, it's aberrance. This caused the young candidates to panic. He turned to look at them. Everyone, quickly inform the night watch. If anyone knows how to drive the train, head back as soon as possible. Zhao Zhao asked worriedly. What about you, Jiangdu's gaze wavered as he looked at her. Then he gave a slight dishonest smile. I'm going to the bathroom. Zhao Zhao was unable to stop him. Jiangdu. A dark, fearful expression flashed across her face. Zhao Zhao tried to suppress her instinctual fear, then resolutely decided to follow him. The others were like headless chickens. What do we do now? Should we really drive the train back? The phones have no signal. We can't make a call, and just waiting here isn't an option. Let's go. We should go outside too. And so, all the new recruits followed in the direction they had gone, no one noticing a camera watching them from above. Afterwards, Jiangdu actually went to the bathroom. He pulled up his pants and let out a sigh of relief. His expression clearly relaxed. Oh, that's better. Holding it in the whole way was tough, but now I feel great. But just as he turned around, he felt a strange aura. A wolf-like aberrant snarled and lunged, as if to devour Jiangdu. But just before it reached him, it was sent flying by a blast. Jiangdu turned his head in surprise and asked, You came in to use the bathroom too, Zhao Zhao yelled angrily. Bathroom, my foot! Don't you know how dangerous it is to go out alone? What if you get eaten by an aberrant? How am I supposed to face? Teacher Li He smiled reassuringly. All right, calm down and listen to me. She put her hands on her hips and snorted coldly. Fine, let's hear what other nonsense you can come up with. In fact, Jiangdu confidently explained, the special training has already begun. Zhao Zhao was stunned. The training has started. Since when Jiangdu pointed out, it started the moment we stepped onto the subway. She completely disbelieved him. You're talking nonsense. Where's your proof? He pointed at the corpse on the ground. Right there, the aberrant you just knocked out. What did you think of its combat power? Zhao Zhao thought back. It was very weak. This level is just a little stronger than the common types. Logically speaking, an aberrant this weak wouldn't have the guts to attack a training camp. Jiangdu laughed and patted her shoulder. Not bad. It seems you're not so dumb after all, huh? But Zhao Zhao still didn't believe it. Maybe we just haven't encountered the more powerful aberrants yet. He raised an eyebrow and said, All right, let's just assume the training camp was attacked by aberrants. The Night Watch couldn't have missed it, right? If something really happened, wouldn't they have notified us? They're intentionally dragging things out to create anxiety, using fog to create panic, and using fresh blood to create fear. The main goal is to put psychological pressure on people, and under that pressure, the best and worst of human nature will be directly exposed. Then he suddenly raised his voice, and Jiangdu! am the strongest, Yao Yao said helplessly. Was all that just to show off just then? Another aberrant appeared, in front of them, a pack of creatures pouncing towards the two of them. Jiang Du jumped back in surprise. Go, Yao Yao, use your soul-suppressing bow strike, she retorted with disgust. Aren't you the strongest? What's the big idea hiding behind me? He smiled confidently. If I make a move, you won't get a chance to shine. Yao Yao was about to explode with anger. Then I'd rather you make a move, Jiang Du pushed her forward. Stop talking nonsense. If you're given a chance, just take it on the surveillance monitor, he shouted loudly. Go, Yao Yao, go! The camp officers were monitoring the situation on a large screen. By now, she had successfully taken down all the recent aberrants. He didn't hold back his praise. So awesome. Jiao Jiao Yu took on 3 at once. She angrily turned on her companion. Jiang Du, you're so shameless, just standing there watching. He quickly defended himself. Don't be mad, I was just showing my trust in you. But Jiao Jiao was still furious. Trust my foot, go to hell. Suddenly, Jiang Du grabbed her hand and quickly calmed her down, his face full of obviousness as he reminded her, this isn't the time to fool around. Look over there, it's a map. We have to choose an exit. Jiao Jiao asked for his opinion. Which exit do you think we should take? Jiang Du observed for a moment, then decided, Exit C, Shadow Field. She looked over in shock. Shadow Field? Are you sure that sounds like we're walking into a shadow realm? And isn't the shadow dimension extremely dangerous? He said the most dangerous place is the safest place. Let's go. If it's dangerous, I'll protect you. Just then, the other new recruits ran over in a panic. Help! Help! Jiang Du was surprised and wanted to stop them, but couldn't. What's wrong with you guys? What kind of aberrant could scare a group of elites like them? Suddenly, Jiao Jiao pointed in terror. Jiang Du, behind you. She recognized the giant aberrant that had just appeared as a winter serpent. He quickly jumped up, dodging its attack. He was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, what's going on? This aberrant's power has already reached mid-tier 1. Using this thing for a training camp is basically asking to get people killed. Jiao Jiao immediately stepped up to confront the winter serpent, her hands already gathering aberrant energy. The terrifying aberrant had also noticed its new prey, opening its mouth as wide as a black hole. It lunged forward, wanting to devour Jiao Jiao, but Jiang Du immediately leaped out, sending the pupil snake flying with a single kick. Watch out! He didn't hesitate to grab her hand to escape, taking advantage of the aberrant's slow reaction to pull her away and run. The pupil snake relentlessly pursued the two of them. The other new students watched this scene, their jaws dropping in horror. Jiang Du pointed to a door. Gate C is up ahead, let's go. But just as he rushed inside, he realized the hand that had been holding her was now empty. His face paled in an instant. Jiang Du was standing completely alone in the room. Jiao Dao in the observation room. There was also an uproar. What's going on with that pupil snake? Isn't it supposed to be suppressing its combat power with blood essence? The officers were bewildered. I don't know, but it's clearly showing signs of losing control. If we can't, just shoot it dead. The students' safety is the top priority. However, Kan An suddenly spoke up. No, wait a moment. He observed Jiang Du with a stern expression. For the time being, there's no need to worry. This is a good opportunity to see his true strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Du also realized that this door was definitely problematic. The glass was an abyssal material, likely with a function similar to instant teleportation. Even though it's the same door, the destination is different each time. Without hesitation, Jiang Du resolved to open the door. He muttered to himself, if I just open it a few more times, I might be able to find Jiao Dao. But unexpectedly, the pupil snake reappeared with a surprise attack. Its 3 heads moved in to restrain him at once, startling Jiang Du. Seeing the serpent's maw about to devour him, he panicked, his hands tightly gripping its massive jaws. Jiang Du roared, unleashing a barrage of kicks that completely subdued the pupil snake before landing safely on the ground. He clutched his injured arm, panting heavily. That was too close. Those moves I just used, I hope they weren't exposed. Suddenly, a wave of darkness surged and enveloped Jiang Du, his body transforming into its umbral state. Jiang Du was stunned. What's happening? I didn't activate the shadow form. So why did it activate on its own? Just then, something dropped down right beside him. Jiang Du was startled, turning in confusion to see an aberrant with an entirely different aura that had suddenly appeared. He cautiously watched it. This is a first-tier high rank. The situation is getting more and more out of hand. At this moment, Inside the observation room, the officers' faces paled. Kanan muttered in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Eyes began to separate from the faceless pupil humanoid's body, until it was seemingly covered in eyeballs. Suddenly, the faceless one raised its hand and pointed at Jiangdu, and a wave of energy immediately surged toward him. Jiangdu hastily leaped up to evade it, only to fall right into a trap as a giant pupil enveloped the area where he stood. Jiangdu coughed up blood in agony. Damn it, it's a psychic attack. The moment it saw him, weakened, the faceless one charged in to attack. To its surprise, Jiangdu revealed a triumphant smile. He caught the aberrant with a single hand, his face etched with victory. You fool! I was luring you here. He then decisively broke its arm, defeating the faceless one in a cry of pain. Jiangdu tossed the aberrant's corpse to the floor and casually absorbed it. Shadow Guard. He opened the information panel to check the details. The two slain aberrants were identified as Pupil Snake. Type Rank 1 Mid-Tier. Description: a low-class abyssal aberrant, a snake-like variant. Typically has multiple pupils or heads and enjoys constricting and tearing apart its prey. Note: this species is a lesser pupil species, rumored to have once been a low-level offshoot of the shadow species. Elimination cost has been waived. Harvested Shadow Devour. Number of shadow points increased. Aberrant has been recorded. And the faceless pupil humanoid. Type Rank 1 High Tier. Description: a low-class abyssal aberrant whose pupils are its primary power source. The number of pupils does not represent its true strength. It is skilled in psychic attacks. Its pupils allow it to perceive tiny details, enabling it to exploit weaknesses and strike. Note: a lesser pupil species, rumored to have once been a low-level offshoot of the shadow species. Elimination cost: temporary blindness in both eyes. Cost has been waived. Harvested Shadow Devour. Number of shadow points increased. Shadow pupil slightly increased. Aberrant has been recorded. Jiangdu stroked his chin. So the pupil species is related to the shadow species. I'm a shadow walker. So of course they'd target me as a counter to the shadow species. I thought this was just a test, that they'd only send a few weak aberrants to go through the motions, but instead they sent ones that could actually take lives. He sighed wearily. The real killer is that this form of mine. It must have been seen by the instructors at the special training camp, right? There's no point in hiding it anymore. Deactivate form! Yet, Jiangdu found he couldn't turn it off at all. He stared blankly at himself, still stuck in this state, and tried over and over. Deactivate shadow form. What's happening? There's no response. Just then, a roar resounded, and countless watching eyes appeared above Jiangdu's head. He gritted his teeth, realizing, it looks like this time I've kicked the pupil species' nest. Meanwhile, the observation room was in absolute chaos. What's going on? The monitors all went black quick. Contact the equipment room. Only Kan-On stood pensively, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, someone rushed in frantically to report. All information systems are experiencing a bizarre malfunction. In addition, we've lost contact with both Instructor Liu and Instructor Luo. Upon hearing this, a cane slammed down hard on the floor. Elder Chen bellowed. I'm truly impressed by your Yunhai special training camp. The moment a small problem arises, you all descend into chaos. How is a bunch of useless trash like you fit to be instructors? Anyway, Kan-On stepped forward without hesitation. My apologies for this display, Elder Chen. What should we do now? He slammed his cane down again, leaving a dent in the floor. Elder Chen began to issue orders. Little Chin, compile a list of the names and awakened abilities of all students who entered the shadow domain. Retrieve the white bones, suspend the assessment, dispatch a few instructors to maintain order, and finally, assemble everyone. The remaining second and third tier instructors and head to the School of Shadows. The officers immediately obeyed and ran off. Yes, sir. Suddenly, he called the man back. Instructor Song, wait a moment. You've been continuously silent and deep in thought. Speak up. What exactly is your Yunhai's School of Shadows hiding? He didn't intend to lie, as it seemed the old man had figured it out long ago, which was why he sent the Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructors over there. Elder Chen nodded. A student who had just entered the School of Shadows was showing abnormalities. Anyone with a sharp eye could tell at a glance that something was wrong. Kan-An agreed. Indeed, that is the case. I won't hide it anymore. The School of Shadows originates from the cursed item, the Deep Abyss Assimilation Artifact. Direct contact with this item causes an eyeball to appear on a person's body until they mutate into an assimilated being. After this cursed item touches the ground, it continuously transforms the surrounding environment, creating a demi-shadow plane. Normally, the assimilation artifact will only spawn low-rank, first-tier aberrations for students to train with. Occasionally, it will spawn a mid-rank aberration, which requires a bloodstone to suppress its power. High-rank ones are destroyed immediately. He frowned. That cursed. What rank is that creature, he recalled. If we're going by the star, month, and day classification, this is a mid-tier moon rank, Elder Chen mused. A mid-tier moon rank. Its power is enough to contend with a fourth-stage transcendent. Kan affirmed. That's right. As long as you don't actively provoke it, nothing will happen. The entry of a transcendent of tier 3 or lower into the School of Shadows won't trigger it. However, if a transcendent of tier 4 or higher enters its domain, the restriction will be activated. It will continuously produce powerful aberrations and mobilize its full power to eliminate the invader. The old man was startled and asked, "Are you saying there's a transcendent of tier 4 or higher among the students?" He answered honestly, "I feel the probability is very low, but it can't be ruled out, regardless of whether it's a 4th tier or not. The person currently inside the School of Shadows, the one being discussed is Jiang Du, will likely face certain death." At this moment, Jiang Du was fighting an aberration. He quickly crushed it and absorbed it. Then couldn't help but complain. "I've really had it. Can you stupid birds stop chasing me?" Jiang Du took a running start and leaped into the air, sneering at the aberrations. Behind him, "Go ahead and chase. I'll let you fall to your deaths." But it seemed they realized what he was planning, and they launched a wave of attacks at Jiang Du from behind, sending him flying, crashing to the ground. Jiang Du clutched his arm and stood up. "Damn it! Once they've targeted me, I can't shake them off. Silent Step is useless, and more importantly, their psychic attacks are unlike my own." The horde of aberrations flew in at the same time to surround him. Jiang Du grit his teeth looking at the mob. First tier is one thing, but there are even a few second tier ones in there. Fine, you're forcing my hand. I'll show you that I am also a second tier Shadow Ring wielder. Activate. But right at that moment, he felt something was wrong. Looking at his hand in disbelief, the Shadow Ring wouldn't activate. No, it's been sealed by something. Suddenly, Jiang Du heard the aberrations communicating with each other. He was confused. Strange, they've stopped moving. Were they scared by my aura just now? Unexpectedly, they suddenly split into two paths, and a blade glowing with red light slowly passed through. A terrifyingly large aberration appeared amidst the monsters. Jiang Du looked up in horror. This is a third-tier aberration. The moment the third-tier aberration arrived, it attacked with a single slash. Jiang Du hurriedly raised his arm to block the blow. However, the pressure was so immense that it sent him flying backward, crashing into a nearby building. He struggled to sit up. Damn it, my dual blades are unusable, and even my shadow plane shift has failed. In my current state, even fighting a tier 2 is difficult, let alone a tier 3. Jiang Du immediately shot out shadow tendrils to bind it. He thought to himself, I can't win if I keep fighting like this. I'll restrain it for a moment and then run. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best, but the shadow tendrils were completely useless against that aberration. Jiang Du watched in a panic as it chased him. Damn it, it's so fast! The third-tier aberration leaped up to attack him. Jiang Du nimbly jumped up to dodge one of its slashes. Seeing this, he was secretly pleased, a good opportunity. He immediately began attacking the aberration relentlessly, racking up consecutive kills. Slaughter aura +1. Jiang Du frowned at the health bar. There's hope. Although each attack is like scratching an itch, continuous kills can accumulate slaughter aura. With enough slaughter aura, I can kill it in one blow. But before he could celebrate, he was hit by a fatal punch. This one blow sent Jiang Du flying backward, causing him to crash into a tall building. Immediately, the third-tier aberration charged again with its blade. But as if receiving some signal, it suddenly stopped, its 2 feet simultaneously breaking, sharply in front of Jiang Du, leaving him stunned. Why did it suddenly stop? Jiang Du tensed up. What's going on? Why isn't this thing attacking? Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation caught his attention, and only then did Jiang Du realize this place had changed. He was bewildered. What's happening? This place looks exactly like the shadow plane. The simulation of this shadow field is too realistic, and what's more, this place feels even more sinister than the shadow plane, as if something is drawing me in. Before he could investigate, The third-tier aberration attacked again. Jiang Du quickly turned to flee. Forget it, I need to escape with my life first. At this point, his stamina was nearing its limit. He frowned at the scene before him. Strange. Why is this alley so long I can't see the end? Suddenly, Jiang Du's body shuddered and he began to fall. His vision filled with a space like a universe of 1,000 stars. He looked around in a daze. What's happening? Where is this place? I can't see or feel anything. Suddenly, on his hand, a surge of power erupted from Jiang Du, yanking him forcefully in a certain direction. The pull was so strong it contorted his body. Damn it, why can't I control my own body all of a sudden? Who's controlling me? Stop! Stop right now! I'm your master! Just as he screamed internally, the pulling stopped. But then, a sphere suddenly shot towards him, slamming into his chest and nearly making him cough up blood. Jiang Du was knocked unconscious, and the sphere on his body began to emit a shadowy force that enveloped him. It moved slowly as if cradling a precious treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Du's eyes snapped open as he heard a voice. I've finally found you, heir of the shadow species. Jiang Du found himself in a fractured space. What the hell is this place? A voice rang out. This is the boundary between the real world and the abyss. Startled, he looked around and shouted, Who's there? The person replied calmly. Can't you feel it? This source is a familiar feeling of shadow, secrecy, darkness, malice, and deceit. Jiang Du suddenly felt something behind him and turned to see a shadowy hand press against a glass-like barrier. The shadow species appeared. You and I share the same source. We are both... Without hesitation, he threw a punch, shattering the glass wall. The entity recoiled in shock. No, what are you doing? You scared me to death, Jiang Du replied with disgust. What am I doing? Obviously, I'm destroying an aberration like you. The shadow species retorted angrily. Acting like that, you're liable to miss crucial plot points, like a secret martial arts manual or some high-level hermit in the mountains, Jiang Du said impatiently. If you have something to say, spit it out. I still have to get back out there and find Yao Yao. Annoyed, it waved its hand. See for yourself. Instantly, an image appeared in front of him. It was a giant pupil staring right at Jiang Du. Stunned, he looked up at it and immediately recognized it. This is the pupil species. Was it the one that sealed my powers before, the shadow species confirmed? That's right. To be precise, it's the progenitor pupil species, a forbidden entity of the abyss. The pupil species and the shadow species are mortal enemies. Although you are a superhuman, you share the same source as the shadow species. The progenitor pupil species now considers you an enemy. A moment ago, if I hadn't projected my power to block that level 3 pupil species for you, you'd be a dead man right now. Jiang Du was a bit surprised. So you saved me back then. Why? It smiled in response. Because I have always been waiting for you. He was confused. Waiting? For me, the shadow species explained. Yes, I've been waiting for an individual with a constitution and power source like my own. I was once a high-ranking entity of the abyss, noble and powerful. Even in the endless chasm, I was considered a regional overlord. But due to an accident, my main body was shattered into countless fragments that fell into the real world. My guardian, the progenitor pupil species, had the fortune to find me, and I took it in and protected it. However, that lowly brat took advantage of my weakened state, turned on me, and imprisoned me, constantly siphoning my power to strengthen itself. That's why I have been waiting for another of the shadow species to appear, to come here, inherit my immense power, help me get my revenge, and then become my host to be completely under my control. Jiang Du didn't hesitate to slap the shadow species, sending it tumbling to the ground. It stammered in shock. What are you doing? Weren't you going to help me deal with the progenitor pupil species? He scoffed. Who said anything about that? Someone who got played by their own subordinate and lost everything has no right to talk about cooperation with me. Besides, you want to be a parasite on my body and control me? The shadow species snorted coldly. So what? You can't escape anyway. Jiang Du was startled as its body began to grow larger. The shadow species praised itself. Submit to me. Becoming my host is your greatest honor. But unexpectedly, he reached in, grabbed it, and pulled the shadow species' body right out of the mirror-like surface. Jiang Du said coldly, You may have been powerful once, but as you said, you're just a weakened fragment now. On top of that, more than half of your power has been siphoned away by the progenitor pupil species. Between the two of us, it's not yet certain who will subdue whom. It was indignant. I am a level 6 shadow species, a direct bloodline of the abyss. How could I possibly be big? What is this? This is impossible. A mere level 2 wants to control me. What in the world are... It could only watch as Jong-do effortlessly began to absorb it. In its final moments, it couldn't help but roar, ultimately turning into a mindless shadow grasped in his hand, and was completely absorbed into Jang-do's body. In the end, it was unable to resist and merged with his power. Jang-do frowned, slowly opened his eyes, and placed a hand on his chest. A fragment of the shadow species. Huh, this is the authority I lost. Back in the real world, the officers had arrived. They were shouting for everyone to gather together, with the instructors forming a protective perimeter around the students. All students must use their anti-contamination medicine immediately. Do not leave the protective circle. Zhao Zhao stood worriedly among the crowd. Jang-do, where on earth did you go? She didn't notice the progenitor pupil species watching from nearby. It slowly revealed its form, as if consciously planning something. Just then, 3 aberrations suddenly rushed towards Zhao Zhao. Without hesitation, she used her power to counterattack, restraining all 3 monsters in a single move, which allowed an approaching officer to finish them off. An instructor quickly said, "Thanks, that would have been a lot messier without your help. Are you still holding up?" Zhao Zhao panted. "I'm fine." The officer then turned to announce, "All right, everyone, follow me, prepare to leave this area." But just at that moment, a high variant appeared before him, and just a single touch to his face sent the officer into a panic. Zhao Zhao stared blankly as the man fell before her, then it leaped right in front of her, intending to capture her. She couldn't react in time and could only watch helplessly, thinking it was all over. Fortunately, Kanan appeared just in time and struck down the monster. He frowned. A level 3 variant. This situation is worse than I imagined. Kanan admonished his subordinates. "Didn't I tell you all to remain on high alert at all times? You were almost taken by a sneak attack." The 2 officers lowered their heads. "We're sorry. It was our negligence." He turned back to look at her. But among all these students, only they were attacked by a level 3 variant. Could it be that one of them is a 4th stage transcendent or higher? So Ken-on personally took the lead. Everyone. Is everyone accounted for all of you? Follow me. Zhao Zhao quickly called out. "Wait, I came here with Jang-do, but he's not here." He was startled to hear that. Jang-do? He thought to himself. Wait, could it be that the high variant's target is him? This girl came with Jang-do, they're close, and just now a 3rd stage variant showed up for a sneak attack. But Kan was already incredibly strong. He swiftly turned and unleashed an attack, easily knocking the 3rd stage variant away. He confirmed to himself, so she's also being targeted by the high variant. Kanan ordered his subordinates. "You 2 take the students and leave first. I'll handle things here." He charged straight at the roaring variants, gathering anomalous energy in his hands, preparing to go head-to-head with that 3rd stage variant from before. He used a transcendent skill. Wind Eye. The creature was caught in the vortex, unable to move, and it immediately seized the opportunity to aim for an opening and quickly rushed to escape the skill's range. Kanan gritted his teeth. "You think you can run?" He unleashed his wind force, but suddenly a giant eye appeared under his feet. He looked down in terror. "What is this? I can't use my powers." Meanwhile, the freshman had also been surrounded by variants. It was a hive variant, even more powerful than the previous one. Its pupil took up its entire body. Radiating an immeasurable pressure, it relentlessly enveloped the freshman with its dark power. And even Kan-on's mind was affected. Damn it! He finally collapsed weakly onto the cold ground. The others fell into a similar state. Zhao Zhao was still trying to hold on. "It's over. My body won't move, and my consciousness is fading. Even though I thought I was prepared for this, actually facing a variant, I still feel so helpless and hopeless." She felt herself being dragged away, mustering her last bit of strength to think. "Goodbye. You have to live." In the moment just before, she completely lost consciousness. Zhao Zhao whispered, "Jong-do." Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed the tendril pulling her, while another gently supported her body. He smiled, arriving just in time. "I'm here." Then, Jang-do helped, lay Zhao Zhao on the ground, then stood up in a rage to confront the enemy. The hive variant also noticed Jang-do, and its underlings immediately charged at him. Jang-do smirked. "This may be the hive variant's territory, But did you all forget that this is the shadow domain? He casually lifted his hand. And here, I am the Overlord. He brought 2 fingers together, pointing them to the sky, and a beam of brilliant light shot out, striking down countless enemies. Meanwhile, a swirling darkness churned in the air, effortlessly binding the variants. They stared up in shock. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to, my domain. Instantly, a barrier of shadows materialized, swallowing all of them. Jiangdu slowly strode past them. Wherever he went, the variants would explode. One monster after another was utterly annihilated. Finally, Jiangdu stood before the 3rd stage variant. Well, look who it is. You chased me quite a long way earlier. He took his stance, holding his sword. Now, it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, he flashed past it. Before the variant could even react, its body exploded into hundreds of shadows. Even the Hive variant began to observe. Jiangdu, but he had already thrust his sword right into its largest pupil. Without hesitation, Jiangdu activated consecutive kill. And just like that, hundreds of shadow swords stabbed into every single eye. Finally, at the moment, its health bar hit 0. He swung his sword for the final blow. An execution slashed the Hive variant's body, completely disintegrated, and a rain of blood, its last remnants, fell from the sky. Jiangdu thought to himself, incredible. So this is the power of a shadow variant. Jiangdu placed his foot on a corpse. This Hive variant was actually killed by a shadow variant. It died right at the beginning of the show, even at just, level 2, it can easily kill a level 3 Hive variant. No wonder the Hive variants are so terrified. But I should thank you. You've given me so much experience. What a feast. I'm full. Just then, a few instructors came running over. Hurry! The signal is coming from over here, from below. Jiangdu quickly spotted them. He scoffed, annoyed that his delicious meal was so rudely interrupted. The moment they arrived, Jiangdu turned into a shadow and vanished. The instructors didn't notice anything strange. Quick, get the injured out of here. Has the anti-contamination medicine been brought over yet? These guys aren't going to last much longer. A few of you, hold back those broodlings. Now, later in the hospital, Jiangdu was spinning a tail. A big-eyed monster charged right at me. I smacked it twice and then took off running. A crow flew over the plane and exploded right there. Just then, another one tried to sneak up on me, so I landed a solid punch right in its face. You're this injured and you're still running your mouth, she demanded with her hands on her hips. Drink your medicine. Jiangdu pushed his luck. Why don't you apply it for me? Zhao Zhao accepted without a second thought. No arguments, just take the medicine. Smelling the strong medicine, he screamed in pain from the retaliatory strike. Jiangdu rubbed his hands. This is meant to be ingested. Are you trying to kill me by pouring it on my hands? Zhao Zhao ignored him. You told me to apply it? He asked hesitantly. You're not mad, are you? Zhao Zhao scoffed coldly. What do you think? You just disappeared, making me search everywhere for you? Seeing this, Jiangdu hurriedly tried to console her. I'm sorry. But unexpectedly, she cupped his face. You don't need to apologize. Her fingers gently touched Jiangdu's lips as Zhao Zhao said softly, Next time, you don't have to be so showy. Okay, Jiangdu, being treated so gently, blushed and agreed, and only then did a smile finally appear on her face. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao said, Oh right, something very strange happened when I passed out after being attacked by the mutant, and then I woke up. I found that I'd already been saved. He played dumb. What's so strange about that? The instructor must have saved you. But she retorted, No, it was Brother Du Tu who saved me. Jiangdu tried to cover his tracks. You must have seen it wrong. How could Brother Du Tu possibly be at the special training camp? Zhao Zhao, however, was extremely certain. No, I'm positive that in the moment I lost consciousness, it was Brother Du Tu who held me. But the strange thing is, I distinctly called out a different name, but Brother Du Tu answered. And that feeling felt so familiar to me. Could it be? He averted his eyes. Hey, you're not suspecting me, are you, Zhao Zhao? Thought about it for a moment, then shook her head. Probably not. Brother Du Tu could never be a weakling like you. Jiangdu pouted. Who are you calling a weakling? Suddenly, she swung her legs and wondered aloud. Say, do you think Brother Du Tu is among our fellow cadets? He immediately shot it down. From what I can tell, there's no way. Zhao Zhao was a bit surprised. Why would you say that? Jiangdu then proceeded to praise himself. Look, you know, brother, Du is so powerful, with superhuman intelligence, and he's both brave and righteous. The most important thing is, he's also ridiculously handsome. How could such a perfect person be some kid who couldn't even get into college? Right, Zhao Zhao nodded. That makes sense, but how would you know he's handsome? He wagged his finger with a knowing look. Whether he's handsome or not isn't the point. The important thing is, Brother Du might just be one of the instructors here at the special training camp. She agreed with that statement. An instructor is a very strong possibility. Just then, Kan An showed up. Jiang Du quickly stood up and greeted him. Instructor Tong, we meet again. Instructor Tong, how is your injury? He patted his shoulder. It's just a minor wound. Sit down. Zhao Zhao thanked them. This time, we were fortunate thanks to you and the other instructors that we made it out unharmed. But Kan An blamed himself. When it comes down to it, this happened because we were careless. We're just lucky there were no casualties among the cadets. Oh, right. When all the cadets were being rescued, you were missing. Did you manage to escape on your own? Jiang Du grinned and said, Of course, I slaughtered my way out. He raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I'm very much looking forward to your performance. He thought to himself, to escape on his own in a situation like that, this Jiang Du kid is definitely not simple. Kan An took out a scanner. By the way, the examination room over there is swamped, so they asked me to check your contamination levels for you. Very good, your levels are stable. Just go back and drink some medicine and you'll be fine. Well then, I'll go check on the others. Be safe on your way back. Zhao Zhao waved. Goodbye. Yes, sir. Take care, Instructor Tong. He also obediently said his goodbyes. But in reality, Kan An's purpose wasn't just that. He stared in shock at the information on his device. It was the contamination reading of 0 and a superhuman rank of 2. Kan An thought to himself, rank 2. So he really has been hiding his strength since the entrance exam. But this rank isn't high enough to trigger the emergence of a new mutant nest. Right. So the nest wasn't his doing. The most bizarre thing is his contamination level is at 0. He claimed he slaughtered his way out, but if you kill a mutant, you are guaranteed to get contaminated. Meanwhile, Jiang Du was still curious. Oh right, whose name were you calling when you were unconscious? Me, Zhao Zhao, instantly denied it. I was calling for my dad. Are you messing with me? Well, isn't that still me, Kan An? Glanced over with a hidden smile. Interesting. This kid is full of secrets. At Van High University, the special training this time was located in the area designated for first and second year students of the university, which was also the training ground for the third years. Seeing all the pretty girls. Jiang Du's eyes lit up. Man, college is the best. Zhao Zhao turned her back in annoyance. You perv, I'm heading to the dorm. To check in first. Jiang Du rubbed his head and said, You're not familiar with this place. You should let me take you. But Zhao Zhao was suspicious. You're just trying to go to the girls' dorm to ogle the seniors, aren't you? He didn't even try to hide it. Yup, how did you know? And with that, she smacked Jiang Du on the head and walked off. Don't talk to me. Bao Kuang appeared out of nowhere, making Zhao Zhao storm off in a huff again. Huh? You're still the same. As always, Jiang Du's jaw dropped. Holy cow, Bao Kuang, how did you get so fat? Seeing him constantly stuffing his face. Jiang Du felt a sense of defeat. I think I understand now. Bao Kuang was perfectly calm. I awakened the gluttony ability. The more I eat, the stronger I become. Plus, I can even digest spoiled food. I mean, if I don't eat, I don't eat. You know, originally, my willpower aptitude wasn't high enough to qualify for this special training camp here at Van High, but because this ability of mine has great potential, they made an exception for me. Let me show you the way. Which dorm building are you in? Jiang Du answered. Building number 1. Then, he led Jiang Du to a building. We're here. This is dorm building 1. Pretty nice. Huh. He nodded in admiration. Whoa, it's like a hotel, Bao Kuang explained. This dormitory is exclusively for the top cadets in the special training camp. All the equipment is the latest model and the environment is excellent. Besides the dorm rooms, there's also a sky garden, a gym, and study rooms. He stated confidently. I guarantee you'll be very comfortable. Indeed. Every room looks incredibly grand. Then Bao Kuang pointed. Here we are. Why is your door open? Isn't this supposed to be a single room? The two of them confusedly opened the door and went inside. Suddenly seeing 3 students chatting, This is nice. The bed is so big, the lighting is good, and the ventilation is decent. It's so comfortable. Brother Mok, do you think the new student will be particularly strong? We can't let ourselves get overthrown. Look at you, Han. We're about to be second years, and you're still scared of some freshman. Look, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The one sitting in the middle stood up. Buddy, go find another dorm room. This one belongs to me now. This is the rule of the Van High training camp. Bao Kuang angrily retorted. Nonsense! The special training camp has no such rule, Duong Xiu put on a threatening expression. What you got a problem with that? He furiously shouted. Of course I do. This is a freshman's dorm. You guys get out. The guy flashed a smug, menacing smile, then shouted outside. Hey, there's a newbie here who says this dorm is his. As soon as he said that, the other dorms were stirred, and a few doors opened. People came out, followed by a flood of other male students, all of them tall and burly. A newbie with some fight in him. Huh. Do you understand the rules if you want to stay here? Fine, let your strength do the talking. But just a little reminder, we're the top students from Nam Nyat, so you can guess how strong we are. Bao Kuang broke out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, this entire floor has been taken over by them. Jiang Du patted his shoulder. Forget it. They're our seniors after all. Let's show them some respect. He then went along with it. That's right, we won't stoop to their level today. Let's go. But his eyes held a provocative glint. After all, it wouldn't look good if word got out that they made a junior crap his pants in fear. Hearing this, Bao Kuang was stunned, and the upperclassmen were also shocked. They rushed forward. This newbie is way too arrogant. You're the one who's going to get beaten until you crap your pants. Jiang Du himself was ready for a fight. But unexpectedly, the guy named Thoi, Mok in the back, released his pressure first. Seeing their leader make a move, the other second years froze. A powerful aura emanated from him that no one dared to challenge, especially with his eyes burning red like fire. Jiang Du raised an eyebrow and looked over. Seems like this Brother Mok's ability is related to his pupils. Thoi Mok approached and asked, What's your name? He answered briefly. Jiang Du. He sneered. I see you're just a scrub. You want this room. Then according to the rules of Van High, let's go to the gym and have a fight. He replied without fear. Fine, but one fight isn't enough. Pointing at the group of second years, he said, You guys, not a single one of you is getting away. A rumor spread through the school. Have you heard a high school senior in the special training camp isn't afraid of death and dared to challenge Thoi Mok's group? I heard. Thoi Mok's gang loves to bully people. I heard a student wants to help us get our dorms back. Is it true? Can he do it alone? Let's go cheer for him. Where is it? I heard it's the gym. Just follow the crowd. In just a moment, the entire stands were filled with spectators. Instructor. Thuong Van was taking notes. All right, your information has been registered. Next, you can choose your weapons and protective gear. Everyone knows the rules. Hold back when you attack. A little. The arrogant second year said, Don't worry, we'll be gentle with the freshmen. Bao Kuang was worried. Jiang Du, you've made your point. Just stop now. There are too many of them. He reassured him. Don't worry. I have a plan. First, let me pick a suitable weapon. A Tang Dao. Using this feels a bit pointless. He nodded to himself. Indeed. Maybe I should pick something bigger. As Jiang Du was deep in thought, observing, wondering which one to choose, a second-year student jumped onto the stage. Hey, scrub, what are you spacing out for? Get up here if you're scared, get on your knees and surrender, and I'll let you off. He hid his shadow power and sneered. Are you kidding me? I was just thinking about what weapon to use to teach you guys a lesson. It just took a little time. Brother Trin gritted his teeth. No protective gear, and you chose that piece of junk. Weapon, are you looking down on us? Jiang Du shrugged. That's right. Filled with rage, the guy charged forward. You're too arrogant. Take this. He smiled faintly, thinking, how interesting. He also has a pupil-based ability? The audience got excited. Here he comes, the fastest person in our first year, known as Snake Shadow Trin. Go, Brother Trin, teach that little punk a lesson. Only Bao Kuang was panicking. Get out of the way! What are you standing there for? The guy vanished right in front of Jiang Du, then reappeared behind him to attack only for a flash of light, to erupt, engulfing the entire arena. It wasn't until the dust completely settled that Bao Kuang stuttered, his eyes wide in disbelief. Even Thoi Mok was startled and broke into a sweat, and the other second years were dumbfounded with their jaws dropped. Jiang Du stood victoriously on the stage. Next. At that moment, Jiang Du had ruthlessly thrust his mace straight into his opponent's sensitive area, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Seeing this, the instructor quickly carried the student back. "We need a medic." The student was bleeding from his rear. Meanwhile, Jiang Du just twirled his mace arrogantly. "What's wrong? Is no one else brave enough to come up at the same time?" Jiang Du chuckled softly as he remarked, "A bunch of cowards? Just come at me all at once." However, the students couldn't accept it. "This is ridiculous. He's too arrogant to think we got played by a high school kid." With that, the whole group charged forward to attack him together. Each one got into a stance, their faces grim and serious. At the same time, the group of first-year students smirked and made a decision. "Interesting. Let's go up too." Seeing this, Jiang Du grew even more expectant. Having waited for this very moment and facing this situation, he decided to use a skill. The system immediately announced a series of attributes for the Hidden One persona. The Hidden One. Hiding in the shadows. No one knows you exist. You can easily hide in the darkness, making it difficult for others to detect you. All shadows are your home turf. Second, please be aware that when you reveal your identity, the power of this persona will be reduced. Only by existing in the shadows can you be at your most lethal. Hearing this, Jiang Du paused and thought to himself. After absorbing the persona fragment of the shadow species last time, my abilities have successfully leveled up, including the Hidden One's ability, which I tested when killing one of its kind. It's not necessary for now in this world. The energy surging within him grew stronger by the moment. The mark of the 100 Battles Hunter. A true 100 Battles Hunter, extremely adept at gaining experience from combat and putting it to use. Through high-intensity combat, you can develop rapidly and have a certain probability of comprehending entirely new abilities or strengthening existing ones. From this, Jiang Du realized that 100 Battles was specifically for dealing with direct confrontations. The more intense the battle, the faster my development speed, and just like that, the enemy team continuously tried to corner Jiang Du. However, in a flash, he was able to resolve it with precise slashes. Seeing this, Bao Qiang spoke with a trembling voice. "This is against the rules, isn't it? It's many against one. You should tell them to stop." Yet, Cheng Wen didn't hesitate to retort. "This doesn't count as breaking the rules. After all, your friend was the one who challenged everyone, witnessing this one-of-a-kind match." She smiled dubiously. "Besides, you don't need to worry. That friend of yours is absurdly strong." Before long, Jiang Du had single-handedly swept through them all. After it was over, he sighed in disappointment. "Is that all? I'm still not satisfied yet." At the same time, Shimu casually appeared, munching on an apple. He specifically praised him, not expecting a high school student to have physical strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person. As he tossed the apple, Shimu added a little lecture. "But fighting isn't just about martial arts. The most important thing is..." At that moment, he picked up a sword and made countless cuts on the apple, his gaze suddenly as sharp as a blade, the tip of his sword skillfully carving into it. Finally, Shimu presented the result of his effort, affirming it with one concise word technique. Seeing his prowess, the underlings continuously cheered. "Go, Shimu! Don't let these seniors act so arrogant when it comes to real combat technique. You're the best of our third years. So teach this senior a lesson." Despite the noisy surroundings, Jiang Du just stared intently at the apple and thought to himself, "This guy's swordsmanship is on another level, like a supreme master from a novel." Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately rushed straight towards Shimu. "Then let me test my skills against you." Seeing this, he frowned in annoyance. No matter how Jiang Du unleashed his power, Shimu remained completely still. As the two got close, he smirked disdainfully. "You don't know your own limits. My pupil ability is the highest branch of the ancient sorcerers. Once my special ability is activated, your movements will seem to come to a halt." Hearing this, he was stunned. Shimu continued decisively. "Not only can I effortlessly dodge your attacks, but I can also observe your openings and launch a counterattack. Before me, you are nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." At that moment, the tip of his sword was about to strike Jiang Du, whose eyes grew increasingly wary. However, by some miraculous force, Jiang Du managed to escape and immediately took a defensive stance. Shimu clicked his tongue and said with a laugh, "Quick reflexes, but I was just testing your skills a bit. Now I'll make my real move." As he spoke, a cross-shaped glint flashed in his eyes. The target decisively raised his sword. Jiang Du tensed up. That beads of sweat formed. activating 100 battles and analyzing his opponent's movements. He observed every detail. The angle of the blade was diagonally upward. Both hands, upper and lower, were exerting force. The wrist was slightly angled to the right, a method of power generation that could increase smoothness. The distance between his feet wasn't too wide, making it hard to generate power, and his waist was turning to unleash his body's full strength. I shouldn't try to block this. Attack head on. I should feint to the right, dodge the attack with my body, and then launch a counterattack. The opponent's opening is at his shoulder blade. Just as Shimu was striking down, Jongdu swiftly dodged, and even found an opportunity for a stunning counterattack. At that moment, the sturdy tip of Jongdu's mace was buried deep in his opponent's back, and he was immediately sent flying 1,000 meters away. Shimu clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in disbelief. How is this possible? Was that my own move just now, and my special ability actually failed in that moment? What is he, on the other hand? Jongdu himself also didn't understand why he possessed such an ability. Suddenly, Shimu froze, his mouth agape in shock, his voice trembling as he discovered the secret. Wait a minute. Could he be a shadow wielder facing the power emanating from Jongdu? Shimu couldn't help but feel uneasy. This is bad. The effect of my pupils is greatly reduced against shadows. He gripped his sword tightly and thought, if he uses his special ability, I'm afraid I'll be at a great disadvantage. At the same time, he laughed with delight, taunting him. What's wrong? Let's continue, unless you're scared. Seeing his opponent's contempt, Shimu gritted his teeth and asked, Scared of you! In an instant, blazing flames erupted around him, burning fiercely. At this point, he could no longer be careless. And so, Jongdu used the feature on your own eyes. The change in the sword's swing angle is mostly a feint. Don't be fooled by the wrist's movement. Pay close attention to the shoulder. The power from the lower back and abdomen transfers to the shoulder. The moment the shoulder drops and unleashes its power is the moment of the real strike. It's recommended to launch a preemptive strike right before the opponent's shoulder is about to exert force. He immediately rushed in, attacking as fast as lightning. He almost took a direct hit from the green mace. Not stopping there, Jongdu launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Seeing this, Shimu was a bit bewildered. It took me 5 years to master this technique, but this kid learned it in just a moment. Moreover, he understood the principle behind it, converting swordsmanship into mace techniques. Even though the outcome was clear, Shimu still didn't give up. His eyes grew increasingly anxious along with his heavy breathing. A second later, he let out a slight smirk. Without another word, Jongdu turned and walked away, but he made sure to leave a parting shot. If you have any other moves, bring them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, he started talking tough while playing the victim. You rotten brat. I was just planning to teach you a little lesson. You're the one forcing me to kill you. He slammed his moves into the ground one after another with immense force. Even so, Jongdu secretly observed him carefully. Right now, he was facing the supernatural skill after image slash. In this situation, Jongdu could still easily dodge. Not long after, he landed a precise blow, but it had no effect whatsoever. This terrified Shimu more than ever. And then, Jongdu quickly teleported behind him. Once again, he used the tip of the mace to stab straight into his opponent's rear end. Instantly, a world of pain bloomed in his backside, like a bountiful bunch of bananas. This traumatic pain made his eyes shoot out 2 large beams of light, his nose run uncontrollably, and even his mouth started foaming, feeling like he might have gone a bit too far. Jongdu awkwardly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the lesson. Finally, after hundreds of battles, he obtained a new ability, a sharp intuition as a natural-born hunter. He has keen intuition, able to detect hidden dangers and make more accurate judgments. Receiving the desired result, Jongdu was extremely satisfied. Excellent. The gains this time were plentiful. Maybe I should take this opportunity. Following that, he continued to challenge new opponents. Is this all you freshmen have got? All the people you guys praised. Call them all out. Not only that, Jongdu added a particularly heavy-hitting line, telling them, Jongdu, will defeat this entire Yunhai University. After the battle, Jongdu's entire body was covered in casts. He lay on the hospital bed forcing a smile, trying to look cool. Zhao Zhao sat beside him, peeling an apple and scolding him. You even challenged all the freshmen. Are you brainless? On the other hand, Yu Cheng was excitedly recounting. Zhao Zhao, you didn't see how majestic Jongdu was back then. He defeated all those upperclassmen, and all the new students were just staring in a daze, and all those girls were cheering their hearts out for him. Jiang Du smiled with satisfaction and continued. In the end, more than 100 people joined the fight. I just didn't have enough stamina, which is why I collapsed. It's a pity I couldn't activate my phantom form then. Otherwise, I would have defeated all of Yunhai. Hearing this, she immediately covered his mouth. Tone it down. If the instructor hadn't come to get you in the end, you would have been beaten to a pulp by now. As she finished speaking, Jiang Du suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. How's your dorm over there? Did it also get taken over by the freshmen? Zhao Zhao immediately shot back. No. Why? A second later, he suddenly let out a weary sigh. What a pity, which made her face fall in confusion. A pity. At this moment, Jiang Du was imagining the two of them getting intimate on the bed, drooling profusely. I was thinking that if you had nowhere to stay, I would take you in. We could start a happy life living together. Seeing him lost in his fantasy, Zhao Zhao repeatedly swung her hand, slapping Jiang Du's daydreaming face. I would rather sleep on the streets than stay at your place. He cried out in agony. Ouch, stop hitting my wounds like that, but witnessing this scene. Xiang felt helpless. Can you two stop with the public displays of affection already? At that moment, a sudden voice rang out, causing the atmosphere to freeze. It seems your head is still working just fine. Qing En waved and smiled, saying, Seeing your current spirit, I'm sure you'll recover very quickly. They were startled to realize it was Instructor Song. A second later, Jiang Du abruptly sat up, putting on a strong front. I'm all better now, sir. When can we start training to prevent the situation from getting worse? Zhao Zhao sternly urged. Lie back down. You think your injuries aren't bad enough. He sat down and explained. Don't be in a hurry. Your training content is different from the others, so it will be scheduled a bit later. Hearing this, he was a little confused and asked directly, Different? Why is that? Qing frowned, his voice deepening as he explained. Because you've already reached supernatural level 2. As soon as his secret was exposed, Jiang Du was stunned silent, thinking to himself, when did he find out? I didn't reveal any clues during that fight. Upon learning the truth, Yu Chang turned and exclaimed, No wonder! So that's why you're such a beast. You're already level 2 and you didn't tell me. Even Jiao Jiao couldn't hide her shock. No way you're already level 2 since when? Faced with this situation, Jiang Du could only answer awkwardly. I just found out myself. Anyway, please continue, sir. And tell me more about the upcoming schedule. Things like supernatural history and basic knowledge will be the same for you as for everyone else. You'll attend classes as usual. But as for practical combat skills, you'll likely be placed with the second-year students for training. Hearing this, his excitement was written all over his face. So I'll be fighting with the second years, Qing An deadpanned, replying in a cold voice, possibly, but it's combat practice. Receiving just as he'd hoped, Jiang Du couldn't help but rejoice internally. It's great. I can use Bak Qian to absorb combat experience again. Seeing you lost in thought, I can easily tell you really enjoy challenging powerful opponents. I like that about you. Before leaving, Kan A looked at Jiang Du with a sharp gaze and a firm tone. When the time is right, I will train with you. A few days later, the Van Hai Academic Building was bustling with people coming and going. Inside, the bell signaling the opening ceremony rang, and everyone was properly seated, except for Ngok Kwang and Jiang Du, who were still munching away. This made Zhao Zhao even more annoyed. I'm telling you, can't you be a little more serious on the first day of school? Yet he remained as nonchalant as ever. What does it matter? I've already gone through all the superhuman history material at home anyway. She leaned in, threatening him. Suit yourself. But don't expect to get into the superhuman department when you fail the exam. At that moment, Jiang Du was startled to realize there was an exam. While they were engrossed in their conversation, they both suddenly froze with looks of alarm. Before them, a strange map was projected onto the large screen. Besides, it was a magnificent and mysterious glowing orb. Suddenly, he stared at it without blinking. This looks very similar to the map I saw in Uncle Luke's room. Are they about to reveal the whole truth? A moment later, Qian Duang spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, I am your professor for superhuman history. My surname is To, and my name is Qian Duang. While looking at the orb, he held a glimmer of hope. Superhuman history is a subject that records the major events since the Great Flood. It's a new subject for all of you, And during this course, your initial perspectives might be challenged, but please do not feel discouraged. With that, Qian Duong decided to flip the switch. Instantly, the orb emitted creeping rays of light, which projected onto the ceiling, creating a giant compass. Then, he began to lecture carefully. A millennium ago, the variant species descended and our world began to be invaded. At first, no one knew where they came from. At that time, people just thought they were some unknown animal species that appeared out of nowhere. The unique body structure of this variant species, along with the contaminating fluids they secreted, seemed to open a new door to another world and drove our world into madness. It wasn't until over half a month later that 36 abyssal rifts appeared one after another across the globe. A large number of Tier 2 variant species descended from within the abyss, slaughtering us indiscriminately. The variant species' strength wasn't what you'd call powerful. Heavy artillery could easily tear them to shreds. But the most terrifying thing about them wasn't their strength, but the price of destroying them. And that price was the special contamination hidden within the variant species' bodies. Every time a variant species was killed, it was equivalent to us losing the life of one of our own. Fortunately, the contamination from killing low-level species was limited to a certain range. So, we resolved to try long-range attacks. This seemingly desperate move brought our human world a period of temporary stability. It was just that as the number of rifts increased, the contamination gradually spread and the world imperceptibly underwent a massive change. Compared to humans, flora and fauna were more easily contaminated and infiltrated, causing them to mutate. The wilderness was no longer safe. On New Year's Day of the second year of the new era, Baekdu and Namdo announced the establishment of large-scale settlements, while also planning to gather populations from surrounding towns into the settlements in phases. In the 5th year of the new era, the variant species began to launch attacks on the settlements. To find a way to fight back, humans tried entering the abyss where the death rate reached 97%. From that point on, humans learned to use the abyss to fight the abyss, and everyone officially entered the superhuman era. Qian Duong continued in a serious tone. Although we made progress in researching superhuman power, we were ultimately stuck at Tier 1 superhuman, with no way to fight against the abyss. In that same year, 15 nations declared their collapse, and the crisis was drawing nearer step by step. Soon after, forbidden artifacts from the abyss were discovered, and a wave of using them erupted during the Daichu era. Relying on these forbidden artifacts, some people took the lead in reaching the second superhuman tier through extreme methods. We established the Limin organization, which made significant contributions in the initial confrontation with the variant species. Hearing this, Zhengdu secretly recognized the familiar name Limin, the same organization Luke Zhao had mentioned before. Not only that, in the 10th year of the new era, we finally discovered a way to advance to the second tier through conventional methods. Our superhuman combat strength took a qualitative leap, and we could finally fight the variant species head-on on the battlefield. Also, in that year, the 2 settlements, the Baekdu garrison and the Limin of Namdo, were first established and completed. After that, 8 Tier 1 settlements including Kanduang, Mawai, Oktai, Tinhua, Lam'an, Lumdong, Trongjiang, and Thienfu were also completed. Feeling the serious atmosphere in the room, one student turned to whisper, "How come we have so many Tier 1 settlements?" The student next to him answered his question. "This is completely different from what's normally publicized." Seeing the chatter, Qian Duong quickly assured them, "I know this might be difficult for everyone to accept at once, but what I am teaching you now are all events that have already happened. In the 20th year of the new era, Tier 3 variant species suddenly appeared, and even heavy artillery struggled to fight back. The Namdo settlement had to pay a heavy price. Tragically, they were finally able to destroy it. In the 30th year of the new era, the first special type aberration appeared, its power far surpassing others of the same rank. It led an army of aberrations and besieged the Mai settlement. Because the distance was too close, nuclear weapons couldn't be used. Hearing this, the students below broke out in a cold sweat with curiosity. What happened next? Suddenly, his expression darkened and he fell silent. A moment later, Zhang Yang looked up and delivered the news Ma Yi was annihilated, and there were no survivors. The city was shrouded in smoke, the entire hall fell dead silent, and he stood there motionless. Zhao Zhao lowered her head, looking somber, and even Zhang Du and Yu Qiang froze for a few seconds. The story was far from over. In the 40th year of the new era, a rank 4 aberration appeared. During a nuclear explosion, the aberration mutated and walked out of the blast. Afterward, the Itai settlement was wiped out. In the 50th year of the new era, Tianfu and its surrounding settlements faced abyssal rifts and the threat of aberrations, and being in grave danger led to the first great migration in history. In the 60th year of the new era, the southwest and northwest regions of Dezhou were completely overrun, becoming a sanctuary for the aberrations' revelry. In the 70th year of the new era, the aberrations were advancing north. If the Linan settlement fell, the aberrations would directly threaten the north. At this point, Zhan Yang clenched his fists with determination. This led to the second great migration in history, but this time, the Transcendent did not retreat. 1 million young people marched willingly to their deaths, saving 1,000 miles of Dazhou's rivers and mountains, and pushing the aberrations back 1,000 miles. His eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Then, in that same year, the north and south were completely cut off from each other by an abyss. Ultimately, Nandu became an isolated city. The scene changes to a stadium on campus, where the once clear blue sky is suddenly swarmed by dark clouds. By now, the history lesson had ended. Zhang Du walked and chatted cheerfully, while Zhao Zhao sighed softly. It feels so surreal. Everything around us is still the same. I never thought reality was so much harsher than I imagined. Than was more honest than I was. I was so naive before, thinking we were about to defeat the abyss. Suddenly, her face fell with worry. Nandu has already fallen. How much longer can we in Van Hai hold on? Despite this, Zhang Du remained unusually calm. Who knows if we can last a year? That's a year. After saying that, he slowly opened his eyes to see Zhao Zhao's reaction. A moment later, Zhang Du slowly walked up to her and, without hesitation, gave Zhao Zhao a sudden warm hug. At his action, she blushed shyly. Zhang Du gently made a promise. If that day truly comes, I'll protect you even if it costs me my life. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao was moved to the verge of tears. You really know how to seize the moment, Zhang Du said, puckering his lips expectantly. Come on, let's get a kiss in before the aberrations reach us. The romantic atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Zhang Du. Zhao Zhao angrily scolded. You shameless jerk! Suddenly, Jian Yang appeared, laughing heartily and teasing. Looks like you two are keeping your spirits up quite well. Then he tilted his head and asked, Student Zhang Du? Correct, I recognized you at a glance. I've taught so many generations of students, but you have the best mentality of them all. Utterly bewildered, he asked back. You know me, sir. Jian Yang smiled and confirmed. Of course. After you beat all the Van Hai freshmen, your name quickly spread throughout the city. However, that's not what's on my mind. Sir, there's something I still don't understand. He didn't hesitate to invite him. Go ahead and ask. And so, Zhang Du got straight to the point. Why did you teach such heavy content on the very first day? Faced with that question, a gentle breeze blew by, causing Jian Yang to fall into a moment of deep thought. Don't you think it's better for everyone to know the truth sooner? He calmly explained. It's not that it's a bad thing, it's just that if I lay it all out, everyone's will to fight would be completely shattered. Despair is what's needed. Spring is about to begin, and the only things that can survive this cold winter are the plum blossoms. People are the same. Only in the depths of despair can they truly grow. A moment later, Jian Yang glanced at Zhang Du with a cold expression. But even though your strength is at rank 2, don't be offended by my bluntness. You still can't be called a true transcendent. At this, Zhang Du was dumbfounded with confusion. I don't understand. You said I've reached rank 2 transcendent, but then you say I'm not a transcendent. What do you mean by that, sir? And then, Jian Yang's voice turned cold as he cut straight to the heart of the matter. Does possessing the power of a transcendent mean you are one? Hearing those words, he froze as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, his voice grew stern and resolute. Rank 1, Spirit Ignition, is the first glimpse of the path. Rank 2, Aberration, is the most dangerous stage. Corruption clings to your body. Your very being feels alien, and you fall into a deep well, a 1,000-foot cliff. At that time, you stand precariously, clinging to the cliff face, the path jutting out from the rock like you're walking on thin ice. Following that, Jian Yang lightly touched Zhang Du's chest and spoke softly. I just want to ask you, now that you're rank 2, have you ever seen the deep well within your heart? Have you ever seen that cliffside path before your very eyes? Before turning to leave? He emphasized every word. You are clearly not yet prepared to become a true transcendent. Become superhuman. With that, Jian Yang waved goodbye and asked him one last question. He still had to go teach a class. At that moment, the endlessly falling leaves only made Zhang Du fall deeper into thought. Does it really have to be history? And so, he decided to place a hand on his heart to feel it out. Seeing Zhang lost in thought, Zhao Zhao came over to poke him and start a conversation. Alright, what are you thinking about? He quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. Let's just get ready for the next class. At that time, the student council president was engrossed in the basic knowledge of superhumans. In addition, the teacher was also very enthusiastic in his instruction. The power of superhumans originates from aberrant species, which come in various types like core, bone, frost, blood, and feather species. Hunting the different types of aberrant species that share a lineage with us. The price to pay is relatively small. One can absorb the contaminants after an aberrant species' death and use it for their own purposes. This is considered a relatively common way to become stronger. The more he listened, the sleepier Zhang became, to the point of dozing off. Scene change. The special ability trainer suddenly shouted, "Mobilize your internal power. Focus your spirit." After he spoke, each of the students created their own special power. Lunchtime arrived, and Zhang went to the cafeteria to order food. The chef, with a shaky hand, served the food and said, "Students over here, today we have braised pork." The schoolyard was quite empty at this time, with only the leaves continuing their endless fall. Later, everyone gathered neatly for the special combat training session. Noticing he was separated, he wondered why Lu Jiao was assigned to Class 3 based on her rank assessment. She should have been placed in Class 1 with me. From that, Zhang figured that Uncle Lu must have used his connections, intentionally separating him and Zhao Zhao. A moment later, the instructor began to speak. "Hello, dear students, starting from today, we will officially begin the combat training course, which will be conducted by the instructors and assistant instructors of each class. The performance results from this combat training will be added to your college entrance exam scores, so let's not waste any more time on pleasantries." Below, the instructors received their orders, responding in unison, "Yes, sir." After they spoke, the command continued. "Proceed to your respective class levels and begin training." Once again, they all shouted a clear response. As soon as the assignments were clear, the instructors began heading to their classes. The moment he saw his instructor, Zhang was stunned and thought, "The instructor for Class 1 is him. Isn't he a bit too skinny?" Xing Yu barked a strict command in a loud voice. "Attention!" Immediately, everyone stood at attention, as straight as a ramrod. After hearing that clear and powerful voice, he immediately had a different impression. That voice is just too imposing. A second later, the man lowered his voice and suggested, "Just keep standing like that." Zhang screamed. In his mind, "What isn't this supposed to be combat training, and the result is making us stand in a military stance?" A while later, his face suddenly darkened. Zhang face was dripping with sweat. He gritted his teeth as he realized something was wrong. Killing intent, my body can't move. From that, Zhang began to have doubts. It wasn't just him. Everyone was locked in place by this overwhelming killing intent. Is it a forbidden item or a special ability? No. It's neither. A moment later, he identified the source of that energy. It was the instructor. He was the one emitting it. After a while, a student couldn't take it anymore and collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing Xing Yu's profound teaching method, Zhang was somewhat surprised and impressed. I get it now. This military stance is actually one of the assessment tests for superhuman aptitude. Simply put, whoever can persevere and stand until the very end is the most formidable one. 15 minutes later, everyone was lying sprawled on the floor except for him, who was still standing tall as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang was straining himself, so hot that his whole body was steaming. The instructor suddenly gave a friendly smile and said simply, "Take a break." Receiving permission, he immediately plopped down on the ground, hastily wiping away beads of sweat. At the same time, Ching An walked over and commented, "Still the same old show-off." He held out his hand and offered, "Come on, go with me." Zhang quickly stood up, curious. "Where are we going to train with the second years?" Ching An bluntly refuted him. "No, the training camp has arranged special training for you." Not long after, the two arrived at their destination. "This is the place." Zhang scratched his head in confusion. "There's nothing here," the man replied smoothly. "Isn't it because I'm here?" And then he gradually understood the situation. "Huh. Wait, are you saying?" Ching An gave a thrilled thumbs up with a grin. "That's right, we're doing one-on-one training." The other students who saw this special treatment were filled with envy. "Look, Jiang Du is getting one-on-one instruction from Instructor Song. That's amazing. As expected of the genius who defeated all the first years, he was also the last one standing during that military stance exercise. Although, the words of admiration ringing in his ears were distracting Jiang Du. He quietly suggested, "Can we move this private training to another place? So many people watching is kind of not good." Ching-an coldly poked at his insecurity. "What's wrong? Afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of everyone here?" Jiang Du gave a forced smile and replied simply, "A little." At that moment, the instructor closed his eyes, recalling what Shun Guang had instructed. Yes, arrange a private training session. Suppress that kid's sharp edge. However, Ching-an still flatly refused. The content of this special training was decided by Li. Shun, if you have a problem with it, go find him. As soon as he heard the name, he clenched his fists in frustration. Uncle Li, that despicable man's reach is too long. No more delays. The instructor began to unleash technique. On top of that, Kan-an was the one who cut the conversation short. All right, time is precious. Let's begin. Seeing this, Jiang Du suddenly let out a weary sigh. Hey, my strength is barely anything to look at, yet you still try to advise me not to lose faith. You attack first with your full strength, instructor. I won't fight back. Hearing this, Jiang Du smirked and asked back with a provocative tone, Is that so? With that, he quickly leaped forward to attack without any hesitation. You're the one who said it. The speed of Jiang Du's attack was like a blur, forcing Kan-an to hurriedly use his strength to block. The surrounding students cheered endlessly. So handsome, he's overpowering the instructor with just one move. He's too strong. We're both high school seniors, but our strengths are worlds apart. Go for it. If he's not careful, Jiang Du might actually win. However, one of them thought the fight wasn't all that impressive. No, this is a flawed demonstration. Tin Vu commented with his arms crossed. The first move, using his leg to practically jump into the air, leaves him completely open. It makes it very easy for the opponent to seize an opportunity to counterattack. It's a textbook mistake. You all should never learn from that. Facing Jiang Du, Kan-an was particularly interested. I let you attack, and you really held nothing back, huh? Not bad strength. But in an instant, he easily grabbed his opponent's ankle. Your moves are too simple, making them easy to counter. With that, Kan-an immediately put his strength into it and threw him 1,000 meters away. At that moment, Jiang Du was flying through the air. However, that wasn't really enough to trouble him. Jiang Du lightly pushed off the air, and without another word, he charged at his opponent again, unleashing a flurry of attacks with his hands and feet, continuously. However, Kan-an thought the kid was much stronger in the last fight. He had to be a bit wary after all. Although his skills couldn't be called master level, they showed a newly revealed talent. From this experience, Kan-an began to doubt himself. Was his feeling wrong? Every time the kid threw a punch, it became stronger and more precise. This kid, is his growth rate measured in seconds? Distracted for a moment, Jiang Du's punch suddenly reached his cheek, making him stare in shock. Instantly, that punch landed, square in the middle of Kan-an's face with pinpoint accuracy. Jiang Du bared his teeth in a satisfied smile. I hit him. Suddenly, the instructor appeared with an unscathed face and grabbed his hand. Smirking, he asked, Is that so? Kan-an's grip on Jiang Du's wrist tightened even more. The pressure made him grit his teeth in pain, breaking out in a cold sweat. Once again, he forcefully threw Jiang Du far away, preparing to slam him to the floor. Kan-an simultaneously unleashed a wave of energy that surrounded him. Finally, Jiang Du lay motionless on the ground. His friends around him all gaped in shock. An instant kill. Jiang Du's entire body was stiff. His eyes rolled back, and his mouth hung open as if he were dead. Nearby, a student sounded a bit disappointed. I really thought Jiang Du had won, but he was countered so quickly. The instructor standing outside watched with his arms crossed inside. Too reckless. Instructor Song deliberately left that opening just now, and the result was that he really went for it. At the same time, he sternly instructed, Fighting isn't just about your body and skills. You also have to use your brain. Do you all understand? A moment later, Jiang Du slowly sat up, clutching his back. A second later, he carefully stood up and asked, Uncle Song, did you use your powers? Kan-an replied smugly, Forget about powers. I even had to try to control my physical stats to the level of a rank 2. I beat you purely based on my extensive combat experience. Your movement speed is just as fast. Kan-an continued to boast. A body that's too strong. Proficient techniques. Intelligent tactics. All these factors become the fundamental qualities needed for a fight. And they're also the key factors that influence victory or defeat. Moreover, just studying isn't enough. The battlefield is unpredictable. There's basically no time for you to think. Seeing the instructor lost in his lecture, the boy took the chance to launch an attack at an opening. However, it was all within Kan-an's control. He raised his hand and blocked it effortlessly, which is why you still need to spend a lot of time training. Turn what you've learned and cultivated into combat instincts. Kan-an peeked out and asked teasingly, "You don't have a very good memory, do you?" Not letting history repeat itself, Jiang Du used his other hand to grab the instructor's. This unexpected move couldn't help but startle Kan-an. In a flash, he had learned the trick, using his opponent's own move against him. As he was about to hit the ground, the instructor quickly used his hand to brace against the powerful force. The match ended and everyone cheered happily. However, the instructor's voice cut through the excitement. "Break time is over. Everyone assemble." After they had lined up neatly, the instructor made a special announcement. The first 2 days were for you all to adapt. Starting from this third day, we will officially begin class assignments. Before starting, he stated the rule. The military stance must be held for 1 hour. Those who collapse from exhaustion will have to leave their original ranked class. The eliminated students will be reorganized into new combat classes in chronological order. Regardless of gender, this time, after hearing the rule clearly, everyone's faces turned grim, showing their dissatisfaction. Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth and told herself, "I have to endure. I can't fall no matter what." She imagined being teased by Jiang Du, Tren Zhao. "Why are you still in class 3? This gave her even more motivation. Otherwise, the Jiang Du would definitely laugh at me. You have to get into class 1. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao turned her head back, feeling a bit uneasy. But Jiang Du over there will be alright, won't he? Even though it's private training, Instructor Song will probably go easy on him. Just as expected, he was beaten to a pulp and sprawled out on the ground. His body was covered in injuries, but he was still determined to get back up where he fell. The moment she saw him, Zhao Zhao immediately panicked. Is this training to the death? Kan-an rubbed his hands and stepped forward to offer praise. "Not bad, kid. You're tough." At this point, he anxiously thought to himself, I originally thought I could beat him up easily. But the more we fought, the more he forced me to use my real skills. This terrifying combat potential is exactly like his uncle's back in the day. Even though he was completely exhausted, Jiang Du was determined to fight to the end. It's not over yet. One more time. However, Kan-an took the initiative to stop him. That's enough. That's it for today. The speed of your punches has slowed down a lot. It seems you've reached your limit. No matter how he advised him, the boy continued to attack. From that last blow, Kan-an was truly astonished. Then he decisively channeled his power and lunged forward to push back his opponent. Although he stood his ground, he had definitely taken a very powerful hit. Kan-an froze, staring at the injured area. Jiang Du smiled with satisfaction. I landed a hit. After it was all over, he let himself go and lay sprawled on the ground, savoring the moment. Oh my god, I finally did it. I was about to die holding it in. At this moment, he watched Jiang Du without blinking, secretly admiring him. On the verge of complete exhaustion, he mobilized all the remaining power in his body. Unleashing his strongest attack, there's no doubt about it. The basic super skill technique he used is nap. So, Jiang Du closed his eyes and softly called out, "Uncle Song," he asked bluntly. "This training ground is a mess. You're not going to make me pay for it, are you? If you want money, go find my Uncle Lee," he casually replied. "Don't worry, we'll just use a restricted item to restore it in a bit." After the fight, Jiang Du was taken to the infirmary. Yang Ti asked a few questions. How did you end up here again? He was excitedly curious about her identity. What a coincidence. All 3 times I've been here, it's been you. Hey sis, what's your name? She placed her hand on the hospital bed. Yang Ti got closer and closer to Jiang Du. First of all, I'm your senior here for an internship. Second, you already asked for my name the first time you were here. You asked again the second time, and now you're asking for a third time. However, Jiang Du gulped hard as the thing that caught his eye at this moment was a pair of melons, not her criticism. He suddenly recalled some information he had seen before. Yang Ti, 23, 36D, 5'9". So she's a 36D. With that said, she quickly turned away. Get some rest. Jiang Du reached out to stop her. Sis, don't go. I get really scared when I'm alone. Kanan was a little surprised. What's with this kid? He snapped back to his senses and called out, Uncle Song. A second later, he tossed a small vial into Jiangdu's hand, making him a bit curious. Uncle Song, aren't we training anymore? Kan-an casually replied. I'm Instructor Song. For this teaching program, being absent for a little while is no big deal. Hurry up and drink this. It'll replenish your stamina. As soon as he got it, he opened the cap and chugged it down. Thanks, Uncle Song. The moment he finished drinking, Jiangdu's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. His energy was quickly replenished. He stood up, full of excitement and ready to show off. Hu-Han-san, am back again. I can still fight for another day. Seeing this, Kan-an was left speechless. All right, get some rest. When you've recovered, we'll have another solo match. Suddenly, he remembered something unusual. Speaking of solo matches, Uncle Song, that last move, when we were fighting, I felt like my state was a bit off. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't uncomfortable either. It was very strange. He crossed his arms and replied with a serious face. I came here precisely to explain this to you. The private training will continue, but your future training will have a new adjustment. Jiangdu asked bluntly in confusion. What adjustment? Kan-an also, truthfully, answered. Training with the second-year students? Expanding the training. The more he spoke, the more confused the boy became. Go to the factory, but I haven't even graduated yet. Besides, I came to the training camp specifically to learn about super skills, not to screw bolts in a workshop, right? But he didn't want to say more. It's an order from the higher-ups. Just follow the arrangements. At this point, Kan-an slowly walked to the door. I still have things to do. I'm leaving now. Regarding the Nhap-vai technique you used, I'll email you the relevant documents. Read them yourself. Don't leak them to anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangdu immediately checked his email and agreed. He quickly opened his super skills inbox. This must be it. A giant screen suddenly appeared. Hung Dung was the presenter for this event. Hello everyone, I am Fang Xiangyang. This time the main topic is the basics of super skills. I will talk about super skills from various angles and their composition. Please look at the content on the board first. What is a super skill? It is level 1, Spirit Awakening. Level 2, Mutation. Only level 3 is the true super level. These two levels are completely different from the first two, where the contamination in the body reaches a qualitative change, which can cause massive damage. Simply using energy would be a waste of power. If you can amplify the effect of 100 parts of contamination to 200 parts, that is a super skill. The principle of a super skill is not complicated. It is related to 3 factors: physical constitution, how much energy is used, the degree of force condensation, and willpower. These 3 things combined can produce the terrifying power of a super skill. A second later, he snapped his fingers to elaborate further. Hung Dung held a sword firmly in his hand, to give everyone an example. Then he decisively struck, slashing directly at the training dummy. Besides that, Huang Duong added that this was target number 7, made from a durable alloy that could normally block the physical damage of a level 2 superhuman, like the slash. I just made... Not stopping there, he then created a source of brilliant gold energy in his palm. Everyone, look closely now. I'm using about 500 units of energy, which is also the threshold for level 3. With that said, Huang Duong precisely launched that terrifying power at the target. However, it all just toppled over without any other issues. Witnessing this scene, Jiangdu, on the other hand, didn't find it too impressive. This is pretty normal. Although half the targets fell, there was no actual damage. Following that, he continued his demonstration. Now I will use 500 units of energy, only this time it will be in the form of a superhuman skill to attack. It was only then that the boy was truly astonished. Huang Duong's face turned serious, his whole body radiating a blazing aura. This is a superhuman skill, a combination of 3 elements: physical strength, superhuman ability, and willpower, condensing scattered power into one and unleashing it with finesse. Without a hint of hesitation, that power was directly launched straight ahead. The attack power was overwhelmingly stunning. This time the target stood tall without a scratch. The atmosphere there was utterly breathtaking. Ong Duong's will could shatter mountains. At that moment, the ground and rocks crumbled, and streams of green energy whizzed by. The sky then turned dark and gloomy, and the space from there also became polluted. Huang Duong proudly declared that the skill of a superhuman is a power beyond compare, witnessing it firsthand. Jiang Du quietly marveled. Is this the might of a superhuman skill? It's so strong at the end of the performance? Huang Duong straightened his posture and spoke up. The move just now was a common superhuman skill, 100 rips, which can unleash tremendous effects even with energy just entering level 3. Most superhumans can learn and use it, so practice hard. A superhuman skill is the true ability that can inflict heavy damage on the enemy when confronting other species. Right after watching the demo, Jiang Du couldn't help but feel stunned. Why do I have this feeling that I thought I was so great? Turns out, after 2 days in the training camp, I found out I'm just a rookie. I give up. No wonder this is the world of superhumans. No wonder this is the Night Watcher organization. It's really full of hidden masters. A superhuman skill is a common technique that a level 3 superhuman can fully control. But each use of a superhuman skill will drain a lot of stamina, energy, and spirit. 1. Meticulous control, complete mastery over the body. Performing micro-level operations beyond comprehension. 2. Super frequency mobilization of power, of muscles and superhuman abilities in the body, forcibly erupting with power beyond its limits. This skill may be related to willpower. Strong willpower will break the body's restraints, achieving super frequency. 3. Mind tide. The heart is as calm as water. Then it surges, dominated by absolute willpower like a rising wave. In addition, pay special attention to physical constitution, than just the superhuman energy in the body, and willpower only represent quantity. The 3 skills above represent quality. In the early stages of cultivation, focus on quantity. No need to rush to achieve quality. Remember not to be hasty, otherwise it will be harder to achieve. From that, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking this thing is a double-edged sword, and then he started setting up his profile. Name Jiang Du, attribute shadow, remaining lifespan 5 months, evaluation. Congratulations on surviving until the end of the year. Not only that, but the information also had a line that made Jiang Du cringe. Not yet 18 years old, I have already mastered a superhuman skill. Please let the country allow me to skip ahead to university. It just sounds so weird. The next day, he and Kan An met again. Jiang Du continued to wonder. Uncle Song, is it legal for someone my age to enter the workshop? Can you reveal a little more about the situation for me? He replied concisely. Running practice with the second-year students? That kid's words left him unable to grasp the issue. Running. Not long after, they both arrived at the Jiaolong zone. Ken An gave careful instructions. After you go in, you just need to run as hard as you can. The watch on your wrist will monitor your physical condition, and the training will only end when you meet the requirements. During that time, unless it's a fatal injury, the instructor will not step in to help. Plus one strange training method. Seeing the space before him, Jiang Du's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is magnificent. A second later, he turned his head and asked, So you dare to go in? He grinned, full of confidence. Are you kidding? My uncle is a retired war general. My father-in-law is the current patrol envoy of Yunhai. Standing on the shoulders of those two, I have to become the king of war generals. Who would dare let anything happen to me? Without another word, Kan An got him down to business. Then let's go. The worst that can happen is you'll be bedridden for 2 months. At that time, I'll request a healing-type forbidden item to get you discharged early. Even though he didn't know how thorny the path ahead was, he still shouted loudly, I don't believe you. A while later, they had gone deep inside. Feeling the chill inside, Jiang Du began to have doubts. Why does this room look like a prison? It's a bit unusual. Thinking that, he voiced his question. Uncle Song, what's this place called? Last night I almost thought you were taking me to an electronics factory. Kan An immediately retorted. What? Electronics factory? This is the Jiaolong zone. But compared to that name, the students prefer to call it the escape zone. Hearing this, he started to panic and turn away. In that case, let me reconsider. My apologies for the trouble. Seeing Jiang Du trying to flee, he decisively kicked him, sending him tumbling. Stop talking and get going. At this moment, Kan An was standing calmly outside, leaving Jiang Du alone inside. Hey, Mr. Song. After completing his task, he made a call. Hello, Captain Lee. The kid's been locked up. Everything is normal. Yes, I know. I know what I'm doing. The person on the other end of the line said a few more words that made Kan An pause. That doesn't sound very good, does it? Inside the confined space, Jiang Yu was screaming his head off. Mr. Song, oh my god, why are there aberrations in here? This is terrifying. Despite the screaming, he was still engrossed in his conversation with Tuan Kwang. You ask what he's doing. He's screaming. You ask if he's scared. Kan An tried to eavesdrop on what was happening inside. You disgusting thing, don't touch me. You want to bite the great Zhang Di. As the incessant noise continued, he helplessly cleaned out his ear and reported to Captain Lee. I think Zhang Yu is very excited. In reality, Kan Yan couldn't hear any pleas for help. Everything he said was just a guess. Zhang Yu clutched his head, tears streaming down his face. What the heck is this place for? Please, stop dropping frogs in here. I'm about to puke chapter 135. Just as his screaming reached a fever pitch, the door suddenly creaked open. Zhang Yu wondered in confusion. The door opened by itself. His expression turned serious as he weighed his options. Although he didn't know what dangers lurked behind the door, it was better than being trapped here wasting time with this endless horde of frog aberrations. He might as well go check it out. Maybe there would be a chance to turn things around. With that, Zhang Yu tried to escape, but many aberrations still stood in his way, trying to block him. At this point, his spirit grew even stronger. You're not stopping me in an instant. Zhang Yu managed to escape the area. He stopped, his dazed eyes scanning in all directions. In this new location, the strangeness of the space was no less intense. This pathway is so bizarre. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed out. So creepy. Don't touch me. Seeing him standing there dazed, Ming Hui warned him. Hey brother, why are you standing? There, run. Hearing that, Zhang Yu scrambled to move. This way, this way. From then on, the two of them fled together. Taking the chance, the guy asked a few questions. Hey man, what class are you in? I haven't seen you around. He answered curtly. Class 1 of the special training camp. Ming Hui frowned in realization. Class 1. Thinking it over, he found it odd and yelled, Wait, Class 1 of the special training camp. You just joined the camp. Why are you in this godforsaken place? Zhang Yu replied with a forced smile. I guess I pissed someone off. Ming Hui shot him a disbelieving look, thinking, he must have slept with an instructor's daughter, otherwise how could he be locked in here? Not wanting to dig deeper, Zhang Yu changed the subject. Senior, what's the deal with this place? Ming Hai then explained. This is the fleeing zone. You have to run non-stop with all your strength, constantly using your power and willpower to resist the surrounding malevolence to escape. As soon as he finished, he took off like a shot, running for his life. Little bro, keep up, I'm going ahead. Zhang Yu pushed himself to keep pace and asked, where's the exit? In a flash, he caught up, which made the other guy jump in surprise. How can a rookie run this fast? I'll explain one last time, or I'll run out of breath talking. They say if you run long enough to meet the standard, an exit will automatically appear, but it usually takes about 2 months of running. After a while, they ran into some other people. A girl was standing still and flailing her arms, screaming that she hated frogs the most. Get away! Get away! And then, that very frog leaped directly at Zhang Yu. Left with no choice, he decisively crushed the frog, delivering a final blow that stunned everyone. Why did you kill the blood-patterned frog? Hearing this, Zhang Yu was stunned. We can't kill these things. Ming He continued to explain in detail. We're here for training. The goal is to face the malevolent intent that gets increasingly stronger while continuously running forward. The price for killing them is that your mind becomes sluggish. Do you want to get eliminated? Not wanting to waste any more time, another student urgently hurried them along. What's done is done. There's no point in talking, everyone. Just run. Suddenly, a girl fell into a pit, screaming in panic. Help me! But the farther she fell, the faster she went. Just then, Zhang Yu managed to grab her arm. Careful! And just like that, he unknowingly became a hero saving a damsel in distress. Zhang Yu gently asked, Are you okay? She shyly asked, blushing. Why did you save me? He casually replied. It was nothing. A moment later, they pulled apart, and K.I. explained a few things. In this escape challenge, any unnecessary action comes at a price. By saving me, you've put yourself at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Zhang Yu looked annoyed. This crappy place has so many rules, as he was complaining. Sharp weapons shot out from behind, targeting him. Zhang Yu's sharp intuition immediately kicked in. These bone spikes are incredibly sharp. They can even pierce through the walls this easily. And then, white bone aberrations began to emerge. Menacingly, witnessing the scene, the girl gasped in shock. Oh my god! 2 tier 2 aberrations! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu counterattacked. You can have these bone spikes back. Immediately, the bone spikes painfully embedded themselves into the monsters. After taking care of them, he quickly grabbed Ki's hand and dashed away. At this moment, she secretly admired him. Not only could he successfully dodge those bone spikes, but he also used them to create an escape opportunity. This was the first time she had met a male student who was both brave and clever. However, things weren't over yet. The white bone aberration charged at them once again. Seeing this, Zhang Yu decisively pushed Kai away. You go on ahead, she heard him say, confused and not yet understanding the situation. Oh, and then he focused on the mock battle. Zhang Du quickly slipped behind his opponent and attacked. Then he struck decisively without any mercy. Take a kick from me at the same time, Zhang Du slightly glanced to activate his keen intuition. Just as he turned, a homing weapon aimed straight for him. Zhang Du dodged while looking for a chance to counterattack. However, that deadly weapon stuck to him like a leech, refusing to let go. With that, his eyes sharpened as he devised a plan. Does this steel pipe have some kind of location tracker? Why can't I shake it off? Looks like I'll have to use that move. Then, he finally decided to switch to his hidden shadow technique. A second later, he launched a giant weapon, which directly pinned down the barrage of deadly projectiles. Zhang Du rested his chin on his hand and thought, this training camp must be crazy. Didn't they say they would intervene if there was a fatal attack? If I hadn't dodged thanks to my keen intuition, I'm afraid I would have been stabbed through the heart. Could it be that this attack isn't considered a dangerous one? Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from another direction. A quick glance and Zhang Du realized, this is bad. It's that girl from before. In this situation, Ki could only struggle helplessly. A second later, her entire body was seriously injured, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and then Ki was officially eliminated from the game. Seeing this, Zhang Du felt a pang in his heart. Damn it. The deeper he got into the game, the more proactive Zhang Du became. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and one person is already out. It seems this survival game isn't going to be easy. I need to get my head straight. Suddenly, a strange object began to form, and in an instant, it revealed its true shape. He jumped in surprise, realizing, isn't this a man-eating flower? As soon as it evolved, it used its tendrils to grip a wooden club tightly. Witnessing how the man-eating flower attacked, Zhang Du thought to himself, the rank of this thing is probably no lower than the white bone aberration from before, but he still breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it only has 20% of its health left, otherwise this would be troublesome. As he thought that, poison from the creature tried to seep out and cling to him. At the same time, its form began to fade, which surprised Zhang Du. It even knows how to turn invisible. Where does the training camp find such bizarre aberrations? In any case, he was still able to swiftly dodge all of its attacks, but this wasn't a long-term solution. I can't just keep dodging forever, otherwise before its health runs out, my stamina will be completely depleted. Then, Zhang Du widened his eyes, observing carefully. The important thing now is to see its movement patterns clearly. With that, he gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring as he switched techniques. Shadow pupil, activate. At this moment, Zhang Du was quite pleased. I can finally see you clearly. Now let's see how arrogant you can be. He charged forward with immense confidence. You think you're so tough just because you know a little invisibility trick? Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Du let out another threat. But you messed with the wrong guy. You're not walking away from this. He used its own wooden club and stabbed it straight through the body, causing it to shriek in pain as blood splattered everywhere. At this point, the man-eating flower's health dropped to 10%. After that blow, it seemed to lie motionless on the ground. But the more he looked at it, the more annoyed Zhang Du felt. He decided to kick it far away. Get lost! Don't block the way! With that settled, Zhang Du turned to leave. The people from the special training camp will probably come to deal with these dead aberrations. I can't waste any more time. I have to run. Forward! By now, Zhang Du's whole body felt a bit weary. The pressure from this mental pollution is so strong it travels on the wind. Is this difficulty really meant for trainees? Suddenly, his mind became exhausted. I'm so dizzy, it feels like I'm drunk. While Zhang Du's guard was down, the man-eating flower seized the opportunity to launch an attack at his shoulder. The wooden club was thrown with incredible force and impaled Zhang Du. So painful. At that moment, a turquoise aura radiated from his entire body. Seeing the presence before him, Jiangdu's jaw dropped. A level 2 aberration with 70% health, it casually approached with light steps, and following it, there wasn't just one. Jiangdu screamed when he realized there was a whole horde of them. Faced with this brutal scene, Jiangdu could only smirk contemptuously, releasing a whole mob of level 2 aberrations with 70% health just to deal with me. This damn training camp. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Huh, wait a minute. There's a glowing door over there. From that, Jiangdu began to deduce. Moreover, it's different from the other doors on the right side of the hall. This door is all by itself on the left. Could it be the exit? Even so, he still had to face countless different aberrations by himself. Jiangdu was extremely determined, even though I can't confirm if that's the exit. I have to try. I must get through that door before my stamina is depleted. A powerful aura radiated from his entire body. And then Jiangdu came up with a crazy idea. I just have to grit my teeth and run for it, and that'll be the end of all this. The moment he thought that, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. But things weren't that simple. It unexpectedly dodged his attack. Instead, the aberration tried to counterattack, creating a massive explosion. That sent Jiangdu flying backward with injuries all over his body. He gritted his teeth and remarked, as expected of an attack from an aberration with a nearly full health bar, just one move was enough to draw blood. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll be crippled by them before I can even reach that door. I'll be eliminated for sure. A second later, Jiangdu took a deep breath and composed himself. Right now, the aberration was standing right behind him, but he calmly calculated. Looks like I can only use my ultimate move while I still have the stamina. Despite the imminent danger, Jiangdu remained composed. Since he was already making a move for the doors, he decided to grab onto the aberration's arm and not let go. His determination grew stronger with each passing moment. This time I definitely won't let you get away. Not long after, the aberration's energy quickly dropped to 27%, but it didn't stop this, continuously charged at him. A locked gaze from the front right, left shoulder back, dodging the attack. The sound of wind from the incoming attack rushed past, allowing him to step forward half a pace. Jiangdu felt very satisfied. Within a 20-foot radius, everything became crystal clear in his mind. He could see every detail, and his spirits were lifted. This feeling of mastery was the flow state. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, attacking with all his might, full of pride. Seeing the enemy let its guard down, Jiangdu quickly made his escape. This was the moment. He made a sudden run for it, but the two aberrations he had already dealt with appeared before him, leaving him gaping in disbelief. Hey, what's going on? That white-boned aberration and the carnivorous flower, weren't they already defeated by me? Why have they revived at full health? Danger now lurked all around Jiangdu. A second later, he was suddenly slammed upside down into the ground, unwilling to accept it. The special training camp has no martial ethics, no matter what. Jiangdu desperately tried to find a way to escape. If that's how it's gonna be, then you guys can play by yourselves. He stared intently at the door in front of him with determination. I'm not playing with you anymore. Jiangdu poured strength into his legs to speed up, but the aberrations had already surrounded him. This is bad. These two things are not easy to deal with. Moreover, with my current stamina, I can at most use micro-perception just one more time. Jiangdu told himself with a serious face, so this time, I can only win. I cannot lose before making a move. He calculated every step. The bone spike from the back left was aimed at his abdomen. I can block it at the cost of a torn palm, then use the momentum to pull the opponent forward. From the upper right, vines are attacking. When I grab the bone spike from behind, I'll bend my back 40 degrees, and the vines will hit the bone spike aberration. A second later, Jiangdu closed his eyes, concentrating intensely. Flow state, flow state. It's about observing the details and being able to control myself. Why is it that not only have my observation and control abilities increased, but a solution has also appeared in my head? Does this make sense? As soon as he asked, Jiangdu answered himself, Not really, but heaven has delivered this meal right to my mouth. I just have to follow through. With that, he struck a precise blow, causing the aberration to roar with its mouth wide open. Beside it, the man-eating flower also suffered the consequences. You two idiots. Jiangdu panted. Worried? My stamina is about to give out. Luckily, I'm almost there, even though the aberrations tried to stretch out and attack. He couldn't be bothered to care. By now, he had crawled out of the danger zone. The man-eating flower looked on, stunned. He laughed gleefully. I didn't expect you to be so helpful. Bye-bye now. The moment he teleported, the door vanished. He calmed down and thought carefully. This exit isn't an exit at all. There isn't even a door. He flailed and cried out in despair. Hey, is anyone there? Let me out. Once again. An aberration appeared, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Jiang-Du felt helpless and wanted to curse. It's a level 2 again. You guys at the special training camp are trying to kill me, aren't you? He took a few steps back. Come on, I'm begging you. At least let a guy catch his breath. Despite this, the aberration showed no mercy, whipping Jiang-Du straight in the face. The blow was so powerful it sent him flying 1,000 meters, and then Jiang-Du lay unconscious. Even though he was exhausted, he managed to crack open his eyes to utter a few curses. Goddamn special training camp. I'm not done with you people. As soon as he opened his eyes, Jiang-Du confusedly wondered where he was. He squinted, trying to remember. I think I was knocked out by that eel-like aberration. Suddenly, Jiang-Du looked down and froze for a few seconds. Yang-Zi casually pulled down his pants and spoke. You're awake! Jiang-Du shrieked in alarm. In broad daylight, what are you doing pulling down my pants? A second later, Yang-Zi stopped and ordered, Since you're awake, take them off yourself. Hearing this, he immediately shriveled up and whined, Oh my God, my heart already belongs to someone else. Seeing this, she took out a bottle of medicine and explained, Your butt is all messed up, you need to apply this medicine. Only then did Jiang-Du grit his teeth and comply. That's right. Before he could finish his thought, Yang-Zi took the initiative to explain. My name is Yang-Zi. Don't ask. Any more questions? I've already added you on WeFriend. I don't have any white stockings, and I can't wear them at work. If you're not afraid of your little crush finding out, you can come to my room and get a pair. I'll pretend I haven't. Seen anything? Jiang-Du was beet red, thinking to himself, Damn, I've teased girls so many times, but this is the first time I've been teased back, and she's no amateur either. With that thought, he quietly spoke up. You said my butt was messed up. Is it serious? Will it affect its future use? After all, it's a matter of a man's dignity. Without any hesitation, Yang-Zi slapped him right on the butt with a loud smack. Jiang-Du screamed in pain. It hurt so much. She turned away coldly while giving him careful instructions so you can still feel pain. That proves your sensory functions are still normal. Just apply the medicine for a few days and you'll be fine. It won't affect your manly dignity. Then, Yang-Zi glanced at him and added, Same old rules. After you finish one bottle, press the button on the headboard to call me. However, after getting a look at her firm rear, Jiang-Du felt somewhat satisfied, but even though that slap of hers really hurt, thinking back on it now, it was also very exciting. Suddenly, he grew silent, reconsidering what happened before. But that final attack from the eel monster must have pushed me to what's called a critical point, which is how I was able to leave the escape zone. Otherwise, based on the training camp's difficulty, there's no way someone could pass so easily. But this is too strange. Why would they design a stage that no one can clear? Could there be some secret to passing that I'm not getting? Jiang-Yu closed his eyes and thought, replaying everything in his mind while also processing the combat experience he gained in the escape zone. The time was now 7 o'clock. Opening his eyes, he rubbed them, having processed a good chunk of it. It was already getting dark, and he was finally awake. At that moment, Bao Qiang, who was standing nearby snacking, started to explain, I rushed right over as soon as I saw on the forum that you were carried out. Don't tell me you actually fought with the second years like everyone was guessing. Waking up, Jiang-Yu immediately asked curiously, I was called for special training. Where are Instructor Song and Zhao Zhao next? He popped a candy in his mouth and replied, Instructor Song is still at the main training ground. Zhao Zhao came here with me for a bit this afternoon. When she saw you weren't awake, she went back to train first. Jiang-Yu was very satisfied with that. Good, she's still training. Bao Qiang bluntly continued. Exactly, you pushed yourself so hard you got injured. How could Zhao Zhao just sit still? I really admire you top students. The instructors don't even have to force you to train. And your future prospects are also very bright. Suddenly, he quickly got out of the hospital bed, which confused his friend. What are you doing? You're still injured. Jiang-Yu immediately reassured him. It's nothing serious. There's no need to lie here. I'll be fine after resting comfortably back at the dorm. He looked at himself in the mirror and noticed his blood levels were still decent, but his body felt completely drained. It seemed he really needed a good rest. Seeing him walk out so casually, Yang-Zi was a bit surprised. Then she frowned and asked in a stern voice, "Why are you out here?" Jung Yu gave a forced smile and replied, "My injuries aren't that serious. So I'm going back to the dorm to rest," Yang Zi warned him. "Hey, if anything happens to you, we'll be held responsible." He bravely puffed out his chest and declared, "I'll take responsibility for you." She blushed furiously and replied, "Who needs a brat like you to take responsibility for me?" At that moment, Bao Cheng asked with concern, "Jung Yu, you just said you'd take responsibility for that nurse. What about Zhao Zhao then?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu quickly cut him off. "Don't talk nonsense. Why does that sound so weird coming from you?" Realizing his mistake, he lowered his voice. "All right, my mistake." Then, Bao Cheng waved his hand and reminded him, "You should go check on Zhao Zhao. She was really worried about you. I'm not a Zone 1 student, so I can't go in. I'll wait for you out here." Zhang Yu immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll just say a few words and come right out." As soon as he entered, he saw Kan An sitting comfortably on the steps. Seeing Zhang Yu was all right, he greeted him cheerfully. "The kid's awake. Why not rest for another 2 days? Your wounds haven't fully healed yet." Zhang Yu grinned and replied, "It's just a small injury, nothing to worry about. It's more convenient to talk," Kan An offered. "Come sit over here." He spoke with a serious, stern voice. Entering the second stage under dangerous conditions, no matter how great your talent is, it can easily drain all your essence and spirit. You should still rest more, to avoid damaging your foundation. After hearing this, Zhang Yu didn't seem too concerned and curiously changed the subject. "Is that a thing?" "So when can I go to the Jialong Zone again?" Kan An replied decisively. "Next week, for the next few days, you'll train with them for now." Hearing that, Zhang Yu was a little dissatisfied. "That's too long." This made Kan An even more confused. "What's the rush? You can't clear the stage in a short amount of time anyway." Zhang Yu stretched and explained nonchalantly, "Isn't it because the difficulty is too high?" Kan An frowned and stated, "High. But this is the final exam for second-year students." At that moment, Zhang Yu rested his chin on his hand and thought carefully. Although the final exam has a scoring system, those students don't have the ability to kill the aberrations. Could the score be based solely on frantically running away? That makes no sense. Suddenly, Zhang Yu paused as if he remembered something. Wait a minute. He began to get suspicious. Passageways? Traps? Students? Could it be, Zhang Yu hesitantly guessed? Cooperation. Suddenly, Kan An's expression darkened, and he explained in a cold voice, "What the escape zone truly tests is the student's ability to cooperate." Once again, Zhang Yu thought to himself, the difficulty of the escape zone is extremely high, and at the same time, they let in a lot of students. The most feasible way to pass is through cooperation, which might even involve choices, division of labor, and sacrifice. Is this what a university for superhumans is like? I feel like I've been hit hard again. A second later, he tried to change the subject. "By the way, Kan An, what do you think of Instructor Su Jianyang? During the first class when we entered the camp, everyone almost had a breakdown. I even went to ask him a few questions back then." At the mention of this name, Kan An smiled gently. "Instructor Jianyang," he recounted. "Every detail from that time. It's understandable. It was their first time facing the real world. Feeling shocked, scared, desperate, and angry is all very normal. The first class showed us uncensored, gory documentary footage. Needless to say, it was a huge shock. Although Kan An continued to speak, he couldn't help but feel uneasy inside. After that class, I had nightmares for 3 nights in a row." "Why do you ask?" Zhang Yu answered honestly. "I just feel that Instructor Su seems gentle, but his teaching methods are suffocating." He gave special praise as a form of inspiration. "Instructor Su's classes are very useful. They're the foundation for you all to break through to level 2. You're already at level 2, far ahead of your peers, but you can't be careless. Reckless. You have to be sure of every single step, otherwise you're just forcing yourself to level up. It might be fine in the short term, but it will cause major problems down the line." It was then that Zhang Du realized Uncle Tong was a 3-star. 3-star Kan An didn't mind sharing his troubles. "I got injured precisely because I didn't master the basics at level 2, so I've faced many difficulties after reaching level 3. Hearing this, he let out a weary sigh. The path of the extraordinary is much more arduous than you can imagine. At first, I thought getting stronger was like in novels, where you just meditate, absorb spiritual energy, and then have a breakthrough. He glanced over and reiterated, "That's why those are novels and comics. If there really was such a quick way to become strong, our Daijo wouldn't be in this state. Originally, An optimist. Jiang Du tried to console him. Uncle Tong, don't be so pessimistic. Things will get better. Kan An immediately retorted. Who's being pessimistic? I'm just stating the facts. The first rule of the extraordinary is to never be pessimistic or despair. Hearing that, he curiously asked, Then what's the second rule? He replied coldly, I forgot. At the same time, in the xiu distance. Zhao Zhao was waving and calling out happily. Jiang Du's voice rang out, both decisive and tinged with gentleness. Are you coming, seeing her? His heart filled with immense joy. Wait a minute. I'm coming right now. At that moment, the flag hanging high above fluttered in the evening breeze. Jiang Du looked up and thought to himself, It's written in books that the 5 stars on the national flag all have special meanings. The one in the center represents Daizhou, and the 4 surrounding stars represent 4 great events and their corresponding great figures since the time of the Cataclysm. The 5 stars embody the dedication of countless people, and reality is indeed not as easy as in novels and comics. But as long as the countless extraordinary people of Daizhou are here, the look in his eyes and his belief were incredibly firm. Although the road ahead is very difficult, it can surely be overcome. Lost in his thoughts, Kan An suddenly came up, patted his shoulder, and said, Why are you staring at the national flag next week? I'll let you be the flag raiser. All right, Jiang Du immediately refused. No need. I was just thinking about the origin of these stars. And so, he also looked up and explained, It's written in the books. The 4th star represents the Night's Watch organization. It didn't have this name at first. The Bureau of the Extraordinary Organization, the General Administration of Extraordinary Affairs, all sorts of names until it was later renamed the Night's Watch. Guess why it's called the Night's Watch? He answered without hesitation. Is it because there are more demons at night or because aberrations appear more often? Faced with Jiang Du's curiosity, Kan An brushed it off. Forget it. It's better not to know. Being understanding. He had to let it go. All right, I get it. Knowing in advance would destabilize my Dao heart and give rise to inner demons. Right? Seeing Jiang Du's persistent questions made Kan An very annoyed. If you've got too much free time, let's spar a few rounds. Hearing this, he scrambled away, making excuses to avoid it. Bullying an injured person is against the martial code. I'm out. A moment. Later, Jiang Du went into Zhao Zhao and asked, Where's Fatty? He was just here. She pointed and said, He went to the cafeteria to save us a spot. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao gently pinched his sleeve. Are you trying to get yourself killed? A small action, yet it made Jiang Du yelp in pain. My lady, spare me. Aren't I perfectly fine right now? She snapped, growling. You still have the nerve to say that. The next second, she became a crybaby, tears streaming down her face. Do you know how scared I was when I heard you were carried out, seeing her like this? Jiang Du was flustered, not knowing what to do. He then moved closer to comfort her. Zhao Zhao, don't cry. He even used his hand to catch her precious tears. But he didn't stop there. Jiang Du shamelessly licked his finger and commented bluntly, A bit bitter, and a little astringent. Zhao Zhao's emotions shifted in an instant. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly taste my tears? He blushed and replied, bluntly, Of course it's because I want to remember your taste. Without hesitation. Jiang Du pulled her into a hug and made a promise. Zhao Zhao, don't worry from now on, no matter what happens, as long as I remember the bitter and astringent taste of your tears today. I will protect myself well for you. Feeling his heartbeat, a very shy Zhao Zhao threatened, You'd better keep your word or else I'll have my dad and Uncle Li beat you up and deal with you. After a moment, Jiang Du noticed the scrape on her leg. What happened to your knee? Did you go to the infirmary to get it checked? Mentioning the wound, she remembered the moment she overheard others talking about him. Did you hear that guy named Jiang Du got ganged up on by the second-year students and was beaten so badly he was crippled, he had to be carried out? Hearing that, Zhao Zhao couldn't hold back and charged forward, intending to give them a beating. However, things didn't go smoothly, because in her haste, she tripped and fell. Recalling it, she felt a little embarrassed. How can you train without getting a few bumps? It's just a small wound. I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria. Even though she was pushing him along, Jiang Du still tried to advise her. You still have to be careful. What if you dislocated something, not wanting to talk about it anymore? Zhao Zhao took his hand and pulled him along. Why are you being such a nag? Let's go, or else all that's left will be washing dishes. The two of them ran hand in hand, chatting. I want to eat chicken breast later. And snacks, fries, and a Coke. to make Zhao Zhao happy. Jiang Du immediately agreed. Okay. Whatever you want. My treat. Half a month later, in the escape zone, Jiang Du was chasing down an aberration. What are you running for? Weren't you so smug when you were pushing me around earlier? I told you before. Don't get cocky when you're out here. It's hard to survive. And then, he smirked calculatingly, you think you can escape without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Du quickly activated his mark. He gathered his strength, leaped high into the air, and attacked the variant from behind. That power directly clamped down on its head. From there, Jiang Du charged forward like a god. At that moment, in the monitoring room of the simulation zone, Kan-On frantically shouted, "This is bad! That! Kid is trying to kill that variant. Get it out of there immediately. The training ends here." After the training session, he specially praised the boy. "You little brat, you've improved again. You've only been training for half a month. And already, almost all the level 2 variants in the simulation zone are no match for you. Now I'm starting to suspect whether you awakened the shadow pupil ability or some kind of skill that makes you stronger the more you fight. Or something." Jiang Du gave a faint, forced smile and tactfully said, "Uncle Tong, you know you can't really compare people's physical constitutions." His reply left Kan-On slightly dissatisfied. "Don't get cocky just because you have a little power. Are you interested in joining a mission, besides teaching? We instructors also have to carry out missions for the organization, both in the real world and in the shadow plane. Want to experience it for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Du quickly closed his eyes to think. "I still can't reveal my Shadow Devour ability. If I go with them, I can only kill variants, not eat them. I'm not about to go and be their unpaid muscle." And so, he flatly refused, saying it was a waste of time. At this, the instructor scratched his neck, trying to bait the hook. "I was also going to say, if you perform well on the mission, I can get you a certificate, so you won't have to stay in the special training camp all the time." Hearing this, Jiang Du decisively put his water bottle on the table, then stood at attention and declared, "It's a deal. The next second, they both boarded a bus. Standing before a group of people, Jiang Du was a bit bewildered. "Uncle Tong, what is all—" Before he could finish, Kan-On made the introductions. "These are the students who will be joining the mission." Glancing around, Jiang Du immediately spotted a familiar face. This senior looks awfully familiar. Seeing him, she dropped the pretense. "My name is Duong Tu. This is the 5th time you've asked me. Is my name that hard to remember, caught red-handed?" Jiang Du awkwardly scratched his head. "My apologies. You're wearing different clothes, so I almost didn't recognize you. I mean, without your nurse's uniform." "You look great in regular clothes, too." Listening to his shameless flattery, Kan-On cringed. "All right, cut the chatter and find your seats. I have an announcement to make." As soon as everyone was seated, he got straight to the point. "We've detected traces of blood fiend activity in the shadow plane near District 2 of Van Hai Te, and it's already caused some casualties. The enemy is an early stage level 2, accompanied by a few level 1 underlings. Your mission is to eliminate this completely transformed degenerate with blood-based powers." As soon as he finished speaking, they all responded in unison. Half an hour later, the bus was still driving. At this point, Jiang Du was so tired that he had dozed off, leaning on Duong Tu's shoulder. Duong Tu blushed, wondering to herself, "I have no idea what this little brat was up to last night to be sleeping so soundly now." Not only that, he was sleeping so soundly he even drooled on her shirt. Suddenly, Kan-On's voice boomed. "We've arrived! Everyone prepare to disembark!" Jiang Du instantly woke up as if he hadn't been sleeping at all, looking over at Duong Tu's outfit. Jiang Du cringed in embarrassment. How could I drool on someone? He then took out a tissue to clean it for her. "Sorry, my bad, yesterday's training was brutal, and I still haven't fully recovered. So I knocked out as soon as I got on." "Let me get that for you." Duong Tu looked down helplessly, then raised her voice and demanded, "Don't you touch me, or I'll send a text to Luke Jiao Jiao right now." Hitting his weak spot, Jiang Du thought to himself, "Oh crap, how does she have Jiao Jiao's contact info?" He handed her the tissue while looking away and said, "I already wiped the top part." "Clean for you, you'll have to clean the rest yourself." Duong Tu was rendered speechless with rage. "Just shut your mouth." Seeing them dawdling, Kan-An shouted, "Jiang Du, Duong Tu, hurry! Up and get off the bus." Once they were off, he began his briefing. "Listen up. The detectors have located the blood fiend inside this residential complex. Nobody falls behind. Wild variants are savage. What if I can't react in time before the person could finish? Jang Du cut in. Then the blood fiend will grab you and suck you dry. But Duong-tu disagreed, saying, that's not it. The variant business these days is fiercely competitive too. When they catch their prey, they won't drain it dry right away. They'll toy with it, slowly sucking it dry. That's right. So this is the moment to test the results of our training at the academy. I will be wearing a camera to record everyone's performance. Do your best. A second later, Jang Du walked along, lost in thought. This complex isn't massive, but it's not exactly small either. Which building? Which room on which floor will the blood fiend be? Seeing his expression, Kanan was secretly pleased. It seems that Jang Du Kid is actually excited. He's definitely gotten his hands dirty before. That kind of aura is something I can't mistake. A second later, he frowned, thinking, it usually takes a year to go from level 1 to level 2. That means when Jang Du was 16, General Lai had already sent him into the Shadow Plane to hunt variants. That's truly harsh. Wasn't he worried the boy's body couldn't withstand the corruption? While reaching level 2 at 17 is rare, it's not unprecedented. General Fuang achieved level 2 combat prowess and was unparalleled, much stronger than his predecessors. I wonder if Jang Du can reach that level. After walking a short distance, he spotted a variant up ahead, witnessing the scene before him. He deduced that a level 1 blood fiend had appeared, which meant the level 2 was likely nearby. Without any hesitation, he charged forward to take care of it. Got you now. At the same Just then, another variant suddenly appeared from behind. It immediately launched an attack, sending Jang Du flying. He struggled to withstand each wave of power. Seeing this, Kanan couldn't just stand by and watch. He stepped in to help. The level 2s are for me and Jang Du. The 3 of you handle the remaining level 1s. Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately complied. Before charging in, Kanan turned his head to add, Duong-tu, you're a medical student and not suited for combat. Find a place to hide first. As soon as he finished speaking, a variant appeared out of nowhere and targeted her. Faced with this situation, Duong-tu showed no fear at all, even reaching out to grab its head. Her entire body radiated an unexpectedly terrifying power, and even more frighteningly, Duong-tu devoured the variant herself. Despite this, her expression remained extremely calm as she handled it. A moment later, Duong-tu retracted the variant until it fit neatly in her palm, then carefully placed it into a secret jar. At the same time, Jang Du returned and had witnessed the whole thing. Where did my sweet little nurse go seeing him stunned? Duong-tu softly asked. What's wrong? Jang Du forced a smile and asked. Had enough to eat. She didn't hesitate to ask. Then can I have one more? Please. And so he immediately obliged. After that, Jang Du's curiosity began to stir. Duong, what is your ability? She answered bluntly. A branch of the Devourer Phage. Hearing this name, Jang Du became quite excited. Does that mean any part of you can turn into tentacles? His expression suddenly lit up with excitement. The eagle catching the rabbit, the white serpent coiling around the pole. Oh my god. This ability of hers isn't exactly normal, but it's really stimulating. So, can I touch them? But Duong-tu crossed her arms and coldly refused. Absolutely not. Jang Du was still persistent. Then I'll just look. That response annoyed her even more. You're such a pervert. Believe me, I will report you for harassment to the special training camp. Seeing Duong-tu act so haughty, Jang Du decided to play his connections card. Report me. My uncle is... Before he could finish, she cut him off, already knowing everything. Your uncle is a retired war general, and your father-in-law is the current patrol envoy. So what, you still want to use your power to bully me? Duong-tu's firm stance made Jang Du nervous. I was just kidding. Don't take it so seriously, he thought to himself. Great. How did my villainous background story get around so fast that everyone knows it? With that, he stared intently at her hand, which held her hidden power. In the end, Duong-tu relented. Fine, forget it. If you want to look, then look. After you're done, you'll probably remember my name, right? A moment later, she asked softly. It's an ugly mutation. Really scary, isn't it? But he was completely fascinated. It's great, just great, so supple and flexible. Tentacle girls are super cute too. Receiving? This unexpected answer, Duong-tu was taken aback. Cute ever since my mutation began. Everyone else has been terrified and avoided me. He's the first person to ever call it cute. In fact, Jiang Du was so excited he was practically drooling. That's right, I really do find it very cute. Besides, your tentacles are reacting just from seeing me. Just as he was about to reach out and touch them, she hurriedly retracted, them completely. I'm warning you, don't cross the line. Duong Tu became wary. I thought this kid might be a decent guy, but now I see he's just a complete pervert. But he didn't stop there. Jiang Du kept teasing her. What are you thinking? The reaction I was talking about wasn't what you think, it was something else. A moment later, he fell silent, lost in thought. The Inber's essence. I don't know what's going on, but it's giving me this indescribable urge to enter my shadow state and then beat the mutated Duong Tu to a pulp. As he thought this, he stared intently at her body. Could the relationship between the Shadow and Phage species be the same as the one between Shadow and Bronze? There are conflicts and complex relationships between the species in the Abyss. I'll probably need to absorb a few more essence fragments to understand the truth. The situation. Not long after. Kan-an had taken care of both variants all by himself. Little Duong, handle this. We've made significant progress on this mission. As soon as he saw Jiang Du, he asked curiously, why is there still one left? So you have a special plan for it. You're leaving one alive to turn in, it only has 4% of its health left. It can probably hold on for half an hour. After all, fresh is better than dead. Hearing this, Kan-an facepalmed in exasperation. Kid, have you been playing too many games, 4% health? You say that as if you can actually... He said, see it. Just get rid of it. We need to head back. But the story of these blood variants was actually quite tragic. They opened a restaurant, but ended up provoking some scavengers, and their shop was destroyed. They were even threatened, unable to let it go. The owner chose revenge, fell into depravity, and mutated into a blood variant. After everything, their hearts felt uneasy. They had their revenge, but countless innocent people were harmed in the process. Suddenly, Jiang Du froze, sensing something was off. He felt a shadow flash across a rooftop. Was it a variant or a scavenger over 100 meters away, looking in their direction? Was it a coincidence, or had they been watched this whole time? Kan-an continued to speak. After all, when normal people face superhumans, most of them lose their nerve. If a great power is offered to them at a time like that, most people wouldn't be able to refuse. Sometimes, taking a single step forward means falling into the abyss. That thing was a purple psychic variant. It stood menacingly over the blue variant that had just passed out. It moved closer, crying pitifully. Then, the purple variant dripped a drop of its blood into the blue variant's mouth. Instantly, the blue one woke up and started wailing loudly. In a flash, Jiang Du appeared and took care of them one by one. He gripped the purple variant and declared that one fish had slipped through the net. Jiang Du's eyes were resolute as the enemy disintegrated before him. At that moment, the purple variant screamed in pain. Seeing how they treated each other, Jiang Du realized she must have actually given her blood, and a whole half of it at that. It was clear these two were a married couple who had both lost control and become variants. Even with her hand held tightly, the purple variant still struggled to get up and fight back. Did that really surprise him? As he fought it, he glanced at the blue variant and thought to himself, no matter how much they had suffered in the past, in their current state they couldn't be released to continue harming innocent people. Having made up his mind, he began to channel power from his swift, sturdy legs. Without hesitation, Jiang Du unleashed a brilliant burst of power. By then, the purple variant was exhausted, but it wasn't completely down yet. Its health bar was still at 10%, so it looked like one more punch was needed. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he landed a devastating punch, sending it flying 1,000 meters away. Watching it go, Jiang Du offered a few words. Rest in peace. In that instant, an excruciating pain truly tore through the purple variant. His gaze was incredibly resolute. I've never doubted my beliefs or my path, but the moment she reached out her hand, she seemed just like a human. At the same time, Jiang Du felt a pang of guilt. If I'm the one who's about to brutally kill her, then I'm the one who's inhuman. He looked down at his own hands and began to hesitate. What is the right thing to do? Seeing his persistent hesitation, Kan-an spoke up gently. Jiang Du, it's a variant now. Whether it's a wild variant or one that was once a fallen human, the mutation cannot be reversed. After hearing this, he repeated the words to himself. That's right. The mutation can't be reversed. And you're the one who has to deal with the aftermath, so you can't show mercy to variants, otherwise. Humans will be in danger. Jiang Du began to worry about the future. But what if one day the person who mutates is Uncle Li, or Zhao Zhao, or even himself? He continued to get lost in these unanswered questions. What would I do then? The next day, Kan An and Jiang Du casually walked up the steps to get him his freelance certification. In the future, he could use the identity of a scavenger to log into the Night's Watch organization's intranet to accept missions. You're a freelancer now. He was a little curious and asked, Does my uncle know? Kan An explained honestly that this was General Li's decision, made against everyone else's opinions. He saw the footage of your fight and wanted to give you some work. Hearing this, Jiang Du smirked to himself. So the job is to have me go around killing variants. Uncle Li, aren't you afraid I'll fail spectacularly one day? But I should look on the bright side. This is also a great opportunity to train myself, and it's a legitimate way to get stronger publicly. A moment later, they both officially entered the office. Kan An then began to guide Jiang Du very patiently. Okay, log in with your information. Here. Oh, right. General Li said that if you want free access to the special training camp, you need to complete at least 3 missions per week. Hearing this number, he became a little worried. 3 is way too many. No matter how much you complain, I can't do anything about it. Maybe you should go and bargain with General Li yourself. Realizing how tough that would be, Jiang Du just sighed and gave up. Forget it. Then, Kan An looked into the distance and instructed him, From now on, you'll be splitting your time between training at the camp and taking missions in Van Hai. Sometimes you'll run into stragglers that aren't on the list in the shadow plane. You can try to kill them, and it'll count as a mission. Good luck. I have high expectations for you. After that, he quickly left. I have some business to attend to, so I'm heading back to the camp. First, you can go explore on your own, kid. Jiang Du politely saw him off. Goodbye, Uncle Tong. Although Kan An's explanation was very detailed, it all seemed incredibly simple to Jiang Du. Why did he get the feeling that this certification was too easy to get? Could it be that Uncle Li was just making up an excuse to trick me into doing free missions? Suddenly, Dang Koa's loud voice made him jump. Hello, Doctor Is Huahua's condition worse again, understood. I just left the Night's Watch headquarters and used my points to get the medicine. I'm on my way now. The moment he saw the man, Jiang Du recognized him. Isn't that Dang Kwa? But I haven't seen him in over a month. How did he get so worn out seeing this? Jiang Du felt a little worried. Besides, from the sound of his voice, it seemed like he was in some serious trouble. This won't do. He was one of my crew once. I have to follow him and check it out. Meanwhile, Dang Kwa had already rushed to the hospital. Inside the emergency room, Dang Hua was in a critical condition. The doctor was trying to inject the medicine into the little girl, but Dang Hua's eyes were growing duller and her breathing was getting faint. At that moment, he arrived with a case, and as he opened it, a mysterious vial of medicine was nestled inside. The doctor was shocked to see it and immediately asked, Where did you get this medicine? Dang Hua pleaded earnestly. Doctor, just tell me if there's any problem with it? The doctor got straight to the point. This is indeed the newest blood source serum, but there's something I must warn you about. Let's step outside to talk. Once they were outside, the doctor revealed the truth. Your daughter's condition took a sudden turn for the worse because the supernatural contamination in her body has turned malignant. If you had brought this blood source serum 3 days ago, there might have been a miracle, but now it's hard to say. Hearing this, Dang Hua grew anxious. Doctor, please tell me, how much longer can Hoa Hua last? The doctor's expression grew somber as he gave the unfortunate news. About 1 month. But to his surprise, the man let out a sigh of relief. There's still time. Doctor, please prepare for the procedure. At this point, Jiang Du had managed to slip inside. He had learned quite a bit. Detailed information, Dang Hua, 5 years old, blood transformation syndrome, as he read. Jiang Du furrowed his brow in confusion. What kind of disease is this? And what is this blood source vial they were just talking about with that? He quickly went online to investigate. The site immediately provided a detailed explanation. Blood transformation syndrome is a serious illness involving blood system contamination, although the probability of contracting it is very low. Once contaminated by a blood fiend, if purification isn't done in time, the infection will take hold. The blood will then corrode the body like acid. turning it into a pile of sludge. If detected early, treatment with a blood source vial can still purify the system, but most people who get diagnosed with this disease are already in the final stages. The more he understood, the more suspicious he became. Deng Hua is only 5 years old, and she's always been in the real world, so how could she have contracted this disease? Could it be related to the blood fiends that the news recently reported had snuck into the real world? At that moment, Deng Hua was alone in the garden downstairs, making a phone call. He growled at the person on the other end, asking how many blood source vials they had left, but they just tried to shirk responsibility. Come on, one vial costs $1 million. Besides, the ingredients are rare, and with a different method, we could produce high-quality blood source vials. Why waste our efforts? As soon as they finished speaking, veins popped on Deng Hua's forehead in anger as he roared, I asked you how many vials are left. Sensing his hostile tone, they were not pleased at all. Deng Hua, you'd better know your place. You want a blood source vial, right? Fine, come and get it yourself. After ending the call, Deng Hua clenched his fists in determination. Hua Hua, Daddy will definitely save you. Don't be afraid, even if it means sacrificing myself. Jiang Du had overheard the entire conversation. Thanks to that, he became even more worried. Is he planning to go get a new blood source vial? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? In the end, Jiang Du decided to make a call for help. Uncle Lee, a friend's daughter has blood transformation syndrome. Can it be cured with a blood source vial? Uncle Lee nonchalantly replied while exhaling smoke. It's not a sure thing. How old is the patient? He answered honestly. 5 years old. Uncle Lee's answer only made him feel more hopeless. Then the chances are close to zero. A child's resistance to contamination is extremely weak. If it's caught early, a blood source vial might still be, useful. But in the final stage, they're nearly impossible to save. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao appeared and softly called Jiang Du's name. He turned with a smile and said, Xiao Xiao. She greeted him enthusiastically. Long time no see. Weren't you at the special training camp? Why are you back already, pushing the previous matter aside? Jiang Du decided to chat for a bit. She replied, because I performed well, I was released early, and, no school today. She then explained her reason. A few days ago, I was captured by a variant, and a night watcher saved me. He's seriously injured now, so I came to visit him. In just 1 month, we haven't seen each other, and you've changed so much. Your whole aura is completely different now. Receiving the compliment, he shyly scratched his head. It's nothing special. I think you've changed a lot too. How have things been? Lately, Xiao Xiao lowered her head, looking dejected. I'm still the same, but seeing you all go to the training camp while I couldn't, when I face danger, I'm completely at the mercy of others. It was lucky that the Night Watcher saved me. The more I think about it, the more I admire you all. If only I could become a superhuman too. Jiang Du replied humbly. Being a superhuman isn't as great as you might think. You have to face danger and life-threatening challenges at any moment. Most normal people get to live a peaceful life. But in contrast, for superhumans, how many of us can escape without getting injured or, maimed? She immediately poured out her heart. No, Jiang Du, you're gifted, you're different. You can't understand the helplessness a normal person feels when facing a variant. That day, if it weren't for the Night Watcher, I would have been swallowed in a single gulp. Abruptly, Jiang Du sensed danger and moved to protect her. The two of them stared in bewilderment. What is that? Why is there a variant here? They're going on a rampage. Run! Help somebody save me! Just then, the variant targeted the two of them directly, and so Jiang Du became the hero saving the damsel! Hide behind me and don't move! The variant worm opened its massive maw, revealing sharp, blood-stained teeth. Despite that, he was able to handle them with ease. Jiang Du smirked. Triumphantly, a puny level 1 ant dares to dance before me. In a flash, Jiang Du dealt with the threat. A moment later, he glanced behind him and instructed, Xiao Xiao, just stay put. I'll be right back. In other areas, many more variants were attacking innocent people. Help! The desperate cries for help echoed loudly. No, somebody save me. Luckily, Jiang Du arrived in the nick of time. Die. And just like that, the variant fell dead before the civilian's eyes. Without stopping, Jiang Du moved on to the variant clinging to the roof of a car. You're next. Get down here. A moment later, the area was secure again. Before leaving, he paused to think. I'm afraid these 3 blood fiends were also transformed from humans. This situation has become very unusual. It's normal for 1 or 2 people to become corrupted, but for several to appear in a row is definitely not a coincidence. Afterwards, he went back to Xiao Xiao, who shyly asked, "See now, this is how fragile normal people are when facing variants." The peace didn't last long, as another blood-curdling scream rang out. Just then, a civilian was being tortured. "I'm so dizzy! Why are my hands so red? My blood feels so hot!" Hearing this, Jiang Du stepped forward to take care of the situation. "Everyone else, stay back. Spread out. It seems these people has been contaminated by the blood fiends. I'm great at killing aberrations, but I don't know the first thing about treating contamination, so I can only notify the Night Watch organization for backup. Thanks to our meeting today." Xiao Xiao was truly in awe. "Jiang Du, you're so strong now. Thank you for saving me," he humbly replied. "We're old classmates. No need to be so formal. You should hurry home and stock up on supplies. Don't wander around outside. I have other things to do, so we'll meet again later." She immediately agreed. As soon as they said goodbye, he took off like a rocket. However, Xiao Xiao still couldn't stop admiring him. "Jiang Du, thank you for once again showing me the strength of a transcendent. Even though I'm just an ordinary person now, I'll still look up to you all and help more people." At the same time, the phone in Jiang Du's pocket suddenly rang. Uncle Lee sent a text asking, "Still alive?" He replied, "Afraid I won't be able to provide for your retirement." The uncle remained nonchalant. "It's fine. The Night Watch will take care of me. You can't imagine how cushy my position is." Seeing this, Jiang Du threatened to screenshot the chat. "I'm going to go report you." Immediately, Uncle Lee retracted a message and said, "The blood fiend riot near your location has been dealt with. If you're okay, head back to the barracks." Jiang Du suddenly grinned with delight. "If that's the case, I have to take this opportunity to go to the Shadow Plane and scavenge some kills. I just killed 3 blood fiends, which counts as completing 3 weekly quests. Now it's time to hunt to my heart's content." But things weren't over yet. Another aberration with 20% of its energy was trying to recover its strength. In an instant, its power surged up to 40% to prevent future trouble. Jiang Du mercilessly split it in 2. Faced with such terrifying power, the aberration stood no chance. Energy was still surging in his hands. "I can't believe I could instantly kill a tier 2 blood fiend this strong. This feeling is exhilarating." Suddenly, he felt something was off. "Wait, this absorption feels a little different." Looking at the object before him, Jiang Du couldn't help but wonder in shock. What is this thing faced with this strange substance? Jiang Du tried to shake it off but couldn't. This made him extremely uncomfortable. "What on earth is this? I can't even shake it off." Worried, Jiang Du quickly checked the system. Did I absorb something bad? The system immediately displayed a series of detailed information shadow form. 1. Using this ability reduces the consumption of shadow points in the real world. While in the shadow plane, it constantly drains shadows to replenish shadow points and increase your self-healing speed. 2. In this state, your aura will be stronger, which can instill fear in your prey, making them more likely to reveal weaknesses. 3. This ability is evolving. It might become stronger. Jiang Du clutched his head, sweating bullets. What is going on? The system even gave me an open-ended question. Could it be because this is the first time I've absorbed a wild tier 2 aberration to avoid wasting time? He quickly decided to find another one to test it out. In the next moment, Jiang Du was sneaking through a pitch-black area. An aberration appeared, blazing with fiery light. At this moment, he was peeking at it from behind a wall. This chicken is so plump, I was just craving some chicken soup. Once again, he suddenly froze, as if he'd been discovered. And then, the chicken aberration looked directly at Jiang Du, who was utterly bewildered. An earthquake impossible. This is the shadow plane. Without hesitation, it charged at Jiang Du with all its might. He hastily jumped up to dodge the attack, pleading, "Don't run away." By now, Jiang Du was trying to speed up, but stopping after such a long exertion made him break out in a sweat. And so, Jiang Du decided to stop and bravely face the chicken aberration, alone. He dared to stand tall against the dazzling torrent of power. Jiang Du struggled to hold on and overcome the perilous moment. Immediately after, arcs of brilliant blue light erupted continuously. However, it still refused to give up. A second later, the power within it erupted even more fiercely. Jiang Du trembled, speechless. He finally realized it was the Shadow Plane's tidal wave. Jiang Du hastily blocked the Hellfire Skull's attack, but he was still knocked far away, unable to resist. Jiang Du crashed into a car on the roadside to stop his momentum. The aberration raised its blade again, preparing to attack him. Jiang Du's eyes lit up, and he furrowed his brows. Just as the greatsword came down, he leaped up to dodge. He used Shadow Assault to attack the skull from behind, which made the fiery aberration extremely furious. Jiang Du frowned. Only 7% damage. I definitely hit its weak spot just now. It seems this bone aberration has the strength of a tier 3, and its defense is incredibly high. In that case, the system announced the activation of Killing Spree. +1 killing intent, +1 killing intent, +1 killing intent. He attacked relentlessly. Let's see if I can chip you to death. The energy gathered. The accumulated killing intent was sufficient. Activating slaughter. Jiang Du watched it warily. You little toy. You think you can sneak attack your big brother Jiang Di? Unexpectedly, a golden beam pierced through his right shoulder, causing Jiang Du to cry out in pain and quickly create a protective barrier. He ducked behind a brick wall. Outside, a giant eye aberration appeared, making Jiang Du gasp in horror. From behind, another crimson-bodied monster flew out. A whole horde of high-level aberrations suddenly appeared. He frowned and stayed hidden. Damn it. So many of them appeared at once. This situation is extremely disadvantageous for me. Moreover, the shadow plane is extremely unstable right now because of the tidal wave. Trying to escape would be incredibly dangerous. What should I do? Do I really have to solo all the aberrations in this entire area? Just then, a flame erupted from behind. It was the Eternal Torch. After being used, it can emit a gentle light that repels shadows. It can be considered a source of blessed light. Attention, this light will strongly attract aberrations. The price is that the user must consume superhuman energy and stamina to maintain it. Jiang Du couldn't help but rejoice. Reinforcements are here. He immediately understood that the post-tide campaign had begun. The summoned superhumans appeared, looking incredibly powerful. The monsters, seeing this, became enraged. They began to growl menacingly. Jiang Du clenched his fists, realizing that the sound of the drums seemed to boost the combat power of his allies and weaken the aberrations. He immediately leaped into the air to attack the monsters. He rushed to take advantage of the opening. Now's my chance! The aberrations charged toward him without fear. But at the same moment, two powerful shells flew in and found their target, causing the entire area to explode. The aberrations hit by the blast were sent flying by the flames. Jiang Du also seized the opportunity to unleash an attack. He quickly used Shadow Devour to absorb them. The system displayed a notification. Name Armored Bone Spawn, Rank Tier 2, High Grade, Price for killing Malignant Bone Corruption, Price waived, Shadow Devour. Harvest Shadow Points increased, Bone Hardness and Strength increased, Shadow Points gained 195. Jiang Du was satisfied. Excellent. Today, I'm going to have a real feast, but seeing the army of superhumans, he felt a bit helpless. Wait, you don't need to send so many at once. But then, countless more shells rained down on the aberrations. It was the superhumans in the rear providing support. Good grief, their long-range firepower is insane. Dazzling skills continuously bombarded the monsters. They had no way of dodging the explosive barrage. Powerful superhumans appeared right after, their muscles bulging as stopping the aberrations with their bare hands. A giant aberration was restrained by several superhumans using sheer muscle power. One of them even roared and sent it flying. Elsewhere, Donglai continued to prepare his artillery. He fired a shell directly at the aberrations. The creatures, unaware, kept charging forward and were immediately engulfed in the massive explosion. He then ordered the Night Watch team to give chase. They rushed in, and an intense battle broke out. Jiang Du looked around, stunned. Geez, these guys are almost dead and I haven't even done anything yet. He got excited. It would be a waste not to get some of these kills. And so, Jiang Du began to take down aberrations one after another as if picking fruit. The Night Watch members were startled and started whispering, "Whose subordinate is that guy? He's so powerful. Isn't he afraid of paying the price? We can't be outdone? Let's go. I'll pay the price to kill the next one." A moment later, he used the darkness to consume the corpses of the aberrations. Jiang Du wiped his sweat in just a short half hour. He had already dealt with quite a few. The combat strength of the Night Watch is truly frightening. Suddenly, he saw a system notification. Name Bloodspawn. Rank Tier 2. Mid-grade. Description: price on death is blood source contamination. Price waived. Shadow Devour harvest successful. This aberration has been consumed. Jiang Du stared blankly at the blood vessel now connected to him, labeled blood source contamination. At that moment, he also heard a medic cry out in alarm. Hey, awake, snap out of it. It's blood system contamination. He needs to get to the hospital. Now. Dong Lai responded immediately. Got it. All squad personnel, retreat immediately. 2 Night Watch members grabbed Jiang Du. What are you standing there for? The captain gave the order. Let's move. He looked regretfully at his walking shadow points. But there are still so many aberrations. I haven't absorbed them yet. There are hundreds of them. That's a huge score. Let me go. The superhuman with blood contamination was convulsing in pain. The doctors struggled to restrain him. Quick, get a ventilator. Prepare an IV anti-contaminant. Bring the contamination treatment machine over here too. Meanwhile, Jiang Du secretly used a skill to enter the patient's room. He frowned as he observed the chaotic treatment. Then, he silently moved without letting anyone notice. Jiang Du left the room. This blood source contamination is more potent than I imagined. Even a veteran Night Watch member who's been through hundreds of battles couldn't resist it. It seems this thing on me, this blood source contamination, was caused by absorbing that blood spawn. Unable to find an answer, he sighed. Jiang Du looked at the red thread on his hand, but the system had already notified him that he'd price exemption. What in the world is this blood thread? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. A series of aberration alerts popped up. Signs of aberration activity in the eastern part of District 2 on Liunan Street. Proceed there immediately. Street 20, East District 2. Blood fiends on Street 20, East District 2. There are blood fiends in the building. On Street 20, East District 2. Several blood fiends suddenly attacked Pedest. Rian's? He was startled and horrified. What is going on? Why are there so many blood fiends all of a sudden? Government announcement. Attention all superhumans. A large number of blood. Fiends and blood corruption phenomena have appeared. The situation is extremely urgent, and this blood corruption may harbor a high risk of spreading contamination. After an emergency meeting, we are now proceeding to lock down East District 2. These words made Jiang Du's eyes widen in disbelief as he thought anxiously. A lockdown. For a normal incident, they would just send the Night Watch and scavengers. Why is there a need for a lockdown? In the distance, shockwaves continuously appeared in the sky. Jiang Du worried about what on earth had happened in East District 2. An announcement echoed through the streets to all residents of the vans. High residential area. Please be advised. Signs of aberration activity have been detected in East District 2. All city residents, please head indoors and do not stay outside for extended periods. All entertainment venues must immediately and ceased operations. Over in the eastern sector too, Dang Qua was in a tense battle, looking at the 2 Phoenix-type fiends and thinking he probably wouldn't survive this ordeal. Just as he thought he was going to die at their hands, Jiang Du appeared and blocked the fatal blow. He turned back and asked Dang Qua, "Are you okay?" Seeing who it was, he cried out happily, "Brother Du, are you injured?" Jiang Du only then realized he was hurt, having run into some trouble on his way here, but it was nothing serious. "But why are you here?" Dang Qua laughed and explained, "Isn't it obvious to make some money? I want to make a big score this time." But Jiang Du called him out. "It's for your daughter, isn't it?" Hearing this, the color drained from Dang Qua's face. Jiang Du asked, "Your daughter was infected by the blood source contamination, right?" Dang Qua looked at Jiang Du, a little surprised. "How did you know?" Jiang Du inquired. "How is she doing now?" He explained. "She's fine. She had the surgery to remove the contamination, but to get the blood source antidote, I basically went bankrupt." Jiang Du frowned. "So to make money, you risked coming here?" Dang Qua shrugged. "I had no choice. I have a family to feed, and my regular salary just isn't enough." Jiang Du put a hand on his shoulder. "Go back." Dang Qua didn't understand. Jiang Du smiled and said, "Don't make your daughter worry. I'll give you a share of my earnings from today's hunt." Dang Qua was stunned. "Brother Du, He tried to hold back his grateful tears. Then he turned to leave. "All right, I'll head back first." "You be careful," Jiang Du boasted. "Don't worry, you know how strong I am, don't you?" Only after the man was truly gone did he clutch his back. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." The wound reopened. "I can't return to the shadow form for now. What a headache." and after absorbing so many blood fiends, the system still hadn't reacted. A voice flashed through his mind. Rations. Jiangdu's eyes widened. What rations? He turned to look at the fiend he had just defeated. Could it be? So Jiangdu actually opened his mouth and took a bite, then successfully spat out a broken tooth. Oh my god, why are the feathers of this blood rooster as hard as iron? How am I supposed to eat this? He jumped up in frustration. Damn it, I'll smash you to bits. He stabbed straight into the fiend's body. The energy from its body was easily absorbed by Jiangdu, quickly restoring his health bar to 100%. Jiangdu smiled in satisfaction. Absolutely delicious. He stretched refreshingly. So that's what rations meant. I can recover by absorbing the blood of blood fiends. This means I have a way to heal in the real world, making up for the shadow form's shortcomings. I should find a few more blood fiends to test it out. Maybe I can even awaken stronger abilities. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller, he answered. Uncle Lee, what's up? Tuan Kwang roared in anger. If you didn't pick up, I was about to send people to collect your corpse. Are you in the Eastern Sector 2 right now? Get back here immediately, Jiangdu lied. Instantly. No, I'm out eating. I'm not in the Eastern Sector 2. The man didn't buy it. Who are you kidding? This blood system contamination is highly unusual. It's not something you can handle. Listen up. Even a level 3 superhuman can't withstand the blood system contamination brought by these blood fiends. Those with severe symptoms will develop blood-colored veins on their bodies and could lose control and mutate into a fiend at any moment, he quickly replied. Yes, I know. This entire area has already fallen. This blood source contamination will probably spread among the people very soon, right? Based on the number of infected, it must have been around for over half a month. For it to exist that long and only have a concentrated outbreak in the Eastern Sector 2, and all at the same time. Uncle Lee, don't you find this strange? Hearing his analysis, Tuan Kwang paused for a moment, then said decisively, Don't even try to pry information from me. This is not your concern. Jiangdu hurriedly asked. Wait, one last question. Among the patients being treated for blood source contamination, is there someone named Dang Kwa? The man frowned and checked. There's no Dang Kwa, but his daughter is on the list. Moreover, she's one of the 3 most critical cases. Why are you asking this? But as soon as he asked, he heard no reply, because the phone had fallen to the ground. Jiangdu! Hello! Jiangdu! He was being forcibly pulled into his dark form. Jiangdu immediately sensed danger as another group of fiends appeared before him. Startled, he quickly backed away, keeping his distance while frowning in thought. This feeling! It's just like when I was targeted at the bronze species nest. This time, I'm being targeted by the blood fiends. Are shadow and blood also mortal enemies? Suddenly, Jiangdu heard whispers. Blood contamination. Blood patterns. Shattered. Rank. Rations. Jiangdu frowned, looking at them. Rank. Blood patterns. Rations. Could it be that blood fiends are food for the shadow in the abyss? In an instant, all 3 of them lunged to attack, and he quickly leaped away to dodge. Jeez, this food wants to rebel. The leader of the 3 whipped out its tentacles. Jiangdu's sharp senses immediately picked up the danger. Luckily, he managed to turn into a shadow and sink into the ground. A wise man knows not to take a hit he can avoid. I'll lure you guys away first and take you down one by one. With that thought, he reappeared in front of the fiends, then nimbly took a running leap, flipping gracefully over the pack and stabilizing his body as he landed a short distance away. To his surprise, he was met with guns pointed at him. Friendly, don't shoot. Despite his words, they kept firing in his direction, but it turned out they were shooting at the fiends chasing him from behind. Jiangdu finally dared to lift his head and look at them. A man approached and asked, Are you okay? An entire army had appeared out of nowhere. Jiangdu stared at them in shock. It was a level 4 night watchman. A level 4 night watchman. He never expected the regular army to show up this time. Time to wash up and go to bed. This wasn't his business anymore. Tanks dispatched by the army were also suppressing the aberrations, causing them to, run around in a panic like headless ants. A series of explosions rocked the entire area. The night passed, and the sun began to rise. A loudspeaker announcement blared. Residents, please rest assured, the aberrations have been dealt with. District 2 of East Cloud Sea is now secure. Please remain calm and do not panic. Jiang Du returned to the Cloud Sea University library. He tossed the book. An overview of the Abyss races. Onto the table. Finally, having found it, this time, he had to figure out the relationships between the aberrations in the Abyss to see just how many mortal enemies he had. The book read, The Abyss, plain different from our Blue Star. Its social structure and races are all extremely unique existences. The author has read numerous documents and combined them with personal experiences of entering the Abyss to write this book. A simple description of the composition of creatures in the Abyss. Penned by Sun Guang. Jiang Du was a bit surprised. This book was written by Uncle Lee. He described the Abyss as a place not without suns. On the contrary, there are 3 suns in the sky. The Abyss is filled with dense contamination everywhere. For a transcendent below level 3 or someone with willpower below level 4, entering it means that death is not far off. The aberrations living here gradually form phylogenetic relationships based on the ranks of their attribute bloodlines. Each race is a large clan, and among these clans exist many relationships such as dependency, alliances, and mortal enemies. He sighed. So even aberrations have alliances. Maybe I have some too. Jiang Du read on. The high-rank races in the Abyss have extremely large bodies and often lack special abilities, relying solely on their physical forms to wreak havoc. Their young can often reach the height of a 3 to 5 story building, and their numbers are extremely, small, so due to their size, it's very difficult for them to pass through the rifts to Blue Star. He frowned and muttered, if these things really came to the modern world, I'm afraid only tanks could deal with them. He flipped through the book for a moment, then suddenly stopped. Jiang Du's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the illustration in shock. Uncle Lee must have made a mistake, right? Why are there beautiful women appearing in a book about aberrations? What's up? The meaning of this? It turned out to be the succubus race, a mid-rank race in the Abyss that survives by relying on its innate bewitching abilities. Their combat power is quite weak, and in terms of fighting prowess, they might not even compare to some low-rank races. The succubus race is near human in appearance, possesses high intelligence, and can use various means to infiltrate human society. Approaching high-level figures. He was horrified. So what? These are aberrations too disguising themselves to infiltrate the higher-ups. This race is truly dangerous. If I ever encounter a succubus in the future, I must take her down by any means necessary. Then, Jiang Du summarized, the bone race, a mid-rank race of the Abyss that uses bones as its source of power, and the resentment race, a low-rank race that absorbs resentment as food and has very weak combat power. Interesting. If there's a resentment race, then does that mean there's a sword race and a slaughter race too? Suddenly, he read a crucial piece of information about the Shadow Race, also known as the Shadow Demon Race, one of the highest-ranking races in the Abyss with the potential to become one of the 3 strongest races in the Abyss, alongside the Ancient Demon Race and the Soul Demon Race. Compared to other races, the Shadow Race develops many other races into its subordinates, practicing a class-based rule similar to our human society. Jiang Du couldn't help but be astonished. My god, so the Shadow Race is like a demon king in the Abyss. I thought this race was just good at assassinations and sneak attacks. However, the book also said that for some unknown reason, the Shadow Race collapsed overnight. According to the author's understanding, the Shadow Race treated its subordinates as objects for wanton slaughter, even if it hadn't imploded on its own. Under such oppressive rule, it was only a matter of time before the other aberration races would have united to overthrow the Shadow Race's tyranny. Reading this, he shuddered and threw the book on the table, his face pale with realization. No way, if that's the case, then the Shadow Race has no allies in the Abyss at all. Jiang Du gritted his teeth. They're all mortal enemies. Jiang Du leaned back in his chair, exhausted. The Shadow Race's past sins are all being blamed on me now. What rotten luck. But the fact that they're targeting me also proves that they're still wary of me, afraid that I'll grow strong one day. He muttered narcissistically. Maybe one day I can be like the Shadow Race of old, returning as a king the moment I appear. Then I'll sweep through the abyss and make a bunch of succubi my servants. Just thinking about it is exciting. Just then, someone reminded him. Student, please don't speak so loudly in the library. Jiang Du jumped and turned around. I'm sorry. Teacher Su? Jin Yang teased. You're just like your Uncle Lee. Sometimes you just randomly start laughing like a fool by yourself. Jiang Du was a little surprised. You know Uncle Lee, he reminded him. Keep your voice down. Chunguang was a former student of mine. Jiang Du immediately tried to leverage the connection. Is that so? Then, Teacher Su, you're practically an acquaintance of mine. In that case, regarding the true politeness you mentioned last time. Zhen Yang cut him off unhurriedly. Wait until you reach level 3 and you'll naturally understand, Jiang Du quickly asked. Then how do I reach level 3? Are there any tricks? He explained. I've said before, that fear isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the more the better, because that is the process of condensing transcendent power, and it's also a necessary condition to reach level 3. If, after level 3, if you feel fear and your will shatters, the power in your chest also vanishes, making it even harder to take another step forward. He was stunned, fear gripping his heart, thinking he was finished. A person like him, who was born fearless and even had deviant thoughts about aberrations. Did this mean he could never reach level 3? Jian Yang shook his head and left. All right, don't overthink it. Too much. If you have any problems later, you can come find me anytime. Jiang Du had to reply, Yes, thank you, Teacher Su. But then the teacher suddenly stopped. Oh, right, a little reminder for you. At the end of the month, the training camp has a special test you should prepare carefully. Jiang Du was stunned as he remembered. Isn't this month's final exam the day after tomorrow? And so he was forced to take the test. Jiang Du tried to calm himself. Don't be scared. Although I suck at math, literature, and foreign languages, my knowledge of the supernatural is second to none. As soon as the bell rang to start the exam, he calmly flipped over the test paper on his desk. Then his eyes widened in astonishment at the content. It only asked for the full names of the basic supernatural class teachers Zhongsan, Li Si, Wang Wu, Zhao Liu. Jiang Du was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Jiang Du clutched his head. Even though this was supposed to be a freebie question, I really don't remember their names. Screw it. I'll just leave this one blank. Next question. But he was helpless. It seemed he still didn't know the answer. The next few questions were all theoretical. Question 3. What laws must superhumans abide by? Question 4. What are the emergency treatments for the backlash of killing, a soul-type aberration? Question 5. What are the common weapons and equipment used by superhumans? Finally, Jiang Du gave up. Forget it. I'll just leave it to fate. Amitabha, Buddha? Tisk. He saw the next section was free response questions. The prompt for question 1 was, you are at home when suddenly there is a loud banging on the door. You look outside and see a mid-tier level 1 bone worm. You don't know if it has detected you or not. Relating this to yourself, what do you think is the best course of action? Question 2. Upon first entering the supernatural world, a level 1 is merely a process of adapting to one's abilities, and everyone's abilities are different, with many people having no abilities at all. Relating this to yourself, what do you think is the most suitable way to train your own abilities? Training abilities. Question 3. An unavoidable part of being a superhuman is contact with aberrations and their corruption. In your opinion, how can one avoid being corrupted or minimize the damage from the corruption on one's body? Jiang Du's eyes lit up. These questions were all about real-life experience, on something I'm good at. He wrote as he thought. And there was even a final essay question. Oh man, this test was practically made for me. By the time the exam ended, it was noon. Seeing his excited expression, Zhao Zhao asked, Looking at you, it seems the test didn't go too badly, Jiang Du confirmed. Of course not. I'm not saying I got a high score, but I'm sure I passed this time, she reminded him. Keep dreaming. You always feel great after a test, but your results are always terrible. He turned his head in disbelief. What are you talking about when it comes to killing aberrations? I have some solid expertise. There's no way I had any problems this time. Zhao Zhao was helpless. All right, I hope I really did underestimate you. Oh, right. Did you go back to Yunhai and see Xiao Xiao? Jiang Du nodded. Did she tell you? Her face turned slightly red. She said you've changed a lot recently. She almost didn't recognize you, and even scanned you with her eyes, and said, a big change, or should I say, Jiang Du looks pretty tasty now. He grinned smugly. A little change is normal, but that best friend of yours has changed even more than I have. Zhao was surprised. Changed. What kind of change? Zhang Du answered evasively. Just a bit. Unusual. She frantically chased after him. How is she unusual? Tell me clearly, he teased. Go ask her yourself, making Zhao pout. Meanwhile, in the grading room, the examiner was extremely annoyed. Zhang Du's answers were as follows. Question 1. You are at home when suddenly there is a loud banging on the door. You observe a mid-tier level 1 bone worm outside. You don't know if it has detected you or not. Relating this to yourself, what do you think is the best course of action? Answer. Open the door and directly twist its head off. Question 2. Upon first entering the supernatural world, Level 1 is merely a process of adapting to one's abilities, and everyone's abilities are different, with many people having no abilities at all. Relating this to yourself, what do you think is the most suitable way to train your abilities? Training abilities. Answer. Kill aberrations. You get stronger by hunting and killing. Question 3. An of being a superhuman is contact with aberrations and their corruption. In your opinion, how can one avoid being corrupted or minimize the damage of corruption to the body? Answer. Don't become a superhuman. The examiner kept marking his answers wrong while cursing. Answering C for everything on the multiple choice was one thing, but his free response answers were also complete nonsense. Even his essay was just a series of boasts. The grader, Ching An, gritted his teeth. Zhang Du. When Zhang Du entered, he saw Ching An glaring at him irritably. He asked sternly in anger, Do you know why I called you? Here! The boy asked in confusion. Why? Ching An slammed the test booklet on the table and yelled, You have the nerve to ask what is all this nonsense you wrote? What if someone else saw this? He raised his voice, criticizing him harshly. You know nothing about theory, and your essay answers are a disaster. Zhang Du scratched his head, trying to justify his actions. But I was just telling the truth. I'm already level 2. He confidently brought up practical combat. When I see an aberration, of course I charge straight in. Hearing this, Ching An flew into a rage, letting questioning tone. So you think that once you reach the 2nd level, you don't need to study this theoretical knowledge anymore, right? That dealing with aberrations just requires strength. Correct? Zhang Du didn't flinch, logically presenting his argument. Theoretical knowledge ultimately has to be applied in practice. So the most important thing is still combat experience. It's seeing this. He was so choked with anger he practically climbed onto the table. Kanan smirked mysteriously, challenging him. Is that so? If you value practical combat so much, then let's have a practical combat test. His face changed and he stammered in disbelief. You're not planning on beating me up, are you? He waved his hand, turning and beckoning. Don't worry, it's not me, Zhang Du asked, confused and curious. Then who is it? Kanan winked, acting mysterious. You'll find out when the time comes, afterwards. The two of them moved to the training room. Standing before the unfamiliar room, Zhang Du asked blankly, What is this place? My body feels so heavy. He smiled cheerfully and explained, It's supposed to be heavy. This is a restricted area, a place for high-level students to train their superhuman physical abilities. There's a special forbidden artifact here that constantly emits high-intensity pressure. Many second-year students fail at this stage, with a repeat rate twice as high. He was shocked and skeptical of the answer. A repeat rate of only 2 times, I think it's more like a large portion of the class. The two of them unhurriedly walked inside. There. They saw a powerful figure with his back to them on the platform. Kanan grinned and pointed decisively. Go on, your opponent for today is him. Hearing this, Zhang Du quickly stepped into the arena. He stood at attention and greeted respectfully. Hello, instructor? Huang Dong smiled silently and turned his head. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Du's mind suddenly went blank. What's happening? Just from a single glance, why is my mind completely empty? He gritted his teeth as an indescribable feeling surged through him. The power in his entire body went out of control. Could it be that I'm being affected by his power? Zhang Du frantically searched his memories. Wait, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He was stunned as he recalled that moment when the man had shattered the training ground with a single palm strike. Zhang Du was dumbfounded as the truth dawned on him. That's right. The video also said this young man broke Uncle Lee's record. Looking at his powerful figure and heroic aura, he realized it was the legendary 29-year-old, the youngest warlord in history and also the current 5th warlord. Jiang Du was stupefied by the shocking news. His opponent was actually the reigning warlord of Dai Chao. He immediately felt a profound sense of terror. Just one look and the power in my body is like a horse that has slipped its reins, completely uncontrollable. If we actually fight. Jiang Du's brow furrowed as his keen intuition kicked in with a start. The man wasted no words, directly launching a furious kick at him. Jiang Du was struck and grimaced, coughing up blood. In an instant, he was sent flying high into the air. Before he could recover, Huang Duang raised his fist again. In a situation that was hanging by a thread, Jiang Du was already used to the rhythm and dodged flexibly. He quickly jumped back to create distance. Jiang Du wiped the blood from his nose, indignant at the disrespectful action. He didn't even bother with a greeting, just attacked directly. If I hadn't dodged that last attack, I'd probably be in the hospital for a month. Despite the lurking danger, he unexpectedly felt incredibly excited. His fighting spirit began to boil. But that was awesome. To be able to fight against a warlord of Dai Chao, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without further hesitation, the man closed in and threw a powerful punch. Jiang Du calmly and skillfully dodged it. He anticipated the move and quickly leaped high into the air. Just as he predicted, Huang Duang turned to throw an uppercut. In that tense moment, Jiang Du, while evading, analyzed his opponent's capabilities. His speed is fast and his strength is immense, but his techniques are very simple. Feeling underestimated, the man's eyes narrowed, turning a bloodshot red instantly. Jiang Du was suddenly held in place, his body completely immobilized. Huang Duang ruthlessly brought down a powerful blow on his head. Seeing him get hurt, Kan On cried out in alarm. Jiang Du he quickly raised his hands to cover his head and confidently reassured him. "Don't worry, I won't die. I've already figured out a way." At this moment, the man spoke in a low, indifferent tone. "It seems level 1 power can't do anything to you." Hearing this, Jiang Du was stunned and asked, "What level 1? Huang Duang's aura flared as he decisively increased his power. "Then let's try level 2. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power to pin Jiang Du down. Seeing the immense pressure on his shoulders, Jiang Du was startled and alarmed. As he endured it, he marveled inwardly. So heavy, he's so skinny, yet his strength is astonishing. Jiang Du panted, deep in thought, analyzing. Moreover, it doesn't even look like he's trying. It seems he wasn't bluffing, he really was only using level 1 power before. Without waiting any longer, Huang Duang kicked him, sending him flying into a corner. Jiang Du immediately slammed into the wall in front of him, slumping miserably to the floor. Right then, Kanan turned and complained resentfully, "You really don't hold back at all. What if you had killed him?" The man rubbed his wrist and replied coldly, "I was holding back. He's just too weak." Huang Duang glanced over, his voice filled with disappointment. "I heard that a young prodigy had appeared in Van Hai, who comprehended subtlety at 18 years old, so I came to see for myself. It seems my expectations were too high." He shrugged, explaining gently, "You can't use your standards to judge him. This kid's talent isn't bad, he just needs time to be polished." The man paid no mind, bluntly ignoring him. "Then you can take your time polishing him. I'm leaving," Kan-on asked in surprise. "You're back so soon," Huang Duang calmly announced his schedule, saying that after visiting an old acquaintance, he would return to the northern capital the day after tomorrow at the latest. He waved his hand and gave a sincere reminder. "And as for that little genius, you'd best not get your hopes up." Just then, Jiang Du angrily puffed out his chest and challenged, "Trying to run after acting all tough." A surge of energy boiled within him, and the man turned his head in surprise. He called out, "Jiang Du!" The boy stubbornly refused to back down. "You can go, fine." Jiang Du clenched his fist and forcefully stated his condition. "But first, you have to take one of my punches." The moment he threw his punch, Huang Duang casually blocked it. Jiang Du tried to muster more strength, but the man frowned. Noticing his stubbornness, Huang Duang didn't want to drag this out, so he directly suppressed Jiang Du, pinned underneath him. Jiang Du struggled and threw a tantrum like a child. "Damn it, not again. I refuse to believe I can't beat you." Witnessing this precious... "To check your progress." As if a weight had been lifted, Jiang Du nodded in agreement. "All right, brother." Huang Duang was secretly pleased and impressed. Just 1 month ago, the kid had just grasped. You're about to enter university, right? The northern capital. Lam Dong and Trong Duong are both excellent choices. I just so happen to have a position in the northern capital, so it'll be convenient for me to look after you. Jiang Du frowned and wondered to himself, we've only just met for the first time. We're practically strangers, so getting in through the back door like this is a bit too casual, isn't it? A nostalgic yet grateful expression appeared on the man's resolute face. I was once a student of Warlord Li. 7 years ago, I almost fell into the abyss. Back then, I was abnormally infected and lost all my abilities, but thankfully, Warlord Li pulled me back. The boy smiled, admiring him inwardly. Uncle Li. Oh, Uncle Li. I couldn't be your successor in my past life, but in this life, you've at least let me experience the feeling. Jiang Du thought about the past incident, but 7 years ago coincided with the Trong Min concentration zone riot. Uncle Li was sent on a mission, and when he returned, he was missing an arm. Lord Tong also said before. At that time, Uncle Li made a huge mistake. This must be related to that. Huang Duong advised in a deep, gentle voice. You don't need to give me an answer right away. After all, you still haven't adapted to the special training camp's curriculum. Suddenly going to the northern capital will make you an easy target for criticism. Warlord Li's old enemies are still waiting for a chance to catch him slipping up again. Hearing this, Jiang Du understood and blamed himself, then hesitantly agreed. Oh man, how could I forget that Uncle Li's personality makes it easy for him to offend people. If I go to the northern capital, they won't drag me off to some labor camp, will they? The man burst out laughing and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, you won't die. You're very talented in this area. You must practice hard. I'll come back in 2 months to test your skill level. Jiang Du felt a weight lift off his shoulders, nodding in agreement. All right, Mr. Fuang. Huang Duong was inwardly pleased and impressed. Just 1 month ago, he had just comprehended Hap Fi, and now he has already formed his own unique aura. If he can be properly polished, his future might not be inferior to my own. After the boy left, he quickly checked the information terminal. As soon as he opened it, Huang Duong saw some astonishing content. Name Jiang Du, age 17, willpower level, yellow rank unknown, suspected to be level 8, ability shadow pupil suspected, adopted by Li Tuanquang. From the battlefield, biological parents unknown. After entering the special training camp, he displayed level 2 abilities, mastered the Nhap Vi skill within half a month, and formed his own unique aura, potential warlord candidate. He assessed with excitement. This kid's profile needs an update. I should add a line about his fight with Duong Nut. For the first time, he obtained 3 lock skills, and his overclocked scroll showed incredible progress. Being evaluated as a potential warlord candidate is already unprecedented in history. This means this person will be invincible. I wonder how many years it will take for Jiang Du to reach such a high level. At the same time, the boy was smiling, amazed by the man's kindness. Huang is such a good person, so gentle and polite. It's just that he's too vicious. When he fights, a young warlord in his growth period. If I stick close to this powerhouse, I'll be able to avoid a lot of detours. And it would be even better if there was a powerful, older sister-type warlord too. Just then, Jiang Du opened his phone and suddenly saw a message. It seemed to be from Duong Tu. She kindly offered, while dressed in a nurse's outfit, the materials we got from the blood race last time have been made into a blood-burning potion. After using it, it will burn the blood in your body and guide your aura, helping the user better comprehend their aura. Want to try it? After seeing this, his eyes lit up as if he had fallen in love, and he joyfully screamed out loud, "Oh my God, can I really try this for free?" The scene changes to the hospital of the Ministry of Health, where Jiang Du excitedly runs in and throws the door wide open. What potion? I want to try it. Seeing Duong Tu lock the door, he asked suspiciously, "Why are you locking the door?" Duong Tu turned around with a thermometer and glared at him. "Behave yourself!" Jiang Du immediately became as meek as a little kitten and awkwardly covered his crotch. "Yes, ma'am." Then, she quickly and calmly conducted an examination. All vital signs are normal, and bodily functions are fine too. The boy was stunned and disappointed when he realized the situation. So it was just for a physical checkup. You got my hopes up for nothing. After the examination, Duong Tu took out an iron leg shackle. She was serious and decisive. Her instruction left Jiang Du dumbfounded. "Come on, put it on." The boy's face flushed red with extreme excitement, and he eagerly agreed. Oh my god, as expected of my number one big sis, even her method of testing medicine is so exciting. Alright, put them all on. As soon as he was done, Jiangdu asked curiously, what's next? What do I do now? Yang Ti casually pointed to the chair in the middle. Go over there and sit still. Sit on the chair, he asked in astonishment. The full set. Even my hands are locked, she replied bluntly and nonchalantly, afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it and run away halfway through. Jiangdu declared resolutely with a willing expression, that won't happen, it's my honor to contribute to medical science. Yang Ti patted his cheek and praised him with a bright smile. You're quite enlightened. Then she fed him the potion and excitedly explained, this potion is a revised version from my master. We've already tested it on many level 1 students. Now we just need a level 2 subject to test it on. The side effects aren't major. Just a few days of excitement. And being unable to sleep. Yang Ti stood beside him and reminded him caringly, if you feel any discomfort later, tell me immediately. Seeing her strange smile, Jiangdu felt a suspicious chill and thought to himself, why does this woman's smile look so terrifying? It couldn't be. Without another word, she immediately pressed the activation button. The next second, an electric current shot through his entire body, making him shake rhythmically. Jiangdu was stunned, as if his soul had left his body. This is definitely exciting, but not the kind of exciting I was imagining. Seeing him dazed, Yang Ti wondered to herself, he's been shocked to a crisp. Could it be that the potion's effects haven't kicked in yet? At this point, she excitedly decided to try again. Jiangdu's head was spinning, his mouth mumbling incoherently. Stop! Don't! Hearing this, Yang Ti teased him mischievously. Don't stop, you've got some backbone. Then I'll grant your wish. Just then, his entire body felt like it was infused with power. Seeing his reaction change, she joyfully assessed the results. It seems the potion's effects are starting to kick in. Inside his body, Jiangdu felt like he had discovered a new power. He was overwhelmed and astonished by the new strength. Is this my aura from the moment I awakened until now? This is the first time I've felt the existence of my aura so clearly. Moreover, this aura has even materialized into a gaseous form that can be seen and controlled. In the future, I'll be able to do whatever I want in a fight. Yang Ti curiously asked how it was. Jiangdu satisfyingly felt the surging energy. It's very refreshing. I can clearly feel that both my aura and physical functions are strengthening significantly. She was pleased and happily assessed. Very good, it seems this potion is very suitable for level 2 users. He greedily came up with a bold idea. So if I drink this every day, won't I be able to accumulate enough aura very quickly? Yang Ti sarcastically but sternly rejected the idea. Dream on. This is not the same as the aura honed through normal combat, and if you drink too much, your body won't be able to process it, which will lead to death. Jiangdu was stunned and reconfirmed the information. Is that so? It affects your life? Span for real! He seemed to have found a loophole and cleverly argued. Wait, what if I'm not afraid of dying young? You just said it yourself. As long as I can fully process it, the aura I gain will be the same as aura honed through normal combat. But the price is a shortened lifespan. She gave him a serious and thorough warning. That expression of yours is very dangerous. Don't even think about me giving you any more of that life force potion? Jiangdu smirked, secretly calculating in his mind. If you won't give it to me, I can get it through other means. In a restaurant scene, customers were buzzing, asking each other about the loud noise from the outskirts last night. Did everyone hear it? I heard it. I thought it was an earthquake. Man, that sound was so loud I thought some top-tier master was fighting. Just then, old Wu brought food over to the quiet corner table in front of him and asked caringly, Old Li, you haven't been here in a long time. What happened to the wound on your face? Zunguang hesitated for a few seconds, then answered calmly. The cats around here have been very aggressive lately. It's normal to get scratched. Old Wu sincerely advised. Then you shouldn't provoke them anymore. You guys take your time and eat. If you need anything, just call me. Zunguang smiled and teased the person opposite him. Looks like after you became a war general, you've gotten bold, daring to have your master pour you a drink. He tilted his head with a slight smile and continued. We've already fought and we've already had a drink. What's wrong with that? Shang Yang raised an eyebrow and stated, Master, you went easy on me. Zunguang sipped his drink and slowly explained. That's your illusion. You always feel that I don't use my full strength when I fight you, but the truth is, I've gotten old. He firmly retorted at once. I'm not stupid. Getting weaker because you're old, and holding back your strength are two things I can distinguish very clearly. He shrugged, ending the debate. Perhaps. But it doesn't matter. Then Junguang seriously changed the subject. But you've been to the training camp, right? How is that kid Zhongdu? Are you interested in taking him as a disciple after hearing this? Shangyang gave his honest and accurate assessment. His potential is extraordinary. He's only been at the camp for over a month and has already mastered 4 transcendent skills. Why don't you teach him yourself? Master, he sighed, complaining about himself. I'm old. I can't compare to you young folks. After thinking it over and over, you're still the most suitable. I can rest easy if I entrust him to you. He seemed to see through the truth and immediately exposed him. It's obvious that no one else wants to deal with you, right? Master. Also, don't make it sound like a deathbed entrustment. Whoever's kid it is, they should teach them. At this, Junguang decisively shifted to a more serious topic. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Recently, that guy in the northern capital has been restless. Have you been affected at all? Shangyang replied cautiously. I'm fine for now, but it seems he's looking for something. He worriedly expressed, to predict the future. I have a feeling a storm is coming. The path to level 6 has just shown a glimmer of hope, but who knows how many years it'll take to become common. I'm afraid we can't wait that long. Just then, Zhongdu stood before them and complained playfully, Hey, you started eating without me. The man smiled and explained gently, We waited half the day for you. Were we supposed to just starve? Stop fussing and sit down and eat. He picked up his chopsticks, sat at the table, and asked suspiciously, Say, you two didn't just get into a fight, did you? Your faces are all dirty and bruised? Seeing this, Junguang remained silent. Shangyang also took a sip of his drink to avoid the question. Just then, the man waved his hand to change the subject. Old Wu, come over here. Could you please take a picture for us? Old Wu enthusiastically agreed. Sure. He held up an iPhone and snapped a picture with a click. The photo captured a warm family moment with a hungry boy. Junguang looked in the photo on the phone and praised it profusely. This is a great shot. I'll send the original to you two. Zhongdu frowned, looking at him with suspicion. What's up with this old uncle today? He usually hates taking pictures the most, but today he actually asked for one, and even smiled so brightly. After finishing his meal, he stood up and politely excused himself. Uncle Li, Fang, you guys keep eating. Since I'm out of the barracks today, I have to go do my weekly mission. The man nodded casually. Go on. Shangyang smiled and gave a careful reminder. Be safe. Zhongdu stretched, feeling cheerful and ready. Time to get to work. Both of them felt happy as they watched his retreating figure. The scene shifts to a hall, where he looked doubtfully at the crowd around him. I can't believe a mission to catch, oi. A measly level 2 blood fiend would attract so many scavengers and members of the Night Watch. That blood fiend was discovered last night. Logically, with so many people trying to catch it, it should have been caught long ago. Zhongdu was confused and discreetly scanned the area. Could the Night Watch's locator be wrong? After thinking for a moment, he made a bold decision. Maybe I should just check the shadow plane. I might find a new clue there. Zhongdu felt power surging within him and teleported to the shadow plane. Ever since his strength advanced to level 2, although his ability to see health bars hadn't improved, his range of vision had expanded significantly. Just then, he looked up and was startled by a strange sight. Zhongdu's gaze locked onto the window of the building across from it. He quickly realized the problem. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. It turns out it was hiding in the adjacent residential complex. It's pretty good at hiding. Zhongdu grew excited as he saw his prey in sight. A level 2 blood fiend with 70% of its health bar remaining. A winnable fight. He immediately teleported to its location. The blood fiend turned its head in shock to look at him. Before it could even register what was happening, Zhongdu attacked without hesitation. Seeing the blood fiend scream in pain, he smiled in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Zhongdu satisfyingly held the syringe in his hand. He stuck it into the creature and began the process. I'll get some blood source for Yangzi's group, then I can use the blood source vial again. Meanwhile, the blood fiend shrieked in agony. At the same time, outside, the participants were startled and turned their attention toward the source of the sound. That noise is from the next complex over. At this moment, Zhongdu cleaned his ear and pouted, complaining. That scream almost deafened me. A second later, a group of people aggressively rushed in with a warning. "Don't move, Night Watch, hands up." He calmly and friendly announced the result. "Hello, I'm a scavenger with the Night Watch. I was just passing by and happened to find this blood fiend, which I've already taken care of. You can take the body back." Afterwards, as Jong-do and the group were carrying its corpse outside, they heard a strange scream. He felt a prickle of suspicion. "What's this situation? Is there another aberrant?" They quickly ran towards the commotion. Xiao Xiao had been captured by a blood fiend and was pleading in terror. "Help me!" Jong-do was stunned and called out Xiao Xiao's name. A Night Watch member raised his gun and shouted a warning. "Stop right there! You can't escape! Release the hostage now!" Hearing this, the creature angrily slashed her chest. Xiao Xiao looked at them with teary eyes. He was troubled, trying to assess the situation. Damn it, if I attack now, there's a high chance Xiao Xiao will die with it. Feeling anxious, Jong-do decided to use a skill. No other choice. I just have to try this. He created a magic circle. Witnessing this, a Night Watch member exclaimed in shock, "But what?" Feeling the oppressive aura surrounding it, the blood fiend roared in anger. Seizing the opportunity while it was distracted, Jong-do instantly leaped up and sliced its head off. With the job done, he landed lightly on the ground. Afterwards, Jong-do turned his head, smiled, and asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you okay?" Seeing her and everyone else frozen, Jong-do waved his hand a few times. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you scared stiff?" Xiao Xiao regained her composure and stammered a reply. Just then, Long Feng stepped in and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, young man. That was a really dangerous situation. It's a good thing you were here. We'll take this girl to the hospital." Xiao Xiao shook her head, politely declining the offer. "There's no need. I have anti-contamination medicine at my house," he cautiously asked. "But what if you run into danger on the way?" She suddenly hugged him and playfully explained her reason. "It's okay. He's my classmate. He'll take me home." Xiao Xiao smiled charmingly and asked, "Right, classmate Jong-do." He was bewildered. His mind was in a mess. What on earth is Xiao Xiao trying to do? She hasn't actually fallen for me, has she? Long Feng sighed in relief, agreed, and added a friendly reminder. "All right then, as long as someone with this guy around, there probably won't be any problems, but you two still need to be careful. A lot of blood fiends have been appearing in this area recently." She waved goodbye with a bright smile. "Don't worry. Goodbye, Mr. Night Watchman." He kindly reminded them one last time. "Be careful on your way." After completing the review, a team member hurriedly reported, "Leader, the check is complete. This blood fiend is the one that killed the 3 restaurant owners from before." Lam Fong was utterly horrified by the news. What? The next second, the reporter elaborated on the shocking case. The 3 victims were all in the same industry. Luckily that day, we managed to catch it. Otherwise, there would have been many more victims. He looked pensively at the confirmed victim's file. The scene shifts to Tutu's house. She hospitably and gently, Ani said, "Please come in." Looking around the house, Jang-do asked curiously, "Where are your parents? Are they not home?" Tutu casually explained the situation. "They're away on business. Normally, they're rarely home." Just then, he turned his attention to a small target. "Hey Tutu, since when did you have a pet rabbit? How come you never mentioned it?" Jang-do was engrossed in playing with it. "So ado." "Rabel, so chubby!" A second later, his eyes lit up, showing a craving expression that made the little rabbit jump in fright. Spicy braised rabbit must be delicious. She came closer and sincerely warned him, advising him not to get too close to it. Tutu shyly and sweetly continued, "Be careful, it might bite you." Hearing this, Jang-do gave a forced smile in agreement, while inwardly sighing to the heavens. "Is that so? Then I really should be careful." A bit, "Oh my god," dressed so seductively. "Is she trying to test me with this?" Flustered Jang-do decided to leave. "Since you're home safe now, my job here is done. I'll be going." She slyly tempted him. "You don't even want to have a cup of tea with your classmate Tutu," challenged him with a suggestive smile. Or should I say, "Are you scared?" After that, the two of them sat down for cake and tea. They, sat together watching TV. Jang-do, surprised to the point of blushing, secretly glanced at her. Strange. I felt something was off the last time we met. Tutu has really changed a lot. He gazed at her admiringly. Not just her face, but her figure has gotten better too. Could this be the legendary post-puberty glow-up? Just then, she took the initiative to express her gratitude. This is the second time. You've saved me. Jangdu smiled and then hesitantly made a suggestion. Yeah, what a coincidence. Maybe you should buy some self-defense items to carry with you. After all, it can't always be a coincidence. That you run into me. Tutu shook her head and refused bluntly. No need. If I really run into trouble, I'll just have to accept my fate. Who said I'm just an ordinary person? She caringly changed the subject. And asked? Oh, right. How has Yao Yao been doing at the barracks recently? He honestly described her daily routine, same as always. After training every day, she rests. When she's free, she talks to me. Hearing this, Tutu asked probingly, full of intent. Just talking, Jangdu answered nonchalantly. What else, Fatty Lou is with me too? She regretfully revealed. Oi. Her admiration, that's great. If I had tested to have the aptitude, I would be staying with you guys now too. It's not like we can't meet. We're still old classmates. Jangdu, smiled and comforted his friend. Don't overthink it. By the time you finish your exams, we'll be out of the barracks too. Then we can all go shopping, eat, and chat together. Suddenly, she unexpectedly hugged him, causing a stunned Jangdu to call out her name, Tutu. The two were pressed close together, hearts pounding. She skillfully wrapped her leg around him. Tutu hugged him tightly, nuzzling against him. He quickly pushed her away and asked in shock, Tutu, you know about me and Yao Yao, right? Why are you still doing this? She said nothing, remaining silent for a long time. A second later, Tutu looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and replied, I can't accept it. She let out all her mixed emotions and jealousy. Yao Yao is my best friend. She's beautiful, a good student, highly talented. Everyone likes her. I admire her. But at the same time, I'm jealous of her. I know it's not right to feel this way, but I can't help it. Tutu recalled a memory from the past, until one day, Yao Yao said, to me, she wanted to study music, not become a superhuman. I was so happy back then, thinking I could finally prove myself, so I tried my absolute best. She gave a faint, choked-up smile, swallowing the bitterness in her throat. But life seemed to mock me, turning all my efforts into dust. Xiao Xiao sorrowfully revealed the truth before them. She and I were from two different worlds now. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Her parents walked in, calmly discussing something. Who would have thought all three of them would die at the hands of aberrations? But I guess they got what they deserved. Although they were rivals for many years, their sudden passing was still unsettling. Seeing the scene before them, both sides were stunned into silence. They awkwardly called out Jangdu's name. He forced a wave to greet them. Xiao Xiao's father asked suspiciously if they were, but Jangdu quickly waved his hands and explained everything. It's not like that, sir, ma'am, it's not what you think. He quickly came up with an excuse. Oh right, I have something to do. I should get going. Her mother gently stopped him. You can leave after you've eaten. Jangdu politely declined. There's no need. My family has already finished cooking and is calling me home to eat. The man remembered some important news and announced it. That's right, I almost forgot. I just got a call saying our residential area has been locked down. Hearing this, he whipped his head around in alarm and asked, locked down outside. Stern-faced warriors stood guard one by one. Captain Lu looked around and gave clear orders. Jangdu hid. I hid behind the wall and quietly deduced the situation. Captain Lu was indeed leading the team here personally. And it didn't look like they were just locking down the complex. He cleverly came to a logical conclusion. It was like they were trying to catch something. After sweeping the area, a supervisor reported the situation grimly. Captain Lu, the contamination levels detected here are higher than in other complexes. We can confirm. The target is inside this complex. Captain Lu didn't hesitate and gave a decisive order. All squads, move out immediately. Hearing this, Jangdu mentally noted that the target was in this very building. The one with the blood lineage sovereign was really here. Just as he thought that, he noticed something unusual and looked over. Jiang Du saw the silhouette of a blood fiend and exclaimed in shock, "It really appeared, but isn't that the building where Xiao Xiao lives?" He analyzed the situation with a frown. The last 2 times, the blood fiends charged straight for Xiao Xiao. Could it be targeting her? Just then, it suddenly split into multiple bodies, hiding. Jiang Du sighed helplessly. "Oh man, it's pulling the cloning trick on me with so many. Which one am I supposed to follow?" as he was pondering. The blood fiend suddenly went through a portal. Soldiers quickly moved in to capture it. "Don't move. Surrender quietly." At that moment, more and more blood fiends suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned. As he watched from the shadows, Jiang Du quickly noticed something was off. "That's not right. These are all fakes. The real body isn't here." He suddenly jolted. Jiang Du spotted the true figure of it, and without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and dashed forward. "Don't even think about running!" Then, Jiang Du followed it through the portal. Stepping inside, he landed lightly on the ground as the blood fiend slashed directly at him, causing a terrifying explosion. It frowned, curiously probing its opponent. "Are you looking for me?" Jiang Du was bewildered by the strange resemblance. "This person is the blood lineage sovereign. Why does she look so much like my shadow form?" he wondered in confusion. "Strange. Why can't I see her health bar?" Without another word, she quickly dashed forward. Jiang Du and the girl charged at each other. The moment his fist went right through her body, he was stunned. Before Jiang Du could react, she used her ability to counter. "Attack!" He frowned, mentally calculating that this person's strength was much weaker than he'd imagined, posing almost no threat to him. But it seemed like his last attack also did nothing to her. If that's the case, Jiang Du thought as he gathered his power and clenched his fist, suddenly unleashing a spiral punch at her. After the attack, she returned to her original state as if completely unaffected. Jiang Du had now lost his composure. He roared, charging towards her. "Are you the blood lineage sovereign? Is the contamination of Van Hai's blood source you're doing?" She simply glided past him and appeared behind his back, her voice dripping with mockery. "Why don't you guess?" Jiang Du froze on the spot, staring in shock at the girl who was now behind him. She smirked tauntingly. "Too slow. The reason you weren't as decisive when hunting aberrations as in the video. Is it because you feel guilty about that blood fiend couple from before?" Hearing this, Jiang Du became furious and questioned her. "Why them? They were just small business owners. Why did you have to harm them?" She immediately retorted with a sharp tone. "Harm them? I clearly saved them." He angrily tried to attack her, but failed again. "Nonsense. Turning them into blood fiends is what you call saving. You only know how to turn that couple into aberrations. But do you know what their business was like?" The owner's younger sister was harassed by thugs, and a conflict broke out. The thugs called their boss, who claimed to be a superhuman. Their business of many years was destroyed in the blink of an eye. With a straight face, she reminded him. The aberrations never killed them, but the superhuman drove them to despair. Jiang Du, on the contrary, became even more frantic. "Shut up, you were just exploiting their hatred. You wanted to turn them all into your minions. And you're the mastermind behind all of this. I will never forgive you." With that, he charged at her again. She smirked, slowly transforming. "Is that so? Then who, in the end, is the aberration and who is the superhuman?" She suddenly took on the face of Zhao Zhao. Can you really tell the difference? Clearly, the moment Jiang Du saw her face, he froze instantly. His attack stopped dead in midair. In the guise of Zhao Zhao, she raised an eyebrow and questioned him. "What's wrong?" "Now that you know my identity, you don't dare to strike." She placed a hand on his chest and spoke softly. "Aberration or superhuman, none of it matters." As she spoke, she also leaned closer to Jiang Du. "What's important is me, isn't it?" He froze for a moment, unable to react. Seeing her chance, she got on her tiptoes, about to take another step forward. But her action was stopped by Jiang Du's hand. He frowned and warned her. "That's far enough. Xiao Xiao." She put on a pitiful expression again. "What are you talking about? What Xiao Xiao? I'm Zhao Zhao." Jiang Du bluntly exposed the truth. "Zhao Zhao doesn't know my true identity in my shadow form. Only you do. Back when I saved you, you were completely shocked when you saw me. Of course, you saw me. Besides, to be able to transform into a perfect copy of Zhao Zhao, other than you, Xiao Xiao, I can't think of a second person." Hearing this, she immediately lunged to attack. But Xiao Xiao only managed a few steps before being stopped by Jiang Du. She clutched her arm, her face full of resentment. To think that between two people with the same nature, the power gap could be this big. So, Xiao Xiao finally returned to her true form. Me, I am the culprit you mentioned who disturbed the peace of Van Hai. What about it? Kill me. Seeing Zhang remain silent, she slowly approached. Xiao Xiao's hand gripped his wrist tightly. I've made so many mistakes and killed so many people, so just kill me. She raised Zhang hand to her neck, not forgetting to put on a pitiful expression. Use a little force. It's very fragile. It'll snap in an instant. The moment she finished speaking, he granted Xiao Xiao's wish. Zhang punched her straight in the face, while his other hand quickly grabbed Xiao Xiao's ankle. Zhang used all his strength to slam her around in every direction. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Xiao Xiao couldn't react in time. He continued to swing her forcefully, throwing her into a wall. Not far away, some kind of liquid oozed out from Xiao Xiao and dripped to the ground. She trembled and complained resentfully. Zhang, you're not even human. How could you be so rough with a classmate? Hearing this, Zhang just nonchalantly replied, You're just a clone made of flesh and blood. Even if I kill you, it's completely meaningless. Those words left Xiao Xiao stunned. How did you know this is a clone? Is this also one of your abilities? Zhang pointed at her and rebuked. Don't worry about that. The you right now and the Xiao Xiao in my memory are two completely different people. Zhang questioned her seriously. Why did you become like this? Her expression immediately darkened. It seems you still don't understand. I've never changed. Xiao Xiao recounted grimly. My father was in the restaurant business, and for many years, he was constantly pressured by 3 competitors in the same industry. Old memories came flooding back because of it. They contacted the local mob and relentlessly harassed my father's life. They didn't even spare me and my mother. Zhang seemed to understand everything. So you sent the blood species to kill those 3 people. And to avoid suspicion, you deliberately let that blood species attack you. She didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right. When I saw those 3 scumbags die in front of me, I wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, I felt incredibly satisfied, because I could finally control the power I had always longed for. Zhang found it a bit hard to believe and immediately questioned her. So how on earth did you obtain this power? Xiao Xiao casually replied in a teasing tone, How did I get it? Would you believe me if I said I just found it on the street? Hearing that Zhang warned her seriously, I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now, she sighed in disappointment. It seems you don't trust me anymore. Whatever, you can think of me however you want. With that, Xiao Xiao let out a small laugh, and her entire body began to radiate her special ability. My old classmate, until we meet again. Seeing this, Zhang was startled and tried to stop her. Wait! Xiao Xiao, but before he could reach her, she vanished. Zhang dazedly touched what was left in the air, and couldn't help but stare thoughtfully at his palm. Zhang expression momentarily turned sorrowful as he looked up at the sky, his tone bitter. Xiao Xiao Yi Zhang pressed his lips together, staring intently at his hand. Xiao Xiao pondered thoughtfully. Throughout this entire fight, a health bar never appeared above her head, which proves she was most likely just one of the blood species clones, not the main body. Thinking this, Zhang became serious. And for them to go through all this trouble to stir things up in Van Hai, they must have a bigger conspiracy. It seems I need to train harder to increase my strength, otherwise I'll just be a sitting duck. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the silent atmosphere. Zhang had just answered the call when Xun Guang's piercing scream came through. Kid, where have you been? Why aren't you answering my texts? He calmly replied, I was on a mission. Have you guys investigated the source of the bloodline contamination yet? Hearing this, the man stopped shouting. It's related to your classmate, Xiao Xiao. We're issuing an all-out warrant for her arrest. For the next few days, Van Hai will be conducting a large-scale contamination check, so don't you go running around. Hearing that, Zhang replied, I know, I'll head back to the barracks after I finish eating. He was now somewhat certain of his suspicions. Even the Night Watch organization can't catch Xiao Xiao. It seems my guess was right. She and the power behind her are hidden very deep. The scene shifts to a Boinyo diner, where Zhang was currently piling food onto his plate. I probably won't be able to leave the barracks for a good meal for the next few days, so I better eat a lot. Suddenly, a girl approached him and offered, Hello? We saw you were alone, so we prepared a bear for you. Zhang was a bit surprised to see her. This little girl looks so much like Zhao. With that thought, Zhang turned to text her. Doesn't she look like you? Dao Zhao texted back sharply. Like my foot she does. Jiangdu teased back. How can a girl like you talk like that immediately after... She sent a picture with an accusation. She said, why Xiao Xiao sent me this picture and then blocked me? You better explain yourself. Jiangdu froze, staring blankly at the screen. Jiangdu gave a helpless smirk. Well played. You little green tea, Xiao Xiao. I already let you go once, and you still caused trouble behind my back. Jiangdu quickly tried to explain. That picture isn't real. Wait for me to get back and I'll explain it to you in person. Suddenly, a child's voice caught Jiangdu's attention. Daddy, that doll is so cute, he thought to himself. I feel like I've heard that voice somewhere before. Behind him, Deng Qi's wife was reminding her daughter. Your doll is very cute too. The little girl pouted. But I like that girl's doll more. Jiangdu was shocked to see that the family was actually Deng Qi's. Wasn't his daughter severely infected before? How was she discharged so quickly? A question arose in his mind again. Could he have really gotten the blood source vial from that mysterious person? He gently reassured Dong Hua. Just eat up nicely for now. And after you're done, Daddy will take you to the claw machine. You can get as many as you want then. Hearing this, the little girl obediently agreed. Okay. Jiangdu suddenly approached with a doll in his hand. Hey little one, this is for you. Seeing this, Dang Hua was overjoyed. Really, you're so nice. Dang Hua also spoke gratefully. Thanks, brother. He smiled, patting the little girl's head as he replied. You're welcome. Jiangdu thought to himself, ever since the incident at the Soduan Corporation, no more of those vials have been sold publicly. Now, blood source vials of unknown origin are circulating secretly, and I can't shake the feeling that it's connected to Xiao Xiao. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother, have we met somewhere before? The man answered seriously. It was probably just a passing encounter. Jiangdu secretly made a decision. The origin of the blood. Source vial, I'll have to find a chance to probe Dong Hua about it, but not today. I won't disturb their family reunion. She found it strange that he kept staring at the man's back as he left. Honey, what are you looking at? Deng Hua quickly turned his head and replied, It's nothing. I was probably mistaken? At the Night Watch organization's Point Verification Center, Ning Ning stepped forward to announce, You've been waiting a while. We've finished the verification. Your current score is 40 points. He couldn't help but ponder. Earlier, he saw the Transcendent Skill Handbook in the Night Watch organization's shop, and it costs 100 points to exchange for it. Looks like I still need to work harder. She continued to advise him thoughtfully. I still need to remind you, if you keep hunting aberrations at such a high frequency, you could very well be severely infected. As soon as she finished, she heard him say, Thanks. As Jiangdu walked, he decided to himself, this matter is settled. It's time to go back. Suddenly, his face froze, and he stared ahead in astonishment. Seeing the two girls in front of him, Jiangdu asked, What's wrong with you two and sitting next to each other, no less? Hearing him say that, they both jumped up in unison. Jiangdu saw the two of them shooting daggers at each other, and one spoke first. Jiao Jiao, who was beside her, immediately shot back at a puzzled Yangzi. I'm here to pick up Jiangdu, Yangzi replied. Naturally. While on the other side, he was about to make a run for it. Oh my god, what kind of catfight is this? I'd better slip away. But he failed. Jiangdu was grabbed, accompanied by her complaining voice. I knew you would try to run. Zhao Zhao angrily questioned him. That's why I came to the train station early to block you. Spill it. What's really going on between you and Xiao Xiao? Jiangdu pretended to know nothing. In broad daylight, give your man some face, will you? Hearing this, she quickly pulled her hand back and stammered, Don't talk nonsense, you are not my man. At that moment, Yangzi stepped up to provoke. So sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your man for a bit, she said proudly. You're not bad, kid. Killing 12 level 2 aberrations in 3 days, but you refused to get treated for the contamination. The Night Watch has been calling us non-stop, telling us to bring you back for treatment immediately. Hearing that, Jiangdu was secretly astonished. Holy crap. The Point Verification Center's operations are really fast. He then pretended to be innocent. Zhao Zhao, look, she spoke with a dismissive tone. Hurry up and get your contamination treated. Just looking at you is annoying. Lying on the bed, Jiangdu reminded her, Hey sis, can you not dress like that next time it's a bad influence? Hearing this, Yangzi replied nonchalantly, It's fine. I don't dress for other people to see. Her face flushed, red as she made a suggestion. From now on, I'll only dress like this for you to see. How about that? Hearing that, Jiangdu vehemently refused. Don't do it. Someone could die. Her goal achieved, Yang Zi laughed and teased. Scared now. Are we all dirty thoughts but no guts? All right, get up. The checkup is over. We'll have the results soon, but looking at the curve, the contamination is very light. Hearing this, he gave a faint smile and concluded, It's not very light, it's zero contamination. That confused her. Zero contamination. Suddenly, Jiangdu sat up and jumped to the floor. As he walked, he waved his hand and said, That's right, you can write the report now. My talent level is high. Mere level 2 aberrations can't contaminate me. This made Yang Zi suspicious. High talent, she secretly speculated. I heard that in this year's batch of students, there was someone with an unknown and heaven-defying rank status. Could it be him? Seeing the person in front of him? Jiangdu wondered to himself, Isn't this the doctor who did my eye exam once before? Why is he here? Suddenly, someone's voice called out. It was teacher Zhao Qi asking, Little Z, are you busy? Hearing this, Yang Zi replied, Yes, I just finished up. Did you just come from the lab, teacher? His face filled with alarm, secretly astonished. I can't believe he's a teacher for the medical department of the special training camp. He gave a gentle smile. I've had a new idea, and I'm preparing to implement it. Not long after, Zhao Qi quickly left. Teacher, I have something to do, so I'll be going. First, seeing this, she quickly said her goodbyes. Okay, goodbye, teacher. A look of pride filled Yang Zi's face as she began to speak. My teacher, Zhao Qi, the blood vial from before was his masterpiece. These words filled Jiangdu with admiration. He's truly amazing. But I've seen him before at the hospital's ophthalmology clinic. Why would a transcendent like him be working as a regular doctor? She slowly turned her face and gently explained, I only know that the professor came to the hospital to conduct a field survey to observe the contamination status of the patients. But as for the specific reason, I'm not too sure. Remembering something. Yang Qi quickly informed him. Oh right, the report is out. There really is no contamination. Hearing that, he replied, Okay, you can just file the report. I still have someone waiting for me. Jiangdu's expression gradually turned sinister. Since I'm already here, give me another vial of the blood-boosting potion. Hearing this, she yelled, You just used one 4 days ago. But her words fell on deaf ears. People's bodies are different. My talent is extraordinary. 4 or 5 days is enough for me to recover. Yang Zi was visibly annoyed. If something happens, I won't take responsibility for it. Just this one vial. No more. At that moment, Jiangdu was drinking some kind of dark concoction when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Before he could react, his body was instantly engulfed in smoke. Seeing this, she panicked and screamed, This is bad. As if he had reached his limit, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and passed out. Yang Zi caught him and called out, worriedly, Jiangdu. After some time, he woke up. Seeing this, she said joyfully, Thank heavens, if you didn't wake up soon, I would have had to report this to the camp. Jiangdu was startled, and quickly sat up. Don't report it. Haven't I already absorbed the potion's effects? It's fine. Yang Zi quickly reminded him. You've absorbed the effects, but you're also weak now. You can't even... Stand steadily, Jiangdu said arrogantly. Who says I'm fine? A real man has to be tough. A man's whole life is a night watch, always striving to be stronger. Night fell, blanketing the houses in flickering lights. As he opened the door, he thought to himself, Zhao Zhao still hasn't replied to my message. I hope she isn't mad because she waited too long. She was still half asleep at that moment and said, You're back. Jiangdu walked over and stroked her head. Did I wake you? Hearing that, Zhao Zhao quickly denied it. No, I was waiting for you. How did your contamination treatment go? Jiangdu smiled and said, It went very smoothly. Noticing something unusual, he asked with suspicion. Your leg is contaminated by an aberration. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Hearing this, her face remained calm as she replied, It's not a big deal, and it's already been treated. I just need to apply medicine on time while Jiangdu quickly activated his ability to heal her, not forgetting to remind her, Don't move! Let me try something! Zhao Jiao cried out in alarm. What are you doing? As he released pure energy, he thought to himself, My shadow devour can absorb and consume aberrations. I just don't know if it works on contamination. After using his ability, Jiang Du gently put her leg down and said apologetically, "Sorry, I couldn't draw it out." Hearing that, Zhao Zhao shyly replied, "Here, I've been using this for the past few days." As he poured the medicine into his hand, he said, "Since I can't draw it out, I can only use this liniment." While massaging her leg, Jiang Du reminded her, "Tell me if it hurts." Suddenly hearing a stifled cry, he reassured her, "Just bear with it for a moment. It's almost done." Zhao Zhao's face turned bright red, and she could only mumble in response. Jiang Du suddenly asked, "Your injury isn't light. Why did you still come all the way to the station to pick me up?" She quickly gave her reason. "I wanted to know what happened to Xiao Xiao, and I also wanted," she thought to herself, "to see you sooner." At this moment, he became serious. "Zhao Zhao, as I expected, we won't be able to see Xiao Xiao anymore." Hearing this, she became frantic and yelled, "What do you mean? What happened to Xiao Xiao?" After a lengthy explanation, Jiang Du said consolingly, "That's what happened. Her obsession was too strong, and she went down the wrong path, but now, even if she wants to turn back, it's impossible." Zhao Zhao's face became lifeless. "It's all my fault. After I joined the camp, I contacted her less often. If I had paid more attention and talked to her, maybe she wouldn't have, noticed something was wrong." He quickly covered her with a blanket and reassured her. "It would have been useless. She's that stubborn. She chose her own path. She wouldn't listen to anyone. I just hope that in her heart she still had a bit of kindness left. You should rest and recover. I'm going to read for a bit." Suddenly, Zhao Zhao gripped Jiang Du's arm tightly and pleaded, "Don't go!" Then she asked a question. "Jiang Du, you'll stay with me forever, right?" Jiang Du's face was filled with tenderness. "I will." A few days later, in a restaurant, How To asked, "Old Joe, how's your little Feng doing? Didn't you say before that he had a syndrome that prevented his blood from clotting?" He replied, "The Night Watch organization gave us 1 vial of blood source medicine. We sold our house to have someone buy a second vial, at least to keep him alive." Hearing that, he surmised it was another blood source medicine of unknown origin. He suddenly became serious. "Hey, I heard that after the Sojun Corporation fell, there's an underground company in East District 1 secretly selling vials of blood source medicine for the same price as the original." Old Joe was skeptical. "Is that real or fake?" Hearing this, How To just laughed and replied, "I've heard about it too, but who knows if you can trust it. You were eating while we were talking, but generally it's better than nothing. If it's true, then it's a way to save a life." He urged, "All right, let's drop it. Let's eat." After they finished their meal, Old Joe waved as he left. His hand, "How To, I'm heading to the hospital first. Thanks for everything today." Hearing that, he chuckled teasingly. "Do brothers like us really need to say that?" At that moment, Jiang Du was standing behind How To, who was hurriedly answering a phone call. "Brother Hu, aren't we making too much of a scene? The Night Watch is keeping a very close eye on things now." "I know. I'm on my way." Soon after, the call finally ended. Suddenly, black smoke materialized in front of Housie, and he panicked, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Zhang Yu emerged from the smoke and made an offer. "Where are you off to?" "Take me with you." The scene shifts to tall buildings under a crescent moon, where a group of terrifying aberrant species has gathered. Brother Hu exuded a dark, demonic energy. Furious, he yelled, "Damn it, who chose this batch of food? Why did you bring someone trained in a special military camp? Are you trying to get us all killed?" One of them suddenly spoke up. "Brother Hu, it was me." He quickly clasped his hands and explained, "I was capturing the food at the time. Who knew she would suddenly break free? Trying to play the hero and save people. We smelled that she was quite delicious, and we were afraid of causing a commotion. So we brought her back too." Hearing this, he furiously threw a punch and cursed, "You idiot!" Brother Hu suddenly pulled aside a red cloth, revealing a group of tied-up people underneath, their faces all showing looks of terror. He approached the iron cage, a sinister smile on his face. "So you're Xiao Di, the student from the special training camp?" Her face filled with anger as she screamed, "You people who willingly became bloodkin are all aberrant species, traitors to humanity. Where did this chick come from? Someone asked for his opinion? Brother Hu, what should we do now? We can't kill her and we can't let her go. Like this." He gave an order. Make a call and ask the boss. At this point, Brother Hu had moved to a corner, speaking with a respectful tone. Boss, it's me. There's something I need your instructions on. All right, I understand your intention. He turned back, his expression excited. The boss said he will personally turn her into one of us. As for the night watch, he will also take care of the feast, which will be held as usual. The aberrant species below heard this and immediately cheered. All right, long live Brother Hu, long live the boss. He pulled out a bottle of liquor and happily opened it. Splashed by the liquor, a female monster cooed, "How naughty." The aberrant species slowly approached and opened the cage doors. The people being dragged out were clearly panicking, begging nonstop, "No, I don't want to go out, help. Someone save me, please, spare me, I'll do anything. I'll be your workhorse." The female monster targeted one man and ordered in a seductive voice, "Hey little brother, come play a game with me. If you win, I'll grant you one wish. If you lose, I'll take a bite of your flesh." Meanwhile, Brother Hu sat down next to Xiao Di and said, "Want a drink?" "Oh, my apologies, I forgot your hands and feet are tied." Without another word, he pried open her mouth and poured the liquor down. "Then let me feed you." Suddenly, Brother Hu let out a twisted grin. "I just love watching you people trample all over each other. What's so great about the Night Watch anyway? Aren't you just a little more talented than us, and aren't you still being played by us?" Hearing those words, a terrified Xiao Di questioned him. What are you going to do?" He gave a disgusting smile. "To be honest, after I became a bloodkin, I've never eaten the flesh of a superhuman like you before." Brother Hu grazed her neck with his nail while speaking in a mocking tone, thinking to himself, it will definitely be a delicacy. Faced with this threat, Xiao Di could only pray silently for help. "Someone, save me!" At that moment, someone's finger suddenly flipped a light switch. Brother Hu was shocked and annoyed. "What's going on? Who turned off the lights?" All the spotlights simultaneously focused on one spot. On the stage. Two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surprising everyone. Zhang Yu pushed the person in front of him forward while saying sarcastically, "A bunch of food! Good evening!" Haozi screamed in panic, "Run! Brother Hu!" She immediately recognized the newcomer and lit up. "Brother Yuzi! It's Brother Yuzi, here to save us!" The other man roared in anger. "Where did this punk come from? Daring to ruin our fun? Brothers, get him and chop him up for a snack?" The aberrant species received the order and answered in unison. Streams of power shot out, all relentlessly, aiming for him. Brother Hu's face grew smug. "Let's see how crazy you can get." Xiao Di prayed silently. "Brother Yuzi, please be okay." He hadn't been swarmed by the aberrant species for long, when Zhang Yu unleashed his power, suppressing them all. At that moment, a terrifying source of lightning erupted from around him. Suddenly, she appeared from nowhere and threw her arms around Zhang Yu. "This is great, I knew that with Brother Yuzi's strength, we would definitely be fine." He quickly asked, "Xiao Di, what are you doing here too? Did they capture you?" She didn't seem to be listening, just answering vaguely. "I just happened to run into them on the street. I didn't expect to fall for their trap. It's a good thing you came, or I would have been dead by now." The man's face twisted with rage as he yelled, "You punk! You actually dared to hurt my brothers! And now you want to steal my snack!" As he finished speaking, Brother Hu unleashed a wave of power and attacked, courting death. Zhang Yu wasn't worried at all. It's not certain who's courting death yet. Shadowless. Step! At that moment, both streams of power collided violently. Realizing something was wrong, he screamed in pain, hiding behind Zhang Yu. Xiao Di interrogated him. "Who is your big boss?" Brother Hu obediently confessed. I'll talk. I only know his last name is Liu." "Are you asking if there's a higher level above him?" he replied. "I don't know about that, I only ever contact him, so even if there is someone above him, I wouldn't know." At this, Zhang Yu's face turned cold as he growled, "If you don't know anything, then there's no use in keeping you alive." Brother Hu became terrified, his voice stuttering. "My lord, spare me, I really don't know about the higher-ups." Sensing something was wrong, he grew worried. More people are coming. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the door, erupted, and a group of people stormed in. "Night watch on duty, nobody move!" Brother Hu rushed over and hugged the leg of one of them, crying. "Sir, save me! We were attacked by a shady person. He threatened me. I almost died. Thank goodness you guys came. Hurry and arrest him. Hearing this, he quickly scanned the area but didn't notice anything. Xiao Di stepped forward to accuse him. Officer, don't listen to his nonsense. It's clear these mutated bloodkin captured us for food. If it wasn't for Duzija, we would have been devoured long ago. Hearing the key point, he speculated, could Duzigo be that wandering scavenger who was famous online a while back? Suddenly, a voice came through his earpiece. How are things on your end? He replied. There was a small incident, but luckily no personnel were injured. The bloodkin leader and his subordinates have all been captured. The other side replied, That's good. We've also identified the location of the mastermind, Liu, and are preparing to arrest him. In the shadows, Zhang Yu observed silently. If the patrol team has already caught the fish, then I don't need to make another trip. But is that Liu guy really the mastermind boss? As he sank into the ground, he thought, Forget it. There will probably be more clues later. Today's haul wasn't small, enough to last a week. My stamina is almost depleted. I need to go back and recharge. Noticing something strange, she silently speculated that Duzige's aura seemed to have vanished. He must have left already. In just 1 month, he's become so strong, and that arrogant behavior is very similar to the Great Demon King from the special training camp. The scene changes, and Yang Zi spoke with doubt. You've already drunk 10 vials of the blood-burning potion. Theoretically, that should have cost you 3 years of your life, but your life signs show no damage at all. Now I'm getting more and more suspicious about your body's composition. Zhang Yu didn't pay any mind to her words. I'm right here. You can take a look. Hearing this, she reached out her finger and said, Even the equipment can't detect anything unusual. How could I possibly see it with my naked eye? Suddenly, Yang Zi moved closer to him. But I believe that one day, I'll find out what secret your body is hiding. She turned away. From now on, you can take the potions and drink them yourself. Zhang Yu was confused. I don't need the device anymore, Yang Zi explained. That device is just to monitor your life signs in case of any accidents. Your body is very stable when you take the potion now, so it's not needed anymore. He voiced his thoughts. Even so, I felt more at ease with the device. She replied smugly. Is it because you get to see Bai Ti that you feel more at ease suddenly? Yang Zi seductively moved closer. Or maybe I should call you every day from now on so you can see Bai Ti. Zhang Yu became flustered. Zhao Zhao will find out. No, it's that my heart has gotten stronger and I don't have time. You didn't record what I just said, did you? She held out her phone and replied smugly. Of course I did. Next time, bring me 20 vials of a bloodkin's heart's blood for me. Otherwise, I'll send this recording to Zhao Zhao. He was confused. He raised his finger and scrolled through the news. A certain Mr. Liu, the mastermind of today's bloodkin riot, has been apprehended. Don't move. Let me read the news. An article appeared. According to the confession of the boss, Mr. Liu, one day they discovered an entrance to the Shadow Realm and wanted to report it. But they saw a red crystal fall from the entrance and greed momentarily took over, so they touched it. They never expected that this thing was actually what a special bloodkin turns into after death. Also, known as a progenitor. Under its influence, his life was turned upside down and began to change. Initially, he intended to help the patrol team, but faced with such a rapid surge in power, those thoughts were quickly cast aside. He began to grow his clan and spread the special bloodkin infection, recruiting subordinates, securing fresh blood sources, and contaminating the blood source to accelerate recovery. This type of bloodkin is very skilled at disguise. Even members of the patrol team could be tricked if not careful, let alone ordinary people. The boss, Mr. Liu directly, went to food markets, in shopping centers. The contaminant spread quickly from person to person. He also secretly opened a factory to produce various blood-based potions. In reality, it was based on the progenitor's unique properties to create a counterfeit potion. Facing interrogation by the patrol team, Mr. Liu confessed to his crimes and handed over all the evidence. Seeing this, Zhang Yu silently thought before. They used Yun Hai to turn the world upside down. Even Xiao Xiao was implicated. And now the mastermind has caught this easily. It's a bit anticlimactic. Looks like I'll have to personally take a trip to the potion factory to check it out. Realizing there was nothing else to do, he quickly left. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. At that moment, the night watch was gathered at the scene. Inside, an officer was reviewing the situation on a tablet. Nearby were boxes full of evidence. Just then, Zhang Yu sneakily stole one of them. He held it in his hand, astonished. He looked at it with curiosity. I can't believe there's really a factory making counterfeit blood source potions. I thought it was a lie, Zhang Yu wondered, offering a logical deduction. But a bloodline awakener can already make the potions themselves. Is a factory really necessary? Although a factory can improve packaging efficiency, it's also very easy to expose. He stared intently at the potion in his hand. This potion couldn't have some trick to it, could it? Without another word, Zhang Yu downed the entire potion in one go. A second later, he frowned and crossed his arms in thought. Noticing the strange taste, Zhang Yu's eyes widened in bewilderment. What this thing tastes like soda and it's tangerine flavored. While it has some effect, at most it can only keep you alive. It can't heal you. He tossed it aside and shrewdly began to connect the dots. Clue. So the real boss behind all this is that Liu person. Did they do all this just to get rich selling a potion? As soon as he thought that, Zhang Yu snapped back to reality and began to ponder. Wait a minute. If the blood source vial is a fake laced with chemicals just for flavor, then how was Deng Qi's daughter Huo cured? He anxiously came up with an even more complex theory. Could it be that the counterfeit blood source vials on the market aren't all the same type? The person they caught was just a pawn thrown to the wolves. Looking at her wanted poster. Zhang Yu cautiously voiced his doubts. And what about Xiao? Xiao, what role does he play in all this? He dialed a number and quickly set off to find Deng Ke and ask him first. At the same time, his phone emitted an error tone. The number you have dialed is currently switched off and please try again later. Zhang Yu was annoyed and confused. What is going on? Why would his phone be off at a time like this? He glanced worriedly at the bus. Don't tell me something's happened without hesitating. Zhang Yu quickly boarded the vehicle. As soon as he stepped on, he anxiously looked around. Zhang Yu was shocked to find a key clue. There were no blood veins. Could it be a clone of Xiao Xiao? The bus immediately started moving. Just then, Deng Ke transformed into a pale-faced middle-aged man. Noticing something unusual, he secretly peeked and confirmed there was no health bar. It was him. At the bus stop, he got off at a steady pace. Deng Ke slowly snuck into an alley. Sensing he was being followed, he frantically turned his head. Who's there, Deng? Ke frowned, doubting himself. Was it just my imagination? He transformed back into his youthful appearance. At that moment, Zhang Yu, hidden in the shadows, watched the transformation with a frown. No wonder the Night's Watch could never find any leads on him. Afterwards, Deng Ke entered his house. Without a word, he started kicking things around. Deng Ke decisively smashed the objects around him. Watching this strange scene, Zhang Yu wondered to himself what on earth this guy was trying to do. He walked towards the bathroom and pulled back the shower curtain. Inside the tub was Deng Ke's student form. Seeing the situation, he smirked mockingly. It's dead, right on time. Deng Ke opened his mouth, his soul leaving his current body. And then he went straight into the mouth of the other body. The very next second, Deng Ke in his new body immediately opened his eyes. He decisively shot up from the tub. Deng Ke disgustedly slashed the old body to pieces, which then spawned a terrifying aberration. It tried to escape, looking for a way out everywhere. The aberration crashed into the window, then turned and smashed into the wall. He raised his hand and absorbed all the aberration's essence into his body. After finishing, Deng Ke gleefully dripped the product into a vial. Success! A fresh blood source vial. The next morning, at a massive apartment building, Deng Ke stood at a door and knocked gently twice. His wife cheerfully opened the door to greet him. You're here! Deng Ke nodded and smiled in greeting. Just then, a little girl excitedly ran out to meet him. Uncle, look, this is my new home. It's so pretty and so big, Deng Ke asked gently. It seems you really like the new house. It's a shame your dad is still on a business trip, so he could only ask me to come and help you and your mom. He smiled brightly and presented his 2 prizes. Here, I brought you lots of tasty soda. The little girl politely accepted the gift with a bright smile. Thank you, Uncle. The woman then asked seriously, Is it all taken care of? Deng Ke lowered his head and confirmed, It will all be over very soon. After finishing his business, he quickly left. On the street, Deng Ke let out a weary sigh. At that moment, Zhang Yu's deep voice broke the silence, commenting on his apparent relief from being a suspect. Startled, he quickly glanced behind him. Who's there? Zhang Yu's voice grew sharp. I just read the news. A local thug who used to bully a university student ended up dying from blood source contamination and mutating at the hands of that student. And that same student eventually died because he couldn't withstand the contamination. Jong-yu implicitly revealed the heart of the matter. But no one would have guessed that both of them were actually long dead. This entire affair was just a play you directed and starred in using your abilities. He sharply exposed the truth. And your only goal was to get their blood to create the blood source vial. Am I wrong? Jong-yu coldly called out Dong-Kei's name. His body began to transform as he sarcastically decided to admit it. I can't believe a plan I arranged for so long was discovered by you. Dong-Kei returned to his original form and expressed his admiration. As expected of Brother Yu-Zi, you're still as sharp as ever, he asked curiously. When did you start suspecting me? Was it when we met in the East 2nd District, or even earlier? Jong-yu answered calmly, without hiding anything. When Huo was contaminated by the blood source, I already had my doubts. And back in the East 2nd District, you were the first one on the scene. Dong-Kei shrugged, mocking himself. Is that so? I even intentionally let the blood fiends surround and attack me, but it seems I still couldn't fool you. Jong-yu sadly expressed his deep disappointment. No, even though I had my suspicions, I never thought it was really you. Dong-Ke, you weren't supposed to be this kind of person. What on earth happened to you? His expression turned bitter. It's true, I'm not that kind of person, but I did it for my family. Then, Dong-Ke resolutely transformed into an aberration. Even if it means becoming a monster, what is there to regret? He surged forward in a flash, full of fighting spirit. The two clashed violently, creating a shockwave that echoed throughout the area. Jong-yu offered a serious piece of sincere advice. Turn yourself into the Night's Watch. It's not too late to turn back now. Dong-Ke asked in surprised disbelief. The Night's Watch. He kicked Jong-yu aside and choked out. If they could have helped, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Dang-Kwa growled, his voice heavy with criticism. My wife and daughter are suffering from the torment of bloodline contamination. Besides the blood source vials, there's no other way, but an ordinary person like me can't afford them. So I could only take fresh blood from others to make medicine to prolong my wife and daughter's lives. He was disheartened and sobbed in helplessness. I thought things were getting better, but who knew this was just the beginning? Their bodies are constantly in a state of mutation, and the fresh blood can't be stopped. I had no other choice. I couldn't just stand by and watch my wife and child die in front of me. Dang-Kwa raised his fist and declared forcefully, So no one can stop me, not even you! He then threw a direct punch straight down. A second later, Jang-Du quickly blocked the attack. After listening, he frowned and questioned him. Is that so? Then what about the new house Dang-Kwa didn't understand? Standing, frozen for a moment, what Jang-Du smirked, exposing the lie. That house isn't cheap. You made quite a bit of money selling those blood source vials, didn't you? He ruthlessly stripped away the entire facade. This whole for my family thing is just an excuse. Jang-Du unhesitatingly struck at his greed, power, and privilege, motives similar to the Slayers in Tower of God. The wealth that power brings is what you truly desire, he emphasized. A profound philosophy. Malice is a deep well, and greed is a gallows of one's own making. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang-Du kicked him straight in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Dong-Kwa was sent flying by the surprise attack and crashed into a utility pole. He furiously and contemptuously challenged. Are you finally getting serious? Dang-Kwa arrogantly revealed his true nature. Fine by me. I won't hide it anymore. He leaped forward while aggressively declaring war. Come on, let's fight to the death. Dang-Kwa used an aberrant skill, stabbing straight into the ground, but he didn't see him below. Realizing the intent to ambush, he looked up. Dang. Kwa quickly used his ability to counterattack. Seeing the situation was bad, Jang-Du moved back. As Dong-Kwa smugly leaped high into the air, continuing his assault, Dang-Kwa roared and used a sharp technique to stab at him. Jang-Du cleverly parried the attack with flashes of lightning. He arrogantly and excitedly taunted. What's wrong? Mr. Du-Tu, is this all the power you have? A high-ranking shadow type is nothing special after all, not letting him gain the upper hand. Dang-Kwa manifested tentacles that enveloped the area. Jang-Du grimaced, blocking with his lightning swords in front of him. Dang-Kwa casually wrapped them around the sword, then swung his arm, flinging him into the air. He threw Jang-Du, sending him crashing into the building ahead. A second later, Dang-Kwa rushed in to check. Seeing no one, he furiously yelled, Damn it, where are you? Just then, Jiang Du suddenly attacked Dong Qua from behind, but before he could land a blow, Dong Qua used his tentacles to bind him tightly. Dang Qua cunningly crossed his arms and laughed heartily. How naive. Mr. Du, I just showed a small opening and you fell for it. I know you too well. Your techniques, your methods, and your fighting habits. All of it. I know them clearly. He arrogantly declared, If I wanted to kill you right now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. At that moment, Jiang Du gave a cold smile and calmly replied, Is that so? I think you're the one who's been tricked. He bravely issued a final warning. Look at your feet. In just an instant, a strange blue aura completely surrounded Dong Qua. Before he could react, he was startled by a violent tremor. The ground suddenly cracked open. Dang Qua lost his footing and fell freely. He was transported to another gloomy place, the Shadow Plane. Dang Qua looked up and sneered with contempt. You think you can beat me just by entering the Shadow Plane? He angrily and coldly threatened. You think I can't find you just because you're hiding in the shadows? I am a person of the blood lineage. Even if I can't see you, I can smell the fresh blood in your body. Hearing this, Jiang Du smiled mockingly. You really do understand my fighting style well. He confidently revealed his tremendous improvement, but that was the old me. The me of now has gone through Van Hai's training and has been completely reborn. To deal with you, I don't even need to use sneak attacks. Disbelieving and angry, Dang Qua charged forward like lightning, speaking arrogantly. Your shadow type wants to fight my blood type head-on. Jiang Du casually closed in on him and briefly asked, Die. He unleashed a powerful attack, pinning Dong Qua down. Feeling the immense strength, he was filled with astonishment. Impossible in terms of physical strength, a shadow type can't overpower me. What in the world is this? At that moment, Dang Qua froze, his eyes wide open. He was stunned by the ability revealed before him. It was the power of the bloodline. Without further delay, Jiang Du tensed up and closed in on Dong Qua. He decisively slashed across his chest. Dong Qua clutched his wound in pain and tried to flee. Next, Jiang Du chopped off his demonic arm. He dodged and then slashed at his legs. Before he could even react, he screamed in agony. Dang Qua, having lost all 4 limbs, fell backward onto the ground. Now, he was desperately dying, accepting his defeat. As expected of Mr. Du, just like the powerful warriors in God of High School. I thought I'd have a chance after gaining this power, but this is fine too. At least I'll die by your hands. Do it. Mr. Du? Jiang Du stood silently, his expression unchanging. He quietly watched Dang Qua gasping on the ground. Seeing Jiang Du's inaction, he sneered contemptuously. What's wrong? Can't bring yourself to do it. Then, Dang Qua remorsefully confessed the truth. Actually, the blood source contamination that affected Hoa Hoa and her mother was caused by me. He let out a long sigh. Then, Dang Qua continued his story with a pained expression. I brought a fragment of the bloodline locus home. From that day, the bloodline corruption gradually infected them. He raised his hand as if trying to grasp something. You're right, my family was just an excuse. I was the one who wanted power. But the influence and immense power didn't bring me any sense of security at all. The countless blood debts kept me awake every night. But by the time I came to my senses, it was already too late. I had no way to turn back. Dang Qua covered his face and sobbed, pouring out his heart. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm truly filled with regret. I regret that my greed dragged my family into this. Now, I don't want anything at all. I just want my family to live. Jiang Du shook his head and questioned him sternly. But the price for that was the lives of others. If your family knew about this, would they still want to live? He looked into the distance with a pensive expression. Jiang Du made a final decision. I won't kill you, but your crimes will be judged by the Night's Watch organization. Out of respect for our acquaintance. I hope you can finally answer me honestly. Jiang Du asked bluntly about its origin. Where exactly did you get your divinity fragment? Dang Qua gave a faint smile and answered honestly. If I told you I just found it on the street, would you believe me? Hearing this, Jiang Du furrowed his brow in thought. Xiao Xiao said the same thing. Could they have really just found it on the street? A second later, his sharp mind immediately spotted the problem. That's not right. How could a divinity fragment just be found lying around? Someone must have intentionally placed it there to lure them in. At that same moment, He was suddenly suffocated as a strange aura drained the air around him. Seeing this, Jiang Du panicked and quickly shouted, "Dang Qua, what's wrong?" In the blink of an eye, he was quickly engulfed in a circle of fire. The person who had just attacked, in the form of a variant, was Zhao Qi. Seeing his ferocious expression, Jiang Du's face tensed up defensively. So there's still another bloodline divinity? As soon as he finished speaking, tendrils of fire crept into Dang Qua's body. Seeing this, Jiang Du decisively struck out with his sword. Instantly, he was saved and fell to the ground. Zhao Qi furiously and aggressively threatened, "Get out of my way!" He launched a barrage of blood-soaked fire bolts towards him. Jiang Du skillfully dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He closed in on Zhao Qi and swung his hand, forming a sharp blade. The man quickly summoned high-level variants. Jiang Du saw the situation was not good and instinctively took a few steps back. Zhao Qi seized the opportunity to strike at Dong Qua. Just then, he wretchedly coughed up blood. As the man pulled a life stone from inside his chest, he unable to stop him in time. He cried out in absolute terror, "Dang Qua!" Then, Zhao Qi raised his hand and retrieved the stone. He didn't hesitate to absorb all of its energy. Seeing Zhao Qi about to go through the portal, Jiang Du shouted for him to stop. He unleashed his power, sending the high-level variants flying. "Get the hell out of my way!" Jiang Du shot out a sharp cord, which immediately pierced the mask, causing it to fall to the ground. Jiang Du looked up suspiciously and asked, "You are..." He was stunned by the real face behind the mask. "Dr. Zhao." Jiang Du froze for a few seconds upon seeing the person in front of him. The man, surprised, asked curiously, "You know me?" Jiang Du said nothing, warily getting into a fighting stance. The high-level variants all rose up aggressively. Zhao Qi coldly delivered his verdict. "You and Dang Qua have reminisced. I already gave you 2 time. Now, it's best if you just retreat." Hearing this, Jiang Du gave a scornful sneer. "Retreat? You want me to let the mastermind behind all this go?" The man smiled and quickly denied his crimes. "You're mistaken. Dang Qua was the one who committed the murders and released the poison. I didn't do anything at all." Jiang Du was furious, mocking the blatant lie. "What do you mean you didn't do anything? Who gave the bloodline divinity fragments to Xiao Xiao and Dang Qua?" He indignantly tightened his grip on his sword. Whether it was Dang Qua or Xiao Xiao, it doesn't matter. They were all just pawns of yours. You used them to cause the bloodline corruption incidents time and time again. Jiang Du fearlessly exposed all of his crimes. You dragged innocent people into this, turning them into variants. And then blood fiends. To get more blood fiend samples, you researched the blood waste serum. I'm not wrong. Am I? Dr. Zhao Qi's face darkened as he spoke with displeasure. "I didn't want any more trouble." Zhao Qi gritted his teeth and viciously ordered the variants, "But you know too much." Jiang Du stood calmly in place, swinging his sword and sending them flying to the side, then quickly teleported behind the man. Before he could attack, Zhao Qi cleverly blocked the blow. The schemer calmly assessed, "That speed was very fast, it seems. You weren't using your full strength when you fought Dong Qua." Zhao Qi sneered, turning around with a look of disdain. "But against me..." He narrowed his eyes and declared clearly, "You're just digging your own grave." Instantly, Jiang Du was ambushed by sharp flames. Realizing a direct confrontation was a bad idea, he quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Du vanished in a cloud of dust. He circled behind him and boldly declared war. "You're the one courting death!" Zhao Qi's face went cold as he used tentacles to wrap around and protect his body, not letting him escape. Jiang Du swung his sword, severing the tentacles. Without another word, he immediately leaped up, but Zhao Qi nimbly dodged the attack. Jiang Du narrowed his eyes and roared aggressively, trying to run. He unleashed countless sword strikes in all directions. Jiang Du confidently launched a powerful skill. "Take a shot from my shadow ball." At that moment, the sphere burst open into a net that trapped him. Zhao Qi was panicked, his body stuck fast in the spider-like web. Seeing his target had been hit, Jiang Du, immensely pleased, declared firmly, "This time you won't be able to fly away even if you grow wings." He frantically decided to unleash his ultimate move, activating his killing intent. As a pressive skill line struck his sharp blade, Zhao Qi fearfully tried to protect his life stone. However, Zhang Yu shockingly managed to injure him. Zhao Qi saw him touch his only treasure and flinched. He furiously threw him back with the suffocating killing intent. Get lost. The next second, Zhang Yu slammed into the wall. Zhao Qi unhappily straightened his clothes and said sarcastically, "I admit I underestimated you, but unfortunately, you're still no match for me." Zhang Yu calmly retorted without flinching, "Is that so? You cleverly used the life stone. But what if you don't have this?" The man was choked up at a loss for words. Zhang Yu smugly tightened his grip on the object in his hand. "I'll be holding on to this for you." Zhao Qi lost his composure and roared, in anger, "Give it back to me!" He aimed his tentacles right at him. Zhang Yu, anticipating the move, leaned in and provoked him confidently. "You want it?" He blocked the lightning bolts in front of him and directly challenged, "Come and get it yourself." Seeing the blurry haze surrounding him, Zhao Qi gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, is this his true power? If I had known, I should have taken the fragment one step ahead before he found it. He resentfully thought to himself, unwilling to accept it. Always just one step behind. Zhao Qi painfully recalled the hard days he spent researching a drug to resist the abyss. He lost sleep for countless days and nights, pouring all his energy into it. But when he was just one step away, his research was suddenly ordered to a halt by his superiors. 10 years of dedication was thrown away with a single sentence. I couldn't accept it. I was desperate. I was filled with hatred. I couldn't just fail like that. And at that moment, a voice screamed from within my heart. Just then, a mysterious, demonic voice echoed. "Are you calling for me?" He remembered that fateful moment, the day the abyss appeared before him, offering him the blood-type status fragment. Zhao Qi reached out, making a desperate decision. Humanity has abandoned me. He bowed his head to the dark power. I surrender to the abyss. Zhao Qi began to act in secret, and to avoid prying eyes, I divided the status fragment into multiple parts for those who needed it. Through them, I collected a large number of blood species samples. Continuing my research, those fragments then, through absorbing the host's blood energy, grew stronger. He dreamed of the glory of his grand plan. Finally, I can retrieve all the blood-type status fragments and stand at the pinnacle of this world, returning to the present. Zhao Qi growled with determination, affirming, "It wasn't easy to get this far. How could I possibly give up?" He erupted in anger, then took out 2 mysterious vials. "If you all look down on the drug I've researched," Zhao Qi madly drank it all in one go. "Then I'll show you its power." Instantly, he was surging with power. Zhao Qi quickly swung his giant hand, and realizing the impending danger, Zhang Yu soberly hid himself within the shadows. This guy has such immense power, even without the fragment. I should take a step back, for now. At the same time, a barrage of fire droplets seeped inside, and in the blink of an eye, he dragged him out. Zhang Yu was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible, he actually managed to break through the shadow dimension. At this, Zhao Qi gave a smug, mocking smile. Surprising. Isn't it the ingredients in my researched potion were specifically designed to counter the abyss? He proudly explained its other uses. And of course, it also contains components to counter your shadow-type abilities. Zhao Qi declared arrogantly while attacking all the shadows, "My potion is clearly outstanding." Yet those higher-ups refused to take it seriously. He angrily gritted his teeth and retorted loudly, "What was that about it causing terrible contamination to the human body? Complete nonsense! Isn't transcendent contamination the same thing? But my potion can unleash power even greater than that of a transcendent." Zhao Qi frantically threw him towards a spatial gate. And this is the proof. Zhang Yu immediately crashed back into the real world. He was exhausted, panting heavily. This is bad. After fighting several battles in a row, my shadow points are almost depleted. And this guy's combat power keeps increasing. Am I really out of chances? Just then, the man advanced menacingly step by step with intimidating fireballs. Zhang Yu fell into a spiral of pessimism, panting as he wondered. Is my path as a transcendent going to end here? Zhao Qi arrogantly held out his hand and ordered, "Hand it over, and I won't have to get my hands dirty." He grimaced in silence. Then Zhang Yu slowly reached into his coat. Heat stone. Zhao Qi happily reached out to take it. That's more like it. Before he could grab it, Zhang Yu quickly pulled his hand back. He stood firm with an iron will, refusing to surrender. "I'd rather die than give this to you." Zhang Yu closed his eyes and swallowed the object in his hand, and in an instant, a powerful energy surged through his body. Witnessing this reckless act, the man was stunned and exclaimed, "You're insane!" Zhang Yu stumbled to his knees, coughing a few times. Zhao Qi sneered with contemptuous certainty. Foolish. The danger of fusing with a status fragment is immense. Swallowing it whole is just asking for death. He arrogantly held out his hand. Forget it. For better or worse, I am a doctor. Zhao Qi decided sinisterly to grant him a favor. I'll be merciful and put you out of your misery early. However, Zhang Yu suddenly made the power and rage vanish in a flash, disappearing. Seeing this, the man jumped back, his eyes wide. Zhao Qi was terrified, his face pale, as he stammered, "How can I not feel the fragment's presence anymore?" Finally, he smirked and calmly explained it was a bit hard to swallow, but it's much better now. Zhang Yu calmly assessed the strange meal. The taste is also not bad. It tastes a bit like dragon fruit. Hearing this, he roared in fury. Stop posturing. You think a godhead fragment is just food? Seeing Zhao Qi prepare to attack, Zhang Yu calmly replied. At that very moment, a massive explosion erupted between them. From within the dust and smoke, he calmly revealed a shocking secret. It seems you didn't know that the blood fiends are food for the Shadowkin. Zhang Yu stomped hard on the ground and confidently announced that the blood lineage godhead fragment you've always coveted. In the silent space, he evolved to a new level, then concluded with certainty, has been completely absorbed by me. Completely. Hearing this, the man was stunned as sweat poured down like rain. Zhao Qi broke down, screaming in agony. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I did all of that, only for you to make it all for nothing. He threw his head back and screamed at the sky. Are you kidding me? Just then, numerous vials scattered across the ground. Zhao Qi quickly upgraded into a high-level blood fiend. He bitterly shouted with hatred. Kill enraged. Zhao Qi flailed his limbs wildly, teleporting from one spot to another. Zhang Yu skillfully dodged those erratic moves. He happily whispered to himself in his mind, after absorbing the godhead fragment, my speed and reflexes have increased dramatically. Zhang Yu's senses expanded to an incredible degree. Moreover, I can even feel his blood flowing and predict his movements. He charged forward with overwhelming momentum. Next, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate to press the attack. Let me test this blade. Seeing the weapon attract all. The matter, he exclaimed excitedly. Interesting. This blade also has a lifesteal effect. Zhang Yu, thrilled, immersed himself in analysis. Not only can it drain blood, but more importantly, it can also block the opponent's healing. Seeing his calm demeanor, Zhao Qi roared in fury and charged forward. Zhang Yu curled his lip into a contemptuous smirk, while the man frowned and unleashed his fiery power at full capacity. Zhao Qi erupted with power, knocking him high into the air. Annoyed, Zhang Yu retreated a few steps. He frowned, thinking carefully. I just tried to slip into the shadow plane, but failed. It seems this form has restrictions on my shadow-type abilities. Without hesitation, the man summoned a stream of acidic blood. Witnessing this, Zhang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. That's a ridiculous amount of blood. Did he use so much force in that last move that he ruptured his own blood vessels? Startled, he looked closely and saw the bright red blood corroding the ground. Zhang Yu instinctively jumped back in alarm. It's also corrosive. 2! Zhao Qi let out a cunning, triumphant laugh. Just noticed, it's too late. He mercilessly cursed with deep resentment. Just melt away in hell. Zhao Qi unleashed a massive amount of blood and roared furiously, anticipating his intent. He quickly flew up high. Seeing Zhang Yu hovering in the air, the man taunted him contemptuously. You think jumping up there will save you, or something? Zhao Qi sprayed the acidic blood wildly at him. Faced with this complicated situation, Zhang Yu calmly analyzed the battle. Although the blood is very powerful, it seems to be fueled by his own blood consumption. I'll just wait for his blood supply to run out. Then I'll counterattack. As if reading his mind, the man smugly retorted, Are you waiting for my blood to run out? Zhao Qi recalled all the blood fiends, then submerged them in the sea of blood. Witnessing this reckless act, he exclaimed in shock. He's actually using the blood fiends to increase his blood supply. The crazed Zhao Qi threatened aggressively. You can't escape. My hell blood will endlessly devour flesh and blood, constantly expanding. He continued to boast about his sinister plan, and the Night Watch is still using all their resources to deal with the decoys I released. By the time they notice, it will be too late. Zhao Qi began to describe the apocalyptic scene. First this street, then the entire district, and then all of Van Hai will be submerged in my blood. He declared like a madman, even if you kill me, it's useless. The blood will continue to devour everything while you can only watch helplessly. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he made a bold leap. Zhang Yu dove into the sea of blood. Seeing this incomprehensible act, Zhao Qi exclaimed in shock. Are you insane? You actually jumped into the blood. At that moment, his jaw dropped as if he'd seen something terrifying. Zhao Qi wondered in confusion. The blood is boiling. He couldn't believe his eyes and screamed at the top of his lungs. Impossible. He's actually burning his own blood to boil my sea of blood. The astonished Zhao Qi stammered out a question. Is such a thing even possible? Zhang Yu spoke firmly. This ends now. The man flew into the air, exclaiming in admiration. To be able to utilize my blood lineage fragment to this extent is truly surprising. Zhao Qi laughed arrogantly in delight. Your blood can't burn forever, but my sea of blood is endless. In the end, I will still be the one who wins. Faced with this provocation, Zhang Yu replied without flinching. Talk is useless. How will we know who's stronger if we don't try? After that, they faced off for a long moment, then the man charged aggressively. To attack! Surrender your life! He resolutely flew forward to meet the charge. Immediately after, the two clashed violently. In the midst of the battle, Zhang Yu strained to push Zhao Qi back. He gritted his teeth and endured, while only having 27% of his health left. The man's power was so overwhelming that it completely obscured Zhang Yu's figure. After the dust settled, Zhao Qi realized the person in front of him had vanished. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, he burst into a triumphant laughter. I've won. Did you see that? This is my power. No one can stop me, no one. Just then, a blade of lightning suddenly pierced through his left chest. Zhao Qi was stunned. Spitting blood from his mouth, he angrily glanced back in disbelief. You're actually playing dirty. Panting, he calmly replied. I'm a shadow. How else am I supposed to play? At that moment, the stream of power within the sword suddenly erupted. Zhao Qi screamed in despair. I can't accept this. I don't want to die. I still have so much left to do. He resentfully recalled. His tragic memories? I've always tried so hard, but no one ever noticed me, and no one ever acknowledged me. That's why I have to prove myself. I have to be better than anyone else, Zhao Qi loudly declared his intense desires. I want those who look down on me to pay the price. I want everyone to see. I want to become the center of power. I want to become the Lord of this world! With tears welling in his eyes, he choked back all his unfulfilled aspirations. I want... Helplessly, Zhao Qi lay on the ground and screamed silently with his last ounce of strength. I want... A moment later, Deng Ke sluggishly struggled to his feet after being unconscious. The stern Lu Duwei stood before him and asked if he was awake. He turned and gave a firm order. Take him away! Immediately, he was handcuffed with iron shackles. Deng Ke, as he was about to be escorted away, couldn't help but glance back. He saw the figure of Zhang Yu standing silently before him. Deng Ke hesitated, entrusting him with his final words. My wife and my huohuo. I'm counting. On you! After hearing this, Zhang Yu remained silent. Then, he was quickly taken away. The scene changes to a small eatery in the city. The fragrant smell of steamed buns filled the air. The friendly shopkeeper smiled and invited the customer. Your buns are ready. Please enjoy. He took a bite and praised it enthusiastically. Delicious. Steamed buns fresh out of the oven in the early morning are truly the best. The man proudly introduced his specialty. That's right. Our steamed buns are very famous in this area. Zhang Yu, curious, quickly changed the subject. By the way, I heard from people around here that a few days ago, some scavengers came here and caused trouble. For you! The shopkeeper, surprised and indignant, began to complain. That's right, they used their bit of power to harass my daughter. After hearing this, he asked with concern, So, did you report it to the Night Watch organization? The scavengers are also under their jurisdiction. The man sighed and shook his head wearily. What's the point of reporting they'll hold them for 10 days and then release them, and they'll just come back for revenge? The clever Zhang Yu immediately figured it out. So you taught them a lesson yourself, right? Hearing this, the shopkeeper was startled as if his secret had been exposed. His eyes filled with sadness, and he remained silent for a long time. Then, the shopkeeper sat down and confessed his feelings. So you found me after all. I thought no one knew. He sincerely offered a life stone. Are you here to collect that from the moment you walked through that door? I had a feeling. Surprised by how easily he gave it up, Zhang Yu asked, You're just giving it to me like this. Aren't you afraid your daughter will be bullied again in the future? The shopkeeper thoughtfully expressed his worries. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid, but I can't protect her for her whole life. Instead of relying on something with an unknown origin, it's better to rely on one's own strength. He brightly smiled kindly and suggested, take these vials of medicine. Perhaps they can remove the contamination in your body. Seeing this, the man asked in confusion, aren't you here to arrest me? Aren't you a member of the Night Watch organization? Zhang Yu turned and explained in a deep, warm voice, that's no longer necessary. You are the last one and also the only one who passed the test. The shopkeeper held the object in his hand, moved to tears, inside his subconscious. A trembling Zhang Yu sobbed, asking himself why. Looking at the horrifying scene before him, he repeated in empty disbelief, why is it like this? Zhang Yu frantically asked loudly in a panic, Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, Fatty, what's wrong with you all? What happened? At this moment, the figure of a girl appeared in his subconscious. He was shocked to recognize the dear girl. Zhao Zhao? Zhang Yu tried to fly towards her to grab her. However, a smirking teenager was holding Zhao Zhao tightly. Seeing the stranger appear, he cautiously and suspiciously examined him. When he saw the face clearly, Zhang Yu was bewildered and exclaimed, me! He screamed in desperate anxiety. Zhao Zhao, at the same time in the outside world, Zhang Yu shouted and placed his hand on her chest. Zhao Zhao. That was also the moment he woke up, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, filling the entire room. She blushed and angrily slapped his hand away. Zhao Zhao grabbed his hair and scolded him harshly. You really are a leopard that never changes its spots. Terrified, Zhang Yu broke into a sweat and hurriedly tried to clear his name. It's not like that. Let me explain. Zhao Zhao. Not giving Zhang Yu a chance, she mercilessly unleashed a flurry of punches, unconsciously. 1 month had passed. Today was the last day at the training camp of the Yunhai Special Training. Zhao Zhao and I graduated with excellent results and were asked to give a speech on stage. I don't like scenes like that, so I went to eat with Fatty. After that, I said goodbye to Uncle Li and Uncle Lu, and Zhao Zhao and I took a plane to Beidou. On the plane, he pensively gazed out the window. The girl sitting next to him perceptively asked, what's wrong? You've been spacing out all day. Jiang. Yu honestly expressed his troubled thoughts. I was thinking about what kind of place the abyss really is in this world. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao asked in surprise, didn't they talk about the abyss fragments in class? That they're all over the world. Zhang Yu seriously shook his head and denied it. No, what I'm talking about is being inside the abyss itself. He thoughtfully shared his new discovery. I always thought the abyss was some corner of the universe, very far from us. It wasn't until a few days ago that I discovered the abyss is actually very close to us. She tilted her head and asked, puzzled. Very close, Zhang Yu firmly emphasized. Yes, it's inside everyone's heart? Confused, Zhao Zhao teased his line of thinking. What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly being so philosophical? Is there something wrong with your head? Really? Zhang Du smiled reassuringly. It's just a feeling. Just think of it as me joking. She anxiously posed a realistic hypothetical. So, according to you, what would you do if I were swallowed by the abyss one day? Without hesitation, Zhang Du took her hand, like Bam's promise to Rachel in Tower of God. He then swore earnestly, I would charge into the abyss without a second thought and risk my life to save you, even if it meant confronting myself. Hearing this, she was so flustered she was left speechless. Bacdo is getting closer and closer. The road ahead seems to be filled with light, but I still have to stay on my guard.